The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Don't blame the weatherman when a sudden, unexpected freeze catches you unprepared, your home insufficiently heated. Guard against that happening. Fill your coal bin right now with Blue Coal, the quality home fuel of low cost. With your bin filled with Blue Coal, you're prepared for any kind of weather. Order a supply of Blue Coal right away and get a whole bin full when you order, so there won't be any chance of being caught by a possible shortage. Today there is a plentiful supply, but who can say what changes the future may bring? Put in your winter supply of Blue Coal right now and be safe. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Organ Played at Midnight.
A knife. What an instrument a knife is. Have you ever watched a knife in the hands of a skillful surgeon? And did you shiver a little, then turn your eyes away? Yes, so did I. I remember exactly when it happened to me. I was watching the knife in the hands of Dr. Alexander Gibson. Gibson was a surgeon of the highest caliber. Even Professor Dana Williams spoke of him as one of the 3 most capable men he had ever had the honor to teach, thus ranking him with his colleagues, Dr. McGill and Dr. Nelson. How strange the thought of violence should have occurred to me. Stranger still, considering that it was the very next night Gibson burst into McGill's study. Heated words passed between the two, and then...
This case was to have been the most startling in my surgical career, Dr. McGill.
You forget that the patient asked to have me in attendance, Gibson.
I never agreed to a consultation.
I presumed on our friendship
You presumed on our friendship for the last time, McGill.
That's the way you want it, eh?
Yes, that's the way I want it.
Then you'll get the truth. You were bungling the case like a schoolboy. Old Williams would have fired you out of class for the job you were doing.
Oh, so I'm to gather that you saved the situation.
Exactly.
So the credit is yours, eh? Belongs to you.
Every bit of it. Well, doesn't it, Gibson? Well, can't you speak?
I haven't anything else to say.
Oh, you agree with me then?
Good night, McGill.
I've tried to be reasonable with you.
I said good night.
All right. Good night, then. But remember, we're not parting as friends, Gibson.
And we're not parting forever either, Dr. McGill.
Well, I'll have something to say about this at the medical board. Oh, no, I shouldn't let myself go like that. Nerves don't stand it well, not at all. Sedative is what I need. Here, what's that? Oh, the shade. Jumpy, unsettled. If I were my own patient, I'd... Someone at the door. Well, who's there? Well, who is it? Can't you hear me? Well, didn't you... Oh, you. Oh, I thought that you were... You have a knife there. Did you know you had a knife in your hand? Oh, it's some kind of a joke, isn't it? You're playing a joke on me, aren't you? Aren't you? Answer me. Answer me. Well, what are you going to do? No. No, don't come any closer. Oh, what are you doing? Stop it. Stop it. Oh, oh, you fool. You're cutting my arm. Ah!
A knife. What an instrument a knife is. Now a tool. Now a weapon. But its point goes deep, and a knife is always thirsty. And after the shrieking thrust in the dark, there is silence and a shroud, and the black drapery of the march of death hangs heavy in the startled air.
Lamont, I want to get away from the sound of it.
Of what, Professor Williams?
The funeral march, it depresses me.
We can understand what a shock Dr. McGill's death has been to you, Professor Williams.
A deep shock, Miss Lane. I won't forget it soon.
Is there anything we can do, sir?
Thank you, Cranston. Thank you. You always were one of the kinder fellows. You were never too interested in my classes, I'm afraid, but you were always a good chap. So was poor McGill, a fine, bright boy.
Yes, Professor.
But that anyone could kill him and not be content with that. Go to the horrible extreme of amputating his right arm. I can't bear to think of it.
Perhaps we'd better not, sir.
Yes, you're right. After all, my life goes on. There'll be new men for me to teach. I'm glad of that. And I'm glad to have you beside me today, Cranston.
Thank you, Professor.
It would be good, too, to have Gibson and Nelson with us. They're all that's left of McGill's famous triumvirate.
Well, I'm sure they're here, sir. We must have missed them.
Gibson isn't, I know. He called me. Couldn't come, he said. Oh, but see here, I've been rather gloomy company, I'm afraid. How would the two of you like to take the 5 o'clock train back to the college with me?
Oh, nice of you, Professor.
The homecoming football game is being played this afternoon. And if victory is ours, we should be just in time for the bonfire celebration.
We'd like to very much, but it's rather a long trip, and, well, we hadn't planned on it, Professor Williams.
If we'd known...
I only thought that we should be together on a day like this.
Professor Williams!
What was that?
Someone called my name.
Professor Williams!
Oh, it's Dr. Nelson. Good morning, my boy. You know Mr. Cranston.
Professor Williams, I think I deserve an explanation.
What's that, Nelson?
I don't understand this wire you sent me, sir.
The wire I sent you? I haven't had any reason to wire you, Nelson.
One never has a reason for such a thing as this. Listen to what it says. Take a good look at Dr. McGill and his coffin, Nelson, for you'll be the next to be wept for.
What?
Signed, John Smith.
You don't know a John Smith, of course.
Of course not.
But you thought I had sent that, Nelson? Why?
Postmark. It was sent from the college telegraph office.
It was? What time?
8:45 this morning.
I've been in the city since 7.
Well, of course, sir. Someone else sent this little love note, and they didn't mean it for a joke.
Well, what do you think, Lamont?
I think that if Professor Williams' invitation to go back to the college with him is still open, the three of us would be very wise to take it. Well, here we are, sir. From the looks of things, victory was ours.
I'll take care of the cat.
Professor Williams.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Who won the game?
We did, sir.
We're building a swell bonfire, sir.
You should have been at the game, Professor. You'd have enjoyed it.
I would have very much, Tompkins. But there was something I had to do which I didn't enjoy at all. I want to congratulate you men, and I want you to know that I'm proud of you.
Things haven't changed much, have they, Nelson?
They haven't changed at all, Cranston. He's still the idol of every boy here.
Shall we go inside now? I think Anna, my housekeeper, will have a cup of tea for us. Goodbye, gentlemen, and let the flames leap high for the conquering hero. There isn't much for you younger folk to do in a little college town like this, but I am going to perform quite an interesting post-mortem examination for my anatomy class tomorrow, and I thought perhaps you'd like to be in the amphitheater.
Well,
Yes, Professor, of
But
course.
on second thought, I realize that Miss Lane and you might not find it altogether to your taste.
Why, Margot and I would like very much to come, wouldn't we, Margot?
Why, yes, I'd love to.
Well, how about you, Dr. Nelson?
Aye? Why, Cranston, the day will never come when I won't be able to learn something from Dana Williams.
Thank you, Nelson. You're welcome to my home.
Thank you, Professor.
Anna.
Oh, you're back, Professor.
Yes, Anna. What about a pot of tea and some biscuits?
Oh, yes, sir. Ready in a jiffy, sir. Oh.
What is it, Anna?
Well, I was just wondering what it was you wanted done with it, sir. Was it left out to be sharpened?
What is that, Anna?
Your knife, Professor.
My knife? Why, all of my knives are in my kit in the laboratory.
But when I come in to clean up just after you left, there it was shining up at me plain as day.
Where is it, Anna?
Right in the study on top of the desk, sir.
Professor Williams, do you mind if I have a look at it?
Why, no, of course not. Come along, Nelson.
Right.
Peculiar. I don't understand it. Anna's right. There it is, just as she said.
May I see it, sir?
Of course, Cranston.
Oh. Professor Williams.
Yes, my boy.
Look here, on the back of the blade.
Initials.
Why, they're A.G.
A.G. Why, Nelson, that's...
Alexander Gibson?
Oh, no. Miss Lane, would you answer that for me, please?
Yes, of course, Professor. Hello? Oh, yes, he's here. It's for you, Dr. Nelson.
Oh, thank you. Hello? Yes? What? How long? I see. Thank you very much. Professor Williams.
Yes, Nelson.
That was my office in town. They've been phoning all day about Gibson. He's been missing, it seems, ever since the night poor McGill was murdered.
Well, gentlemen, looks like the bonfire's begun.
Gee, this amphitheater's cold.
Yeah, sure is.
I wanted to sleep this morning anyhow.
If you miss his postmortems, old Williams will never forget it.
Not losing your nerves, are you, Margot?
Well, not yet. I can't say that the sheeted form there on the table is helping me very much, though.
After all, it's just an examination, Margot. If you keep remembering that it's all in the interest of science, you won't get uneasy.
Wonder where Dr. Nelson could be.
Well, he must have overslept, I guess.
I thought doctors had to be punctual.
Old Williams will be punctual. See?
There he comes.
What did I tell you?
Gentlemen, good morning.
Precisely according to schedule.
The subject for our post-mortem this morning is the cadaver of a man of middle age in an excellent state of preservation. Jennings, will you remove the sheet?
Yes, Professor Williams.
It will form a most satisfactory subject for our investigations. Jennings, I'd like the sheet removed from the entire body, not just the head.
Oh.
Jennings.
Oh, Professor Williams.
What are you staring at, man?
What's the matter with
Oh, Professor Williams.
What is it, Jennings? What is it?
Margot, what's happening down there?
I can't quite see. Jennings has the sheet halfway down, but he's leaning over the table.
Jennings, what's happened to you?
Williams is pulling him away. Margot, look! On the table.
Oh, Lamont! It's...
Dr. Nelson! Nelson, my boy!
In a moment, we'll bring you Act Two of The Organ Played at Midnight. Meanwhile, here's an idea that has no mystery to it at all. Order a supply of blue coal, and you'll enjoy comfortable, even warmth throughout your home, no matter what fiendish tricks the cruel winter weather plays. Let the icy winds whistle and blow all they like. You'll be warm and snug and at your ease when you heat with blue coal. Yes, sir, at your ease is just right, because blue coal takes the effort right out of home heating. You see, blue coal is delivered to your home in exactly the right size for your heating plant. Then, on top of that, the new automatic blue coal heat regulator saves you all those damper adjusting trips. Just naturally cuts them right out. Because, you see, it automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace and keeps every room constantly at an even temperature. You'll agree when you see how it works that every home should have one. Get in touch with your reliable neighborhood blue coal dealer right away. Tell him you want him to come out to the house and talk over your heating situation. You'll find him courteous, up to the minute, well informed. A world of improvement over the ordinary old-fashioned type of dealer. Your Blue Coal dealer is a heating expert and a businessman. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Call him tomorrow. And now, back to the shadow.
Oh, Cranston. Miss Lane, where are we?
It's all right, Professor. You're at home. You've been delirious.
Oh, yes, I remember now. I see it all. Oh, Cranston.
Yes, Doctor.
Can you... Is it possible for you to conceive the monster who could murder both McGill and Nelson in the space of a few days?
Margot, will you get that, please? There's an extension in the next room.
Yes, Lamont.
Well, Professor, was it necessarily the work of the same man?
Lamont, with my last consciousness before I fainted, I realized that Dr. Nelson's body had the right forearm off the elbow, just as it was with poor McGill.
You're quite right, Professor. Obviously, the same hand held the knife.
We must stop that hand, Cranston. We must stop it.
Easy now, sir. You must try to relax.
What can we do, Lamont?
Well, tell me, Professor, who exactly had access to the room where the cadavers are kept?
Who? Why, only myself. That is, except for old Jennings.
Professor Williams. Old Jennings has disappeared.
Oh, no.
He's nowhere to be found.
Oh, now, he had nothing to do with it. Jennings has been with me for 20 years. Besides, I examined the body carefully in the morgue before I had him wheel it up to the amphitheater.
And it wasn't the body of Dr. Nelson?
Oh, no, I'm sure of that. Absolutely sure.
Then it means that the murderer substituted the body of Dr. Nelson somewhere between the morgue and the amphitheater.
Lamont, that phone call.
Oh, what was it, Margot?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No. It was a strange voice. A voice I'd never heard before. And it sounded muffled, far away. I said, hello, and whoever it was said that... Oh, it doesn't make sense.
Miss Lane, what did they say?
Well, they said, if the organ plays tonight at midnight, the lost will be found.
Nothing more than that?
No. They must have hung up or been cut off, that was all.
What could they mean? If the organ plays at...
Go on, Professor.
What was that?
That noise. I heard it, too.
There's something banging outside the window.
Oh, only a loose blind.
There are no blinds on those windows.
No?
Lamont, my boy, be careful.
Yeah, there it is again.
Oh, Lamont. Lamont.
Don't excite yourself, Professor Williams.
Margot, don't look out here.
What is it, Lamont?
Professor Williams.
Yes, Cranston.
It's
Cranston, tell me.
a human forearm.
Human? Oh, no.
What earthly reason could there be for such a
Now,
horrible...
wait a minute. There's a note tied to the index finger. Rather a garish way to post a letter, but I think it's the reason for this ghastly tableau.
A note? What does it say?
Just a moment. It says the gates of death will open for you in an hour.
The gates of death?
And that's what's written here.
It's meant for me.
Oh, what was that?
It's Anna. She's downstairs in her room. Something's happened.
Easy now, Professor. I'll tend to it. All right, Anna, I'm coming. Anna, this is Mr. Cranston. Let me in.
Oh, Mr. Cranston, I saw him.
You saw who, Anna? Who did you see?
Him, what done the murders.
Who?
Gibson. I just raised my window and I looked out and there he was coming across the lawn.
There's no one out here now.
Oh, he must have run when I screamed. Do you know what, Mr. Cranston? I thought I saw him the day after poor Dr. McGill was murdered.
Where?
Standing there just as plain as day. And I said to myself, I'll bet he's up to no good.
Anna, this is very important. Now tell me, where did you see him?
In front of the gates of death.
What did you say?
I said I saw him in front of the gates of death. He was
The
standing...
gates of death.
Oh, that's new since you've been here, isn't it? Well, that's what some of the students started calling that big pair of iron gates at the back of the morgue. The ones they bring the corpses through. You see, I was on my way to do some
I'm sorry,
shopping.
Anna. I'll talk to you later. Margot!
Yes, Lamont. What is it?
The light is breaking, Margot. Come on, my girl. We've got work to do. What time was the note delivered, Margot?
It was just 10:30, Lamont.
11:25. I think we're just on time.
On time for what?
To see the gates of death open.
Lamont, are you out of your head?
Here, duck down behind the wall here. You see those huge gates at the rear of the morgue building?
Yes.
The students call them the Gates of Death.
The gates... Why, then that's what the note meant. It said they would open in...
Look. They are opening now, Margot.
There's someone standing there. Why, it's...
Old Jennings. That's where he's been hiding.
Listen. He's signaling somebody.
Now someone should turn up.
I hear somebody walking.
There he is. Coming down the path. He's going to the gates.
Who is it?
I can't quite see, Margot. But this I do know. Jennings and his friend are going to receive a visit from the Shadow.
You follow me, and we'll go inside together. I sent you the note. I had to. They think I done it. I know they does.
Why shouldn't they think you did it, Jennings?
What's that? Why, you're not.
I'm Dr. Gibson, Jennings.
Oh, I thought you...
I've come to look at Dr. Nelson's body.
Oh, no, you ain't allowed
I
to.
warn you, Jennings, there's enough on my head. Now, don't interfere with me.
All right. Don't hurt me. I won't do nothing.
Where's the body?
Right in through the door there.
Then come along.
Oh, you go first.
All right, I'll go first, but I warn you, if you try any...
Oh. You want me to tell? You want to know all about what happened? But I ain't going to tell. Not ever. What's that?
Jennings, what have you to hide?
Oh, who's that? Who's there? I don't see nobody.
I am the Shadow, Jennings. I've cast a hypnotic spell over your brain so that you cannot see me. But I'm here, Jennings. Tell me, what have you to hide?
Oh, I can't tell you. They'd put me in prison if anybody found out. He told me they would.
Who, Jennings?
Professor Williams.
Williams? Jennings, tell me what happened. Tell me.
Oh, I didn't mean no harm. You see, I put an explosive in one of his test tubes by mistake.
Explosive?
Yes, and the next thing I knew, there was a loud noise, and he screamed, and there he stood with his arm hanging loose. That was 20 years ago, and he'd have been a great doctor all this time if I hadn't done what I did.
Why did you send that note tonight, Jennings?
Because he promised to help me if I did as he always said, and I always have, Oh, now what am I going to do? He hurts him every time he looks at the students, and sometimes he used to whisper to me, they all have 2 arms.
Tell me this one thing more. Which arm was it, Jennings?
His right arm. His right forearm. It looks all right, but it's dead from the wrist to the elbow.
Jennings, take care of Gibson until he regains consciousness. Then let him go. And remember, the Shadow is watching you. And that's the answer to the note. Old Jennings.
But, Lamont, there's still...
What?
That phone call. If the organ plays at midnight, the lost will be found. Remember?
Of course I do. That's why I've walked you over to the chapel.
The chapel?
Unless I'm mistaken, the organ they meant is the big pipe organ in the loft of the chapel here. And if it plays at
midnight.
Hurry, Margot. We don't want to be late for the concert.
I'm coming.
Look. The chapel door. It's open.
There's someone here.
See? A light. It's coming from the organ loft. Margot, I think we've come to the end of the trail. There it is.
The funeral march we heard at the church yesterday.
The one old Williams said depressed him so. I'm going up there, Margot. The killer hasn't quite finished his work, I'm afraid.
The organ. It stopped.
I think trouble's coming.
Lamont, I think it's arrived.
It has, Margot. You wait here. There's work to be done up there in that loft, and only the Shadow can do it.
Let me go. I know you killed Nelson and McGill. You stole my knife out of my office to pin your crimes on me. But you won't get away with it.
Won't I, Gibson? Who's going to stop me?
I will. I telephoned you about the organ because I knew you'd fall in the trap. I knew you'd come to kill me, too, to get rid of the last of us, to feed your insane lust.
Right again, Gibson. I'm going to kill you. Why should you little men live while I, the genius of my time, rot here,
crippled and deformed. I've had only my left arm these 20 years, but it's strong now, and I've used it well. It's too strong for you to stop the knife, Gibson.
Oh, I can't stop it. Please don't.
Gibson, the point is on your throat.
Drop that knife, Professor Williams.
Who's there? Who's there, I say?
I am the Shadow. I am invisible to you, but I have come to put an end to your killings, Williams.
Oh, no. No, you haven't. Not until I've finished with Gibson. Not yet. Help!
I want you, Williams.
My arm. Something's holding it. Let go.
Drop that knife. And now, Williams, we'll see what a court of justice has to say about your crimes.
Court of justice. No court would convict me. I've had a right to do what I've done. I lost my arm, didn't I? An eye for an eye, an arm for an arm. You see? That's Justice Shadow, and no court would find me guilty.
Dana Williams, this jury has found you guilty of murder in the first degree. And I, by virtue of the authority vested in me, sentence you to be hanged by the neck until you are dead. And may the Lord have mercy on your soul.
A knife. What an instrument a knife is. The treacherous implement that turns to a weapon in the hands of murder. When it's a thing of good and when it's a thing of evil, none can say. But this we know. A knife is sharp. Its point goes deep. And a knife is always thirsty.
In a moment, we'll bring you this week's real-life episode proving that crime does not pay. First, I'm sure you'll be interested in hearing from Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, John Barclay. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Friends, I've been receiving quite a few letters lately that indicate some of you are making the operation of your furnace a much harder job than it should be. Harder, did I say? Well, I should say hard, because really it's easy to operate a furnace properly if you know how. Yes, of course, that's the catch to it. In these days especially, with the weather so changeable, it's necessary to know how to regulate dampers and bank a fire the right way. Now, here's an answer to your heating problem. Call your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer and ask him to send a John Barclay serviceman to your house to show you all the ins and outs of managing a furnace. No obligation. In fact, you might tell him that you heard me personally extending the invitation. This is his program, you know. You're Blue Coal dealers, so it's really the same as getting an invitation directly from him. Tell him you heard the program. Make a note now to call him tomorrow. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Find out firsthand how much easier and more economical it is to heat your home the Blue Coal way. Thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the D.L.&W. Coal Company, producers of Blue Coal. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Direct from real life, we now bring you conclusive proof that crime does not pay. At 2 a.m. in a hotel room hideout, police waited one day last week for Joseph Miller, wanted for 2 murders. At last came the long-awaited knock on the door.
It's Joseph Miller. Remember, boys, he's dangerous. If he pulls a gun, shoot fast and straight. I'm going to open the door. Halt! Halt! He's on the fire escape. Call headquarters.
I gotta hide. Quick. What's behind this window? Big dining room. It's black. They'll never find me here.
Your crimes have caught up with you, Joseph Miller. 100 police are closing in on you right this instant.
No. I ain't gonna let them get me. I can't stand it. I'll kill myself.
So, in the wide, haunting blackness of an empty banquet hall, Joseph Miller, criminal, died by his own hand. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The old saying, better be safe than sorry, certainly applies today in the matter of heating your home. If your coal bin isn't already filled to the top, call your friendly neighborhood Blue Coal dealer and have him attend to the matter right now. Blue Coal, you know, is the quality home fuel of low cost. It will give you even, dependable heat at all times. Yes, and it's a wise move to have your bin full of Blue Coal clear to the top. These are uncertain times, and it's best to be safe. Don't gamble with the health of your family. Remember, a warm house is a healthy house. So get in touch with your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Case of the Three Frightened Policemen.
Why fool around? You got to get up early in the morning to put one over on Jerry Rowan. I got you right where I want you. Now you take your orders from me or... Stop that walking up and down. You make me nervous. Well, what's your answer going to be? You going to pay your little gambling debt to Jerry Rowan? Are you? Now, listen. Listen to me. It's all right. Don't come any closer. Stay from me. You can't kill Jerry Rowan.
What time is Commissioner Weston's plane getting in, Lamont?
Well, according to the...
Non-stop flight 36, arriving from Washington at gate 6.
There you are, Margot. You see how efficient the airlines are? They even answer your questions for you. Gate 6 is up this way.
Do you think Commissioner Weston's going to be difficult to persuade?
Well, you know him as well as I do, Margot. But he'll never forgive you for sending that telegram with my name on it.
Oh, here we are. Gate 6.
Yeah. And that would be the commissioner's plane.
Flight 22 from Chicago, arriving at gate 3.
Look, Lamont, there's a Chicago plane coming in, too. Don't they come in fast, though?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lamont, look.
What are you staring at, Margot? You act like you've never seen a plane before.
I'm not looking at the plane, Lamont. I was looking at that man over there at gate 3. Isn't he the man who we heard asking for Commissioner Weston?
Where? Oh, yeah. So it is.
Oh, we ought to tell him he's waiting at the wrong gate for the commissioner.
He'll probably discover his mistake before we could get to him, Margot.
Oh, there you are, Cranston, Miss Lane.
Hello, Commissioner. Did you have a nice trip?
No, thanks. I just had one.
Oh, Commissioner, that's an old gag.
Well, it's not as old as that telegram gag you sent me, Cranston. Come immediately. Very important.
What did you mean by that? What did you mean by that? It was Margot's idea. She sent it.
Margot sent the wire?
Commissioner, you know that I belong to the Social Welfare Association.
Now, what has that got to do with it?
Well, I promised that I'd get you to speak on crime prevention. It's cause and cure.
What? Curing crime prevention?
I don't blame you, Commissioner. It sounds a little mad to me, too.
A speech on crime prevention.
Oh, well, please say you'll do it. I gave my solemn promise
Well,
to be
this
there.
is the limit of all the
You're
nonsense.
making a mistake. I'm not Tom Vitor. I do.
What's that over there?
Well, if you're not Vitor, you can prove it later at headquarters.
There seems to be some trouble, Commissioner.
Yes, it does.
Why, that's the man who was looking for you, Commissioner.
Looking for me, huh? No, he just picked up someone. All right, folks, stand back there. Let me through.
Don't mind me, please.
Make way there, please. Let me in there.
You can't do this to me.
What's going on
I can't
here?
do this. Oh, Commissioner Weston. I just picked this guy up coming in from Chicago.
Fine. Who is he? Incidentally, who are you?
Detective Sloan of the Detroit Force. And this is the murderer of the gambler, Jerry Rowan. His name is Tom Vitor. I'm not Vitor. Commissioner, look at this photograph in this police circular. Is this Vitor? It's just a similarity, I tell you.
Wait a minute. Similarity, huh? Come on, Vito. We're going down to headquarters. Let us through here, please.
Commissioner, wait. Commissioner, I've got to talk to you.
Come on, Vito.
But the social welfare is going to... Oh, Don.
What's the matter, Margot? Did the Social Welfare Association lose its principal speaker?
Not yet, it hasn't. I'm going to follow Commissioner Weston right to police headquarters and get him to say that he will speak tomorrow night.
Fingerprints don't lie, Vitor. Ready to confess now?
Why did you kill Gambler Rowan?
I didn't kill Rowan.
But you do admit you are Vito. That you broke your parole and flew to Chicago after you'd murdered Rowan?
All right, I broke my parole. I flew to Chicago, but I didn't murder Rowan.
I'd like to ask Vitor a few questions, if I may, Commissioner
Now,
Weston.
Cranston, Detective Sloan and I can handle this.
Oh, Commissioner, I just thought of something.
What, Miss Lane? What now?
You could use all this as the subject of your talk tomorrow night before the Social Welfare Association.
Sloan, take Vita into the other office. This small talk must be boring to him.
Right, Commissioner. Come on, Vitor, in here. I'm sorry, Max.
Ah, well, another case solved to the department's credit.
Who? Vitor?
Who else? He was the last man who saw Rowan alive.
Now, look, Commissioner.
I know, Cranston. Yes, indeed. You're going to ask about fingerprints. Well, we found Vita's prints all over Rowan's apartment.
Very good, Commissioner.
Huh?
But I was going to ask why Vitor broke his parole to fly to Chicago.
Very good, Cranston. He simply wanted to get away.
Then why did he come back?
Also very good. What?
Granted, he had killed Rowan and gotten away. Why should he want to come back here?
Yes, Commissioner. Why didn't he stay in Chicago?
Now, please, Miss Lane.
And this police circular is a very curious thing, Commissioner.
What do you mean, Cranston? What's wrong with it?
Pardon me, Commissioner, but I think Vitor is about ready to talk now.
Oh, good. Well, I'll go right in and see him. See you later, Cranston.
But, Commissioner...
Miss Lane, come on.
But, Commissioner, I wanted to... I like him. Oh, well. Now, what were you going to say about that police circular, Lamont?
Well, look at it, Margot. Wouldn't you think it strange that a police circular from Chicago would have been printed here?
Why, yes. Look, here's the printer's trademark. Well, what does it mean, Lamont?
It means, Margot, that Tom Vitor is going to receive a little visit from the shadow.
Tom Vitor.
What's that? I heard a voice.
It is the voice of the shadow, Tom Vitor.
I can't see you.
I'm right here outside your cell door. I've cast a hypnotic mist over your mind, which makes me invisible.
I've heard of you, Shadow. You gotta help me. I didn't kill Jerry Rowan.
Why did you leave town the same day Rowan was murdered?
I didn't know anything about Rowan's murder, Shadow.
But you had been to Rowan's apartment that afternoon?
Yes, Rowan had sent for me. He wanted me to join the mob again, but I refused. That was the last I saw of him.
And yet, that same evening, Mr. Vitor, you violated your parole by flying to Chicago.
Well, when I got back to my apartment, there was a message telling me that my wife was there. She left me. I had to tell her that I was gone straight for her sake.
So that's why you went to Chicago?
Yes, to ask her to give me another chance.
I see. Then why did you come back, Mr. Vitor?
I couldn't find her in Chicago. Then I received another tip that she'd come back here and was staying at the Carlson Hotel with her friend Elsie Randley.
What you've told me, Mr. Vitor, wouldn't stand a chance in a court of law.
Court or no court, it's true.
We shall see, Mr. Vitor. We shall see.
Lamont, did you find anything out from Vitor?
I don't know yet, Margot. Oh, by the way, Where's Shrevey?
He's waiting in his cab around the corner.
Well, let's find him.
All right. Oh, I'm getting hungry, Lamont. Do you think you could possibly buy a poor little starving social worker some dinner?
Well, I shall buy a poor little starving social worker a big dinner.
Oh, Lamont.
Later.
Oh, Lamont.
Right now, the Shadow is going to call on Mrs. Tom Vitor and her friend Elsie Randley at the Carlson Hotel.
Oh, well, then we could have dinner there, couldn't we, Lamont?
Why, yes, we could. Later.
Oh, Lamont!
Down, Margot. They're firing at us.
Oh, we can get off the street now, Lamont. Looks like the shooting's over. Lamont. Well, he's been hit.
What's the matter, lady?
Get a doctor quickly. He's been shot.
Cranston, you had a very narrow escape. A fraction of an inch to the right and...
Thanks, Doctor. I fully realize how close it was.
Can I help you, Lamont?
Doggone it, Cranston. This only goes to prove what I've always said. Amateurs shouldn't meddle in police work.
Now, you leave him alone, Commissioner. Can't you see he's still weak?
What were you doing outside police headquarters in the middle of a gunfight anyway?
Commissioner, I wasn't in the middle of a gunfight. I was the target.
And if you ask any more questions, you're going to be my target, Commissioner.
Please. Who's out for you, Cranston?
I have a hunch it's got something to do with Tom Vitor and the Rowan murder.
So Vito shot at you, huh? We've got him under lock and key.
No, it wasn't Vito who took a shot at me.
Now, look here, Cranston. Vito is the killer, and that's that. Let's not confuse...
Commissioner.
What is it, Sloan?
Vito has hanged himself from a water pipe in his cell.
Hanged himself? No. Such a thing is impossible.
Well, I'm telling you, Commissioner.
Hey, just a moment. Then it would appear Vito took his own life?
Obviously. Oh, yes, that's right. His only out was to cheat the chair.
Well, gentlemen, if Vito committed suicide, we have a horse here of a decidedly different color.
In a moment, our play will continue. Meanwhile, let's leave the world of the mysterious and hop right into the sphere of everyday affairs. There's certainly nothing that's more an everyday affair than heating your home in the winter. Every day in the long winter months, you want dependable, even heat throughout your house. Blue Coal will give it to you. Blue Coal is a dependable fuel of low cost because it burns better, lasts longer, and that means real economy. What's more, Blue Coal makes comfortable home heating not only simple and economical, but also easy. Right, easy is just the word. You see, Blue Coal is delivered to your home in exactly the right size for your heating plant. Then, too, the new automatic Blue Coal heat regulator cuts out those frequent damper-adjusting trips you're probably familiar with. Cuts them right out because it automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace and keeps every room at an even temperature. Get in touch with your reliable neighborhood Blue Coal dealer right away. Ask him to come out and discuss your heating situation with you. You'll find him a genial, well-informed businessman. A number of people impressed by this have told us Blue Coal is represented by an especially fine group of men. This is true, and something every dealer is proud of. So look under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory and call your neighborhood dealer tomorrow. Now, back to the Shadow.
Hey, Mr. Cranston, Miss Lane. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. It's already. Don't you think it's advisable that we should all go home and get a little shut-eye we should get?
Perhaps we ought to take Miss Lane home, Shrevey. She's sound asleep here in the back seat.
No, I'm not. I'm wide awake. I just closed my eyes to rest them.
Okay, Margot, have it your way. On to 6078 Front Street, Shrevey.
Yes, sir. Mine is not the reason why.
That's the city morgue, Shrevey.
Just to do or die. The morgue?
Watch where you're driving, Shrevey.
As if I wouldn't from now on, as if.
Why the morgue, Lamont?
Because I can't believe, as Commissioner Weston does, that Vito committed suicide. I want to see the body myself.
I don't like to bring it up, but this is 6078 Front Street. The morgue, remember?
Very well, Shrevey. Oh, and Margot, I think you'd better stay here and guard Shrevey. He's a little green around the gills.
Oh, Lamont.
Oh, yes, Miss Lane, around the gills, but not a little.
Shrevey, you're a big baby.
I won't be long, Margot.
Well, see that you aren't, Lamont.
What can I do for you, young man?
you're looking for a room and bath, I can't accommodate you. You ain't the right type.
Very funny.
I think so. Room and bath, right type. Get it?
I'd like to see the body of Tom Vitor, which was brought in here earlier this evening.
Oh, Tom Vitor, huh? Let's see.
I would like to see the body, please.
Now, don't be impatient, young man. He'll wait for you. Get it? He'll wait for you.
I get it. Now, will you please take me to the body?
Oh. No sense of humor. All right this way. Don't be surprised if he don't recognize you because he... Oh, no, you wouldn't appreciate it. Yes, here we are. Let me... All right, step in.
Thanks.
Now, let me see. I think we have your friend packed way up here. Yeah. Here's your friend, mister, tucked neatly away on his little trundle bed of ice. You want to look?
Yes. Just as I thought.
What?
This man didn't die of hanging.
Death caused by strangulation at his own hands, it says here.
I don't care what it says there. He didn't commit suicide. Tom Vitor met his death just as Jerry Rowan did, by murder.
Did you learn anything at the morgue, Lamont?
Enough, Margot, to know that the Shadow's next step is to have Mrs. Tom Vitor identify her husband's photograph, which appears on this forged police circular.
Hello? Hello? Oh, all right, operator. I'll call later.
Whom were you calling on the phone, Mrs. Vitor?
What? Thought I heard a voice.
It is the Shadow's voice, Mrs. Vitor.
Who are you? I can't see you.
I've clouded your mind with a hypnotic mist, making me invisible to your eyes.
Oh, I see. But why have you come here, Shadow?
Because I know that you can tie up several loose ends of a mystery.
Well, I don't know how I can help.
You can help by telling me who you were trying to reach on the telephone just now.
Why, it was Elsie Randley, my roommate. She's staying with me here. She hasn't returned home, and I just got worried.
I see. Look at the picture on this police circular, Mrs. Victor.
It's Tom, my husband.
Have you ever seen this particular photograph before?
Yes. I took it about 5 years ago.
Before you decided to divorce your husband, Mrs. Vitor?
You know that, too?
I do. Why did you run away, Mrs. Vitor?
Well, my love for Tom had died.
And you fell in love with somebody else?
Yes.
Why didn't you explain everything to your husband?
Oh, I wanted to, Shadow, but I was persuaded not to. I'll go to him now. He'll understand.
No, Mrs. Vitor. It's too late now.
Too late?
Your husband is dead.
Oh, no. No.
Your husband was murdered.
Tom was...
Murdered, Mrs. Vitor. And you could help me catch his murderer by telling me who could have obtained the photograph which appears in this forged police circular.
Yes. Yes, Shadow. The only person who could have stolen that picture from me is... Oh!
Mrs. Vitor! Oh. Mrs. Vitor!
I knew he'd do this. He's very determined, Shadow.
Who, Mrs. Vitor? Who has done this?
I can't tell now, Shadow. 'Cause it'd haunt me even after death. Even after death.
So, Commissioner, you think at last you have the real murderer under lock and key.
Who else could it be but Elsie Randley?
After all, Mr. Cranston, she was Mrs. Vita's roommate, and besides, she had good reason to kill her.
Really? What reason?
Cranston, try to follow. Elsie Randley killed Mrs. Vita because...
Commissioner Weston?
Yes?
I'm Lieutenant Destro of the Chicago Detective Bureau.
What can I do for you, Lieutenant?
A little explaining. Why did you pick up Tom Vitor for the murder of Jerry Rowan?
Because his police circular demanding his arrest was sent out by your office.
That circular was forged.
What?
Just what I was trying to tell you, Commissioner. The real murderer was trying to throw suspicion on Tom Vitor.
So what? The murderer is Elsie Randley, and I've got her in the state prison.
You think so, Commissioner?
Sure. She killed Rowan because he gave her the brush off. She used to be his girlfriend. Then she killed Mrs. Vita because she was afraid Mrs. Vita would spill it to the police. Simple enough.
There's just one little point you gentlemen seem to have overlooked.
What?
Who killed Tom Vitor?
He killed himself.
Commissioner, Tom Vitor was beaten to death in the same way that Rowan was.
Huh?
It was a very professional job. You couldn't tell his head had been bashed in unless you examined it very carefully. I saw his body in the morgue.
Cranston, I tell you, Elsie Randley is the killer, and I'm sticking to it. What do you think, Sloan?
That's the way I figure it, Chief.
How do you feel about it, Destro?
Sounds logical to me.
All sticking your necks out together, eh? Well, Commissioner, if anything happens to Miss Elsie Randley, your so-called killer, you're going to be 3 frightened policemen.
Lamont, are you sure that Elsie Randley is completely innocent?
Margot, I think she's innocent, but I have reason to believe she knows the name of the murderer. And because of this knowledge, he'll try to silence her, too.
But she's perfectly safe. She's locked up.
That didn't save Tom Vito, Margot. We've got to protect her. Now, look, I want you to go to the state prison and get to Elsie Randley's cell while I trail Detective Destro. I don't care how you get to her cell, but do it. Her life depends on it.
Here we are, Miss Lane. Elsie Randley's cell.
It's dark in here at this time of night.
Yes. Oh, now, before we go in, I must warn you again that neither the warden nor Commissioner Weston know that I'm letting you see Miss Randley. It would mean my job if they did.
Oh, I understand, Detective Sloan.
Go in, please.
Thank you.
Who's your friend, Detective?
Miss Randley, meet Miss Lane. You two are going to be together a long time.
What do you mean?
I'm getting sick of this whole thing, Sloan. I don't want to go to the chair for... Somebody else?
Well, then tell us who the real murderer is, Miss Randley. Don't shield a killer.
I don't squeal, sister.
But you will, Elsie.
Oh, no, I won't. I gave my promise.
You'll break your promise, Elsie, when the electric chair stares you in the face.
Oh, he's right, Miss Randley. Tell the police what you know.
Yes, Elsie, tell. You can tell Miss Lane everything.
Are you kidding?
Elsie is trying to say that I'm the killer, Miss Lane.
You're the killer.
Yes. I killed Rowan because I owed him a gambling debt and couldn't pay it.
What?
So I sent Vito to Chicago on a wild goose chase to find his wife. That way, I pinned the murder on him.
Are you crazy? Spilling that, Sloan?
But the police circular.
I had the phony circular made up in order to grab him when he got off the plane. You know, I'm proud of the fact that when I beat him to death in this very room and hanged him from that water pipe, that none of the smart cops knew how it was done.
And you must have killed Mrs. Vito, too.
Mrs. Vito made a very useful tool until she outlived her usefulness and wanted to squeal to the police. But enough of that. I have a score to settle with you two now.
Now, wait, Joe. You can't do this.
You won't have to watch long, Elsie. You're going to die first, Miss Lane. Now, we just open this door here to the death chamber.
Well, that's the electric chair in there.
Sloan, you can't do this. No, no.
Shame on you what, Miss Lane? We're quite alone here. No one will hear you.
What are you going to do?
Aren't you both rather impatient?
Mr. Cranston will stop you.
I promise my shots won't miss that meddler the second time. And now, Miss Lane, into the electric chair you go.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
There, now. Now to try the strap.
Oh, no, you don't, Sloan.
Pick up behind me, will you? I don't think so. Too bad, Miss Lane, that I'm your only audience now. That I'll be a very appreciative one. And now to pull the switch. It generates a little power.
Oh, no. No, please.
And this little switch will complete the job.
No.
Dead so soon, my dear? You spoiled my fun. I didn't even pull the switch. Well, a little extra juice won't hurt you. I just have to...
Not so fast, Detective Sloan.
That voice, my arm. Who holds my arm?
The Shadow murderer. What have you done to Miss Lane?
Something that even you can't mend, Shadow.
Sloan, your life of crime is at an end.
If it is, I won't pay the police for the deaths of Rowan and the Vitos, and above all, Miss Lane. The privilege of taking my own life rests with me.
Get away from that master switch.
Thanks, no, Shadow. I'd rather go this way.
Thank heaven, Margot. When you fainted, Sloan thought you were dead and didn't complete his job.
Yes, thank heaven, Lamont.
I'll never forgive myself for sending you to that trap when I was stupidly following the trail of Detective Destro.
He was perfectly all right?
Perfectly. It was Sloan who had no right to wear a badge. He'd gotten on the Detroit force with the aid of false credentials. Sooner or later, he would have been discovered, but now his days of killing are over.
Oh, Lamont, I just thought of something.
What?
I got a call from the Social Service League again this morning. and they're holding another meeting.
Oh, good for them.
They want to know why I didn't get Commissioner Weston to speak to them the last time.
On crime prevention, its cause and cure?
Yes. So I told them I was getting someone else, someone better.
Who's the poor goat this time, Margot?
I told them I was getting you.
Well, that's right. Oh, no, you're not, Margot.
Oh, yes, I am, Lamont.
In a moment, we'll bring you a real-life episode proving that crime does not pay. First, I'm sure you'll be interested in hearing from Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, John Barclay. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Friends, quite a few people have told me that they're tired of playing nursemaid to their furnace. I wonder if you feel the same way. You must if you find it necessary to hop down to the basement several times a day to fuss and fool around with the furnace, adjust the dampers, and try to wheedle a good supply of heat out of a lazy fire. Now, all that's unnecessary. It certainly is. Actually, when you know the correct method of operating a furnace, the whole thing is perfectly easy. Now, here's my suggestion. Get in touch with your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer and ask him to send a John Barclay-trained serviceman to your home right away. This man will teach you correct furnace operation in a jiffy and at absolutely no charge. It won't cost you a cent, and you need feel under no obligation. Homeowners the country over are making use of this free and exclusive Blue Coal dealer service. So why don't you? Decide right now to call your Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. You'll find it pays to get acquainted with the Blue Coal way. Thank you.
The characters, names, places, and plot in today's story are purely fictitious, and any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Direct from real life, we now bring you conclusive proof that crime does not pay. It is 4 p.m., November 7th. Anthony Tyshan, 26, leader of the hold-up gang, is on his way to a meeting of the mob. He says to himself,
So the cops think they know something, do they? They put out posters. Wanted for robbery. They ought to make that plural. We got 30 jobs in the book, yeah, and they ain't gonna never stick me in no stir. Say, who's this guy coming down the street? Looks like a cop. No, he don't. Now, here's the house. Right through that plate glass window. Coming after me. He's a cop, all right. Well, I'll go through the house and out the back door.
You think you can get away so easily, Anthony Tyshan? No, indeed. The law will follow a criminal to the ends of the earth.
I gotta get out of here. He's gonna catch me. I'm going through this window.
So, sprawled out and dying with a bullet in his back, another gangster criminal wrote finish to a brief career of law defiance. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the DL&W Coal Company, producers of Blue Coal, bring you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. On old-time sundials, a favorite motto was this: it's later than you think. Winter has a way of sneaking up on us and striking hard at those who are unprepared. Cold weather all around us will be here any day without notice. Are you prepared? It's later than you think. Safeguard your family by ordering a supply of blue coal right now. You know, blue coal is the finest of Pennsylvania hard coal. It will keep every room in your house at a comfortable, even temperature at all times. Get in touch with your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow. And listen, in a few minutes, I want to tell you about a strange and exotic token, a unique piece of jewelry that blue coal has for you. So listen carefully. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Ring of Light.
I should like to review the Genga murders for you, Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston. I assure you it will require no longer than we will take to finish this cup of tea.
I'm glad you left me out of that tea business, Shan. I know all I want to know about the Genga murders. It kept me up all night long.
But I'm afraid you cannot know very much about the real reason for the killings, Commissioner Weston, without some knowledge of the history of the Ring of Light.
Its history?
Yes, Mr. Cranston.
Well, what about the history of the Ring of Light, Mr. Shan?
Many centuries ago, according to ancient legend, there was a merchant bearing this name of Genga, who dwelt in the sacred city of Lhasa in my native Tibet. This Genga of olden times was a good man and beloved of the gods. One night, it is told, he was returning from market to the sacred city when he was pursued by a host of his enemies mounted on horseback. Fleeing across the eastern bridge to the city walls, he found the great gates of the city locked before him. In despair, he flung himself at the feet of the luminous statue of Buddha which guarded the gate. As he did so, there was the sound of thunder, and from the glowing ear of the phosphorescent image, a ring fell to the ground. Quickly, Genga the merchant picked it up, and the statue of Buddha miraculously spoke.
O Genga, merchant of Lhasa, I have given to you this night the Ring of Light. Unto the 1000th generation it will bring good fortune and safety, so long as there be no blood upon the hands of its owner. Treasure it well, O Genga.
But, great Buddha, my enemies are almost upon me.
Behold, Genga, where your enemies are crossing the eastern bridge. Look well.
And the legend has it that the vast bridge collapsed, destroying every man of Genga's enemies.
Well, that doesn't mean much to me. Does it to you, Cranston?
I'm afraid it means quite a good deal, Commissioner.
And was this merchant the ancestor of the modern Gengas, Mr. Shan?
Yes, Miss Lane. Many centuries have passed since, bringing wealth and glory to the Genga family, which eventually immigrated to America. One of the Gengas of the present generation was my partner in the firm of Genga and Shan of this city, importers of precious gems. Our business prospered, and my partner, Mr. Genga's son, Ali, was heir to many millions of dollars. All went well until one night when Mr. Genga, alone in the vault room of our huge building, heard the automatic elevator ascending.
Who can that be? I didn't want to be disturbed at this of all times. Yes?
I wish to see Mr. Genga.
I am Mr. Genga, young woman. No one is allowed in my vault room without credentials.
I have proper credentials, Mr. Genga.
Then show them to me. What do you have, some letter?
No. This is my credential. You see?
A revolver.
A revolver. It is the only credential I can show.
Oh, no. Hassan, help me!
Please! Your servant Hassan is on the first floor. He wouldn't even hear a pistol shot.
I see. You're aware of that. Well, what is it you want?
The key to your vault.
I rather thought so. And if I refuse?
The key, Genga.
You're a most determined young woman.
I am.
Then here, take it by all means. Take it.
You're very gracious. Now to proceed with your vault.
Of course.
How calmly you accept this, Mr. Genga.
My jewels, dear lady, are in the left-hand compartment.
I know that. But my interest happens to be in this very ordinary copper box right here.
No, that you cannot touch.
Really?
I will not let you have the Ring of Light.
I shouldn't be rash if I were you. I have nothing to lose by killing you, you know.
I only know you cannot have what that box contains.
Sorry, but I must, Mr. Genga. Your life, Mr. Genga, for this copper box. Of course, you didn't really give your life for this silly box. You died for the Ring of Light, which it can... Where is it? No, this can't be. Genga, don't die. No, you're dying for nothing. The Ring of Light, it's gone.
The rest of the story of the Ring of Light you remember, Mr. Cranston?
Very well, Mr. Shan. Well, he should. He and Miss Lane came to my office, and Miss Lane was saying...
Mr. Weston, I don't give a hang if your criminals have a new union and are working in 24-hour shifts. We are all three going to the theater tonight.
No, Margot.
No?
The commissioner is a very busy man.
That's right, Lamont. I am Oh, I see. Being smart, huh? Well, let me tell you, every time I try to leave this office early, somebody knocks on the door. But it never happens when you two are around.
Someone just did knock on the door, Commissioner.
Just a minute. I was talking to Mr. Cranston before you entered. Oh, wait a second. I thought I heard a knock on the door. What are you laughing at?
Commissioner Weston, is he in here?
Yes, he's in here. Matter of fact, I'm Weston.
I am Ali Genga.
The small world.
My father you have heard of, I think. He was Mr. Genga of Genga and Shan.
Was? Isn't Mr. Genga still in business?
My father is gone.
Gone? Dead?
I do not know, but last evening he vanished from the vault room of our building.
Vanished? Did you say vanished?
Yes. His old servant, Hassan, phoned to me the news this morning.
He phoned to you the news, did he? Well, that's just great. And where was his partner, Mr. Shan, all this time?
Mr. Shan has been for some time ill in his home in the mountains.
Well, was anything stolen?
Yes. There was something stolen.
What was it?
It is difficult to say. I should like this kept in strictest confidence. You see, my father was in possession of a ring.
Who slammed that door?
The lights have gone out.
Stay where you are, everybody. Don't move an inch.
Lamont, look, there against the window.
What is it?
Why, it's a perfect circle of light.
Look out, Weston.
Oh.
What was that?
We'll need the lights to see.
Look, it's a knife.
Sticking up in your desk.
There is a note pinned to it. Could I see what it says?
We'll all see. Yeah. Listen to this, Weston.
Yeah?
It says, let those with blood on their hands remain silent. That's strange.
It is most strange. I must go to the Genga and Shan building immediately. It is most important that I reach my father's vault room as quickly as possible.
Isn't this a magnificent lobby?
Well, lobby or no lobby, that young guy, Ali, is keeping us waiting down here a long time, isn't he?
Well, I don't
I
know. He
beg
may
your
be...
pardon. My name is Hassan, servant to the House of Genga for many years. Young Master Ali will be down from the vault room presently.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you. Oh, Hassan, you were Ali's father's devoted servant. You must know something about his disappearance.
This alone I can say. Even in this far-off land, the hand of the Buddha of Lhasa has struck.
What was that?
Sounds like young Ali. Let's get up there. Something tells me that vault room is a very unhealthy place right at this moment.
So this is the vault room.
Where is he?
Yes, where is Ali, Lamont? The room's empty.
He was here right enough, but...
What is it, Cranston?
Look. Over there in the shadows by the vault.
A body.
Master! Master!
Is it Ali?
If it is, he's aged 30 years since he left us downstairs.
Oh, look! Look!
It isn't Ali, is it, Hassan?
No. It is Mr. Genga, Ali's father. He who vanished has returned.
Returned with a bullet in his heart. Hassan.
Yes?
Open this vault.
No. Master, no want me to open vault.
Take the keys off the dead man's watch chain and open it.
Open the vault.
All right, but you have heard my warning.
Come on. Look, who is it?
This time it's the son alley, all right. They've killed him too, Weston. I had an idea there'd be something in this vault worth seeing.
In a moment, our play will continue. Meanwhile, here's the information I promised you about the strange and exotic talisman that Blue Coal has for you. It's a replica of the mystic ring that plays so large a part in today's story. There are many strange and fascinating things about this ring. To begin with, it is not gold or silver as ordinary rings are. It is white. In India, white is considered a sacred color. The rare white elephant is worshipped in India. Mysterious power is said to reside in things white. Certainly, when you see this ring, you'll agree there is something uncanny about it. You'll say that because you'll soon discover that this ring is greedy for light. Like the wild jungle orchid that eats live meat, this ring sucks up the living light. It holds the light and glows in the dark with a weird and ghostly radiance. Yes, you actually can see in the dark with this ring when it's gorged with light. Now listen, here's how to get one for yourself. Simply send 10 cents in coin, 1 dime, to the Shadow, Post Office Box 5, Madison Square Station, New York City, New York. Include on a slip of paper the words Mystic Ring, M-Y-S-T-I-C, Mystic Ring, and also, of course, your name and address in full. Be sure to print or write your name and address clearly, so it will be easy to read. Drop the envelope in the mail, and soon you'll have a mystic light-eating ring for yourself. Take care of that today, because the supply of rings is limited. Now, back to the Shadow.
Hassan, no stay. Hey, no, stay here. Mr. Genga come back dead. Now young Master Ali dead too. Mr. Shan will be next. Hassan is afraid. He no stay.
Wait a minute, you. Hassan.
Let him go, Weston. He won't go far. Look at this, Weston. The killer used a knife this time.
What about it?
Nothing. Except it's a perfect match of the dagger that was sticking in your desk.
What?
Look it over. I'd like to wander around a bit.
Come on.
Yes, Margot.
Look at this. I found it over there in the corner. It's a girl's handkerchief.
Girl's handkerchief?
Yes.
Well, let me see that, Margot.
And it's monogrammed, too. You see, K.I.
K.I. Now, I wonder... What's that?
What, Lamont?
I smell something burning.
Listen.
That's fire, all right. We better get out of here.
Just a minute, Weston. Whoever set that fire doesn't want us to find something in this room. We've got to work fast, but we can't let them scare us away.
Cranston, sometimes I... say, what's this?
What?
Letter in Ali's billfold. Addressed to Miss Kara Iltott, 421 Northset Road.
Kara Iltott, eh? That would be our initials, K.I.
Oh, the light is breaking through.
And so's the fire, Miss Lane. I tell you, we got to get out of here.
All right, you two leave by the fire escape. I'll meet you in the car.
What are you going to do?
I think our friend Hassan is still in this building. And if he is, we two have something to talk over.
This is Hassan speaking. I am phoning you from your building, Mr. Shan. It is on fire. Yes, on fire. There is nothing you can do to save it. But I can tell you all you want to know about it. Yes. Meet me at 421 Northset Road in 1 hour. Yes, that's right, Mr. Shan. Goodbye, Mr. Shan. Now, if nothing goes wrong, we will soon have... What was that?
It is the Shadow, Hassan. I'm standing beside you, invisible to your eyes.
Well, why have you come to Hassan?
To get the truth from you.
I know nothing. Nothing.
You know there was a woman here on the night old Mr. Genga was murdered. Don't you, Hassan? Answer me.
Yes, this much I know.
And her name was Kara Iltott. Who is Kara Iltott, Hassan?
I do not know. Let me go. The flames are spreading. Let me get out of here. I set this fire to get Mr. Cranston and Weston and Miss Lane out of the building, but it will get me and you too, Voice, if we don't hurry.
The fire is spreading, but you will not leave until I have the truth. Tell me, Hassan.
I will tell you. I will tell. Kara Iltott was secretly engaged to young Master Ali Genga, but his father knew nothing of her. She came here the day of the murder. She paid me well to let her up to the vault room, and when she came down, she left orders with me to set fire to this building if the police ever tried to examine that room upstairs. That is all. All I know.
I see. You have kept this from the law, Hassan. I warn you that the Shadow will be watching you. I must go now.
I will let you escape from the fire you set. But next time, Hassan, you will not escape.
Where are we, Lamont? Look at the towers on that house. It's like a palace out of the Arabian Nights.
It's 421 Norset Road, Margot, and I only hope we won't be too sorry we came. Come on, helpmates. I think we're creating a wonderful yarn to spin to our grandchildren.
Well, you have to keep alive, you know, to have grandchildren.
We'll see if we can manage to do that, milady. Say, look at this.
What?
The door was open. I'm not too sure I like that, but in we go.
It's pitch dark in here.
I've got a feeling something's watching every move we make.
What's that? Someone's in trouble.
Where's it coming from?
This way. Come on, follow me.
Come on, look. The lights have gone on.
What was that, laughing? Where are we?
Seems we're in a small room without a sign of a window.
Look, those copper doors are closing. We better get out of here.
A little late now. Looks as if we're trapped.
You are trapped, my friends.
Look, up there on that little balcony.
Oh, yes. Miss Kara Iltut, I believe.
I am Miss Iltut. If I'm not too hospitable, you must understand it's because I'm concerned in a rather dangerous business. I murdered Mr. Genga. You see, I'm in love with his stepson, Ali.
Stepson?
Yes. Ali is his stepson, and old Genga was not too fond of him. As a matter of fact, he was going to leave his most priceless possession to his business partner, Mr. Shan, because he distrusted Ali. That is why it was necessary to rob him, and as it happened, to kill him in the process. And now, for Ali's sake, it is necessary to kill you.
Hold him on.
Easy, Margot.
It will be a painful death, but the most convenient I can afford you just now.
No, you'll never get away with it.
Oh, yes, I will. It'll be quite simple, you know. Beneath the floor on which you're standing is a vat, brimful of boiling water. It is an old Tibetan way of ridding the world of troublesome people.
No, you wouldn't.
I tell you I will. See, all I need to do is pull this lever.
Come on. Come on, the floor is opening.
Come on.
Back toward this wall.
What are we going to do, Lamont?
Wait a minute. The floor is opening slowly. Keep backing away from the opening. I think I've got an idea.
What's that?
She evidently hasn't heard what happened to Ali. Have you got that letter, Weston?
Yes, I have. Here it is.
Give it to me. Miss Iltut! Miss Iltut!
It'll do you no good to plead with me. You must die.
I know you don't mind boiling us alive, but I don't think you'd want to boil Ali's last words with us, would you?
Ali's last words.
This letter. It was found on his dead body.
Dead. Wait, I'll stop the machinery. There. Now listen to me. I have a gun here. I'll come down outside and open the door. You can hand the letter out to me. If you try to leave that room, I'll shoot you as surely as I killed old Genga. Do you understand?
We understand, Miss Iltut.
Hand me the letter. I will not open the door another inch. You hear me in there? Where is the letter?
I'll take that gun, Miss Iltut.
Grab her, Cranston.
Oh, no, not quite as quickly as all that. Lamont, she's getting away.
I don't think she'll get too far. Unless I'm badly mistaken, she still has another victim to deal with before she leaves this house.
Then we've got to stop her, Cranston.
Just as fast as we can.
Where'd that come from?
Up there from the towers of the house.
Someone's in agony.
I think I see it all now. Weston.
Yes.
I want you to stay here with Margot for a few moments while I see what occupies our murdering lady friend.
No, let me live. Don't kill me.
Hold him, Hassan.
He will not get away, Miss Kara.
Mr. Genga was very fond of you, wasn't he, Shan? I knew when I opened the copper box and found the ring missing that Ali's father had already given it to you.
It was mine by right. Genga wanted me to have it.
That doesn't interest me, Shan. Ali is dead now. Then I will take from you the thing he wanted if I have to kill us all.
It was very clever of you to have Hassan trick me into coming here.
I think so. And now, where is the ring, Shan?
You shall never learn from me.
Mr. Shan doesn't believe that we'll throw him from this tower. He doesn't believe it, Hassan. Pull him over to the ledge.
Yes, Miss Kara. Come over the ledge. Help! Help!
Obey me, Hassan.
Yes, Miss Kara. I try.
But he's an old man. Surely you could push him over.
I cannot move him. It is as if someone were holding him. There is nothing I can do.
Someone were holding him.
Someone does hold him, Kara Iltut.
Who speaks?
The shadow. Your days of murder are over. And you, Hassan, I warned you once. Now you will pay for your crime.
No. It was she.
You lie.
She made me do it. She made me do her bidding. She would have had me throw old Sean to his death, but you came in time. And now she goes up the tower. She would have had Sean go.
No.
Stop, Hassan, stop.
And so my life was saved, and Hassan is now imprisoned on charge of murder. There, I told you it would not take long to tell my story. And you'll see we have scarcely finished our cup of tea.
But still I don't understand who killed poor Ollie.
That is very easily explained, Miss Lane.
Yes, very easily. By the way, Mr. Shan, your drawing room is quite charming. But I think it rather spoils the symmetry to have those 2 daggers missing from the weapon rack over the fireplace.
You know where those 2 daggers are, don't you, Mr. Cranston?
Yes. One of them is sticking in Weston's desk, where you threw it to warn Allie not to report the theft of the ring to the police. The other?
It couldn't be sticking in Ollie's back, that other one, could it?
You killed him, Mr. Shan.
Yes, Miss Lane, I killed him. And now, Mr. Cranston, will you switch off the light?
No tricks now.
There will be no tricks.
There, Mr. Shan.
Thank you. Please, now, will you open the door of the little shrine on the table?
Yes, Mr. Shan.
The ring of light.
So it is.
Yes, the gift of Buddha to the house of Genga. It was mine by right. But I realized that Ali would never let me keep his father's gift in peace, so I killed him. When I opened the vault to put his body in it, I found my partner there shot to death. And I was content that I had killed the evil son who had plotted old Genga's murder with Kara Iltot.
It was still murder you committed, Mr. Shan. You know that?
Oh, yes, I know. I did it to keep the ring. But the ways of Buddha are wise, Mr. Cranston. Too late did I remember the legend.
What do you mean, Mr. Shan?
The ring is in my possession, but it will bring me no good fortune. I own the ring, but there is blood on my hands. I am lost according to the words of Buddha.
You know what the police will do to you for this, Sean?
No. I have already paid for my sins, Weston. Your cups of tea were not as mine. Mine has the poisonous smell of bitter almonds, the smell of prussic acid. I will account only to my ancestors, Commissioner.
Turn on those lights. Mr. Sean. Mr. Sean.
He's dead, Weston.
And he's smiling at the ring of light. Now, you see, Commissioner Weston, you couldn't have understood the Genga murders without knowing about the power of the ring of light, could you?
Oh, power poppycock. Where's the confounded thing now?
Lamont is the custodian of the ring at the moment, I think, Commissioner.
Well, give it to me, Cranston. I'm going to throw it out of the window. It's caused me enough trouble tonight.
Oh, I'm not so sure I'd do that, Commissioner. It might...
Well, from now on, we're living on borrowed time, eh, Commissioner?
How did we ever come through that one alive?
Now, don't go making something out of it.
Why, I'd have sworn there wasn't room for 2 cars to pass each other back there.
All right. We're both doing around 50, Weston. Maybe the ring of light saved us from...
Now, don't start any of that stuff, or
But, Commissioner, didn't you notice what was in that other car?
No, he couldn't have, Lamont. Otherwise, he'd have...
What was it? A ghost?
No, Commissioner. It was a woman driver.
A woman driver?
Uh-huh. By the way, here's the ring of light, Commissioner. Do you want to throw it away?
Yeah, you know, it's a pretty little thing. It doesn't take up any room, does it? And, besides, I could use a little luck when I try to explain to the missus why I've been out all night.
In a moment, we'll bring you again the easy directions for getting a mystic ring. So have paper and pencil ready. First, I know you'll be interested in hearing from Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, John Buckley. Mr. Buckley.
Thank you. Friends, the other day I ran into a chap I know, and he was somewhat annoyed with me. He said, "Why do you keep insisting it's so easy to operate a furnace? Probably isn't the hardest thing in the world, but it certainly isn't easy." Well, that only shows that even your friends don't always listen carefully to what you say. I say it's easy to operate a furnace if you know how. Now, that latter part is very important. For example, in the changeable weather we're having now, it's a nuisance to have to run down to the basement constantly to adjust the furnace dampers. Well, all that trouble is eliminated when you have an automatic blue coal heat regulator. As easy to operate as snapping a light switch. Automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace and keeps every room at an even temperature at all times. Now here's my suggestion. Get in touch with your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow. Ask him to send a John Barclay trained serviceman to your home to demonstrate correct furnace operation for you at no charge, no obligation. Your neighborhood dealer is listed under the words blue coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Call him tomorrow. Thank you.
The characters' names, places, and plot of today's story are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The mysterious East beckons to you. Here is your chance to get the mystic white ring that has the secret power of retaining light. Once this ring is held near a bright light, it absorbs part of the radiance, and afterward, in the dark, it shines with a grim, eerie glow. Get one of these rings for yourself by sending 10 cents in coin to The Shadow, Post Office Box 5, Madison Square Station, New York City, New York. Be sure to include your name and address, printed or written clearly. Do this at once, because the supply is strictly limited. Send 1 dime in an envelope with your name and address and the words Mystic, M-Y-S-T-I-C, Mystic Ring, to The Shadow, Post Office Box 5, Madison Square Station, New York City, New York. Do that today. This ring will be a bond between you and the Shadow, who says,
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with blue coal. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the DL&W Coal Company, producers of Blue.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. This country's war supplies cannot wait. Everything else must be sidetracked. For this reason, it's wise to lay in a full supply of coal right now. Call your neighborhood blue coal dealer and tell him you want your bin filled clear to the top. Better be safe than sorry. Today, coal transportation facilities are adequate to take care of all requirements. But who knows what sudden change tomorrow might bring? Your reliable blue coal dealer is ready to serve you quickly. Serve you with all you want of this tested, superior home fuel. So please order without delay. Be prepared. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Imported. The time, 11:30 at night. The place, the warden's office of the State Hospital for the Criminally Insane.
Come in. Warden 7809 wants to talk to you.
I'll bring him in.
Yes, sir. Go in, Piran.
Thank you.
What is it, Piran?
I want to talk to you alone, Warden.
All right. Leave us alone, guard. Yes, sir. Now, what do you want, Piran?
I want to get out of here.
Guards told me you were having one of your spells. Now, you know that's impossible.
Maybe it is, and maybe it isn't.
Where did you get that knife?
Never mind where I got it. I got it, and I know how to use it.
Now, listen to me, Piran.
Don't reach for that alarm if you want to live.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to get out of this place, and you're going to help me.
I'm going to give you no help, Piran.
Yes, you are, Warden, or you die. There's a supply truck coming into the grounds in exactly 7 minutes. I'm leaving on that truck, and you're helping me.
You'll have to kill me before I give you any help.
You'll feel the cold blade of my knife on your throat, Warden. It would be so easy just
You'll never get away with this, Piran.
Oh, yes, Warden. When a man has something to do, he does it. And I have several bits of unfinished business. Come on. Let's go.
Extra paper, read all about it. Daring escape from state prison, warden murdered. Extra paper, warden murdered.
Now look, Cranston, Miss Lane, it's getting late. Why don't you two go on home? I've got my reports to check. I tell you, Judge Emery is perfectly safe.
Perhaps he is perfectly safe, Commissioner. But with George Piran still loose and the police unable to find him...
I tell you, you're making a mountain out of a...
Molehill.
Thanks, out of a molehill.
Well, Piran escaped 3 weeks ago, and there's been no trace of him.
Just call Judge Emery, Commissioner, and if he's all right, we won't bother you anymore.
Cranston, Judge Emery asked us to keep his whereabouts secret.
Then he is worried.
Well, of course he is, with that nut running around loose saying that he's going to murder him.
Hardly a molehill, Commissioner.
Now, listen, Cranston, this is not a problem for amateur sleuths.
Okay, Margot, let's go. You better double lock your door tonight, Commissioner.
Yeah, thanks, I will. I don't get it.
So long.
Goodbye, Commissioner.
Wait a minute, come back here.
Yes, Commissioner?
What did you mean by that double lock your door crack?
Well, after all, you were the man who finally caught Piran, and he said he was going to get all the people responsible for his being sent to prison.
And if I remember correctly, you were to be victim number 2 on his murder parade.
He did? I mean, I am? Yeah. Well, maybe I had better phone Judge Emery just to
see if he's all right.
Yeah. Hello? Hello?
Number, please.
Get me... it's that cold of mine. I mean, get me Valley 7904.
Valley 7904.
Yeah, that's right.
One moment, please.
Of course, this is all very silly, calling him up like this. Piran is just a bluffer. He can't get away with a thing like this.
Here's your party.
Yes, thanks. Hello?
This is Judge Emery's residence.
Yes. This is Commissioner Weston calling. I want to speak to the judge, please.
I'm sorry, but Judge Emery is indisposed. He can't come to the phone.
Oh. Well, tell him that I called. It's nothing important.
I'll do that, sir.
Everything's all right out there.
Oh, yes. Perfect.
Uh-huh. Who's this speaking? The butler?
No, Commissioner Weston. This is George Piran.
Can't he get more speed out of this car?
We're doing 65 now, Cranston.
How far does Judge Emery live from here?
About 10 more miles. He's at his country home.
And we've got to make that 10 miles in a hurry, Commissioner, or Judge Emery hasn't got a chance.
Okay. Cardona, give us all she's got.
Right, Commissioner.
Oh, now to get rid of these bundles. Oh, Father! Father, I'm home. Where are you? Father! Father! That's funny. The lights are all on. He said he'd wait up for me. Oh, Dad! Are you upstairs? Perhaps he's gone to bed. Dad, I was just... Strange, he's not in his room. Dad! Dad! Oh, don't frighten me. Tell me where you are. Guess I'd better look on the 3rd floor, but there's no reason for him to be on the... What's that? Dad, are you playing games with me? Oh, you're in that room, aren't you? Now, Dad, wasn't it rather... Oh, no.
Come. I take you to your father.
Take me to... What have you done with him?
You'll see.
Stay away from me. Don't come any closer.
Master say bring Judge's daughter too, he
Stay away from me. Stay away.
I gotcha.
Judge Emery's estate much farther, Commissioner?
About another mile or so. Turn left, Cardona, when you come to the old mill.
Right, Commissioner.
Well, Lamont, what do you think Perrin is likely to do to Judge Emery?
Better not think about that, Margot.
What I'm worried about is the judge's daughter, Jane. She's living there at the Emery estate, too.
Yes, Perrin is not the kind of man to spare even...
Look.
Huh?
What's that?
What is it, Margot?
Well, I thought I saw something running through the trees there.
Stop the car, Cardona.
Yes.
Now, where did you see it?
Back there. Just a flash of white for a minute.
Well, I don't see anything.
Well, I'm sure I saw something.
It may have been some animal, Margot. It's pretty wild around here.
There, do you hear that?
That was no animal. That was a woman's scream.
Come on, Cardona, let's go.
I'm coming too, Commissioner.
Well, I'm not staying here in the car alone.
Okay, come along. Stay close behind us. Remember, this isn't going to be a picnic, Margot. Perrin is a very dangerous killer.
I'm certain this is where I saw something, Lamont.
Well, there's nothing here now.
Oh, by the way, Commissioner, how big a man would you say Perrin was?
Oh, I don't know. 5'6" or 7. Not very big.
Then he could hardly have made this footprint here in the soft earth.
What footprint?
Holy... What a foot.
Why, it must be a size 17 or 18.
This footprint was made by a giant. Now, wait a minute. Here's something else.
It's a woman's locket.
Looks like some kind of inscription on it. Can you read it, Cranston?
Yeah, hold your flashlight up here.
There you are.
Yeah, there. It says, to Jane from Dad on her 18th birthday.
Commissioner, you said Judge Emery had a daughter named Jane.
Uh-huh.
Well, do you suppose it was she who screamed?
What do you make of it, Cranston?
I don't know, Commissioner. But I don't think we're going to find anything out here in the darkness. Let's get to Judge Emery's home and see exactly what's happened.
Commissioner, Judge Emery's house is just around the next bend in the road. Every light in the house is on.
All right, let's go.
Something tells me, Commissioner, that we may have gotten here just a little too late.
Yeah, this is Judge Emery's home, all right.
Didn't you say that all the lights were on, Cardona?
They were, Mr. Cranston, just a few minutes ago.
That's strange.
Well, let's go on in. Now, Cardona, you go round to the back of the house, and we'll go in the front.
Right, Commissioner.
Now, don't take any chances, Cranston. Just... What's this?
It's the body of a huge watchdog.
Judge Emery's dog.
His head has been bashed in.
Oh, Lamont.
It's a nasty wound. Poor fellow. He probably died trying to protect his master.
Come on, Margot. Up the stairs.
We better knock.
The door's open, Commissioner.
Yeah, so it is.
Now, wait a minute. This may be a trap. Flash your light in there.
I don't see anything. Here's the light switch.
Nothing's wrong in here. Everything seems to be in place.
Yeah. Let's take a look around. I'll take the upstairs. You search here.
I'm going to call headquarters and get a few more men down here. If we're going to make a thorough search of the grounds, we'll need more than just we four.
Okay. Come on, Margot. We'll see what's upstairs.
All right, Lamont. I'm afraid I'm not going to like anything we find.
No, Miss Lane, I think you are going to like what we find. But I don't think you'll find it upstairs. I think whatever it is, it's right down here. Now, here's the phone. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Number, please.
What's the matter, operator? Did I disturb your nap?
Sorry, sir. What number do you want?
Get me police headquarters.
Police? Oh, yes, sir.
How did they ever let that guy Perrin escape in the first place? Is that you, Cardona? I'm in this room here, telephoning. Come in, I want to talk to you.
I'm sorry they don't answer.
They don't answer. They've got to answer. It's police headquarters.
I'll try them again, sir.
That will be awfully kind of you. Oh, Cardona, did you find anything around? Say, who are you?
I come to get you.
Now, wait a minute.
You better come.
If you make noise, maybe I kill you right away.
If you kill me, you won't get very far before the police get you.
No, I got you.
No, you don't.
You want to fight with Brawler? You think you are strong like Brawler. Maybe I kill you now before I take you to Master. No. He's got better way for you to die.
In a moment, our play will continue. Here's news. Over 180,000 Mystic Shadow Rings have been requested by our listeners, some of which are still being sent out. If you send for it right away, you can still get this unique ring which has made such a sensational hit. Of course, it's no wonder the Mystic Ring has made such a hit, because it's so extraordinary, so exotic, such a rare kind of ring. The Mystic Shadow Ring, you know, is no ordinary gold or silver ring. It's a white ring, and there's a peculiar and exotic magic in its whiteness. When you slip this ring on your finger, hold it near a light, and then go into a dark room. You discover to your amazement that your finger is encircled with a weird and ghostly ring of light. Yes, the Mystic Shadow Ring is a light eater. It's hungry for light. It holds the light and glows in the dark like the unsleeping eyes of a jungle cat. Who knows what weird creatures of the night may be summoned by this ghostly torch? Send in today for your Mystic Shadow Ring. Simply send 10 cents, 1 dime with your name and address to The Shadow, Madison Square Station, Post Office Box 5, New York City. Here's the address again. The Shadow, Madison Square Station, Post Office Box 5, New York City, New York. This offer is limited to the United States only. Send for your Mystic Shadow Ring right away. Now, back to our story.
Cardona.
You want some more water, Lamont?
Yes. Here, Cardona, drink this. What happened to you?
I don't know. I was around in back of the house, according to orders. Then I thought I saw someone lurking in the bushes. That was the last thing I remember.
You're lucky you can remember anything, Lieutenant.
Yes, I get... Where's Commissioner Weston?
We don't know, Cardona. When we came downstairs, the phone was off the hook.
And Commissioner Weston was gone.
Gone? I'm going up.
No. Stay right where you are, Cardona. You're still groggy from that blow on the head. I'm going after Commissioner Weston. Margot, you stay here with Cardona.
But Lamont...
Margot, there's only one place near here where Perrin may be hiding. That's the old mill about a mile from here. I'm going there and take a look around.
Dad, I'm trying to get these ropes off my hands and my feet. Then I'll be able to help you.
It's useless to try, Jane. How would we get out of this old mill into the stream without Piran or that half-wit giant of his seeing us?
Well, I'm going to try anyway. Oh, someone's coming, Dad.
Well, I see that you both regained consciousness. That's good.
Piran, you've got to let us go.
I don't have to do anything I don't want to do now, Judge Emery. For 3 long years they made me do things I didn't want to, but now I give the orders.
Mr. Piran, why don't you be reasonable? When my father sent you to prison, it was his duty.
Yes, and I made a promise then to make him pay. I don't break my promises. That's my duty, Miss Emery.
What are you talking about?
Don't be impatient. You'll soon see. First, I open this trap door. My beauties are asleep down below there.
Oh.
An amazing thing about crocodiles, Judge Emery, they sleep most of the time. Except when they eat. Have you ever seen them eat, Miss Emery?
Oh.
So you're soon going to have the chance.
What are you going to do?
Need you ask? I'm going to feed my little pets, Miss Emery. They haven't eaten now for several days. Their former owner was the last one to feed them.
You mean Grogan, the man who lives here in this old mill?
Lived here, Judge Emery. I fed his body to his own crocodile several days ago.
You madman.
No need for melodrama, Miss Emery. You see, he had just what I needed, so I took it. Just what I needed to even accounts with you, Judge Emery.
Oh, no. You can't do this to my father, Paran.
Oh, yes, Miss Emery. No. It's going to be a most interesting spectacle, I assure you.
Spectacle?
Yes. But first I must wake up my sleeping beauties. This rock ought to do it. Wake up, my pretties!
Oh,
no, Paran. Listen to them. They're hungry. Oh, it's going to be over much too fast, Miss Emery.
I don't care what you do with me, Paran, but don't harm her.
Our time will come later.
Oh, Dad! Dad!
Come, Judge. You're going down into that pit.
No!
Please, Paran! If you have an ounce of human decency left in you, you can't do this!
Can't I? Down he goes!
No! Dad!
See, Master. I do what you say. I bring him here.
Good work, Brolo. Put Commissioner Weston down.
Yes, Master.
You didn't kill him, did you, Brolo?
No, Master. He tried to fight, but he is not strong like Brolo.
Good. Still unconscious, Commissioner Weston? Don't worry. You will know who to thank for your murder. Somebody knocking.
You want Brolo
No,
to...
wait. Carry Weston into that room there and lock him up. I'll handle our visitor myself.
But, Master...
Do as I say.
Yes, Master. I take him. I do what you say.
I'm coming. Yes?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Grogan.
Grogan? How did you know my name was Grogan?
I saw it on the letterbox outside. I was under the impression that this mill was deserted.
Well, now you know that it isn't. What do you want?
I was talking to Judge Emery about...
Judge Emery?
Well, yes. Do you know him? He has that big house about a mile or so from here. He was saying
When did you see him?
See him? Why, Judge Emery's an old friend of mine. May I come in?
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes, come in.
Thank you.
You were saying something about talking to Judge Emery?
Yes. He told me that this old mill was deserted, and I was thinking of renting it and fixing it up for a summer home.
I see. When did you last see and speak with Judge Emery? I don't believe I caught your name.
Cranston. Lamont Cranston.
Cranston, eh? Name sounds very familiar to me.
Does it? But as I was saying, Judge Emery must have been mistaken about the availability of this place of yours.
Yes.
Well, I think I'll run right over and tell him so.
Wouldn't you think it strange, Mr. Cranston, if someone came to your door at 2 o'clock in the morning and asked you whether you wanted to rent your home?
Good heavens, is it that late?
Yes.
Well, I guess I'd better be running along, then. I'm so sorry to have disturbed you.
Don't mention it, Mr. Cranston. Perhaps we shall meet again.
Perhaps. Good night, Mr. Grogan.
Perhaps we shall meet again. Sooner than you think. Rollo.
Yes, Master.
There was a man just here. He can't have gotten very far. Go out and get him.
Yes, Master. I go.
Yes. We shall meet again, Mr. Cranston. And my little pets will have another meal very soon.
Dad. Oh, Dad.
Jane Emery.
What? Who called my name?
The shadow, Miss Emery.
There's so little light in here I can't see you.
The light wouldn't help you to see the shadow, Miss Emery. No one has ever seen me.
What do you want of me?
I want to help you escape from here.
Oh, no, Shadow. Let him kill me, too. There's nothing left for me now. Now that my father's dead. I just want to die now.
Paran killed him?
Yes, he threw him to those beasts. To be eaten alive. He made me watch.
Beasts?
Crocodiles. They're in a pit under this room.
Oh, yes. There seems to be a trap door here.
Oh, please. Please close it again. Close it.
How did Paran obtain these crocodiles?
The man who lived here in this old mill raised all types of tropical animals to sell to zoos.
I see. And Paran used them to accomplish his revenge on your father.
Yes, he did.
Well, the Shadow will see that he pays for his crimes.
Oh, please. Please don't do that to me.
Quiet, Miss Lane.
Jane Emery, I'll be back for you in a few minutes. Right now, there is someone who needs my help more urgently than you do.
What have you done with them? I know they're here.
Suppose I were to say that they were here, miss, what would you do?
I'd go to the police.
Yes, I see. But I'm afraid you won't be able to go to the police, miss, because you won't leave this place.
A giant.
Rollo, didn't you find him?
No. I no find him. He get away.
You fool. Now we'll have the police swarming over this place like ants. Come, miss. I have a little surprise for you.
Take your hands off me.
Oh, so you won't come, hmm? Rollo, carry her into the other room.
Yes, master.
No, stay away from me. No, stay away.
What? Fainted, miss? I'd expected to take a little more time with my revenge, but now they'll all have to die together. Jane Emery, Weston, and this girl.
No, Paran. I will stop you.
Who said that?
The Shadow, George Paran. Order your giant to put Miss Lane down.
I can't see you, but if you're so powerful, Shadow, you order him.
Rollo, put her down.
Huh. What? Where voice coming from?
Rollo, do as I say. You must obey me.
I'm your master, Brolo. I order you to take her into the room with the trapdoor. We'll feed our beauties well tonight.
Yes, master. I do what you say.
Rollo, listen to me. He is not your master. The things he has made you do are evil. He has made you do them.
Don't listen to him. I'm your master, Brolo. You must obey me. Here, throw her down here.
Stop, Rollo. Stop.
I must obey you, master. I must obey.
Yes. Yes. See who's strong in our shadow.
Rollo, you must not do this. I will protect you from him. He has twisted your mind. He makes you kill.
You've lost, Shadow. Into the pit with her, Brolo.
Rollo, no. Put her down. Safely.
Yes. I put her down safe.
No.
Like voice say.
No, Brolo, I am your master. I order you to...
No. You make me kill.
No, Brolo.
You make me do bad things.
No, Brolo.
No, you go into pit.
No, Brolo, listen to me. Don't come any closer, don't I command you?
Stop, Brolo.
No, voice. He is bad. Now he is going to die.
No!
Go right into the commissioner's office, Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston. The commissioner will be in a minute.
Well, thanks, Cardona.
Thanks. Now, what do you suppose Weston wants to see us about?
I haven't the faintest idea, Margot. The Paran case is all settled. Oh, incidentally, I talked to the DA the other day about Brolo, and he's going to take my recommendation and place him in an institution.
Oh, good. He's just a poor, big,
hello,
misguided...
Miss Lane. Cranston, sit down, sit down.
Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Well, why did you send for us, Commissioner?
Yes, well, it's, well, I have my report to make out on the Paran case, and, well, I need your help.
What? You need my...
Help? Why, Commissioner, this is remarkable.
Remarkable? This is history-making.
Yes, well, you see, it's this way. When I got the crack over the head, I don't remember anything that happened till the next morning. Could have happened to anybody.
And so, at last, Commissioner Weston comes to Lamont Cranston for help.
Yes, and I hate myself for doing it.
Immediately following John Barclay's message, we'll bring you a dramatic view of your part in the war effort. First, here's Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Friends, a gift you'll find most welcome this year is the practical kind. And I have a suggestion for you. This is for Dad or for Mother. I suggest that you get one of the new automatic Blue Coal heat regulators for your home. It's certainly a practical present, but it's even more than that. It's a present that will mean the whole family will enjoy more comfort and ease. Especially if you have children in the family, you need controlled temperature throughout the house. And that's just what the automatic blue coal heat regulator gives you. It automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace, so that when more heat is needed, you get more heat. No overheating, no underheating. Get in touch with your neighborhood blue coal dealer and ask him about the automatic heat regulator. It'll pay you to find out about it. You may have a free demonstration in your own home. Thank you.
The Shadow story is copyrighted by Street and Smith. The characters' names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. In Hawaii and the Philippines, American soldiers are fighting and dying for you. How much are you doing for them? Give them a hand. Back them up. Do your bit. Buy United States Defense Savings Bonds and Stamps, and you can consider every dollar a bullet sent flying straight at the enemy. Go to your nearest bank or post office. Buy a bond.
I want a United States Defense Savings Bond, please. Here's the money.
Buy a bond, so that on the firing line your soldiers can say this.
Is the ammunition running low?
No, sir. New supplies just arrived.
Atta boy, now we'll make them sorry they ever started this war.
Do your part. Every week, buy United States Defense Savings Bonds or Stamps. On sale at every bank or post office. Let's teach aggressor nations the truth of the warning.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This story produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
Shadow knows.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. One way that you can help your country's war effort is to put in all the coal you'll need for home heating right away. It's a patriotic thing to do because transportation facilities are needed for war supplies. Get in touch with your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer, who at present has reserves of blue coal on hand. There is no shortage of blue coal today, and suppliers should be adequate to meet the needs of every user. However, circumstances may change, and it's wise not to take chances. There's a long stretch of cold weather ahead of us, so don't delay. Fill your coal bin now and be safe. Call your friendly Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Pulls the Strings.
They call me Goro. Don't ask who I am or where I came from. Just let us say there is a man called Goro. A man? Can you call a freak of nature, a twisted monstrosity, an evil, ugly thing a man? No. I am Goro, nature's bizarre caricature of a man. I'm not pleasant to look upon, and I am strong enough to compel fear. The weakness of my withered limbs is compensated by the strength of my arms. Is it not strange that I, with my almost useless legs, should want to dance? Is it not amusing that I, who could have been the greatest ballet master in the world, should play with puppets, with articulated dolls which I dangle on the ends of strings? Is it not strange that I should hate all those who move gracefully, beautifully? No, my friends, it is not strange.
But, Diane, tomorrow you are giving another dance concert, and this requires your immediate approval. All my plans for the charity review depend on it.
Well, then I can guess it has something to do with your wonderful marionettes.
So far you are right. The rest is the surprise.
Oh, is it?
Here we are. This is my studio.
Oh, it's very charming, Rico.
Well, shall we go in?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Oh, yeah. You'd better go first, Rico. It's so dark.
Afraid of the dark, my dear? Oh, then we shall have light. What is it?
Oh, those shrouded figures hanging from the ceiling. For a moment I thought
they were people hanging there? Oh, no, my dear. Merely my life-size puppets. That is all. Now for the surprise.
Rico. Don't think me silly, but you won't be gone long.
No, I am just going into the workroom.
This room seems so eerie, with all your puppets hanging from the ceiling. Perhaps if you turned on more light.
I am sorry, my dear, but there is no more light. Now, you must close your eyes. I will tell you when to open.
All right. You're making a great mystery of this, Rico.
I want to see your face when I bring back the surprise.
Strange. That's my music. My music for my danse macabre. Oh, Rico. I've got my eyes closed. When may I see the surprise? How much longer, Rico? Rico!
No longer.
Oh, no. No!
So, Goro's twisted body offends you, eh, Miss Childer?
Who are you?
I'm the brother of Rico, puppeteer extraordinary.
Brother?
Yes, Miss Childer. The handsome Rico is my brother. Or should I say the handsome Rico is my face?
I don't understand.
I am Rico's genius. My brother is without talent. I make these puppets and I make them dance. Even Rico dangles from my strings, obeys me.
You?
I revolt you, Miss Childer, eh? Unfortunately, my ugliness has always done that.
I'm so sorry, and now I must leave.
Not yet. I've seen you dance, Miss Childer. Your muscular control and coordination are magnificent, but...
Where is Rico?
But you lack imagination.
I'm sure you're quite right. Now, please let me go.
I will make you the greatest dancer in the world.
Arm. You're hurting it.
Yes, I must not hurt your arm. I must not bruise the muscles or sinews,
please.
For then you will be spoiled for my purpose. But I am strong, am I not? If I wanted to, I could crush the life from you with my hands.
Please, Goro, I must go. I really must.
No, Miss Charlie, you must not go.
What do you want of me?
Some must be the puppets, and some must pull the strings. I have no choice in that matter.
Oh, no.
Now, look, Miss Lane, Cranston, I'm perfectly willing to buy a ticket for the charity review.
But why do I have to go and see that stupid Punch and Judy show and be bored?
Punch and Judy show? Why, Commissioner Weston, Rico is probably the greatest puppeteer in the world.
And I still say it's a Punch and Judy show, and I still don't like it. I'm too old for that kid stuff.
Oh, why, Commissioner, Rico's puppets are a work of art.
Work of art. Well, they can stay out of my cab. They can stay out.
What's he talking about?
What did you say, Shrevey?
I am thinking about a sad experience my bosom friend and companion, Big Charlie, is having one time with puppets. As fortune is having it, he is driving a vaudeville dog act from here all the way to Boston in his cab he's driving.
Well, what's that got to do with Rico's puppets, Shrevey?
Well, up to the time of this horrible experience, he is having with this now vaudeville dog act, he is liking dogs immensely, he is liking.
Shrevey, I don't get it.
Big Charlie did. Right in the back of his cab, he got it. One of the dogs in the vaudeville act is picking this time to have puppets.
Puppets? Oh, Shrevey.
Well, it's not so funny to Big Charlie, I can tell you.
Shrevey, you mean puppies.
That's what I'm saying, Mr. Cranston. Baby dogs, little puppets.
Yeah. Little puppets. In case anyone is interested, that stoplight has changed.
Yes, sir, it certainly has. What? Oh, golly.
If we have to go to that Punch and Judy show, let's get there in time for tonight's performance.
Commissioner, you can stop applauding now.
Yeah? Amazing, isn't it? Oh, that man Rico does amazing things with those life-size puppets.
So you don't like the Punch and Judy show, eh, Commissioner?
Now, spare my feelings, Miss Lane.
You know, there were times when I almost forgot that those puppets were just things of wood and wire. They seemed so natural, so lifelike.
There's the curtain. What's the next act, Lamont?
I believe it's the Dance Macabre.
Dance Macabre? Isn't that the number that the dancer Diane Childer has made so famous?
Diane Childer?
Quiet, quiet, Cranston. Annoy the people.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Lamont, that puppet is wonderful.
Yes. It's beautifully made.
Why, it looks exactly like Diane Childer, the dancer who disappeared.
Oh, yes. So it does. I remember reading about...
Diane! Diane, my sister!
Lamont, that woman!
What's the matter with her?
Now, Doctor, where is this woman who made the disturbance in the theater?
She's in the inner office, lying down, Commissioner Weston.
What seems to be wrong with her, Doctor?
Oh, nothing. A simple case of overwrought nerves. You see, her sister, Diane Childer, has been missing for 2 or 3 days. And the puppet, she says, looked so much like her sister that...
Why, Lamont, I said that very thing.
Yes. So you did, Margot.
Where is this woman who ruined my performance?
Who are you?
The man asks who I am. I am Rico.
Mr. Rico, the woman who, as you say, ruined your performance happens to be Diane Childer's sister.
Oh, yes? Oh, I know Diane Childer very well. I am a great admirer of her dancing.
Diane Childer's been missing for several days, Mr. Rico. Would you know why?
Oh, Cranston, relax. You're making a murder case of this business.
Murder?
Oh, don't get upset, Mr. Rico. If you'll step into the inner office with me, alone, why, we'll ask Diane Childer's sister a few questions. You'll forgive us, I'm sure, Cranston, Miss Lane.
Well, I like that.
So do I, Margot. Because now we can go backstage and have a look at Rico's puppets without being disturbed.
Backstage?
Margot, I have a feeling that the puppet used in the Dance Macabre is not a puppet.
Why, Lamont, Rico wouldn't have to stoop to tricks to win his public. He's the world's greatest puppeteer.
He'd have to be, Margot. Because I believe he was making a human body dance on his puppet strings.
We'll continue with Act 2 of Death Pulls the Strings in just a moment. Meanwhile, let's talk about your kind of weather, the private weather inside your home. Nowadays, with the help of Blue Coal, you can have just the kind of weather you like. Comfortably warm and yet not too hot, because Blue Coal burns evenly and smoothly. In fact, this tested superior home fuel is especially prepared, sized, and carefully graded for home use. Yes, it fits the requirements of your furnace. It's tailor-made for your home. That's why you're sure of complete satisfaction when you heat your home with Blue Coal. What's more, it's easier than ever to operate your furnace when you not only use Blue Coal, but also have the automatic Blue Coal heat regulator. This remarkable fuel saver is rapidly becoming a must in home heating. It's easily and quickly installed, and man, the work it saves will be a real eye-opener to you. All you do is set the indicator at the temperature you want, and let science go to work for you from then on. Ask your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for a free demonstration of the money-saving Blue Coal heat regulator. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Call him tomorrow. Now, back to the chateau.
Here's the stage door, Margot. Let's go in and find out exactly what our friend Mr. Rico was up to.
All right. Doesn't seem to be anyone around.
No. The stage doorman must have gone around to the front of the theater to see what the commotion was. Come on. Let's go on stage. Now, this way.
Lamont, I've got a feeling that someone's watching us.
We've got to be quick about this. Rico will be coming back any minute now.
There's not much light on back
Margot,
here.
There's the Puppeteer's Bridge. That's where they stand above the stage.
Oh, I see. They're up above and they dangle the puppets on wires.
Oh, here they are.
What?
These shrouded figures hanging here behind the scenery are the puppets.
Oh, which is the one used in the Dance Macabre number?
I don't know. Let's see. That's not this one. Maybe it's this one here. No.
Come on, suppose Rico's hidden it.
He hasn't had time, Margot. Oh, yes, of course.
What?
It's still on stage, in front of the scenery. I should have thought of
You
that.
should have thought that you have no right to be here.
What? Lamont!
I'm not very pleasant to look upon, am I, miss? Now, will you please explain?
Well, you see, we're very much interested in the puppeteer's art, so we just thought we'd...
Have a look around.
Yes.
Yes. You're very convincing, Mr.
Cranston, Lamont Cranston. This is Miss Lane.
They call me Goro. Rico chooses to call me his assistant.
Lamont, I think we'd better go.
Not yet. Exactly what were you looking for?
I would like very much to see the puppet used in the Dance Macabre number.
That is not possible.
Well, it's your privilege to refuse to show it to us.
Yes, that is right. And what would you think if I refused to show it to you?
What I think is my privilege.
Yes. That also is true. You have heard that old saying, Mr. Cranston, curiosity once killed a cat? A cat is hard to kill. A cat has 9 lives. A curious man has but 1.
Are you threatening me?
I'm warning you.
Well, let's go, Margot. There are other means of seeing this puppet.
Meaning you will go to the police, Mr. Cranston?
Take it any way you please. Come on, Margot.
Yes, Lamont.
Wait, I will show her to you. Here.
Lamont! It's...
Just a puppet. Made of wire and wood.
What did you expect to find, Mr. Cranston? A human body?
Hello?
That you, Cranston?
Yes, Commissioner. What is it?
Cranston, I want you and Miss Lane to come to Pier 19 on the East River immediately.
But we can't, Commissioner. We're going to...
I don't care where you're going. This is important. Come to Pier 19 East River. I'll be waiting for you.
Okay, Commissioner. We'll be there. Well, Commissioner, I suppose you know you ruined our evening. Now, what's so important?
Cranston, I want you and Miss Lane to identify a body.
A body? Lamont.
We found her floating in the river.
When was the body found?
About an hour ago. She's over here under this tarpaulin.
Why do you ask us to identify her?
Because you know her. Or rather, you knew her. Okay, Cardona, pull the tarpaulin off.
Right, Chief.
Diane Childer.
Yes, Margot.
Oh, Lamont.
All right, Cardona, put the tarp back. Sorry to call you here for this sort of thing, but we needed your identification for the death warrant. You see, we couldn't locate her sister.
And you won't locate her sister, Commissioner.
Why not?
Because I found out that Diane Childer never had a sister.
Oh, Cranston, I talked with her myself last night at the theater.
That woman was an imposter.
Uh-huh.
Still playing detective, eh, Cranston?
Still playing hard to convince, eh, Commissioner? I presume you noticed Diane Childer's hands just now.
What about them?
Take a good look, Commissioner. Well, Margot, I don't believe our services are needed here any longer, so good night, Weston.
Yeah, go home and read a mystery book. Good night.
Lamont, what about Diane Childer's hands?
Margot, they looked as though they'd been attached to wires.
Wires? Then you were right about Rico using a human puppet.
Perhaps. But I think he holds the answer to that question. And the Shadow is going to pay a call on Rico, puppeteer extraordinary.
You've got your money. Now what do you want?
Rico, I read in the papers that this Diane Childer is actually missing.
So much the better for Rico's publicity. Perhaps now Goro will realize that I have wit and that I am clever.
What?
Oh, nothing. Now, Rico will be greater than ever, and he will have to admit that I did it without his knowledge, that I thought of it myself.
Rico, listen to me. Where is this woman? What have you done with her?
Oh, I do not know.
I thought this was just a stunt for the papers, but if you...
I do not know where she is, I tell you. Now go.
All right. I'm leaving. Do you know, when I screamed last night in the theater, it was only partly an act. There was something about that puppet in the Danse Macabre that was lifelike and yet...
Of course. I am the great Rico.
And yet deathlike.
What do you say?
What are you blabbing about in here, Rico?
Oh!
Who is this woman? What is she doing here?
Oh, I can tell you now, Goro. I hired her to pose as Diane Childer's sister.
So it was you who concocted that stunt for the papers, you stupid, blundering fool. You woman.
Me?
Get out of here.
Yes.
Get out before
Yes, I'm going. I'm going.
I ought to kill you.
Oh, no, Goro. I am your brother. I wanted to help. I thought it
You
would be
thought?
good.
Since when have I allowed you to think? Since when have I allowed you to do anything but be my face for the world?
And so, Goro, you are betrayed by your own brother.
What? Who said that?
I heard a voice, Goro.
It is the voice of the Shadow, Rico.
Where are you? I can't see you. Where are you hiding in my studio?
The hiding place of the Shadow will never be found, Goro. No man has ever seen me.
I am not afraid of you, unseen one.
What do you want? Why did you come here?
Rico, the puppet used in the Danse Macabre was not a puppet, but the body of Diane Childer.
I don't know. Shadow, I do not work with puppets. He does.
Shut up! You're a fool, my brother.
Goro, you murdered Diane Childer, didn't you?
I defy you to prove that voice. There is no proof.
The Shadow will prove it, Goro.
Oh, no, Shadow. Never.
Other criminals have thought themselves a match for the Shadow and have paid for their crimes.
Not Goro. Never Goro.
We shall see. We shall see.
Here we are. Rico's studio is just around the corner, Margot. Remember what you're to do?
Yes. I'm to give you 5 minutes. And then if you don't come out, I'm to phone Commissioner Weston and get him here quickly.
Right. I'd hate to wear those big hands of Goro's as a collar very long.
Oh, Lamont, don't joke about it. You know how strong he is.
All right, Margot. Everything's going to be all right.
What do you want? Why am I always...
I want to see Rico, Goro.
Oh, yes. Yes, you are the curious man, the man who is interested in the art of puppeteering. Come in. Come in.
Thank you.
How fortunate that you came tonight.
I want to speak with Rico.
Yes? Well, I'm afraid that's impossible.
I demand that you take me to him.
But I have... He's here, in the studio.
What?
Ask him your questions if you wish, but I'm afraid he'll prove to be a rather unresponsive conversationalist. He was stupid in life. He looks even more stupid now, hanging there from the ceiling.
You've killed him.
And strung him like a marionette. All his life he's been my puppet indeed. Now he is, in fact.
You madman.
And now you are going to join him, my curious
no, you
friend.
don't.
My hands are strong, my friend, even though my legs are weak. Another human puppet for my collection. Huh? Or somebody knocking. Ah, too bad. You'll have to wait, Mr. Cranston, while I answer the door. Come into this room till I'm ready for you. There. I am coming.
What have you done with him?
Oh, my curious friends are all visiting me at the same time. That is good. Come in. Now, we shall have a complete cast for my puppet show tomorrow night.
What do you mean?
My brother Rico was going to have our puppets perform tomorrow night. Unfortunately, he won't be able to work the puppets himself because he is one of the performers, and you also, my dear.
Where is Lamont Cranston?
Oh, he's here, don't worry, and he, too, will perform with you tomorrow night. Can you dance, miss?
Let me go.
Doesn't matter. I can make you dance. I can make you the greatest dancer in the world. I said that to her, too. But after a little while, she couldn't dance at all. And death had made her ugly. So I gave it to the cold river, as I shall do with you when I'm through with you.
No!
Want to bring the police down upon me? Yes, now you are much quieter. Now I can work. Now I can prepare my human puppets for my last great performance tomorrow night.
You will never give that performance, Goro.
What? Are you here, Shadow?
I said I would stop you, Goro. The police will be here any second now.
Police? Oh, if I could get my hands on you, Shadow or not, I could crush the life out of you.
That is not to be, Goro. Your days of crime are over.
Not yet, Shadow. You're not strong enough to end them yourself.
Open this door. Open up, I say.
You're trapped now, Goro. The police are outside.
Open up.
This place is surrounded.
They can't hold me. I'm too strong for them.
Open the door or we'll break it down.
Yes, I'll open the door. And you shall see. You shall see. Now.
Look out, Weston.
What?
Stop him.
Yes, my life was begun in pain. Now it ends in pain. Now I will no longer hate those who move gracefully and beautifully, for now I too am free.
You know, Lamont, it's lucky that I didn't wait 5 minutes before I called Commissioner Weston.
Yes, Margot. I owe my life to that. When you knocked on the door, it distracted Goro and gave me a chance to regain consciousness and come back as the Shadow.
You know, Commissioner Weston thinks you escaped from Rico's studio before he got there.
Yes? I wish you could have seen his face when Goro lunged at him.
Ooh, I know just how he felt.
I'll get him. Shrevey, you're early.
Yeah, I know, but something has happened to Big Charles again. Something has happened.
Oh, what now, Shrevey?
Well, I told you about the experience he's having with the vaudeville dog.
You did, Shrevey, you did.
Well, what do you suppose happened this morning to him again? What do you suppose?
Tell us, Shrevey.
A lady is getting in his cab with a big box, and she says, rush to the hospital immediately. So Big Charlie is rushing. He's rushing.
Hey, Shrevey.
Wait, this is rich. She don't want to go there for herself.
Hot dog, which is in the box?
Yeah, she'd take the... How did you know?
I'm psychic. Go on.
Well, this now dog is sick.
Is this one of your now long tails, Shrevey?
Okay, so I'll cut it short. Hey, you get it? Cut it short, cut the tail short. You get it?
Yes, we get it, Shrevey.
And so this dog
is having puppets in Big Charlie's cab, too, he's having.
Yeah, little puppets. Big Charlie says that what happened to him shouldn't happen to a dog.
Oh, Shrevey.
A real-life drama proving that crime does not pay will be presented immediately after a message from John Barclay. Here he is, Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Friends, there's a hard battle ahead of us in war work. None of us can afford to spend energy needlessly. It's time to cut out waste of all kinds. For example, waste motion and waste fuel in the operation of your furnace. I urge you to think about this because it's serious. Find out how to operate your furnace most efficiently, with the least possible effort on your part. Your Blue Coal dealer will be glad to help you in this with no charge, no obligation whatever. He'll send a John Barclay trained serviceman to your house to give your heating plant a thorough inspection, to demonstrate proper furnace operation, and to tell you, too, about the remarkable Blue Coal automatic heat regulator, a really great work saver. The regulator is easy to install, and you'll find it's economical. It'll pay for itself in fuel savings. And if you rent your home, you can take it with you when you move. Get in touch with your friendly blue coal dealer tomorrow. I promise you'll be well pleased with his services. Thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Today, at the start of a new year, we bring you last year's biggest crime-busting case. Proof that crime does not pay. Louis Lepke Buckhalter, one of the most powerful racketeers in the country's criminal annals, sits in a room alone, waiting. Several miles away, two of his henchmen walk into a small candy store.
We got a message for you, Joe.
Yeah, a message from the boss, Joe.
Oh, no. No, don't do it, boys. Don't do it.
You're a double-crosser, Joe.
No! He got me wrong.
Back in his room, Lepke looks at his watch.
It's done by now. That's another one the cops will never pin on me.
Don't be so sure, Lepke. The law never forgets.
November 30th, 1941, in Kings County Court, Lepke and his two triggermen all met the same fate. Sentence of death in the electric chair.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with blue coal. This program was produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of blue coal. The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Planes, guns, tanks, and other supplies must be rushed to American troops without delay. One way you can help is to lighten the transportation load by ordering all the coal you'll need this season right now. Get in touch with your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow. Fill your bin with blue coal. This splendid home fuel will give you comfortable, dependable heat with real economy. At present, there is no shortage whatever of blue coal, but in these days of rapidly changing conditions, it's wise not to take chances. Be prepared. Fill your coal bin now and be safe. Call your friendly blue coal dealer tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Drums of Doom.
You won't tell anyone I spoke to you, will you? You people out there? I'm not supposed to talk to anybody. But when the wind is like it is tonight, I have to tell my story to someone. There's so much to tell, and the wind is so lonely, so lonely. There might have been no story, no, and I might not be where I am tonight had there not once lived a man called the Black Judge, the most relentless criminal judge to sit on the bench in a score of ugly years. Even once, when the hangman refused to execute a prisoner whom he had sentenced to death, the Black Judge himself took command in the prison yard, had the condemned man escorted to the gallows by a corps of rattling snare drums, and then, with his own hands, sprang the trap and sent his victim dancing into eternity. Oh, yes, he was well named, was Black Judge Henry Arthur Cole. And he lived long, this man. He died, in fact, less than a year ago, hated and deserted by all, save his 3 children. And then, a month after his death, 5 months ago this very night, the horror began. Miss Jennifer Cole, the eldest daughter to the deceased judge, came home one evening and ascended the familiar stone steps of the Cole mansion. As she inserted her key in the front door, she noticed there were no lights burning in the house. It was too early for her brother Edward to be home. But where were the servants? Where was her sister Norma? Alarmed, she flung the door open and... Oh, yes, she screamed. And so would you. And so would I. The house was empty. Everything gone. Every rug, every picture, every stick of furniture. What had happened? Where was everyone? Where was Norma? Where was she?
Norma. Norma.
Where was old Daniel, her brother's valet?
Daniel. Daniel, where are you?
And then, from upstairs came a sound. Fearful, chilling. It brought back the sudden picture of her father, the dismal prison yard long ago. It was the rattling of snare drums, ghostly, mocking, the drums of doom. Bewildered, she ascended the wide, uncarpeted staircase. Suddenly, there was a groan.
Oh. What was that?
Then she saw what it was. At the head of the stairs lay old Daniel, the servant, stretched out in a dazed coma. His eyes turned glassily down the hallway, and there... Miss Jennifer saw a room where no room had ever been before. The drums ceased. Miss Jennifer stared unbelieving into the strange, dismal room at the end of the hallway, and there she saw...
Norma!
Yes, Norma. Miss Jennifer felt her senses leaving her, for in the blue dimness she saw the stark, grim form of a black scaffold, a gallows, and on it, deathly white, stood her sister, eyes open and pleading, and around her neck, a noose.
Jennifer. Norma. Norma.
I've been sentenced to death, Jennifer.
Sentenced? Who?
The Black Judge.
Norma. Our father's been dead for a month.
You're wrong, Jennifer. Look. Emerging from the shadows there.
Father.
You see, Father isn't dead.
Norma Cole, you have been sentenced to hang by the neck until you are...
No! You're dead, Father. You can't harm her.
Norma will die, and your brother Edward, too, in his time. Go, Jennifer. You can do nothing here.
Father. Father.
Silence! I have found you guilty, Norma Cole, and now I execute my own sentence.
Oh, don't. Have mercy. Mercy.
You look on the world for the last time, my daughter.
Oh, no.
My hand is on the catch.
Father, stop!
And heaven will show no mercy to your soul. The horror had only begun for Miss Jennifer. She fled the house. Frantic and hysterical, she reached the highway, where she sank to her knees, fainting.
Lamont, look! A woman lying across the road.
You're right, Margot.
You suppose it's been an accident?
You better save the guessing games for the parlor. You coming?
Yes, dear.
No.
Lamont. Is she hurt?
Delirious.
Oh, can't we do something? Edward will be next, he said.
Who said? But tell us, what happened?
She's been killed.
What's she talking about?
I don't know, Margot. Who's been killed? Where did it happen?
The Cole mansion. I'm Jennifer Cole.
Oh, won't you try to be calm, Miss Cole?
I can't. I saw it. My sister Norma.
What did you see?
I saw her hanged.
This is the Cole mansion. Your home, Miss Jennifer.
Oh, no, don't make me go in. I'm afraid.
Come along, Miss Jennifer.
The lights are all out, Lamont.
Of course they are. Just as they were when I came home tonight.
It's a strange story, Miss Jennifer.
Silly of you to knock. You see, there's no one here. They've all been murdered.
Good evening, Miss Jennifer.
Daniel.
Yes, Miss Jennifer.
You're all right.
Why, yes, thank you, ma'am. And you, ma'am? We were worried about you. Miss Norma was just saying...
Norma?
Where is she?
Who, sir?
Miss Norma.
Why, she's having dinner with her brother Edward in the dining room.
Daniel, is she alive?
Alive? Why, ma'am, she...
Hadn't you better see for yourself, Miss Jennifer?
Oh, yes. This way. Norma! Edward.
Where have you been, Jennifer?
We dined without you, my dear. You were late.
Miss Jennifer, I thought...
Did you bring guests, Jennifer?
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, miss. You're friends of Jennifer's?
Well, in a way. You see, we found your sister lying on the highway. She said something terrible had happened here.
Norma, there's just one thing I must know. Was Father here?
Father?
Father? No, Jennifer. Father wasn't here. Norma, why don't you take Jennifer up to her room?
Yes, Jennifer. You come along with me now.
I thought it all happened. It seems so real. So real. I don't know what's wrong with me.
My sister isn't quite herself, I'm afraid.
No?
That question about Father puts a rather plain face on the matter.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you.
Father has been dead for over a month.
Dead?
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope she'll be all right.
She'll be all right. Norma will take care of her.
Norma, what's wrong with me?
There, dear.
I'm so glad you're really here, Norma. I never knew how much I loved you until I saw you about to die.
Please, Jennifer.
You never know how much you care for a person until you think you're going to lose them.
I've asked you, Jennifer.
Norma, it's a pitiful thing to see a person's mind go, isn't it?
No, your mind is... Now, see here. Your mind is not going, Jennifer. Listen to me.
But those doors in that room where there isn't a room at all...
Jennifer, you know Father's death mask. The one that hangs at the end of the hall out there.
Yes,
I want you to come with me. I'm going to show you what... Oh, no. No. Jennifer!
What was that?
Norma! Norma, what's happened?
We'd better get up there and see.
Yes, hurry.
Which room did it come from?
Jennifer's.
Where?
The one here at the head of the stairs.
Come on, Margot.
Lamont!
Jennifer! What have you done? What have you done?
What is it?
She's killed Norma.
Killed her?
Yes, look. There's the knife on the bed.
No.
Miss Jennifer.
She's fainted.
I'll tend to her. Mr. Cranston, will you please go downstairs and phone the hospital? Tell them Miss Jennifer is ill. Terribly ill.
Oh, all right, sir. I'll be back in a moment.
And if you see Daniel, tell him to get the car ready. We may have to take her ourselves.
Right.
Norma.
Miss Jennifer. Miss Jennifer.
Is she coming around?
Yes, I think so.
Norma. Norma, what were you saying about the mask? What was it, Norma? Norma?
This isn't Norma.
No, Norma's dead. You killed her. You killed Norma with this knife.
I killed her.
There she lies on the floor. Do you see?
Oh. Oh, Norma.
Mr. Cole.
What is it?
Look.
Where?
There, around Norma's throat. It's the mark of a rope. The mark of a noose.
Oh. Yes. Yes, there is, isn't there?
But don't you see? It means...
Like I said, she was on the gallows. I know it. I know it now. It was true.
She was right. It must have really happened.
Yes, I'll go and stop Mr. Cranston. Perhaps we won't need that call after all, eh? Imagine we may not need it after all.
Jennifer, listen to me. What were you saying about a mask?
Oh, yes. Father's death mask. Norma was just about to tell me something about it when I saw the knife in the doorway.
Where is that mask, Jennifer?
At the end of the hall. Why, I never thought. It's hung just where I thought I saw the gallows room. I wonder... Listen, do you hear it?
Drums.
You see? It was real. That's exactly the way I heard it before.
Yes, I see. Quiet now. Just be still.
Where are you going?
I want to see that death mask, Jennifer.
Oh, no.
At the end of the hall, she said. Now, let's see. It should be about... Oh, here it is. Well, it's just a piece of plaster. Nothing unusual about it, except it needs straightening. It's hung a bit crooked. There now. The wall. It's open. It's the room Miss Jennifer saw. The gallows. The drums.
And myself, Miss Lane.
Oh, let me go. Oh, let me...
Come in. Court is in session, Miss Lane. The black judge will see that you get justice. Justice!
Act 2 of The Drums of Doom will continue in just a moment. First, consider what your answer would be to this personal question. Would the heat in your home be just exactly the same as it is now if you could adjust it perfectly to suit your own comfort? If you say no, then certainly you need Blue Coal. You see, Blue Coal is tailor-made for your home. It's carefully sized and graded to fit the requirements of your furnace. That's why it gives even, comfortable, dependable warmth. On top of that, this tested superior home fuel is a money saver. It burns so efficiently that you enjoy real economy with Blue Coal. Add to all this the new Blue Coal automatic heat regulator, and you have the modern home heating setup that has given genuine satisfaction to thousands upon thousands all over the country. The Blue Coal heat regulator is easily and quickly installed. It's a cinch to operate. With a flick of the finger, you can set the temperature in your home just where you want it. Ask your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for a free demonstration of the money-saving Blue Coal heat regulator. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Call him tomorrow. Now, back to the shadow.
You people out there must never let anyone know who told you this story, for I'm supposed to be silent. But it's a tale that must be told. It was really half over, you see, when Mr. Cranston at the phone downstairs heard Miss Lane's screams. I heard Miss Lane call for help, Mr. Cranston.
So did I, Cole. And just before Margot screamed, I heard a sound. The same sound Miss Jennifer said she heard this evening.
You did, Cranston?
It was the sound of snare drums coming from somewhere...
Miss Raymond!
What was that?
Look! It's Daniel, my servant, there at the top of the stairs. He's fallen.
Come on, Cole.
Yes. Daniel! Daniel!
What's happened to him?
I went into Miss Jennifer's room, and it was empty.
Empty?
When I came out into the hall, there was something waiting in the dark. I tried to run. It struck me.
Is he hurt badly?
I can't tell. we'll tend to him, but first we've got to find Jennifer and Miss Lane. Chances are they're still somewhere on the second story here.
I'll take this hallway, Cole. You go through the bedrooms.
Right.
And if you need any help, sing out.
I will.
Margot! Miss Jennifer! Can you hear me, Margot? Telephone right off the hallway here. And I was sent all the way downstairs to phone. Very interesting. Hello?
Hello, this is Otterson, Cole's lawyer.
Yes?
I'd like you to tell Mr. Edward Cole that I'll be at his house at 11 o'clock.
Is he expecting you?
I'm coming to read his father's will. It's completed now. I'm afraid there's nothing in it that he wants to hear, but I must follow the legal procedure.
All right, I'll tell him.
Thank you, sir. Goodbye.
A will he won't like to hear, eh?
Who was that on the phone, Cranston?
Boy, Mr. Otterson said he'd be over at 11 o'clock to read your father's will.
Oh?
Did you find anything in the bedrooms?
No, but I did find something interesting, Mr. Cranston. Do you see my father's death mask hanging there?
Death mask? Oh, yes. Here it is.
Turn it, Mr. Cranston.
Turn it? Well, what do you mean?
Just try it and see.
Well, I'll try it, but
Look, Mr. Cranston. The wall is opening. And what have we inside?
Why, the gallows.
Lamont!
Margot!
And Miss Lane with the noose around her neck, all ready for the trap to be sprung.
Margot!
No, Lamont, don't come in here, don't!
What do you mean, Margot? I have to.
Yes, Mr. Cranston. I thought you'd have to. I hope you two find it comfortable in the gallows room. Daniel, get up from there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Excellent performance, Daniel. You quite took Mr. Cranston's mind off the drums he heard.
That was the idea, sir.
Good. Where's Miss Jennifer?
She's locked in the small room adjoining the library, just as you ordered, sir.
You've done well by me, Daniel.
By you? Huh. I done it for my share in the will, don't you go forgetting.
Oh, no, I won't forget. But first, there's a little matter of canceling out the two rather annoying young people in the gallows room.
You mean another murder?
There, that's Otterson now. Get a grip on yourself, Daniel. Miss Lane is completely prepared on the gallows. All you need to do is spring the trap.
But the man...
You've got a gun equipped with a silencer. It's not a bad job for the price we're getting. Daniel? Daniel? Coming, Mr. Otterson. Coming.
Hurry, Lamont.
Stand still, Margot. I'm trying to get the noose from around your neck.
Lamont, didn't I see a window in the rear wall?
Yes, Margot, but it's a sheer drop to the ground. Break any mortal back that tried it.
Shh. Lamont, the wall's opening.
Steady, Margot. Just tell the gentleman who comes in that I went out through that window.
What are you going to do?
We're going to rely on the services of our old friend, the Shadow.
Ah, Miss Lane. How pretty you look on the gallows. And as for your friend, Mr... Where is he? Where's Cranston?
He's gone.
Gone?
Out of the window.
But that can't be.
Well, he's gone. You can see he's gone.
All right, so he got away. But you'll pay for the both of you.
No, don't.
See what a neat thing a gallows is? Here's the spring. When I push it, the trap will open.
No!
Yes, and for a little while, you'll dance on air. And then... What was that?
You are near the gallows, Daniel. But you'll be nearer yet before your days are over.
Who's talking? I can't see anyone. But there's a voice.
It is the voice of the Shadow. Now give me the keys that unlock these walls, Daniel.
All right. No point in arguing with a voice. It's here in my pocket.
Shadow, he's got a gun.
So I see.
Oh, my arms! Something's holding me.
Drop that gun. Drop it, Daniel.
Oh, let me out of here. I can't fight something I can't see. Let me go.
All right, Daniel, I'll let you go.
Someone I gotta talk to about this. Someone I gotta talk to.
Run, Daniel, run. Your crimes are close at your heels.
Good of you to have come out here, Otterson. May I give you a brandy?
No, Mr. Cole. I'm just here to make you acquainted with your father's will and...
Mr. Edward!
Daniel, how dare you come in the library when
I'm sorry. I'd quite forgotten about Mr. Otterson.
The man's as pale as a ghost, Cole.
Here, Daniel, drink this brandy. It'll steady you.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Now, get on with the will, Otterson.
Yes. Well, sir, there's only one paragraph that would be of interest to you, and according to your father's letters, he had told you of his intention of making it in the main article.
Right, and that paragraph states in effect that you are to divide his fortune among deserving charities and present each of us, his 3 children, with the sum of $1.
That's correct. And you agree to accept the will, Mr. Cole?
I do not.
What?
I most emphatically question it.
On what grounds, sir?
On the grounds of my father's sanity.
His sanity? But there was a witness to his sanity, Mr. Cole.
Who? My sister Jennifer?
Yes, Miss Jennifer. She was the only one of you in town at the time he remade his will.
I question Jennifer's ability to judge anyone else's sanity, Utterson.
What do you mean?
I mean that if I can prove that she is insane, the law will not recognize her testimony, nor the will. Am I right?
Yes, you're right, but...
Good. Daniel, open that door.
Yes.
Jennifer, come out, my dear.
Miss
Oh, Edward. Edward.
Jennifer, did you or did you not see our father in this house tonight? Answer me.
Yes, I saw him. I saw him.
Did you see a room on the second floor where we all know there is no room?
Yes.
And did you see a gallows in that room and our father hanging Norma on that gallows?
Yes, I did.
Good.
I did.
Good. Well, what do you say to that, Mr. Utterson?
I suppose this case, this had better be reconsidered. I'm afraid you're right, Mr. Cole.
What was that?
It's the voice. The voice again.
No, Utterson, he's not right. Miss Jennifer is sane. But Edward, Norma, and Daniel here conspired to drive her out of her mind, to invalidate this will.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
They built a gallows on the second floor of this house, and Edward, impersonating his father in his black judicial robes, pretended to hang Norma.
No.
They cleared the lower floor, stripped it of its furnishings, then restored it all in Miss Jennifer's absence, with the deliberate plan of persuading her she was insane. However, poor Norma was too soft-hearted to carry it through. And for this, they killed her and tried to pin the guilt on Jennifer.
The truth. The shadow's telling the truth.
Quiet, Daniel.
It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter anymore.
Help him. Look, he's fallen. Here, let me help.
Stand back, Utterson.
Haven't you done enough, Edward?
I'll take that gun, Cole.
Something's holding my arm.
Drop that gun, Cole. Drop it.
I've got the gun, Shadow.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Stand back, Mr. Cole. I'm warning you.
No, you're...
Your killings are at an end, Edward Cole.
Look, Lamont, it's Daniel lying here, and Mr. Edward.
What's happened?
I shot Mr. Edward. He had threatened to kill me.
Is he dead?
Water.
Here, let me see. It's only a shoulder wound. Here, Miss Jennifer, give me that brandy.
Oh, yes, Mr. Cranston, here.
No brandy. No.
Drink, Cole, drink. All right. Phone for the ambulance, Margot. He's going to live.
So I was going to live, was I? No. They were wrong. You see, there wasn't a chance. The drink they gave me took care of that. It was what was left of the brandy I had prepared for Daniel. Poisoned so I wouldn't have him blackmailing me for the share of my father's estate I promised him. That was the bitterest twist of the whole bitter tale. But now, you must promise me you'll never repeat what you've heard. For it's been told to you from the tomb. Told by the lips of a dead man. But you'll keep quiet. For if you ever tell anyone and tell them the truth, they'll only say you're insane, you know. They'll only say you're insane.
An important real-life drama of America at War will be presented immediately after a message from John Barclay, Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert. Mr. Barclay?
Thank you. Friends, as we all realize, it's more important than ever now to save fuel. Let me give you a few tips that you may find useful. First of all, insulate doors and windows. Use window strips or storm sash. Another thing, close bedroom doors at night so you can keep the rest of the house at a comfortable temperature. The new Blue Coal automatic heat regulator will be a great help to you in this. The regulator will automatically adjust the heat for night and for day. You'll save a good deal of fuel that way. And what's more, you'll save effort. You won't have to rush down to the basement several times a day to adjust dampers. Your Blue Coal dealer will tell you all about this remarkable automatic heat regulator. And besides that, he'll be able to go into more detail than I can here about how you can save fuel without sacrificing comfort. Call your friendly Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. There's no charge, of course, and no obligation. He'll be glad to help you as part of his regular service. Thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Red Cross today desperately needs your help. This valiant organization is struggling against tremendous odds in meeting both civilian and military needs on all fronts. Listen and remember. In a small village in the war area, far across the sea, a wounded man and his wife remain alone. All other civilians have fled. The enemy is quickly approaching. The woman speaks.
Oh, Manuel, they will soon be here. What can we do?
You must go. Go quickly while you can.
No, I will stay with you.
Shh. They're here. It's too late.
Red Cross. Anybody here?
Oh, help us.
You bet your life. That's what we're here for. We'll have you out in 2 shakes. Hey, stretcher, double quick.
Where there's danger, trouble, and suffering, there you'll find the Red Cross. Send your contribution to your local Red Cross headquarters today. Help save both civilians and soldiers so they can fight on. The United Nations must prove to criminal aggressors that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This story is produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal. The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. This is no time of the year to let your coal supply get low. Sudden changes in temperature and war conditions may delay transportation and keep your order of coal from getting to you when you'll need it most. Fill your coal bin now and help relieve transportation facilities for war supplies. Your friendly Blue Coal dealer is able to take care of you now from supplies on hand. But this condition may change at any time, especially since this fine home fuel is so rapidly gaining new users. New users who have found you get more dependable heat plus real economy with Blue Coal. Yes, it's wise to be prepared. Call your friendly Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Thing in the Swamp.
This is a tale of greed and hate, and a thing that was created by the belief of 10 million radio listeners. For if the story had not been told,
the thing would never have risen out of the swamp to reach out with blood-red tentacles and thrice do murder.
What is it? Who's there?
It's I, Hugo.
How many times have I told you not to sneak up behind me like that?
Oh, Hugo, don't be angry with me.
Fools. Fools. They'll never find it. Never.
What did you say, Hugo?
Huh? Nothing.
Hugo.
What?
How much longer must we stay here in this houseboat on this dismal swamp?
As long as I want to stay here.
But, Hugo, I'm frightened. I'm afraid of this place. Those strange noises we've heard in the swamp. Do you think it's true, what that man Nestor said on the radio?
That there's a monster living in the depths of Pearl's swamp?
Well, how else can one explain those unearthly noises that come from the swamp?
Don't be a fool.
If it's money, Hugo,
Money.
if that's the
Money?
Yes, Hugo.
What do you mean, money?
Oh.
What are you trying to find out?
Nothing, Hugo. I only wanted you to tell me what it is that keeps us here on this houseboat away from everybody.
Oh. No, Amy. No. Not even you. Now, go to bed.
It might help you to tell me, Hugo.
I said go to bed.
All right, Hugo. All right.
No. No, not even dear Amy. No one will know. I'll have it all. All to myself. The death laugh of the loon sounds lonesome tonight. Sounds almost... That's not a loon. That's not a loon. That's not a loon.
What are you? What do you want? Stay away from me. You're not a real person. You're
an animal. A thing apart from ordinary men.
Your huge, ugly head.
I'm
scaly body.
Sure you don't find me pretty. Now tell me, Hugo. Where is the money? Where have you hidden it?
No. I won't tell you. No.
You'll tell me, Hugo Menchino. You'll tell me.
No. Amy, come here.
You've talked enough, Hugo.
I thought I heard you call me, Hugo. What? Oh!
Now, Miss Lane and my good friend Cranston, will you two please explain why you dragged me to this broadcasting station?
Well, Commissioner, Lamont and I were talking about that poor woman.
What woman?
Mrs. Menchino, Commissioner. The woman whose husband was carried off their houseboat into the swamp by that monster.
Oh, that. She's out of her mind.
Well, don't be too sure of that, Commissioner.
Miss Lane, not only am I sure, but several of the state's best psychiatrists are sure also.
But we're not sure, Commissioner.
I hate to tear myself away, Cranston, but I'm sure you'll understand.
Leaving before Mr. Nestor comes?
Nestor? Oh, yeah. Now, what's Heaven's gift to radio commentators got to do with my being here?
Well, you remember the story Mrs. Menchino told of that thing in the swamp?
You just mentioned that. Phony story. Very phony.
Well, Peter Nestor, radio's teller of strange tales, told of this exact monster living in the same swamp in his broadcast 6 weeks ago.
Even the description that Mrs. Menchino gave the police of that monster tallied perfectly with Mr. Nestor's story.
Coincidence.
And, by the way, Commissioner, isn't Menchino the missing cashier of the National Bank that was robbed of so much money about 5 years ago?
Well, it does happen the police have been looking for Menchino for questioning for some years now. But that has absolutely nothing to do with this monster story.
Lamont, let's hear what Mr. Nestor's saying on his broadcast.
Okay, Margot. I'll turn on this radio. You won't hear much. The program's just about over.
And that is the story, ladies and gentlemen. The statue, carved in granite and silhouetted against the sky, may be seen to this day.
Well, the program's over.
And now, a preview of next week's program. You may recall that my strange tale for my program just 6 weeks ago dealt with the legend of the thing in the swamp.
Lamont, he's talking about it again.
If you have read your newspapers lately, you know that a woman has reported that her husband has been carried off by a monster who exists in the murky waters of Furl Swamp. And next week on my broadcast, I'm going to the exact spot where the monster is reported to have struck and attempt to give you an on-the-spot description of him. Don't forget to tune in next week. You have an appointment with danger. An appointment with a thing in the swamp. Good night.
At the end of the broadcast, turn it off, Lamont.
Right. Well, Commissioner, what do you think now?
I think I'd like to talk to this Peter Nestor.
How about a story, Mr. Nestor?
All right. I'll give you a report of the story later. Pardon me, the page boy said you wanted to see me?
Mr. Nestor?
Yeah?
I'm Commissioner Weston. This is Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston.
How are you?
How do you do?
I can guess what you're here for, Commissioner Weston. It's that story of mine that came true, right?
The first time. What I'd like to know, Mr. Nestor, is where you got that story.
Why, it's an old legend of the swamp.
But the thing happened just as you described it. Don't you think that's strange, Mr. Nestor?
Yes. How can you explain that?
Oh, believe me, I was as surprised when I read about it as you are. As far as I knew, it was just a legend.
Well, what about you going to Furl Swamp and doing an on-the-spot broadcast?
Next week, I'm going to that houseboat and wait for the monster. If it comes, I'll describe it over the air to my audience.
Mr. Nestor, do you mind if I come with you?
Not at all, Mr. Cranston, but I'm very much afraid we'll find the monster's a myth. That the woman who reported her husband's death had listened to my broadcast and that her unbalanced mind had seized upon the idea.
I'm not so sure, Mr. Nestor. Because I believe that the so-called legendary monster is more than imaginary now.
Well, here I am, bound to a chair on the houseboat, gentlemen. And I'm ready for what may come.
One more picture, Mr. Nestor.
All right, one more.
Thanks. Thank you.
Well, my broadcast will begin in just 8 minutes. That'll give you all enough time to get back the half mile to the truck containing the portable radio equipment where you may listen to my program.
Well, I thought, Nestor, that I was to be allowed to remain here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cranston, but if you stayed, all these reporters would want to stay, too. If there is such a monster, it would certainly scare them away.
He's right, Lamont.
Yes, I suppose he is.
By the way, Cranston, where's the good police commissioner?
Well, to use his own words, he had other more important things to do.
Perhaps he'll be sorry he didn't come along.
Perhaps. Well, good luck, Nestor.
Yeah, thanks. And now, gentlemen,
Yeah?
it's time to go.
What's on your mind?
I have an appointment with a thing in the swamp.
Lamont, I wish we'd gone inside the transmitter truck with the others. It's not too cheerful out here in the car.
Well, if anything should happen to Nestor, we can reach him quicker from here, Margot. This car radio takes quite a time to heat up. Nestor should
Here
be...
I am, alone on the haunted houseboat of the missing Hugo Mancino, bound to a chair, waiting for our monster to come. It's not too comforting to remember that Hugo, living with his wife on this very houseboat where I am now, met his death by this monster just 10 days ago. His body is supposed to be at the bottom of the swamp. Tonight, I shall attempt to describe this monster to you. Now, the police have claimed that this thing doesn't exist. I not only say that it exists, I say it will visit this houseboat tonight. Now remember, listeners, I'm tied from head to foot. My only contact with the outside world is this microphone propped up beside me. In front of me is the open door of this doomed houseboat, where I can see the swamp in which our monster is supposed to live. Nothing has disturbed the waters of the swamp up to... Wait, I see something.
Lamont, do you think...
I think we ought to hear what he has to say.
Rising from the waters outside the door. Oh, no.
Lamont.
The laugh's on me.
Do you think he sees anything?
He's a good storyteller, Margot.
You've got to believe me.
Wait a minute. Good as Nestor is, he couldn't make up the sounds of those chains.
Claws covered with seaweed. And I can't get away. I can't. No, stay away from me. Stay away.
Lamont, what is it?
That's what we're going to find out.
Act 2 of The Thing in the Swamp will continue in just a moment. First, consider this important fact. You need proper heat in your home just as you need proper clothes and proper food. And you can only enjoy that sort of heat when you have the right fuel. Blue coal, you'll find, is right because it's prepared especially for home use. It's delivered to your home in exactly the right size to give you the most efficient heat. That's why this superior home fuel keeps your home warm and comfortable at all times. Every room at the right temperature. Add to all that the new Blue Coal automatic heat regulator, and you're sitting on top of the world. The Blue Coal automatic heat regulator saves climbing up and down stairs. It automatically makes the adjustments that increase or decrease the heat according to your needs. It's easily and quickly installed. You can take it with you when you move. And what's more, it saves money. Ask your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for a free demonstration of the Blue Coal heat regulator. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Call him tomorrow. Now, back to the shadow.
Now that we've gotten rid of the reporters and everybody else, Cranston, Miss Lane, what is this all about?
Well, Commissioner, we were listening to Nestor's broadcast in my car.
About a half mile from here. Well, everything was going fine on the program until...
Miss Lane, I heard the broadcast. What I want to know is, where is Nestor now?
I told you over the phone, Commissioner. He's gone.
Gone? Now, look, Cranston, I was there when Nestor told you that he didn't believe any monster was going to show up.
Weston, that monster really appeared. Nestor was tied to this chair here. You can see for yourself that the cords are broken.
He couldn't have done that himself.
So what? He hired a guy to cut him loose for publicity.
I don't think so, Commissioner. And that doesn't explain this clump of wet seaweed here on the floor.
The wind could have blown that in. Personally, I'm going home. I think you've been taken in by Nestor's legend. And personally, I'm going home.
Do you want to go home, Lamont?
Do you? You're not afraid because everybody's gone back to town and left us here?
I should say not.
Good. Because I think that if we stay here aboard the houseboat, the thing in the swamp may pay us a visit.
Cops and the reporters are gone now, Rocky.
Yeah? Give me those glasses. I want to take a look across the swamp.
Yeah.
We'll soon see. Gone, eh? There's still a car parked near the houseboat across the swamp there. That guy Cranston and his friend Miss Lane are still hanging around.
What do they want?
Suppose we row across and find out.
Hey, Rocky, what about this thing in the swamp?
Forget it.
Yeah, maybe this ain't such a safe hideout after all.
I said forget it. What's the matter, Nick? Are you turning yellow?
No, Rocky, no.
I don't think Cranston and Miss Lane are going to stick around long if the monster shows up.
I don't like this, Rocky. I don't like it at all.
You'd like a cut of the National Bank robbery money, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Now with Menchino dead, we'll never find that dough.
It's still where he hid it, and we'll find it.
Rocky, who killed Menchino? How did you find out about it?
What difference does it make?
When I come in this with you, I told you I didn't want nothing to do with no murder. Now, if
Keep your shirt on. I only heard about it on the radio. The monster's supposed to have done it. Look, Nick, I ain't gonna double-cross you the way Menchino double-crossed me on that bank stick-up. For 5 years I've been waiting my chance to get my hands on that dough, and nothing's gonna stop me now. No. Not even that nosy guy Cranston and that dame poking around.
What are you gonna do, Rocky?
We're going across the swamp to the houseboat and give Cranston and his girlfriend a little surprise.
Lamont.
Yes?
What time is it?
You just asked me that 5 minutes ago.
Well, it seemed like 5 hours ago. How much longer will we have to wait for that thing?
There's no telling, Margot.
It's the suspense of waiting that's so deadly.
You're right, Margot. I think I'll take a look over this houseboat. Perhaps the answer to this whole mystery is right here.
I'm not sure I'm going to like the answer if we do find it.
What's this?
What?
This door here. I didn't notice it before. Seems to be a flight of steps going down into the hold of the boat.
I can't see much. It's so dark down there.
Here, I'll flash a light down there.
I don't see a thing.
Let's go down.
All right.
Seems to be a lot of water down here.
What is it, Margot?
Rats! The place is full of them. Let's go up again, Lamont.
You go up, Margot. I want to take a look around.
All right, Lamont. I'll wait for you on deck.
All right. There. I wonder if I'll find what I'm looking for here. Let's see what's under the sacking here. Good heavens. Those claw marks on his throat. I could almost believe that legend about the monster. Margot! Margot! I found Nestor's body. Margot! What is it? Margot! Here, open this door. Open, I say!
All right, pound all you want, mister. You'll never get out of there alive.
I don't like this, Rocky. I don't like it.
Just keep her on and let me manage this.
What about this dame here in the boat? What are you going to do about her? Maybe you killed her.
Maybe I have.
Rocky, I told you I don't
She's only unconscious. She's okay.
Yeah. When she comes to, she's going to start yelling. We got to let her go.
She won't yell.
That guy you locked in the hold of the houseboat. He can break out of there, Rocky. The wood is so rotten.
Look, I'm getting sick of your griping. I tell you, he won't break out. Before we left, I opened up the seacocks. He's probably drowned already. Look back. You see how low the boat's sunk in the water?
We're going back, Rocky.
What are you talking about?
When I came in with you, I said no killing. And we're going back and save him.
Yeah? You're looking into the barrel of a gun, Nick. I think you've been around me long enough to know I'll use it if I have to.
Okay, Rocky. You win.
That's better. Just do as I say and we'll get along.
He's coming, too.
Lamont,
Look, lady. I mean business. One sound out of you and...
Where's Lamont? What have you done
Shut
with
up.
him?
Rocky, what's that?
Where?
There. Those waves in the water. Looks like someone's swimming, but there ain't nobody there. Just waves.
Shadow.
What did you say?
Nothing.
That's funny. I'd have sworn you said the Shadow.
No,
I've
I
heard
didn't.
of him. I always wanted to meet up with the Shadow. Let's see if a bullet will stop those
No,
waves.
don't! No!
Hold it, Nick.
No, let me go!
Still coming toward us.
No! Oh, no.
Now it stopped. Stopped good. I always wondered if a bullet could stop the Shadow. Now I know.
Oh, Lamont. Lamont, Oh, what do you want? What are you going to do with me?
Come on, lady. Come with me.
No.
Don't you understand? I'm going to let you escape.
Escape?
This wasn't my idea. I don't want no part of it. I was after some easy money, but I realize now I was wrong.
But I...
Don't stop to talk now, lady. Rocky will be back here in the hideout any minute now. If I got to get you out of here safely, we'll have to work fast. What's that?
It's the Shadow.
Shadow? Why, I thought...
You thought the Shadow was dead. That your friend Rocky killed me in the water.
I saw the waves stop.
The Shadow cannot be killed, Nick.
What are you going to do to me?
I'm going to let you go. You're not evil, Nick. You've been misled. I'm going to give you a chance. The chance to go straight.
Rocky's come back.
Well, if Rocky's come back...
No! No, it's the monster!
The monster!
Come with me. You're going to the bottom of the swamp, and no one will ever find your body there. Just as they'll never find Menkino.
No, don't come near me!
Stop.
What? Who said that?
The Shadow.
The Shadow's dead.
The Shadow is not dead. The Shadow can see through your disguise.
No, stand back there. Let go of me.
Now I recognize that voice. It's Rocky. So you're the thing in the swamp. You killed Menkino.
Now you know there's no reason for this disguise any longer. On the count.
So, Rocky, that explains the monster. A diving helmet and a rubber suit covered with seaweed.
Yes, Shadow, now you know. What are you going to do about it?
You must pay for your crimes, Rocky.
Oh, no, not Rocky. I'm getting out of here, and you're not stopping me. I've got my gun trained on Miss Lane here, and one false move, and she died. Double-crosser.
You killed her.
Yes, just as I killed Menkino and Nestor. Just as I'll kill you if the Shadow tries to keep me from leaving here.
You won't try to stop me, will you, Shadow?
You can't escape justice, Rocky.
Oh, yes, Shadow. I'm clever. You have to admit that.
Not clever enough to find the money stolen from the bank. The money that you and Menchino stole together.
You're wrong, Shadow. I found the money, and I have it outside. Menchino couldn't hide it from me. And now, Shadow, Miss Lane and I are leaving. Tried to stop me, and she'll... Well, you saw what happened to my double-crossing friend, Nick. Come on.
No, you don't, Rocky.
Oh, my gun! You knocked it out of my hand.
What's the matter, Rocky? Lost your courage and bravado? When you lost your gun?
Shadow, give me back my gun. Give it back to me.
No, Rocky, you'll never have the opportunity to use it again. You'll never kill again.
But you don't understand. I had to kill Menchino. He tried to cheat me out of my share of the money. I had to do it.
The money which you and he had stolen from the bank?
I helped him steal it. It belonged to me, too.
You have a twisted sense of right and wrong, Rocky. There is only one place for men such as you. The police will see to it that you pay your debt to society. Your days of killing are over.
And Rocky made a complete confession of the whole thing this morning.
Well, Lamont, I still don't understand where Rocky got the idea for his monster disguise.
Margot, strangely enough, he got it from Nestor by listening to the tale of the thing in the swamp on the radio. He procured a diving helmet with a portable oxygen tank, covered himself with seaweed, and brought Nestor's legendary monster to life.
Well, what purpose did he have in doing that?
He's been trying for 5 years to find out where Menchino hid the money. He knew that Menchino was almost stubborn enough to die rather than tell, and Rocky thought that he might scare it out of him.
But why did he kill Nestor?
He wanted to build up the story of the thing in the swamp so as to scare people away from the hiding place of the money until he found it. He thought Nestor's death would do that.
Oh, one thing led to the other.
Yes, Margot. You know, I've just had a weird thought.
What?
In a way, Nestor was killed by a monster that he himself brought to life in the minds of 10 million listeners. So actually, he created a monster that destroyed him.
A real-life drama proving that crime does not pay will be presented immediately after a message from John Barclay, Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Friends, an important part of furnace operation is refueling, fixing the furnace. Now, here's the way to do it right. First, shake the grates gently until you see a red glow in the ash pit. But don't allow red coals to drop through the grate. Second, take a hoe and pull the live coals to the front of the firebox, so the fire slopes downward from the front to the rear. Then put the fresh coal to the rear of the furnace. But don't cover all the fire. Leave a spot of live coals in the front. You need these to ignite gases arising from the fresh coal. Finally, remove ashes from the ash pit and set the dampers. Close the check damper and open the ash pit damper. Of course, with the Blue Coal automatic heat regulator, the dampers are automatically adjusted for you. Yes, folks, the right way is the easy way, and the easy way in this case is the economical way. Your Blue Coal dealer is always glad to help you with your home heating problem at no charge, no obligation. I know you'll be pleased with the friendly help you receive. Call him tomorrow. Thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. We now bring you an episode from real life proving that crime does not pay. November 1939. It is late at night. 2 cars are speeding along the road. Suddenly, the second swerves ahead and forces the first car into the curb.
Hey, what's the big idea? Why don't you watch me driving?
Get out of that car, you hear me? Get out of there.
Put away that gun.
Get out of there with your hands in the air, and quick.
Okay, I'll get out, and I'll teach you not to point guns at people, too.
Oh, so you're tough, eh? Well, how do you like this? Dead. That's how Albert Gatty handles wise guys.
The dead will haunt you, Albert Gatty, and all the guns in the world can't save you.
In a cell in Queen City Prison, January 12th, 1942, Albert Gatty hanged himself with a twisted sheet. The dead were avenged. And once again was proved the truth of the warning.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. And be sure to phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with blue coal. This story was produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of blue coal. The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Think about your coal supply now, and you won't have to worry about it later. Order the coal you'll need for the rest of the season right now. Fill your coal bin to the top, and then you'll be protected against any possible delay or interruption in deliveries. Your blue coal dealer is able to take care of your needs immediately. He has a good supply of this superior home fuel on hand. But war conditions plus sudden changes in temperature may quickly change this situation. So it's wise to play safe. Ask your blue coal dealer to fill your coal bin right now and be safe. Telephone him tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Dead Man's Revenge.
Mr. McPhail, 20 minutes.
There it is, boys. Sorry. The interview's over.
Oh, now, Mr. McPhail, you promised us the story for our paper.
Look, Mr. McPhail, a leading theatrical director like you is news. Give us something. Something about your career, maybe.
Oh, you heard the call, boys. I've only 20 minutes
You
before...
theatrical people are always in a hurry.
Couldn't be that you're getting nervous, could it, Mr. McPhail?
No, it couldn't. Not after all my years on the stage. This is old stuff for me, boys.
Ah, then give us a break. We're trying to get a lead off for the morning edition. You got the time, Mr. McPhail.
All right. All right, I haven't got the time, but I'll give you your lead off just the same.
That's the way to talk.
I guess you all know something about this story anyway. It happened while I was rehearsing a new 3-character play In the old John Carter Theater.
Just a second. John Carter Theater.
There hadn't been a play to open in that theater for 20 years. Not since the great John Carter, the actor for whom the place was named, had passed away. I begged the backers not to rent it.
Why, McPhail?
The theater was jinxed, people said. Yeah, something about a curse. A curse of 20 years standing. But the backers ignored me, rented the place anyhow. I didn't like the idea, but I had Miss Maudie Stillwell for the star. The play was shaping up beautifully. Then, the night before the private dress rehearsal, the trouble began.
Well, how did it begin? What happened, Mr. McPhail?
Well, there was a night watchman, you see. A man who'd worked around the theater ever since old John Carter himself was alive. That night, he was making his rounds in the dark, musty cellars of the place. Later, the police established that it was just about midnight when the strangest occurred.
There ain't nothing down here. Everything's all right. Guess I'll go up and doze off.
What was that? There is something down here. Who's there? I heard your cane tapping. Come on now. I got a gun here, and if you give me any trouble,
I won't give you any trouble, Jason.
Jason? Nobody's called me by that name for years.
I knew you long ago, Jason.
Who are you?
I've heard there's going to be a play done in this theater, Jason.
Yes, that's right.
Have all of you forgotten old John Carter's dying wish?
His dying wish?
Let me remind you. He asked that this building which bears his name never again be used as a theater.
Yes, he did. I remember he said it the night he died.
It isn't wise to trifle with the wishes of the dead, Jason.
Yes, I suppose you're right. But it don't make any difference now, eh? He's been dead 20 years. Ain't much he can do about it, eh?
That's what the living think, do they?
The living? Why do you say the living? What are you?
Just an old friend of yours, Jason.
Well, come out. Come out where I can see you.
I'll come out, Jason. I'll come out.
Oh, no.
You see who I am, my friend.
Oh, it ain't true. It can't be.
You recognize me.
What are you doing here? What is it you want?
A dead man's revenge. Dead man's revenge.
Mr. McPhail, 15 minutes.
Well, I'm not going to have time to finish this.
Oh, sure you will, Mr. McPhail. Why don't you tell him to stop calling you every 5 minutes?
Oh, I'm used to that, boys. There's always a 5-minute call in the theater.
Well, then go on while you can. Tell us what happened next.
Next? Why, some workmen found the old night watchman around dawn that day. Before he died, he told this fantastic story. The papers got hold of it, and you remember, it was headlined in the noon editions of every newspaper in town. When I reached the theater that afternoon, Lamont Cranston, an old friend of mine, was in the theater green room. There was a young lady with him.
Cranston. Hello, McPhail. You remember Margot Lane, don't you?
Oh, yes, of course. How are you, Miss Lane?
Well, we're just a little bit upset, Mr. McPhail. You see, well...
You saw the headlines?
Yes.
Is that why you came in, Lamont?
Well, not exactly. That is,
No, it's my fault, really. We just noticed the headlines, or we certainly wouldn't have come here to annoy you.
Annoy me?
You see, Lamont told me that you were producing a play with only 3 performers in it. And I thought it was so unusual.
And to come to the point with appropriate blushes, Margot thought we might be able to see the dress rehearsal tonight.
Oh.
There's not going to be a dress rehearsal.
What? Oh, Humphrey. Come in, Humphrey.
I am in, McPhail.
Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston, this is Mr. Humphrey, one of the members of our cast.
Well, how do you do?
How do you do? McPhail, you must call this play off at once, do you hear me?
What? What's the matter with you, Humphreys?
Last night's tragedy was nothing compared to what's in store for us if we attempt to carry on with this play.
What does he mean?
I don't know. The night watchman is strangled in the cellar, so he wants me to toss up a whole production.
Now, who do you think it was strangled him, McPhail?
Well, I don't know. The police are on the job. They'll find the man.
Not this man, they won't.
Oh, I think the police are quite capable of tracking down a murderer, Mr. Humphreys.
This murderer, Mr. Cranston, was the phantom of old John Carter.
John Carter?
You're out of your mind.
I tell you, the play must not go on.
Miss Stillwell and Mr. Graves will want to go on even if you don't. Your crazy ghost stories won't stop them.
Well, if the stories don't stop them, I won't.
All right, Humphreys, you warned me. Now get out.
Very well. But remember, whatever happens will be on your head, McPhail.
You don't suppose there could be anything in what he says, Lamont?
I don't know, Margot. Who was it said, there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in your philosophy?
Well, in that case, this might be the very best time for us to be on
Miss Lane.
Yes, Mr. McPhail.
I'd like you and Mr. Cranston to be the only two guests tonight at the first dress rehearsal to be held in the John Carter Theater in 20 years. In 20 years.
Well, go ahead. What happened then, Mr. McPhail?
That night at the dress rehearsal, Miss Lane, Cranston, and I were the only people in the audience. The play was going well. The last act was almost over. And then came that scene where the leading woman, the part Miss Stillwell played, is supposed to be accused by an aging composer of stealing his symphony. Oh, it was a very tense moment in the play.
I wrote that music. I wrote every note of it. You know I did.
Yes, perhaps you did. But the world will never know it. They'll hear those melodies, and it'll be my name they'll remember. Listen, I'll play them for you.
No, don't. Come away from that organ. I can't bear to hear you.
The world will love me for my music. Listen well, old friend. Forever after, these notes will belong to me.
No! No! The next time I hear them, there will be no you. I've killed you. I've killed you. And my song is my own again.
Like it, Margot?
Look, I tore my program to shreds.
Well, that's a very good sign. You
really?
made no mistake producing this, McPhail. You've got a hit on your hands, I'm afraid.
Well, thank you.
I'm going to applaud until they open those curtains again.
Oh, there, it's opening now. Well, Miss Stillwell doesn't seem to appreciate Margot's applause. She's just sitting there at the organ without taking a bow.
Oh, maybe she's tired.
Oh, what does she keep holding that note for? Enough to drive you out of your mind. We've heard that note, Miss Stillwell. It's very, very pretty, but that'll do now. Oh, Miss Stillwell, please, let up. Stop it. Graves, Humphreys, one of you make Stillwell cut it out. It's not funny anymore.
Who's that coming out on stage?
Well, that's Mr. Graves. He's the third member of the cast.
Oh, will you make us stop, will you, Graves?
I'll try, Mr. McPhail. Miss Stillwell. Miss Stillwell, why don't... Miss Stillwell!
Oh, Lamont, look. She fell. She's lying on the stage.
What's going on?
What is it, Graves? What's happened up there?
I think Miss Stillwell's dead.
Mr. McPhail, 10 minutes. Go on, McPhail. Don't waste any time.
I believe you boys would hound a man for a story on the brink of the grave. Well, naturally, the thought of John Carter's ghost flashed across every one of our minds. The next minute, Miss Lane, Cranston, and I were hurrying up onto the stage.
Don't let anyone touch Miss Stillwell's body till the medical examiner gets here. Now, you better get everybody up on stage, McPhail.
Well, there's only one member missing. It's Mr. Humphreys.
Yes, where is Mr. Humphreys?
Graves, where's Humphreys?
He's up in his dressing room, Mr. McPhail.
Oh, shall I tell him you want him?
Would you please, Miss Lane? And you, Graves, phone for the police, will you?
Yes.
Which one is Mr. Humphreys' dressing room?
It's right up on the staircase there, Miss Lane, number 3.
Oh, number 3. All right, Mr. McPhail.
And you can tell him for me, Margot, that it looked very much like he was right after all.
Yes, I shall, Lamont. Number 2. Number 3. Here it is. Mr. Humphreys! Mr. Humphreys! The door's open. I wonder if... Mr. Humphreys! Mr. Humphreys, where are you? Mr. McPhail said to... Who closed that door?
I did, young woman.
Who are you? Where's Mr. Humphreys?
Mr. Humphreys is regrettably no longer with us.
No longer with us? What do you mean? What are you doing in his dressing room?
There was something here I had to get.
Stand back now. Don't come any closer to me. No, leave me alone. Let me out of here. Come on.
Let's not call for help. You're well beyond helping, young woman. Yes, there was something here I needed. Something most important to me. Revenge, young woman. Revenge from the tomb. Dead man's revenge.
Act 2 of Dead Man's Revenge will continue in just a minute. Right now, let's relax a bit and get comfortable. You know, comfort is very important in the blue coal scheme of things. Your comfort, that is. It's not just a matter of heating your house. Heat by itself doesn't mean comfort. You might be extremely uncomfortable right now, for example, because your home is overheated. Comfort means that you get the right amount of heat at the right time. And that's just exactly the case when you heat with blue coal. Know why? I'll tell you. It's because blue coal is prepared especially for home use. Now, that means a lot. It means, for example, that blue coal is delivered to your home in exactly the right size for your heating plant, which results in more efficient heat, even economical heat. When, on top of that, you have the new blue coal automatic heat regulator, well, a king couldn't ask for more. The regulator saves you thousands of steps up and down stairs, gives you added comfort plus money saved on fuel. The blue coal regulator, you see, automatically adjusts the dampers on your furnace so you get comfortable, even heat in every room. Ask your blue coal dealer for a free, no-obligation demonstration. He's listed under the words blue coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Call him tomorrow.
Operator! 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 Mr. McPhail! Mr. Cranston!
Yes, what is it, Graves? What's the matter?
The phone, Mr. McPhail. The wires have been cut.
Huh? Phantom is making a thorough job of this, McPhail.
I beg my backers not to rent this theater.
McPhail.
Yes?
Margot. Hasn't she been gone a long time?
No, she's all right. The dressing room is all the way back at the end of the upstairs corridor. She and Humphreys will be down in a minute.
I'll give her just about that long, and I'm going up after her.
Perhaps I'd better go for the police, Mr. McPhail.
Yes, go on. Tell them to hurry and get back yourself as soon as you can.
Yes, sir. I'll do that, Mr. McPhail. I'll do that.
Just a moment, Graves.
Yes, Mr. Cranston.
You took the part of the old composer in the play, didn't you?
Yes, that was Graves. He was the one who shot Miss Stillwell at the end of the play.
Miss Stillwell was shot, wasn't she? And right before our eyes.
If you're implying that
You don't happen to have the gun on you that you used in that scene, do you, Graves?
Yes, sir. Here. Here it is, sir.
Thank you. 5 cartridges.
Blank cartridges, if you'll notice, Mr. Cranston. Blank cartridges?
5 blank cartridges, Graves. But that 6th cartridge, the one you fired at Miss Stillwell, how do we know that one was blank, eh?
It was. It was, I tell you.
But if it wasn't,
If
Graves...
it wasn't, it's in Miss Stillwell's back right now.
Maybe we'd better look and see, Cranston.
Perhaps we'd better. Particularly before we let Mr. Graves leave the theater. I'm sure the medical examiner will forgive us for...
The lights! They've gone out.
Stand where you are, Graves.
Who's at that light switch? Who did that?
Turn them on, McPhail.
Trying. Let's see where I'm going. Oh, here it is. There. Okay now?
Okay, McPhail. The lights are on,
Mr. Cranston.
Graves, what is it?
Miss Stillwell.
Miss Stillwell?
Look. Her body, it's disappeared.
What did you say, Graves?
He's right. Our corpse has vanished, McPhail.
But I was standing right beside it.
Yes, you bet you were. And we were just going to take a look to see if that 6th cartridge was in the body when the body conveniently disappears.
Mr. McPhail, you don't think
I'm not thinking anymore, Graves. I see it all now.
McPhail, what do you mean?
Give me the gun, Cranston. Yes, thanks. I'll show you how it all happened. Now, I'm Graves, you see. It's the last few minutes of the play. Graves?
Yes, sir?
Stand where Miss Stillwell was standing in that last scene.
Mr. McPhail, you can't believe
Go on, do as I tell you.
All right.
Yes, that's right.
Just about there. Now, what did she do, Graves?
She walked over here to the organ and began to play.
All right, do it.
What, sir?
Sit down and play the way she did.
I'll try, sir, but...
Do it! Watch, Cranston. Now, I'm Graves. I point the gun at her. She keeps playing. I say, no, and then I fire. You see? You see, he fired just at this level. The shot would have... All right, Graves, that's all. Get away from that keyboard and...
Cranston! MacPhail. That's the same note that Miss Stillwell was playing when she died. It was the organ. That's what killed her.
The organ?
Stand back, don't touch it. That particular key is charged with enough electric voltage to bring instantaneous death.
Graves! Graves! Is he...
Yes. He's dead.
Oh, I don't understand it. What's happening here tonight? What is it, Cranston?
Dead man's revenge.
Did you hear that? Dead man's revenge?
Yes. Where'd it come from, MacPhail?
I couldn't quite tell. It must have meant poor Graves here, or...
Lamont, help me! That was Margot's voice.
I could tell where that came from.
Below?
Yes.
MacPhail, is there a cellar under the stage?
Yes, but I've never had occasion to go down
there. We've got occasion now, MacPhail. Come on, follow me. This is directly under the stage, isn't it, MacPhail?
Yes, it's just about.
Well, there's an artfully concealed trap door up there somewhere. 10 to 1, Miss Stillwell's body was yanked through it from below here when the lights went out.
I think you're right, Lamont, but let's take it easy. We don't know what we might be running into down here.
This is no time to proceed with caution, MacPhail.
It won't do any good for us to get...
Listen.
There it is. There, see? Coming down the corridor towards us.
The Phantom.
It's Carter to the life. As like him as I'm like myself.
Watch. He's turning off. See? He's going into that room.
If you ask me, we'd better...
Margot's in that room. Hurry, MacPhail. Margot! Margot!
They'll never help you, Miss Lane.
Let Miss Lane go or I'll...
If there's anything you imagine you can do, Mr. Cranston, you may try it.
I will. Come on, MacPhail.
Take warning.
Look out, Lamont!
Margot, good work, MacPhail. Excellent work.
How's Miss Lane?
She's fainted.
All right, get her out of here, Humphreys. Take her up on the stage.
Yes, MacPhail. What about Cranston?
I'm turning on this gas jet, Humphreys, and leaving him here in unconscious bliss. I hope you like your new home, Cranston. You're staying here a long, long time.
Lamont.
She'll be coming to in a minute, MacPhail.
All right, get Graves' body off the organ bench, Humphreys. And take off that makeup of yours. I don't like looking at the replica of a dead man.
No, you don't need to be scared of me, MacPhail. There. That takes care of Graves.
Now, disconnect the organ voltage switch.
I will in a minute.
Good. You did a great job, Humphreys. I wouldn't be surprised if that impersonation of John Carter wasn't the best acting of your whole career.
You were a success, MacPhail. The dead bodies the police will find here were killed by the ghost of John Carter. This theater, why, after tonight, nobody'd ever touch this theater for fear of their lives. And we can buy it for peanuts. And then we can sell it to the bus company for a terminal at our own price.
I hope so. We didn't go through this for nothing.
Lamont.
Come on. Sit in that chair over there, Humphreys, and pull your collar up around your face.
What's the idea?
The last act, pal. The last act. You're a detective, and Miss Lane is going to give us a little organ recital.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Lamont.
You're all right, Miss Lane.
Mr. MacPhail. Where's Lamont?
There now. Everything's all right now. The police have arrived.
Commissioner Weston?
No, he'll be here in a minute with Lamont. But there's a detective over there who wants you to show him just what Miss Stillwell did before she was murdered.
A detective?
Yeah.
Over here, Miss Lane, with a coat all around me. Why don't they keep these theaters warm?
Now, Miss Lane, right over to the organ, please.
Yes,
that's right.
All right.
Now, what did Miss Stillwell do just before she was killed?
Before she was killed? Well, Oh, yes. Well, she played the organ.
Could you play what she played, Miss Lane?
Well, I think so. Let me see. It went something like this. I think it was like this. I can't remember.
Then what came next?
Next? Oh, Yes. It was like this. Just like this.
Huh? Who said stop? McPhail, what is it? What is it?
It is the shadow, my friends, the voice of your doom.
Shadow? Well, I can't see anything. There's just a voice.
I am here with you, McPhail, Humphreys. Your plan has failed. It'll not help you to kill Miss Lane. I've already informed the police. They'll be here at any moment.
Police, let me out of here.
Stand back. Oh, back, McPhail. You'll wait in this room for the justice of the law.
All right. All right, but you'll tell them the truth, won't you, voice?
What is the truth, McPhail?
That I didn't kill anybody. It was Humphreys did it all. You're a liar, McPhail. He wired the organ. He killed Miss Stillwell and Graves. He did it all, I tell you.
And he will pay for it, McPhail. And so will you.
Oh, no. You may have McPhail, but not me.
Stop him, Shadow. Don't let him get to the organ.
Humphreys.
Not until I'm dead.
The penalty for your crimes was inevitable, Humphreys. Fate has given you her own bitter justice.
But Lamont Cranston didn't die, McPhail. I've seen him since then.
No. The blow wasn't as heavy as I thought, you see. Yes, he came to in time to stop the gas jet and find his way out of the cellar. Well, boys, I said I'd give you a lead-off for the morning edition, and I've just finished in time.
Mr. McPhail. Are you ready, McPhail?
Sure I'm ready.
All right, you newspapermen, outside. We're taking the prisoner from his cell to the chambers.
Okay, Warden. We're going.
Now, don't fold up, McPhail. I'll be over soon.
Oh, don't worry about me, Warden. I won't crack.
Thanks for the story, McPhail. Anything you'd like for a last request?
No, Yes.
No.
Wait a moment. Could you just print Bill McPhail, dramatic director, was excellent last night in his final and farewell production.
In a moment, we'll describe a real-life crime taken from police annals. But first, here is Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, John Barclay. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I hear some homeowners complain that they burn too much coal and get poor results. Well, the chances are they're burning the wrong size coal. And remember, it's just as important to use the right size coal as it is to use a good quality coal. You see, anthracite comes in 4 domestic sizes: egg, stove, chestnut, and pea. Now, we all know that any of these will burn in the average furnace. But if you want to get your money's worth in clean, even, trouble-free heat, there is one size or combination of sizes best suited to your particular heating plant. And if you're not sure which is the right size for your furnace, take my tip and call your Blue Coal dealer. He'll send a John Barclay serviceman who'll measure up your furnace and tell you exactly which size coal you should burn for the best heating results. And folks, while the serviceman is there, ask him for a demonstration of that great little time, trouble, and fuel saver, the Blue Coal heat regulator. This simple device automatically controls the furnace dampers from upstairs. It keeps your home at a normal, even, healthful temperature at all times without any attention from you. And besides, it quickly pays for itself in fuel savings. Thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. We now bring you an episode from real life, proving that crime does not pay. James Woodward was rough, tough, reckless, a hold-up man afraid of nothing. Early one morning, he walked down 119th Street in New York City, spotted a likely victim, drew his gun, and shoved it into the man's ribs.
Not a squawk out of you. Keep your hands down.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Oh, tough guy. Give me that wallet.
You made a bad mistake, James Woodward. The man you robbed is a plainclothes policeman.
Halt! Halt or I'll shoot!
Oh, my head! My head!
Inside the hospital with a head wound and a charge of attempted robbery against him went amateur hold-up man Woodward. A bloody warning that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with blue coal. This story produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air. Brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. It's not patriotic to hoard food or money, but it is patriotic to put in a good supply of coal right now. You'll be helping your government out of possible future transportation problems and also helping and insuring yourself by keeping a full supply on hand. Get enough to last you until summertime. Place your order of coal now and insist on blue coal because this superior fuel is especially prepared for home use, especially prepared to give you dependable home heating with real economy. Be prepared. Call your blue coal dealer tomorrow morning. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Return of Anatole Chevenik.
Great jewel robbery, read all about it. All clues point to Anatole Chevenik. Police sure of arrest in 24 hours.
All right, Chevenik. Your little game is over.
Really, Commissioner Weston?
Yeah, Chevenik. Those notes with your name on them, warning us that you were going to steal the jewels, the white gardenia that you always leave. You won't wiggle out of this.
There are just two things you have overlooked, Commissioner.
Yeah, what?
Point number one, you have not been able to find the jewels which you say I purloined. Point number two, at the time this robbery occurred, I was 3,000 miles from here. And I can prove it.
Extra! Police release Anatole Chevenik again for lack of evidence. Read all about it.
Something has got to be done about Anatole Chevenik.
3 times he's struck in 60 days. The police must do something.
But my jewels, the police are helpless.
Warns victims in advance. Police are powerless. What can we do against him? He always has an alibi.
Eh? Where is he? Who's there?
You. Why have you come here? What's that in your hand?
No.
Stay away. No. Oh!
Extra! Chevenik murdered. Read all about it. Chevenik murdered.
the book on Anatol Chevenik. But is that all? Can the elusive Chevenik solve the mystery of that last great darkness? Who can say what faint line divides the quick from the dead? And once having crossed that line, is it possible to return? This is the case of Anatol Chevenik, which strangely enough begins with the end of Anatol Chevenik.
There, gentlemen, on that slab here in the morgue lies the mortal remains of Anatol Chevenik. At last, we know where he is.
No thanks to you, Weston. Your police would never have caught him.
Listen to him, Cranston. You'd think that he, the great, one and only Special Investigator Devlin, had been personally responsible for it.
As a matter of fact, gentlemen, neither of you came anywhere near catching him.
Chevenik even sent notes telling the police where and when he would strike next. And what about the white gardenia, his signature? Some police force.
He always had a perfect alibi. And for that matter, what did you do for the insurance companies that pay your salary? All you ever did was pass the buck to me and my men. Some special investigator.
Now, just
Mr. Devlin, Commissioner, please remember where we are. That body lying there.
Oh, quite so,
Well, it's foolish for us to argue, Devlin. Our troubles are over now, anyhow.
I'd say they were just beginning, Commissioner. Chevenik was murdered. Who did it?
We don't know yet, Cranston, but we're working on it.
Not much to work on, Commissioner. Chevenik was found stabbed to death in his apartment, killed by a sharp-pointed instrument. I believe your police report reads a gem cutter's tool.
Well, they probably used it to cut up the stolen gems so they couldn't be identified.
Gem cutting is too delicate a job for a one-handed man, Commissioner.
One hand?
Yeah, Chevenik's right hand's missing. It's severed at the wrist. We discovered that when we found his body.
Why, I can't believe it.
Now, look for yourself.
I will. So it is. Then that's the reason he always wore those gray suede gloves.
Yeah, to conceal his artificial right hand.
This only proves how little anyone really knew of Anatol Chevenik. No accomplices, no friends. He was the man nobody knew.
Anatol Chevenik, the great jewel thief, had only one hand.
One hand, two hands. What difference does it make?
Difference, Commissioner? I can't help thinking that if his right hand hadn't been cut off by a bandsaw when he was a child, he might never have turned to crime.
What's that?
Somebody just came into the morgue. Can't see who it is. The light is so dim.
Pardon me, gentlemen, but, am I right in assuming that this is the body of Anatol Chevenik?
Who are you?
I'm George Gilroy. May I ask who you are?
I'm Police Commissioner Weston, and I left strict orders that no one was to be admitted to the morgue while Chevenik's body was here.
Indeed, Commissioner. I have a court order giving me the body for experimental purposes.
Huh?
You see, Anatol Chevenik willed his body to me.
Oh, then you're Professor Gilroy, the man who
brings back the dead, as the sensation-seeking press would have it? Let me reassure you, I have not been successful in my experiments. Yet.
Lead on, body. Chevenik returns from the dead. Police baffled. Daring jewel robberies continue. Chevenik returns from the dead.
Everything all right, Commissioner? Oh, hello, Cranston.
Oh, stop worrying, Devlin. Chevenik had better not show up here tonight.
Commissioner, come into this room here, will you? I can't talk over this din.
All right.
You can't blame Devlin for worrying about this wedding reception tonight, Commissioner.
No.
Mrs. Porter's jewels are insured with my company for $50,000.
Now, look, Devlin. Chevenik is dead. You saw his body lying in the morgue.
I know, Commissioner, but that note telling us that he was coming here tonight. If Mrs. Porter's jewels are stolen...
Devlin's right, Commissioner. Even with the fresh gardenia left with a warning note of Chevenik's signature.
Cranston, I tell you, somebody is masquerading as Chevenik. Chevenik's in his grave.
Not grave, Commissioner. Remember Professor Gilroy?
Hey, that's right. Yes, Gilroy did take the body of Chevenik to his laboratory. Well,
Commissioner Weston.
Yes, Mrs. Porter.
This note was just thrust into my hands in the ballroom.
Note? Let me see it. What? There's another gardenia wrapped up in it.
Gardenia? What does the note say, Cranston?
Jewels were made to be worn, but not by such as you. Signed merely with the initial C.
C. Then you think
Chevenik, he's here.
Oh, Commissioner, what'll I do?
Mrs. Porter, if Chevenik got in here tonight, he won't get out. I'm going to call Cardona and his men on the grounds and give the alarm.
Oh, by the way, Mrs. Porter, it was very wise of you not to wear your jewels tonight.
Not wear my jewels? Why, I am... Oh, my jewels are gone. Chevenik has stolen my jewels.
And that's the story, Margot. Note, flower, and theft all point only to one man. You know, this whole business has Weston talking to himself.
Oh, I can't say I blame him, Lamont. It is pretty weird.
My bosom friend and companion, Big Charlie, used to talk to himself, but he quit.
Why, Shrevey?
He didn't like the answers he gave himself. He didn't like.
Oh, Shrevey.
That's the truth, Miss Lane. Why, he got so sore at himself one day for something he said that he wouldn't speak to himself for days. He wouldn't speak.
Oh, Shrevey, stop.
Shrevey, sometimes I think you make these stories up.
Why, Mr. Cranston, are you putting the third degree to my veracity? Are you putting...
Shrevey, watch where you're driving.
Yes, sir. I always do. Oh!
Shrevey, for a moment there, I thought you were going to hit that other car.
Yeah. Don't we live dangerously, though?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what's this?
What?
It's wrapped up paper. I just noticed it.
Let me see it.
Here, Mr. Cranston.
Thank you.
Lamont, a white gardenia.
Wrapped up in this note, addressed to you, Margot.
To me. Read it.
It says, I have stolen no jewels from you. Instead, I give you a pearl of wisdom. Your friend Lamont Cranston pursues a dangerous game when he pursues Anatole Chevenik.
Lamont.
Shrevey, go after that car that nearly ran into us.
Well, it ain't nowhere in sight now, Mr. Cranston. He turned the corner up ahead. He was going like a shot, he was going.
Okay, Mr. Chevenik. We'll see about you later.
What are you going to do, Lamont?
Margot, you're going home. I'm going to see Commissioner Weston. You know, I've been rather lukewarm about this whole case up to now. But Mr. Chevenik has just aroused my sporting blood.
Shrevey, I say I'm perfectly safe here in my own apartment. Now go back to your cab, please.
Must that be definite, Miss Lane? Mr. Cranston
Definite. I'll be all right here alone.
Well, okay, Miss Lane. I'll go right back to Commissioner Weston's office and pick up Mr. Cranston I'll pick. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Shrevey. If I needed a bodyguard, for goodness sake. What's this? A note. Another one. Evidently, you don't take my written warning seriously, Miss Lane. So the next time I shall have to give you my warning...
In person.
Oh!
Yes, Miss Lane. Anatole Chevenik.
But you're...
Was is the correct tense, Miss Lane. I was dead. But as you see, I have even tricked death.
Oh, what do you want?
Merely to prove to you that Anatole Chevenik is alive. And to warn you, for the last time, not to allow Mr. Cranston to interfere with me. If he does... that is Mr. Cranston now, Miss Lane, calling from police headquarters. Well, why don't you answer it?
Hello?
Margot?
Yes, Lamont,
You may tell him I'm here, Miss Lane.
Lamont Anatole Chevenik is here at my apartment.
What? Can you hold him till I get there?
Well, I'll try.
He wants me to stay here until he gets here, does he not?
Margot, answer me.
Unfortunately, I have urgent business elsewhere. Remember my warning.
Lamont, he's just gone. And I'm shaking.
Gone? Well, no matter. Chevenik and I shall meet sometime soon. Right now, I'm going to Professor Gilroy's laboratory and ask a few important questions.
But Professor Gilroy has already been interviewed by the police.
Yes, I know, Margot. But somehow, people have a way of talking when their interviewer is the Shadow.
In a moment, we'll continue with Act Two of The Return of Anatole Chevenik. First, a word about your health. This is the season for head colds. And among contributing causes are drafty rooms, poorly heated houses, and frequent quick changes of temperature. You'll find that heating your home with blue coal is a great help toward overcoming these dangers. You see, blue coal is especially prepared for home use, and that is very important. It means, for example, that blue coal is delivered to your home in just the proper size for your heating plant. The right size to give you even, dependable, comfortable warmth. You won't find the rooms too hot. You won't find them chilly. You'll find them at just the right temperature for comfortable, healthful living. Then, on top of that, when you install the new Blue Coal automatic heat regulator, you immediately free yourself from the work and worry of adjusting furnace dampers. Goodbye to that. Goodbye to running up and down stairs, adjusting various chains and levers several times a day. You save effort, you save fuel, and you save money with the new Blue Coal heat regulator. Ask your Blue Coal dealer for a free demonstration tomorrow. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Now, back to the shadow.
Stupid. They laugh at me at my experiments. Well, they shall see.
Professor Gilroy.
What? That laugh. But there's nobody here but me.
You're wrong, Professor Gilroy. The shadow is also here.
Where are you? I can't see you. Are you a spirit? A spirit from the beyond?
No, Professor. I am a man of flesh and blood as yourself. But don't look for me. No one has ever seen the shadow.
What do you want of me, Invisible One?
I want you to tell me the truth about your experiments with the body of Anatole Chevenik.
What more can I tell you than that they're not completely successful, but we are progressing.
Suppose I were to tell you, Professor Gilroy, that Anatole Chevenik has been seen, alive.
Alive? Well, that's not possible. Yet, Chevenik's body is still here.
Then, Professor Gilroy, you have no objections to my viewing the body, have you?
I don't see what you will gain by that, Shadow.
It will remove any doubts I might have about your connections with the jewel thefts of Chevenik. Thefts committed since his supposed death.
All right. If you must be convinced, come with me. You will see that I speak the truth. Here. This is my dissecting laboratory. Chevenik's body is lying in here. In this box. Why, he's...
Yes, Professor Gilroy. Chevenik's body is gone.
Yes, Governor. No, Governor, but there is still no trace. Yes, Chevenik's alive, all right, no doubt of it. Yes, Governor, I know you want some action on this case. Now, I'll tell you the way I've got it all figured, Governor. I have got it all... Hello? It must have been cut off. He's a busy man. Very busy.
Commissioner, that was the governor on the phone, wasn't it?
Very funny. Very funny. My job here is hanging by a thread because of this crazy Chevenik business, and all you two can do is make bad gags.
All you have to do is give us your permission to enter Chevenik's house.
For the 20th time, Cranston, the answer is no.
Why?
Miss Lane, for the 20th time, my reasons are the same. That house was sealed by the police after Chevenik was murdered so that the place could not be tampered with and possible clues destroyed or concealed.
Well, then, Commissioner, now that you believe Chevenik to be alive...
Who said that?
You did, just a moment ago.
Yeah, so I did. Well, doggone it, he must be alive. Everything points to it. You say you saw him and then his body disappearing from Professor Gilroy's laboratory.
So you see, there's no longer any reason to keep that apartment sealed.
Well, I don't know. Suppose the murderer should give...
What murderer?
What murderer? Anatole Chevenik's murderer, of course.
But you just said that Anatole Chevenik was alive. If he's alive, he's not dead. So?
There is no murder or murderer.
It's obvious.
Oh. Now, look, Here are the keys to Chevenik's apartment. Now get out of my office before I lose my mind completely.
Thank you, Commissioner. Come on, Margot.
You know, Lamont, I don't think we're very welcome here today.
Yeah, busy man. Very busy.
Will you two get out of here?
This is it, Mr. Cranston. 7720 River Street.
All right, Shrevey. Come on, Margot. Let's see what we can find in Chevenik's house.
I hope it's not Chevenik.
You could say that again. You could say it.
Afraid, Shrevey?
You want I should wait for you here, Mr. Cranston?
Okay, Shrevey, I understand. You wait here. And if we're not out in 10 minutes, call Commissioner Weston and have him come here.
Yes, sir. I'll do that. Take good care of yourselves, Take.
Up the steps, Margot.
Goodness, Lamont, this old house seems to hang right over the river.
Yes, Chevenik must have picked it because it would be so easy to escape from.
Lamont, suppose Chevenik really is inside.
Well, this is apparently the only door to the house. And the police seal across the door is still intact.
You go in first, Lamont.
All right, Margot.
Goodness, it's so dark in here.
Yeah. Seems to be a long hall. Come on.
Lamont, there's someone here.
Where?
I can feel it. Lamont, in there. Look, Lamont. The shadow of a woman against the windows.
Yes, Margot. So it is. Feel along the wall for the light switch.
All right. Got it.
You, Anatole?
Anatole.
Lamont.
Quiet.
Anatole, is that you?
Switch on the lights, Margot.
Oh. Who are you?
May I ask you the same question?
I am the wife of Anatole Chevenik. I suppose you are from the police.
His wife, but I thought that...
You thought that Anatole had no wife. But you are wrong. He fooled everyone. No one knew I existed.
Well, when we came in here, the door was sealed. How did you get in?
There are more than one means of getting in and out of Anatole Chevenik's house.
Mrs. Chevenik, your husband, if he is still alive, will be brought to justice eventually, so
If he is still alive? You say that very strangely.
Well, you know, of course, that your husband was murdered.
Oh, no. No, he is not dead. I can prove it. This newspaper. Here. Read it.
What does it say, Lamont?
It's an item in the personal column. It says, Rene, come to the apartment tonight, signed AC.
You see? It is a signal we had agreed upon. Does that prove to you he is alive? He will be here tonight. But you will not catch him. He is too clever.
Mrs. Chevenik, this may be a trap to get you.
Oh, no. There are only 2 other people who know my husband. There is no trap.
What's that?
Sounds like someone's in the other room.
I will see who that is.
Wait, I'll come with you.
No, run!
Stop! Stop, I say! She's run in there and locked the door. Chevenik must be there.
Well, if he's in there...
Go, Rene. You will betray me to the police, eh?
Lamont, that Chevenik, I couldn't forget that voice.
I'll have to break this door down, Margot. Look out.
Lamont, he's gone.
Yes, must have escaped through some secret passage the way she got in. I wonder where she...
Lamont, there, behind that sofa. Oh, Lamont, she's dead. He stabbed her.
Yes, Margot. Wait a minute. This is very strange.
What, Lamont?
This woman was stabbed by a right-handed man. Anatole Chevenik didn't have a right hand. Yes, I'm sure of it, Margot. It couldn't have been Anatole Chevenik who stabbed her.
But she called his name. She must have believed it was he. And I recognized his voice through that door.
No, it doesn't add up, Margot. There's some vital piece in this crazy puzzle that's missing.
Oh, Lamont, what do you suppose it is?
Missing? Somehow the missing hand is the solution to the whole mystery, Margot. Now, what is the connection?
Well, why don't you talk it over with the Commissioner Weston and Mr. Devlin? Maybe they can...
Devlin? That's it, Margot. If no one knew anything about Chevenik, how could Devlin know that Chevenik's hand had been cut off by a bandsaw when he was a child? It was just a slip, but I hear...
Well, when did Mr. Devlin say that?
That day we viewed Anatole Chevenik's body in the morgue. I see it perfectly now. Margot, call the police and tell them to surround the house of Peter Devlin. The Shadow is going to pay him a call. And if I'm correct, the case of Anatole Chevenik will finally end tonight.
You will continue on with me, Peter Devlin. You have traveled too far along the road to turn back now.
I never knew about the murder. Not until it happened.
This gem-cutting tool in my hand is sharp. I can use it. I have used it before for other things besides changing the shape and sizes of stolen jewels.
And if I go to the police?
Renee tried to go to the police tonight, and she is no longer able to talk. Think it over. I can do both jobs. You have seen that for yourself. For now, Anatole Chevenik will have 2 hands. I can steal the jewels and cut them as well.
No.
Your share will be bigger now.
No, Chevenik.
You are the only one who could reveal me to the police. He is dead because he tried to withhold some of the gems. Renee is dead because she could not be silent. And you are the only one left. Why, it would be so easy to...
No, please. Don't kill me, please.
Fool. Coward. I don't need you. I can work alone.
Chevenik.
What? Who calls my name?
The Shadow.
Chevenik, the Shadow.
Yes. I've heard of you, Shadow. You are the one I feared most.
So, Jacques Chevenik, your brother Anatole had an identical twin. That explains the so-called return of Anatole Chevenik. You took his place. His twin brother.
Yes, my brother is dead. I killed him.
You also murdered your brother's wife.
She knew too much.
And you, Devlin, yours is the greater crime. You worked for the insurance companies as a special investigator. And you were informed of all plans to protect the jewels from the Chevenik brothers. The plans which you gave to them in return for your share of the loot.
Shadow, I was wrong. I see it now. What can I do to make up for my crime?
You can testify against this murderer here. Perhaps the court will be lenient with you.
Testify against me? No, Devlin. If you are dead, no one will know. There will be no proof.
Look out, Devlin, that knife! You've killed him.
Yes, Shadow. His tongue is silent. Now the law can never get me.
Chevenik. You have been tried and found guilty of murder in the first degree by a jury of your peers. All through this trial, you have been silent. Have you anything to say before this court pronounces sentence upon you?
Your Honor, it is true that I have not spoken. I believed I would be wiser not to speak. But now that the trial is over, I realize what I have done. I know what a fool I was ever to believe that I could break the laws and not pay. I know now that my life would have been happier and would have come to a better end if I had stayed on the right side. That is all.
Jacques Chevenik, it is the sentence of this court that you be hanged by the neck until you are dead. And may God have mercy on your soul.
A real-life drama proving that crime does not pay will be presented immediately after a message from John Barclay. Here he is, Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, and good evening, friends. Most of us have our hands pretty full these days, not only with our regular daily work, but also various war defense jobs, such as air raid wardens, volunteer fire auxiliaries, and so forth. This leaves us less time to pay attention to our own personal comfort. A large portion of every family's comfort these days is naturally derived from the home. Home heating, for instance, is an important function towards affording us complete relaxation. And one advantage you folks have in home heating is the John Barclay serviceman. He's at the beck and call of any hard coal user. Now, while there isn't a great deal of difficulty generally encountered in the regulating of your heating plant, there are sometimes little things that keep it from operating properly and economically. It takes on your part just a telephone call to have a John Barclay serviceman inspect your heating plant. He'll give you many little tips on adjusting your dampers and also tell you, which is very important, the proper size coal you should use. You'll find your John Barclay serviceman a courteous, businesslike, and helpful individual. He represents a service offered only by your neighborhood blue coal dealer, and it is his job to see that you get the best results from your heating plant. So, folks, tomorrow morning, call your neighborhood blue coal dealer and ask him to send over a John Barclay serviceman. At no cost, no obligation to you. And remember, this service is offered exclusively by your blue coal dealer. Thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Berlin, Germany. A stormtrooper, revolver in his holster, calls it a German home. He knocks on the front door.
Yeah, what is it?
I have come for the regular Victory Drive collection. It is being doubled this week.
Oh, no. No, I can't afford it.
Are you trying to tell me you want to sabotage the Great War effort? Oh. Get the money.
Oh, I'll get it. Please don't hurt me.
That's one way to collect money, the dictator's way. In America, the free man's way is different. Nobody comes to your house with a gun in his hand. You must go of your own free will to your nearest bank or post office and buy defense bonds, buy defense stamps, buy as many as you can. Buy them regularly. That's the only way to prove to the Nazis that for nations, just as for men,
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with blue coal. This story was produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
hearts of men. The shadow
The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Speaks Twice.
Framed. Framed. You were framed, Paul.
Shut up. Shut up, will you?
You yeller. You were framed and you know it. And you're afraid to do anything about it.
What is there to do about it? I won't be out of here for 2 more years.
Maybe yes. Maybe no.
Meaning?
Meaning I found a way out of this crackerbox pen.
No. I told you before, I'm not going to break out of here.
So you want to do your full time, huh? Just an honest embezzler.
For the last time, I'm telling you I had nothing to do with any embezzlement.
Sure, Paul, sure, I know. Your Uncle George Bartow framed you, and you're too scared to do anything about it. But I'm going to do something to pay him back for the life rap he gave me.
Oh, talk is cheap.
Yeah, you're right. But once we're outside...
Sorry, Marty. I said I wasn't interested in escape.
Okay. Have it your way, then. Good night, kid.
Good night.
Prison beds are hard, ain't they, kid?
Yeah.
Say, it's too bad about that good-looking dame whose picture you got on the wall there.
Peggy Sanders? What about her?
Suppose I were to tell you that I know she's Judge Bartow's ward.
Where'd you find that out?
Oh, there's ways, even in prison. Suppose I told you that I heard that your girlfriend, Peggy, is going to marry your stepbrother next week.
Going to marry Edwin? Oh, no. Oh, she wouldn't. She loves me.
Maybe your uncle, the good judge, used some pressure. Maybe he's forcing her to marry Edwin. It shouldn't be too hard now to talk her out of marrying a jailbird.
Shut up, Marty. Shut up.
Okay. So I'm talking too much, eh? Good night, kid.
You know, you're a fool to try to make that prison break, Marty.
Strictly.
You think you can make it?
I told you it was a cinch.
All right. I'm going with you, Marty. There's something I've got to attend to outside.
All right, all out, men.
All right, kid. Everything's set. When it starts, we head for the far wall under the watchtower.
I see how we're going to get away with it.
And now watch it. The screws keep moving.
Right.
Now, here's the way we work it. We're going to get a little help from the boys. When I give them the signal, they're going to start a little commotion down at that end of the yard.
Yeah.
That's our cue to head for the watchtower. We won't even be noticed. The guards will be busy with that phony fight.
Uh-huh.
Now, this is it, kid. I'm going to give it to them. All right, boys. Keep it.
Gotcha. Hey, you keep your hands
Not too fast, kid. That guard there's got his eye on us.
He's suspicious. He's coming towards us.
Keep moving. If he tries to stop us, I'll take care of him.
Where'd you get that knife?
Never mind.
Just a moment, you two.
Oh, anything on your mind, guard?
You heard the whistle. Now get back to the exercise field and line up.
Sure.
You killed him.
I'm a little out of practice, but judging by my past experience, I think I've done just that.
Murder.
Sure. Come on, kid. Let's get moving. Now, here, help me lift this stone. Come on, give me a hand. Don't stand there.
All right. All right, here.
It covers the entrance to an old water main. Leads into a stream outside the grounds. Once we're out, we're in the clear. Here. Now, there's the hole. Come on, in you go.
No. Hey, I've changed my mind.
It's too late to rat on me now, kid. You're going through with this. Now get in there.
No, Marty. I'll wait. If I get out of here and find my Uncle Judge Bartow has framed that marriage, I'll get him then.
I said you were yeller before, and I say it now. You're going through with this, kid. Right into my arms, Junior. Now I'll drag you through that tunnel. And when you come to, I'll flip you to see who kills the judge.
The two convicts who today escaped from the state prison through an abandoned water main after having killed a guard have not yet been apprehended. The men are Lifer Monty Legault and his cellmate, Paul Bartow, who, ironically enough, is a nephew of Judge Bartow, who sentenced them both to prison.
Nothing new on the
Both
radio.
men were
Switch
wearing
off,
convict...
Margot. And there it is, Margot. That's the reason for the urgent phone call from Edwin to come to Cliff House.
Why, on account of the prison break?
Mm-hmm. They fear that Paul has broken out to avenge himself on his uncle, Judge Bartow. I'm trying to believe that all three secretly fear that they're in for danger.
All three, Lamont.
Judge Bartow, his ward Peggy Sanders, and Paul's stepbrother Edwin. You know, Margot, this whole business puzzles me. I knew Paul Bartow before he was sent to prison. He's not a killer. Not the criminal type at all.
Well, Lamont, wasn't there some talk at the time of his trial that his uncle deliberately sent him up to prison to get him out of the way?
Mm-hmm, but even so, I still can't believe Paul would do anything to his uncle.
Well, from a little bit I've seen of dear old uncle, I figured him to be rather an unpleasant person.
Well, perhaps a better word would be hasty, Margot. You see, 5 years ago, his verdict against Paul on the embezzlement charge was, I don't know, somebody right up ahead signaling with a flashlight for us to stop.
Well, do you think we'd better, Lamont, at this time of night?
Oh, don't worry, Margot.
That you, Lamont?
Yes? Oh, hello, Edwin.
Edwin, Paul's stepbrother?
Right.
Good to see you, Lamont. Hello, Margot.
Hello, Edwin.
Lamont, Paul is up at the house now.
Oh, I see. Is your uncle in the house, too?
Yes, Uncle John is there with Peggy.
Oh, how is Peggy? I haven't seen her lately.
She's fine, Margot. Lamont, things are very serious. Paul has accused Uncle John of trying to force Peggy to marry me. Of course, that's ridiculous.
Well, knowing your uncle as I do...
Well, Lamont, you know me, too. Think I'm the kind of a man who'd double-cross someone I like as much as I do Paul? Believe me, Peggy loved me now. Even if Paul never had been sent to prison, she'd still love me.
I see.
But Paul doesn't understand that.
Well, if that's true, it shouldn't be hard to make him understand it.
Margot, 4.5 years of prison can do a great deal to warp a man.
Just what did you want me to come here for, Edwin?
Well, I thought that you could reason with him, Lamont. You could persuade him to go back to prison and finish his term.
That's a big order.
You can do it, Lamont. He knows you and he respects you.
Well, I'll see what I can do, but... meanwhile, Edwin, what about Monty Legault?
Who?
Paul's cellmate who made the break with him.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. As a matter of fact, Lamont, I haven't spoken directly to Paul. I've just heard him talking to Uncle John in the library.
Well, let's get up to the house, Edwin. See what we can do about this problem of yours.
Peggy! Oh, Peggy! She's probably locked herself in a room. She said she didn't want to face Paul again.
Can't say I blame her.
Paul must still be in the library with Uncle John. It's right this way, Lamont.
Just a minute, Edwin. Wouldn't it be better if we told Paul that we're here first?
Very well. Just a moment.
You keep quiet. I don't want to hear any more. I won't keep quiet.
You seem to be arguing.
Yes, I don't think it'd be advisable to go in now.
Don't raise your voice in my presence, Paul. I'm sick of listening to your lies. You've done enough to me already. You hear? You're not going to do it. I swear you won't do it. Stop shouting. I'll shout to the rooftop that it pleases me.
I think we'd better go in
Get
there.
out of this house. This is the last time you threaten me. Oh, what are you doing? Oh!
Lamont, those shots.
Come on, let's go in.
Where are they?
Paul must have gone out through that open window.
Lamont.
Here, Cranston, here on the floor.
All right, just a minute now. Better let me examine him, Edwin.
Uncle John.
Your uncle is dead, Edwin.
Paul's murdered him, Lamont. I knew he would.
No. Get hold of yourself, Edwin.
Let's get hold of myself.
All right, now. Go downstairs. Phone for the police.
All right, Lamont, but it's a little late for that.
Oh, it seems you were wrong, Lamont, about Paul.
Yes. Looks like I was, Margot. Say, here's something interesting.
What is it, Lamont?
This window is at least 3 feet from the ground. If Paul jumped through here, he should have left footprints in the soft earth outside.
I should think so.
Well, there are no footprints out there.
All of which means he's still in the house. What was that? That's Edwin calling.
I guess you were right after all, Margot. Paul must still be in the house. Come on.
Thought you'd never find me way down here in the cellar.
Are you all right, Edwin?
Yes, I'm all right now.
Well, what happened, Edwin?
Paul tried to kill me. As I was calling the police, I heard a sound down here in the cellar, and I came down to investigate.
Cole fired at me.
Well, where is he now?
I don't know. He could have escaped by that open window there.
Well, Edwin, I'm convinced now that your stepbrother, Paul...
Down, both of you. He's still here.
Lamont, you've been shot.
I'm all right, Margot. I'm all right.
Lamont! He's dead. Paul killed him. Now just lie still, Lamont.
Where's Edwin? Is he all right?
Yes, he's going to get the doctor.
And Paul?
He's escaped.
How did I get up here?
Edwin carried you up here to Peggy's room.
Oh.
What's that?
Well, sounds like it's coming from that closet. I'll see.
No, don't try to get up, Lamont.
I'm all right, Margot.
Lamont, please.
It's Peggy. Here, quick, Margot. Untie her. Take that gag out of her mouth.
All right. Wait a minute. See if I can get this untied. There. Oh, Lamont. Margot. Oh, thank heaven.
Lamont, she's going to faint.
Here, Peggy, may I?
No. I'm all right now. You, Lamont, you've been shot.
Oh, it's nothing, Peggy. Just a flesh wound.
How did it happen?
Paul fired at him.
Oh, no. No,
Yes, Peggy, I think he did.
I was afraid.
Oh, Peggy, you better sit down.
Thank you.
Yeah, no. How do you feel? Well enough to tell us what happened?
I don't remember much. I was downstairs. There was a knock at the door. When I opened it, Paul was standing there. And another man. An ugly, terrible-looking man.
Did Paul call this man's name?
I don't remember.
Marty LaGorte?
I don't think he called him by name, Margot. Paul asked where Uncle was. He was acting so strangely. He hardly recognized me. I was afraid to tell him, but he hurried Uncle in the library and forced his way in.
Did this other man go with him?
No, he didn't. He clamped his hand over my mouth and started choking me. I guess I must have fainted because that's all I remember until you found me in the closet.
Well, Peggy, did you know that your uncle was murdered?
No. No, that can't be. Who would want it? It wasn't Paul. No. No, it couldn't have been Paul. Do you hear me?
Well, Cranston, we checked the gun against the bullet that were used to kill Judge Bartow, and this is a murder weapon, all right?
There's no doubt in my mind, Commissioner Weston, that Paul did it.
No. No, Edwin, you mustn't say that.
Well, it's true, Peggy.
Commissioner, I think that...
Cranston, this is an open and shut case. Paul Bartow murdered his uncle, and that's that. Now,
No,
we
you're
can
not paying
just...
attention. I did 2 crumbs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did 2 things.
What's that?
Oh, no, it's a curious thing, but I'm so nervous I must have switched on the recording machine by mistake.
Those voices on that record are very familiar.
Well, they ought to be, Margot. They're yours and Lamont.
What goes here?
Oh, it's just a little hobby of mine. I have a recording machine. I like to catch fragments of conversation and play them back later, just as a joke.
Oh.
I made that record of you and Lamont over a year ago, Margot.
Aha! Keeping a permanent record that I don't pay attention when playing bridge.
Well, this
huh?
isn't getting us anyplace. Miss Sanders, you've known Paul Bartow since childhood. Now, where do you think he might hide? I know he's still somewhere in the neighborhood.
Hide? Well, he... Well, I wouldn't know.
Commissioner, if you'll forgive me, you do know that Marty LaGorte escaped with Paul Bartow.
That I do.
Well, it may have been LaGorte who murdered Judge Bartow and took that pot shot at me. After all, LaGorte had equal motive to kill Judge Bartow.
Now, look, Cranston, I'm convinced it was Paul Bartow. I'm going to send out an alarm, and I'll have him here in 24 hours.
Margot, keep watch at that window, will you, please? I'm sure that Peggy Sanders will try to leave this house tonight. And I'm going to follow her. She knows where Paul would be hiding.
So that's why she acted so strangely when Commissioner Weston questioned her this afternoon.
It was obvious that she was covering up.
Well, then you think that she's still in love with Paul.
I'm sure of it. In spite of what Edwin says, she's...
Wait a minute. Lamont, you're right. Peggy's just slipped out the side entrance. And she's taking the path that leads down to the ocean.
I'm going to follow her.
Oh, no, you're not. The doctor said you're not to leave this room.
I've got to follow her, Margot.
Suppose I follow her, Lamont.
Oh, it's too dangerous for you.
If I were afraid of danger, I wouldn't pal around with you. I'm going after
Now,
her.
Margot,
And you're staying right where you are.
You know, Marty, my head hurts.
I told you, Paul, you heard it when you fell down.
How did we get here?
You brought me here.
Funny, I don't remember anything after we made that prison break. Funny, though.
This place.
It's a cave.
This cave and this beach look very familiar.
Yeah, they ought to. He grew up around here. Back up there in the cliff is your uncle's house.
Oh. I remember now. Peggy and I used to play here when we were kids.
Hey, now look, we haven't eaten for 17 hours. I'm going to go and get us some grub.
Oh, they'll spot you in a minute in those prison clothes.
Not if I stay out of sight. I'll be back in an hour.
Huh? Oh. My head hurts. Everything's so jumbled up.
Paul?
Huh?
Paul!
What was that?
Paul!
Oh, Peggy.
Oh, my darling. I waited until that man left. Paul, you look ill.
It's just my head. Marty said I fell.
Did he bring you here?
Yeah. No, I brought him here. I don't remember. It's so hard to think, Peggy.
Paul, you've got to get away from here. They're going to arrest you for Uncle John's murder.
Uncle John's murder?
Yes.
I don't remember. I wanted to. He was forcing you to marry Edwin.
Paul, did you kill him?
Oh, I don't know, Peggy. Maybe I did. Who's that? What did you bring with you?
Why, I didn't bring... Margot Lane, you followed me here.
Peggy, forgive me for spying on you, but I want to help you.
You can help me by not mentioning this to anyone.
Well, what will you do?
I'm going to help Paul get away from the police.
Oh, running away won't help. He'll be caught eventually.
She's right, Peg. It's useless. We can't stay in this cave forever.
Margot, Judge Bartow tried to poison my mind, make me hate Paul, make me marry Edwin. I can't.
That's a sad story, Miss Sanders.
Oh, Marty.
Yeah, Paul, your old friend Marty. It was nice of you to invite Tuffy to our hideout cave while I was gone. Too bad you're not going to be around to enjoy it.
What do you mean?
I mean that I just called Commissioner Weston on the phone and made a deal with him. If I bring you in, they'll go easy on me when the case comes to trial.
What?
You're clever, aren't you, Marty?
Sure I am. My story that I told the commissioner on the phone was that I tried to keep you from breaking jail. And when you did go, I went after you to bring you back. Simple enough?
Just a little too simple, Marty LaGorte.
Oh, so you got a gun. Why, you don't think that I'm going to be afraid
Stop coming toward me, or I'll fire.
A dame with a little pop gun?
I warned you.
And your little pop gun won't work, eh? That's too bad. Now I'm boss around here. I give the orders and my revolver works. What?
Marty LaGorte.
Hey, who said that?
The shadow, Marty LaGorte. Don't look for me. The shadow cannot be seen.
What do you want of me, Shadow?
I want to commend the leopard who changed his spots. So you're working for the police, eh, Marty?
Sure. Sure, that's right.
Good for you.
Shadow, you don't understand.
I understand perfectly, Miss Lane. Come, Marty. We're all going back to Cliff House where Commissioner Weston and Edwin Bartow are waiting for you.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Don't you understand, Marty? Bring your prisoner back to the police and receive the reward for your efforts.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Shadow. After all, I am working for the police.
But, Shadow...
This should be interesting, Miss Lane, and quite surprising.
Marty LaGorte promised that he'd be here in 15 minutes.
And he said he was bringing Paul with him?
Yeah, I don't get it. Here's this lifer, Marty LaGorte, turning straight and helping the police.
All right, get in there, you.
Well, Marty, I see you brought Paul Bartow with you and Miss Lane and Miss Saunders.
Commissioner, here's your prisoner.
Why don't you say something, Paul? Defend yourself.
Oh, what's the use, Peg? I haven't a chance.
Not a chance, Paul Bartow. The law gives every man a chance.
Shadow, what are you doing here?
The Shadow?
Thought I might be of some assistance, Commissioner.
Well, you're too late. I've already solved this crime.
Sure of that, are you?
I've got a corpse, witnesses, and the murderer. What more do you want?
Who is the murderer?
This fella here, Paul Bartow.
That's where you're wrong, Commissioner.
Now listen, Shadow, this is an open and shut case.
I agree with you.
You do? Well, that's very nice. You agree.
The murderer is right in this room. But he isn't Paul Bartow.
Now look, Shadow, my witnesses heard Paul Bartow threaten to shoot his uncle, and they heard the shots.
Did it sound like this?
I'm sick of listening to your lies. You've done enough to me already, do you hear? You're not going to do it. I swear you won't do it.
Stop. Turn that off. Turn it off.
Talk to the rooftop if that pleases me. You can't stop me. Get out of this room. Get out of this house. This is the last time you'll threaten me. Paul, what are you doing? Paul!
Is that what your witness heard, Commissioner?
What was that?
A recording. played from that loudspeaker concealed in the wall. A recording that was devised by the real murderer, Edwin Bartow, to make his stepbrother, Paul, look guilty.
No, I don't know anything about it.
Edwin, with the aid of his accomplice, Marty Lagarde.
Edwin, you...
Stop Lagarde, Commissioner. He's trying to get away.
Stop or I'll fire. I kill him?
No, Commissioner. He'll live to pay his debt to society. As for our friend Edwin Bartow, I think you'll have no trouble getting a confession out of him now.
Yes.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Protect yourself against the quick weather changes that are so common this time of the year by heating your home with blue coal. You'll find this fine fuel gives you new and greater satisfaction because it's especially prepared for home heating. It's delivered to your home in just the right size for greatest efficiency. That means warmth even on the coldest days. It means money saved, too, on fuel costs. Remember, when you buy blue coal, you save money by buying the best. Get in touch with your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow and have him fill your bin with the always clean and dependable blue coal. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Gives an Encore.
As the surgeon knows, the phenomenon called life is a delicate balance. To tamper with that balance is to upset it, and to upset it is to create a monster, neither living nor dead. A creature with no conscience, no mind of its own, but obeying the will of its bloodthirsty master. This is the story of a scientist who walked a road no mortal man dare travel.
And in conclusion, gentlemen of the Biologist Society, may I say that I have actually seen cases of this living surgery in the Orient. I have seen whole parts of bodies transplanted successfully. Vital organs removed from one person and grafted onto another.
Professor Gondo, may I say you leave so much to the imagination.
Are you implying that I lie, Professor Wallace?
I'm not implying. I say that you're a fraud and have no business here addressing a group of scientists.
I
quite agree with that. Well, Gondo, where is the proof of your statements on living surgery?
For 10 years, Wallace, you have attempted to ruin me. I have given you no reason, no cause for these unjustified attacks on me.
Proof? Where's your proof?
You have seen my collection of photographs of actual cases.
Fakes, every one of them.
You'll pay for this, Professor Wallace.
I might add that you're a much better photographer than you are a man of science.
Yes, you'll pay for this, Professor Wallace. You'll pay.
all about it. Knifer Williams dies tonight in chair. Knifer Williams to be executed tonight. Read all about it.
This is the end of the road for you, Williams. Have you any last words? Any last requests?
Yeah, Warden. Free my hands and give me a knife.
I see, Williams. Still unrepentant. May the Lord see fit to pardon your sins. All right. Knifer Williams is dead.
Hello, Commissioner Weston speaking.
Hello, Commissioner Weston. This is Warden Sloan of the state prison speaking.
Yes, Warden, yes.
Commissioner Knifer Williams' body was placed in the prison morgue and...
Did you call me at 4 o'clock in the morning to tell me that?
No, sir.
What then?
His hands, Commissioner. His hands have been amputated.
Amputated?
They're missing.
Good Lord, missing. Why?
I don't know, sir. It looks like the job of a skilled surgeon. In some way, someone got into the morgue and mutilated Williams' body.
Mr. Bartolini's not in his dressing room, Mr. McManus.
Hey.
I went in to check on his costumes.
Not there?
No, sir.
What does trapeze act as the star act in the bill? Now, what can we tell the audience?
Well, that's your business,
Well,
sir.
you know they only come to see Bartolini's triple somersault in midair.
Everything's gone from his dressing room, sir.
Flew the coupe, eh?
I don't know, sir. There's only a large wooden box there.
Box? Well, let me see it. Come on.
You know, Mr. McManus, I have a strange feeling about this. There's been a man... Oh, here it is, Mr. McManus. Sort of looks like a small coffin, don't it?
Yeah, it does. I'm going to open that box. Oh, wait a minute. What's this? There's a note attached to the side. It says, Bartolini won't need these anymore. It's unsigned. Well, I don't get it. Open the box.
All right. Oh!
Just his arms. Bartolini's 2 arms in the box. Amputated at the shoulder.
I don't suppose you remember me, Mr. Cranston. I met you several years ago in the Orient.
Well, as a matter of fact, Professor Wallace, I remember you quite well. You were doing research work in tropical diseases at the time.
Yes, that's quite right. And if I'm not mistaken, you are something of a student of criminology.
Oh, why?
Well, it's for that reason that I've asked you here tonight.
Well, criminology is just a hobby, Professor Wallace, but I am very much interested in the subject.
That's a masterpiece of understatement.
What was that?
Oh, nothing. I'm sorry I interrupted you. Please go on.
Oh, yes. Well, to come to the point, what would you say, Mr. Cranston, if I were to tell you that I have, for the last several years, been driving a man systematically insane?
What are you saying?
Now, wait, please, hear me out. First, hear my reasons before you condemn me.
Please go on.
I assure you my motives are above censure when judged in the light of medical science.
Drive a man insane. Well, do you think that by doing that you're helping mankind?
Yes, I do, Miss Lane. See, this man's brain was warped before he ever crossed my path. I immediately recognized the danger in allowing this man to continue with his diabolical experiments. Experiments with living bodies.
Oh, Lamont.
I don't believe I quite understand, Professor Wallace.
Experiments with living surgery, Mr. Cranston. The grafting of arms and legs and vital organs from one body to another.
Oh.
The man's name is Gondo, a brilliant biologist whose intense work in the field of biological research twisted his mind. There's no telling what horrible crime he might not commit in his effort to prove his theories.
Well, why wasn't some effort made to cure him?
Cure is out of the question, Miss Lane. That horrible obsession is beyond medical aid.
Oh, I see.
So my sole purpose was to make Professor Gondo commit some act of violence toward me. Then I could have him sent away to some institution where he'd be safe. And at last, I think I have succeeded. Read this note I just received.
What does it say, Lamont?
My brain against yours, Professor. The body of a skilled gymnast, and in a murderer's hand, cold steel, thirsting for your blood. Tonight. Why, it's unsigned.
It's undoubtedly from my friend Gondo.
Well, you don't seem very much upset by that threatening note, Professor Wallace.
Well, Miss Lane, my apartment here is 22 floors off the street, and the halls are guarded by private detectives.
Lamont, look.
Where?
Look out the window over there. I saw someone on the window ledge of the building across the court.
Why, that's impossible. There's not enough ledge on those windows for a cat to walk on. No, I can't see anybody. It's too dark.
Well, I'm sure I saw someone for a moment.
Probably your nerves, Margot. I can't say I blame you after hearing that.
What
was that?
Came from my study. My assistant Peterson is going over some notes of mine in there.
Come on.
Yes, of course.
Oh, no.
Don't look, Margot.
Peterson. He's dead, Cranston. Stabbed through the throat with a knife.
No, Wallace, not stabbed. That knife was thrown. Huh? And look, the window was slightly open at a level with his head.
Thrown? Miss Lane was right about seeing someone across the way.
Careful, Wallace. The killer may still be there. Look out!
What was that?
Another knife.
There's a note attached to it. Read it, Cranston.
Yes. Fear festers like an evil disease. The first knife was to plant the infection. The next to drain your life's blood.
Right, Cardona. Call me back here at Professor Wallace's apartment.
Well, Commissioner?
It seems Miss Lane was right about seeing somebody across this court. My men have found a good set of fingerprints on the ledge of that window across there.
Uh-huh.
They're checking through the files now.
We were sure of that before you found the prints, Commissioner.
Of course, Valdemir Gondo's fingerprints.
And how do you know this guy Gondo sent Professor Wallace the note? It wasn't signed.
He threatened me before.
Oh, wait. Step by step, Professor. Step by step. Now, while you're all sitting in here, Miss Lane sees somebody across the court. 20-some stories off the street and hanging on the ledge. Hanging on a ledge, mind you, like a fool monkey. Well, he'd have to be another Bartolini to do that.
Bartolini? Yes, that's the name I was trying to remember. Bartolini, the great trapeze performer.
So you think it's Bartolini, huh?
It could have been, Commissioner.
Yeah, could have been, Miss Lane. However, it seems that somebody bumped Mr. Bartolini off some 3 weeks ago.
Yes, that's it. And sent his arms back in a box. That mutilation slaying, do you remember it, Professor Wallace?
Yes, his arms were severed at the shoulder. The rest of his body hasn't been found. Cranston, do you think there's a possibility that Gondo succeeded in his experiments?
Wait, I'll answer. It's probably for me. Hello? Yes, speaking. Oh, yes, Cardona. You checked the prints. All right. Well, whose are they? Whose? Check them again. You heard me check them again, and if you give me the same answer, you're fired. Ridiculous.
Whose fingerprints were they, Commissioner?
Dopes in a... I'm going to clean out that whole fingerprint department.
Whose prints were they?
He said they were Knifer Williams' prints.
And Knifer Williams died in the electric chair 4 weeks ago.
Act 2 of Death Gives an Encore will continue in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's a reminder to get in touch with your Blue Coal dealer so you'll be prepared for anything the weatherman has in store for you. You can keep your home at just exactly the temperature you want with Blue Coal. Comfortably warm and yet not too hot, because Blue Coal burns evenly and smoothly. In fact, this superior home fuel is especially prepared, sized, and carefully graded for home use. Yes, it fits the requirements of your furnace. It's tailor-made for your home. That's why you're sure of complete satisfaction when you heat with Blue Coal. You not only get comfortable, dependable warmth, but besides that, this tested superior home fuel is a money saver. It burns so efficiently that you enjoy real economy with Blue Coal. Get in touch with your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Now here's a special announcement about the Mystic Shadow Ring. This is an exotic white ring that holds light and afterward glows weirdly in the darkness. You can get this ring simply by sending 10 cents with your name and address to The Shadow, Post Office Box 5, Madison Square Station, New York City. Send in right away for your Mystic Shadow Ring. Now, back to The Shadow.
What on earth do you make of this whole business?
Margot, I don't think Bartolini is dead. Everything points to the fact that Gondo was successful in his experiments.
Well, then the creature I saw on that window ledge...
May have been the trained acrobat Bartolini with the grafted arms of the Knifer Williams.
Oh, but how could Gondo control the brain of his monster?
I don't know that, Margot. But the Shadow is going to interview Professor Gondo in his laboratory. Perhaps he will find the answer there.
Soon. Proof you wanted, eh? Well, proof you shall have.
Professor Gondo.
What? I heard something. There's nobody here.
You're wrong, Professor Gondo. The Shadow is also here.
Where? I don't see anyone.
The shadow cannot be seen by your eyes.
Why did you come here?
I want to know about your experiments in living surgery.
Living surgery. Why do you want to know?
An attempt was made on the life of Professor Wallace tonight. You are under suspicion.
Suspicion?
Do you admit, Professor Gondo?
I do not admit anything, Shadow. But I can tell you frankly, I would like to see him dead. I hate him.
And you tried to kill him?
No. No, Shadow. If I were to kill Professor Wallace, mind you, I say if, it would be with these two hands.
And not the hands of Knifer Williams grafted to the body of Bartolini, grafted by you as an instrument of your revenge?
You speak in riddles, Shadow. I do not understand.
Perhaps you find it convenient not to understand, Gondo.
What's that? Someone is tapping on my window.
Gondo, stay away from that window.
I must see what it is. There is no one here.
Come away from that window. Gondo. Dead. Killed by a thrown knife.
Street paper, read all about it. New knife slaying. Professor Gondo, third victim of fiendish knife murderer. Police request anyone with possible clues to identity of murderer to come forward. Police request anyone with possible clues to
identity of murderer to come forward. Commissioner Weston stated this morning that in his opinion, the killings have not reached an end. The murderer said he will attempt to cover his tracks by killing anyone whom he believes can reveal him. Reveal him. Yes, of course. Hello, operator. Get me police headquarters immediately. Oh, I hope it isn't too late. Hello, police? I must speak to Commissioner Weston. Hurry, please. I think I can identify the knife murderer. Yes. Well, I'm the wardrobe mistress for Romero Brothers Circus, and I remember the man who was last seen with Mr. Bartolini. And if I'm in danger because of that... What? Oh, yes, I'd know him in a minute. He knew Mr. Bartolini and was always around. He seemed to take an unusual interest in Mr. Bartolini. Mr. Bartolini!
You are going to die, Mrs. Dorner. You are going to die.
Mr. Bartolini, that knife. What are you going to do with that knife?
I must kill you. You must be put out of the way.
Oh, Mr. Bartolini, what have I ever done to you? Oh, please. No, don't throw that knife.
I tell you, Cranston, I was talking to the woman on the phone when it happened. She was just going to give me a description of the murderer when she met her death, a knife in her throat. What I can't understand is her calling out Bartolini's name.
Bartolini? Well, Lamont, then you were right about his not being dead.
Begins to look that way, Margot. Not dead. Bartolini's amputated arms were sent back in a box.
That doesn't necessarily mean that he's dead.
Now, don't try to tell me my business. I say that there have been 4 murders. Bartolini, Peterson, Gondo, and now Mrs. Dorner, the wardrobe mistress at the circus.
You're leaving out something very important, Commissioner.
Yeah? You fascinate me, my amateur sleuth. What is it?
Not it, Commissioner. Knifer Williams.
Knifer Williams was executed 4 weeks before Peterson was murdered.
Fingerprints don't lie, Commissioner.
Well, somebody is.
Have you ever heard of living surgery, Commissioner?
Look, Cranston, Professor Wallace told me all about that business of grafting arms and legs from one person to another. He says it's the bunk.
Still doesn't believe it, eh?
Of course not.
Tell me, Commissioner, since Gondo's death, has Professor Wallace asked you to have the police guard removed?
Yes, he just called about an hour ago and said he wouldn't need them anymore.
And you called them off?
Certainly. Why shouldn't I?
Because, Commissioner, I have reason to believe that the murderer will strike again tonight.
Well, Mr. Cranston, Miss Lane, you've searched my apartment and laboratory from one end to the other. You satisfied now there's no one lurking here?
Satisfied isn't the word. I'm relieved.
Well, surely since Gondo's dead, Mr. Cranston, there's nothing for me to fear.
Don't forget that Mrs. Dorner, the wardrobe mistress, was killed after Gondo.
Mm.
And by the same murderer. I can't help admiring your bravery, Professor Wallace. But aren't you overlooking the facts?
Yes, that is quite true.
In the mind of this monster, the hypnotic thought may still be implanted to murder you.
Yes, that's very true, Mr. Cranston. Well, in that event, is there anything else here in my apartment you'd care to examine? Any place where the killer may be hiding?
Well, come to think of it, I did notice a fire escape off one of the back rooms. Do you mind if I look it over?
No, please, go right ahead.
Wait here, Margot. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, Lamont. Don't be gone too long.
I will.
That's
He's a very clever young man, Miss Lane. Very clever.
Well, he has a way of tracking down a criminal, no matter how brilliant or how cunning.
Yes, I suspected as much. You pardon me, Miss Lane, but I've been looking at your hands. You're a musician, aren't you?
Well, I play the piano after a fashion.
Just after a fashion? Well, that's too bad. With your hands, you should play magnificently.
Yes? Well, thank you.
And don't thank me yet.
What do you mean?
I'm going to give you the name of a very fine piano teacher. See, I think I have his card right here on the desk. Oh, sure, I have it someplace. Oh, hello, look at this.
Well, what a strange-looking bottle. It's carved jade, isn't it?
Yes, I picked it up in my travels in the Orient. Contains a very rare and exotic perfume. I've forgotten all about it. It must have been in a drawer here. Here. It's yours.
Oh, no, I couldn't accept
Please,
it.
I insist. I haven't any use for it. You may find it very interesting.
Well, how nice. Thank you very much.
Smell it. It has a very delicate, very wonderful scent.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
I neglected to tell you, my dear Miss Lane, that it is a powerful hypnotic drug as well. Now, Miss Lane, you're going to aid me. Yes, aid me to get rid of your friend Lamont Cranston. Now listen to me and obey. You must obey every command.
Yes. Yes, I must obey.
Good, the drug is working well. Now to release my killer. See, I press the button, and the panel slides open. Your clever friend Cranston overlooked that when he searched this apartment. Bartolini, come. I've another little job for you.
I hear you, Master.
Good. Now for the final ironical touch, the final sardonic gesture. Miss Lane, you will send this monster after Lamont Cranston.
No.
You will command him to destroy him.
No.
Command him.
You will go to the fire escape.
Yes. Yes.
You will find a knife in your hand.
Yes, the knife.
Then you will...
Kill him.
You will kill him.
Good, good. You hear your orders, Bartolini?
I hear.
Then carry them out.
Yes, Master.
Do you think you can escape punishment for your crimes, Professor Wallace?
What? Who said that?
The shadow, Professor Wallace. You can't see me because I've cast a hypnotic mist over your mind.
Shadow?
It was a brilliant plan of yours, Wallace, to accuse Gondo of the murders, to make it appear that he was the creator of this monster, with the body of Bartolini and the arms of Knifer Williams, when it was you. Then to make it look as if you were the target of the attack rather than the attacker.
And now you know, Shadow. I ordered my killer here to murder Gondo, and Peterson, and then Mrs. Dorner, yes. My tracks are well covered, too.
Not well enough to deceive the Shadow.
Don't you understand, Shadow? You are to be the last link in the chain, the last one to die.
Professor Wallace, this is the end of your criminal career.
Let's drop this pretense, Mr. Cranston.
Cranston?
Yes, I can see you quite well. You forget that I, too, know something of hypnosis. You're my prisoner. You're going to die along with your friend Miss Lane here. All except her hands, which I shall use again.
So, it is to be a contest between the power of darkness and light, Professor Wallace.
And the dark shall win, Mr. Cranston. I'll make the first move in our mental chess game. Bartolini, grab her. Hold her.
Yes, Master.
Margot.
There, Master. I've got her.
Margot.
Make one move and she dies, Mr. Cranston. Up on the window ledge with her, Bartolini.
Yes, Master.
You see how helpless you are, Shadow? One move from you and I'll order Bartolini to plunge from that window with her. 22 stories to the street.
Bartolini, come down from that ledge. There's a cloud over your mind. This man is evil. He has made you do evil things.
Who speaks to me?
I speak to you, your master. I command you to hear only my voice.
Yes.
Obey only my command.
Yes.
Bartolini, listen to me. You are a man, not a slave. I speak to the man, Bartolini. Not to the monster created by Professor Wallace.
Bartolini.
Rebel. Rebel against him.
Yes. Yes, I will try.
No.
Try.
No, you cannot disobey me.
I will help you, Bartolini. Come down from that ledge.
Yes.
Put Miss Lane down safely.
Yes, I must fight.
No, Bartolini.
Yes, I will put her down safely, Shadow.
Bartolini!
I have broken your power over his mind, Wallace. The power of good wins.
Not yet, Shadow. You may control his mind, but the hands of Knifer Williams will act for me. Bartolini, the knife. The knife in the hands of the knifer. Kill the Shadow. You can see him. Throw your knife.
Yes, a knife in my hands. But these are not my hands. They feel strange to me.
Kill him,
as if they had a life of their own.
Kill him. The Shadow can be seen by you.
I can't see anything but you. You taught me to use these hands to kill. Now I use them to kill you.
No, don't throw that knife.
Stop, Bartolini.
No!
I've killed him. These hands have killed him.
Bartolini, listen to me.
No, I have no control over them. They don't belong to me. They're killer's hands. I must get away. I am Bartolini, the great trapeze artist.
Bartolini.
I can escape.
Stay away from that ledge.
Escape.
Look out. You're 22 stories above the street. The phenomenon called life is a delicate balance. To tamper with that balance is to upset it, and to upset it is to create a monster. This was the story of a scientist who walked a road no mortal man dare travel.
In just a moment, we'll bring you a special feature of America at War. But first, we present John Barclay, Blue Coal's home heating expert. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Most of you folks drive cars, I take it. But I'll wager that you wouldn't think of driving any car unless you were sure the accelerator and brakes were in good operating condition. That's common sense, because they control the speed of the car. Well, in heating your home, the dampers on your furnace should be operated correctly, for these dampers control the burning speed of your fire. So if you aren't sure how to set the dampers for best results, and if you're not getting your money's worth in real heating comfort, call your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. He'll be glad to send his John Barclay serviceman around to inspect your furnace. And remember, friends, this man has been trained in economical home heating. He'll look your furnace over and tell you frankly if adjustments are needed to improve its operation. What's more, he'll show you how to regulate your dampers properly. You see, he is genuinely interested in your getting satisfactory results and using the smallest possible amount of fuel. And folks, this is an exclusive Blue Coal service. If you have any heating problem, call your friendly neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. You will find him courteous and anxious to cooperate. I thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Somewhere off the east coast of the United States, a ship is creeping forward in darkness, and with good reason. Like assassins in the night, enemy submarines stalk the merchant ships and close in for the kill.
All the torpedo tubes ready. Stand by to fire on order.
Ach, Himmel, what's this? Coast Guard approaching. Dive. Dive, you hear me? United States Coast Guard ship is almost over us. We're trapped.
United States Coast Guard patrol reporting. Sighted submarine. Submarine sunk.
The United States Coast Guard packs a deadly wallop, and the Axis knows it. Like to take a good crack at the Axis yourself? Then join the Coast Guard. You'll have plenty of action, plenty of thrills, and the sure knowledge that you're doing your bit for your country on the front lines of defense. If you are qualified as a machinist, carpenter, cook, or yeoman, you may get immediate petty officer rating. See your nearest Coast Guard recruiting station right away. Teach the Axis that for nations, just as for men,
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This story was produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue.
So let's listen now as Bill Johnstone, as the Shadow, discovers that dead men tell, as originally broadcast March 1st, 1942.
shadow knows.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Dead Men Tell.
That everlasting sleep, that bourne from which no traveler ever returns, that eternal rest called death. How often men have attempted to close the mouth of the accuser, seal their lips forever, and how often have they failed? For dead men, in spite of the legend, do tell. Yes, they speak and point with a bony, fleshless finger at their murderers.
Sign right here, Matley, right on the dotted line.
No, I won't do it.
You like living, Johnny. Either you pay up or it's some flowers for you.
Okay, let go of me. I'll sign.
That's better.
But this notice of $50,000.
Yeah.
I only owe you $10,000.
Just a little interest, Johnny boy. Just a little interest to keep me happy till your old man dies and leaves his dough to you. I gotta have something extra for waiting, don't I? Go ahead, sign.
All right.
Now remember, this is a little business between you and me. One word from you to your old man about this, and, I collect my money that much sooner. You get it? Now get out.
Okay.
All right, he's gone. You can come out.
Get it, Max?
Sure, he got it, Julie.
Where is it?
Here. Read what the paper says, Julie.
I promised to pay Max Merkel the sum of $50,000.
50? When, Max?
When his old man dies and leaves it to him.
And you let him get away with this? His old man is good for 20 years yet.
Yeah, but will he live that long? That's the question.
Now listen, Merkel. My cut of that 10 grand was $2,500. I want it now.
And I say you can get it.
I'll get it or I'll...
You'll what, Julie?
Killed him.
Yeah. Let that be a lesson to you, Gloria. Max Marco does things his own way.
You're a fool, John. A weak, blind fool. How much longer will I have to watch over you? How much longer will I have to fight your battles for you? Last year it was that singer, Gloria Kingsley, and now...
You said it'd kill me, Dad, if I didn't sign that note.
$50,000. How much did you actually lose at Merkel's crooked gambling house?
$10,000.
And you signed for 5 times that amount? Why?
Well, I told him that you wouldn't give me that much money, and he said, well, you get your father's dough when he dies, don't you? And I said, yes. He said, well, I can wait, but I want interest.
So you'd even gamble on your father's life? But, Dad... Get out, I'm through with you.
Dad,
I'm calling Arnold Pantis right now and cutting you out of my will.
Look, Dad.
Get out, I said.
All right, Dad, but you're not changing your will. There are ways to stop that. More ways than one.
So my son would even threaten me, huh? Threaten me. Well, you'll see about that.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Arnold. Is that you?
Yes, Gustav. What is it? You sound upset.
Oh, it's that son of mine again, Arnold. I've decided to disinherit him.
No.
This time I'm serious. I've never been... Look, how soon can you get here?
I'm right next door. I can get there in 5 minutes, but can't this wait till tomorrow?
Oh, I'm changing my will tonight. I want you to bring... Oh, what's that?
Bentley.
My head, it feels like fire.
Well, what is it? What's the matter? Gus!
Well, you know how it is, Cranston. Here today, gone tomorrow was just one of those things.
Who is he, Commissioner?
Gustav Mantley.
The broker?
Yeah.
Well, isn't he the man whose son got so mixed up in that scandal last year, breach of promise and all that?
Yes, that's right, Lamont. nightclub singer, wasn't she? Gloria...
Gloria Kingsley.
That's right, Gloria Kingsley.
Yes. And if I remember correctly, that wasn't the first time that John Matley has been in trouble. Always had his father to buy his way out of scrapes.
All of which means...
That the father's death looks very suspicious.
Hold on to your hats, boys. Here we go again. Now, look, Cranston, there were no marks of violence on Gustav Matley's body. Medical examiner says there was no evidence of poison, no foul play, and you're making a murder out of it.
Commissioner Weston?
Yes?
I'm John Matley.
Oh, yes.
You told me on the phone that you wanted to see me.
Yes, Matley. Sit down, boy.
Thank you.
This is going to be something of a shock to you, but you...
My father. It is about my father, isn't it?
Yes.
He's dead. I knew it. I knew it would happen.
You did?
You knew it would happen?
Well, my father was a very violent man. He flew into such terrible tempers. The doctor warned him that he would die of heart failure someday.
Heart failure?
Well, it might interest you to know that the medical examiner found no indication of heart failure. No evidence of anything that might have caused your father's death.
Oh, what did he die of?
That, Mr. Matley, is a mystery. I was just wondering...
Huh? Say, what is my office? Grand Central Station?
Arnold Fantis.
Yes, John. I heard that the police had sent for you, and I came here to help you.
I don't want your help.
Why, you young...
Wait a minute. Where do you two think you are? I'll have no more of this.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. You see, I'm Arnold Fantis, the deceased Gustav Matley's attorney.
Why did you come here, Mr. Fantis?
I thought it was my duty to help John defend himself against this murder charge.
Murder? What are you talking about?
The murder of your father, of course.
It's strange that you say that, Mr. Fantis, because as yet the police are not even sure that it was murder.
It's obvious that Matley killed his father, Lamont.
Obvious, Margot?
If I were Commissioner Weston, I wouldn't have let him go scot-free.
Well, you're not the commissioner, Margot. Anyway, Weston's assigned a man to trail young Matley. He can't get away.
Pardon me, Mr. Cranston, Miss Lane.
Oh, what is it, Shrevey?
Well, it seems my bosom friend and companion, Big Charlie, and me is discussing this now Matley case in full detail we are discussing.
And what conclusion did you reach?
Well, we reached that if we had been the father of this now guy, John Matley, we would have taken the boy gently but firmly by the hand and kicked him the heck down the stairs. Oh, here it is, Mr. Matley's house.
Well, I'll see you later, Margot.
Oh, Lamont, can't I come along, too?
No, Margot. Gustav Matley's will is to be read here today, and the shadow is going to be present.
Arnold Fantis will be here any minute now to read the will. You both better go.
Oh, no. Don't forget, I got a 50 grand interest in that will, Johnny boy. I stay.
Me? What about me, Johnny?
You were paid off, Gloria. My father gave you $5,000 for those letters I wrote you.
That's right. Now that I think of it, they were worth much more than that, Johnny.
You get out of here right now, both of you.
Listen to him.
He ain't very polite, is he? After all I've done for him.
What have you done for me?
Much more than you know, kid. More than you know.
I don't understand you.
Maybe he bumped off your old man for you so you could get his money.
Shut up, you. Shut up.
Ooh, look what little Gloria turned up. So it was you, Max.
What?
Well, now I'm really going to be paid off from both sides, and good.
Well, now, that throws a different light on things. How'd you do it, Max?
Who are you kidding, Johnny boy? I talked you into it the other night so you could get his money.
Even if I had, you can't prove it. You can't prove it. Now get out of here. Get out of here.
I'm staying.
Well, we'll see about that. We'll see.
Nice little act of yours, but I'm not buying.
You're going to cut me in, Max. I know too much.
Look, you're a nice girl, but I don't like partners. It's unhealthy for any partner of mine.
Like it or not, Maxie, I'm in. Whether you killed old Matley or not, I saw you get Sheely.
Suit yourself, Miss Kingsley, but don't say I didn't warn you.
Though the vultures gather.
Who said that?
I heard something, too.
You heard the shadow, Miss Kingsley.
Shadow?
I can't see anyone.
The shadow cannot be seen.
Huh?
No, don't look for me.
What do you want?
I want to know how Gustav Matley died, and you, Mr. Merkel, can shed some light on that subject.
No, I don't know anything about it.
You murdered Gustav Matley.
That's a lie.
Sure. That's it. That's how it happened, Shadow.
As for you, Miss Kingsley, the law concerning blackmail is very severe.
You got nothing on me.
Nor me, Shadow.
We shall see, Mr. Max Merkel. We shall see.
Hello? Hello? No one on the wire. Someone probably got the wrong...
Wrong. Oh, ahead.
Gloria.
Fire. Burn. Ahead.
Drop that receiver, Miss Kingsley.
What's wrong?
Ahead.
Gloria.
What's the matter with her?
She's dead, Max.
What?
Dead, huh? I told her I didn't like partners.
Let's pause for a moment. Bill Johnstone will return as the Shadow right after these messages.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Gangbusters. The Adventures of the Saints.
The preceding memories are brought to you by Radio Spirits, the leading supplier of classic radio programs and nostalgia merchandise. Hi, this is Fred Foy. For a free catalog listing thousands of classic radio programs available on cassettes and CDs, call toll-free 1-800-RADIO-48. That's 1-800-723-4648.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
And now, let's return to Bill Johnstone as the Shadow.
And there it is, Cranston. The telephone people say definitely that the phone had not been tampered with.
Well, then why did this Gloria Kingsley die when she picked up the receiver?
Commissioner, what sort of an autopsy was performed on the body of Gustav Matley?
Look for yourself. Here's a report on my desk here.
Thank you. No marks of violence, no poison. Commissioner, can you get an order to exhume the body of Gustav Matley?
Yes, but why do you want it?
No mention is made in this report of a brain examination, and I will...
Pardon me, Commissioner Weston. Mind if I come in?
Not at all, Mr. Fanders. What can I do for you?
Oh, hello, Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston.
How do you do?
How do you do?
As you probably know by now, Commissioner, the DA has secured an indictment against John Matley for the murder of his father.
I just heard about it an hour ago, Mr. Fanders.
Well, I've decided to represent John Matley.
But I thought that you and young Matley didn't get along. He didn't want your help.
Mr. Cranston, I assure you that I've no respect and very little affection for the boy, but after all, he's still the son of my best friend.
Mr. Fanders, do you believe him innocent?
Now, is that a fair question to ask the boy's legal representative, Miss Lane?
He's right.
Well, then here's something that you can do. Sign an exhumation order for the body of Gustav Matley.
Well, that's impossible, Mr. Cranston. Gustav Matley's body was cremated.
Cremated?
Who ordered that?
I did. It was Gustav Matley's wish.
All right, Lamont, be mysterious if you want to.
I'm not being mysterious, Margot. You wanted to come along, and you said you didn't care where I was going.
746 3rd Street. Yes, sir. Well, this can't be it. It can't be. But it is.
What are you talking about, Shrevey?
Well, you said that we was going to call on a young lady, Mr. Cranston.
Young lady? At this time of night? Lamont, who is she?
Not a very live number, if you should ask me. This is our undertaking parlor.
A what?
An undertaking parlor, Margot? The young lady happens to be Gloria Kingsley.
But Lamont, she's dead.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. She's dead. What am I laughing at?
Worried, Shrevey?
In a word, yes.
Coming, Margot?
Well, yes. Well, what can you find out here, Lamont?
Margot, Gloria Kingsley has something that she can tell the police. Something that they've overlooked. Coming, Margot?
Yes, I'll come.
See you in a few minutes, Shrevey.
Oh, doesn't look like there's anyone inside the undertaking parlor.
That's why we came at this hour, Margot. We're going to bring Miss Kingsley's body back with us.
Is that necessary?
Yes. Let's try the door. It shouldn't be locked.
I guess undertakers are one group of people who aren't afraid of burglars.
Come on. Let's go in.
Lamont, I can see a light burning there in the back room.
Hardly expected to run into anyone at this hour. Seems to be 2 men back there.
Undertakers certainly keep strange hours.
I don't think they're the undertakers, Margot.
Who are they?
I can't quite... Oh, wait. The light's just gone off.
They must have heard us.
They're gone. Come on, Margot. See if you can find the light switch.
All right. Wait a minute. Here, I've got it. There. Oh, Lamont.
Now, Margot, just the back room of an undertaking parlor, that's all. Yeah, only one coffin here.
Gloria Kingsley?
Weston said her body was sent here. Now, let's open this coffin lid and see what's to be seen.
Lamont!
It's empty.
Our friends are leaving. Come on, Margot. Back to the cab. We're following that car that just pulled away.
Why, Lamont?
Unless I miss my guess, Gloria Kingsley's body's in it. Keep your foot down on the gas, Shrevey. I think we're gaining on them.
Yes, sir.
Down on the floor of the cab, Margot. They're shooting at us.
Where do you think I am?
Oh, there goes my machine.
I'll buy you a new one, Shrevey. Keep after them.
Hey, they're slowing down. They're slowing. Look.
They've just tossed something out of their car. Stop. Stop, Shrevey.
It's a pleasure, Mr. Cranston. A pleasure.
Now, let's see what it is. You stay here, Margot. Come on, Shrevey. This big bundle must be it.
Wrapped in a sheet, it's wrapped.
I'm going to open it.
Maybe I ought to go back to the cab and guard Miss Lane.
Stay here, Shrevey. Good heavens.
Oh.
Gloria Kingsley's body. And the head is missing.
Coming. Oh, Lamont, come in. I've been trying to reach you all over town for the last half hour.
You have, Margot?
Yes, Arnold Fant has called and says that he has a full confession to the murders from Max Merkel, the gambler.
What? Max Merkel confessed?
Yes. Fantis has Merkel over to his home, and he wants us to come over there to witness the confession.
It doesn't add up, Margot.
Why?
I'll tell you later. Look, you go to Arnold Fantis' home. Tell him I'll be a little late.
But, Lamont, why can't you go with me?
Margot, it just occurred to me that Gustav Matley's will has never been read. And I have a hunch that the solution to this whole mystery can be found there.
Well, let's not wait any longer for Mr. Cranston, Miss Lane. If you'll follow me, we'll have this over with in a minute.
You know, Mr. Fenton, I didn't realize that your house was right next door to the Matley home until I came here tonight.
Oh, yes. We've been neighbors for years. Right this way, please.
Yes.
Step in, Miss Lane.
Thank you. Well, there's nobody here.
I know. I merely wanted you to see the evidence before you heard the confession to the murders.
Evidence?
Last night, Gloria Kingsley's body was stolen from the undertaking parlor and decapitated. The head was stolen.
You know that?
Yes, Miss Lane. Here. Look at this. In this box.
Oh. Gloria Kingsley's head.
Yes, Miss Lane. Not a very pretty thing to keep in one's house, but you see, that head can convict the murderer.
How do you happen to have it?
Because, Miss Lane, I am the murderer.
What? You?
Does that surprise you, Miss Lane? Oh, how stupid of me. I wouldn't have had to kill you after all, would I? But you see, I thought you and your friend, Lamont Cranston, were onto me last night when you went searching for Gloria Kingsley's body.
And it was you who stole it, not Max Merkel.
No, Miss Lane. We both had a hand in the theft of the body, but unfortunately, Max had a violent dislike for partners. So there was nothing I could do but cure him of that dislike permanently.
Why do you keep this head?
Because locked in it is the solution to the mystery of the deaths of both Gustav Matley, my deceased client, and Gloria Kingsley. You see, the brain is burnt to ashes.
Why are you telling me all this?
Because you're going to die too, Miss Lane.
No.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's quite painless.
No.
Just an unpleasant, burning sensation in your brain.
No! No!
The door locks automatically, Miss Lane. You can't escape.
No.
Now for my machine and my little ray of death. You see, you can't escape. My ray can penetrate brick and steel. It can kill up to a distance of 300 feet. That's how I was able to kill Gustav Matley and Gloria Kingsley from my house. My ray was trained on the desk chair in the study of Matley's home. When the phone rang, I knew that whoever answered it would then be sitting in that chair. Simple?
Not simple enough for you to escape punishment for your crimes, Arnold Fantis.
Shadow.
Who said that? Where is that voice?
Right beside you, Arnold Fantis. The voice you hear is the voice of the Shadow.
The Shadow?
So, you murdered your good friend Gustav Matley to keep him from discovering that you had falsified his will, so as to leave everything to you.
Yes, Shadow.
And in attempting to murder his son, you killed Gloria Kingsley.
Yes, now you know.
You couldn't have defended young Matley in a court of law, Fantis, and you know it. You were disbarred for illegal practices years ago.
So, you know all my secret, Shadow.
Did you believe that you could escape paying for your crimes?
Yes, Shadow, because only you and Miss Lane here know my secret, and you're both going to die. There. Now my death ray is ready. I can't see you, Shadow, but my ray can find you. It doesn't have to see.
Fantis.
I'm going to turn it slowly and spray the room with it. Nothing can live in its path. It burns internally.
Shadow, stop!
Nothing, no power can stop me now, Miss Lane. There. Now, slow, every part of the room.
Shadow! It's pointing toward me! Shadow!
Fainted, Miss Lane. No matter, we will come back for you later. First, I must deal with the Shadow. Why don't you speak to me, Shadow? Is it possible that you're already dead? Ah, that's it. I've killed the Shadow. Now, to finish off my little job, Miss Lane must feel the deadly ray, and then I'm free. The machine, it's...
Yes, Fantas, your diabolical machine is destroyed. You've reached the end of your road of crime. That everlasting sleep, that bourne from which no traveler ever returns, that eternal rest called death. How often men have attempted to close the mouth of the accuser, seal their lips forever, and how often they have failed. For dead men, in spite of the legend, do tell. Yes, they speak and point with a bony, fleshless finger at their murderers.
In the South Pacific today, American soldiers are fighting desperately against overwhelming odds. They're making every shot count. Picture an American sniper at work.
There's one of them. Perfect. Here comes another one.
You can do your bit right here at home. You can help put bullets in that gun. You can help build warships and planes and tanks and all the material of war right this minute. Buy United States bonds and stamps regularly, every week. That's how you can help show that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
And that was Dead Men Tell from March 1st, 1942, starring Bill Johnstone as The Shadow, with Marjorie Anderson as the lovely Margot Lane, Kenny Delmar as Commissioner Weston, and my friend Alan Reed as Shreddy. I'm Stan Freeman.
Adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. A spell of fair weather may fool you into thinking that winter is through for this year. But don't you believe it. There is still cold weather ahead of us. So play safe and make sure you have a good supply of Blue Coal on hand. It's especially wise to make sure you get Blue Coal, because Blue Coal is particularly prepared for home heating. There are many different qualities of coal, as you know. But when you order Blue Coal, you can be sure of getting the finest quality coal for your money. And that means real comfort plus economy. So get in touch with your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. Order your Blue Coal right away. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Altar of Death.
I can
see that travel folder now, Lamont. We want peace and quiet. Come to beautiful San Luce, the island paradise.
Do those tom-toms bother you, Margot?
Well, they do funny things to my spine.
Well, probably some native festival. Shall we go back into the hotel?
No, somehow I feel safer out here on the veranda.
You know, interesting thing about those islands. No matter how much modern civilization appears in the cities, back in the bush, back in the jungles, the native reverts to type.
Well, if you think you're making me feel any better, you're wrong. I thought we came to Port San Luce for a rest. Might as well try to get a rest in the subway station.
Howdy. Where in places are you? Howdy.
Who's that?
One of the guests. I see he's coming up on the veranda.
Where's that proprietor? Howdy.
Oh, Mr. Eustace.
Eh? You called me. Who's there?
Lamont Cranston, Mr. Eustace.
Oh, yes. Couldn't see you very well in this half light. Hello, Miss Lane.
Hello, Mr. Eustace. You look rather worried.
I am a bit. I say, look here, have you seen that native proprietor around anywhere, Cranston?
Only? Well, no, I haven't. Not since dinner.
I don't quite understand all this. There's something mighty strange going on.
I knew it, Lamont. The ceremonial was never listed on the travel folder.
You're quite right, Miss Lane. The village is deserted. Not a soul on the streets, and every shop is boarded up tight. There's going to be trouble. I like to know about it.
Yes, we all would.
I spoke to one old man who was crouching behind the door of his hut, and all I could get out of him was one native word that he kept repeating over and over.
Well, what was it, Eustace?
It sounded something like Gilmet.
Gilmet?
It is a rare word in Port St. Luce, Miss Lane.
Well, there you are.
The word Gilmet, my friends, is not a word to be spoken lightly.
No? Well, what does it mean, Oni?
It is a native expression, Mr. Cranston, which means the night that eats men.
The night that eats men?
Is that why the natives are hiding behind locked doors?
Yes. It started, Mr. Eustace, some 10 years ago with the disappearance of a Scotch explorer and his wife named MacBaird. They vanished from this island and were never seen again. That was 10 years ago, this very night.
But these MacBairds could have just gone away of their own accord, couldn't they?
They could have, yes. But on the same night, Miss Lane, every year for 10 years past, 2 people, a man and a woman, have disappeared without a trace from Port St. Luce. That is why the natives call it Gilmet. The night that eats men.
Oh, ridiculous native superstition.
It does sound fantastic, Oni.
And decidedly unpleasant.
Look. The great and terrible Kulomo is calling for the yearly sacrifice.
What?
He means that volcanic island off the shore there to the east of San Luce.
Oh, yes.
Why, smoke seems to be rising from its crater.
But that volcano is extinct. Is the island inhabited?
Yes, by the spirits, the evil spirits, the rulers of darkness.
Oh, now, look here, Oni. I can understand these poor ignorant blighters in the village going overboard on this superstition business. But you've had the advantage of an education. Surely you can't believe all this nonsense.
In your land you have few superstitions. But here on San Luce it is different. I know. I have seen.
Well, I do know it's true, Cranston, that you can't get a native to go within 3 miles of that island.
It is death to set foot on it.
Oh, hey, what was that?
Mulhava.
What did you say, Oni?
Lamont, he's terrified.
Oh, forgive me.
Now, look, Oni, look. If you're in trouble or danger, you...
Forgive me, please.
Well, we'll be waiting outside here for you, Oni.
Waiting outside. Oh, I know you are here somewhere. You have come for me. I am ready to die. You, there in the window.
Gorotungo Mulava.
Come. I am ready.
Oni's expression is like
death, Mr. Eustace.
Oh, no, Lamont.
Who killed him?
A native, I'd say. See this tiny poison dart stuck in his throat?
Yes.
That did the job.
Oni seemed to know this was coming.
Listen.
Weird flute music again.
Came from somewhere outside. Can you see anything from that window, Margot?
Lamont, there's a figure running down to the beach.
Where?
See? Look, there in the moonlight.
He's getting into a canoe.
We've got to stop him. Come on. Out this door here.
There he goes. Seems to be pulling away from shore rapidly.
Can you recognize him?
I'm afraid the moon isn't bright enough for that.
Wait. Whoever it is, he'll go around the island and land somewhere on the opposite shore.
Why do you say that, Miss Lane?
Well, there isn't another body of land anywhere around here that he could escape to,
Except that volcanic island, Colomo.
That's where he seems to be headed. Eustace, where can I get a boat?
Lamont.
You're not going to follow us there.
That's right.
In spite of the legend that no one has ever returned from that island?
Yes, Margot. How about it, Eustace? The boat.
I have a slow but sturdy fishing launch, Cranston. You may have it on one condition.
Oh, what's that?
That you let me come along.
Glad to have you, Eustace. I suppose you realize that this isn't going to be exactly a pleasure trip.
I understand that.
Well, then, what are we waiting for?
You too, Margot?
Well, you didn't think I was going to stay here on San Luis alone, did you? Come on, let's go.
Can you see him, Eustace?
Right. They're dead on his trail.
Good. Wish I thought to bring a gun with me.
I have one on the boat, Cranston. It's off in the leather side pocket there. Miss Lane can reach it for you.
Oh, yes. Here it is, Lamont.
Thanks. Eustace, can we get any more speed out of this boat? He's pulling away from the
I've got it wide open now. I think he wasn't really far. I say, Cranston, there's an arm of water just up ahead there that's thick with submerged reefs and rocks. It's a favorite underground of the sharks that infest these waters. Even the native fishermen avoid it.
We have to go through that, Lamont. That man in the canoe's going around it.
We've got to, Margot. We're going to head him off.
We'll be tempting fate if we try it.
It's our one chance to overtake him.
I shall. Mighty slim when it's that.
What do you say, Margot? Shall we go after him or turn back?
I know what your choice is, Lamont. And it's mine, too.
Good. I knew you'd say that. You game, Eustace?
I shall. But it's a good thing I'm a bachelor.
I'm going to risk a shot before he gets too far out of range.
Don't miss. He might be a nasty customer with those poison darts.
Yeah. Well, here goes. Oh, not so good.
Well, what's happened to old Dead-Eye Dick, Lamont?
I don't know, Margot. Well, I won't miss this time.
Order, Cranston. Better conserve our ammunition. What's left in the gun is all I have.
Yes, and we don't know what we're liable to run into on that island.
Hold on. Hold on.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, still in one piece, Eustace?
Right, so. The old launch may not be fast, but she's fairly sturdy.
Oh, Lamont, I could swear I saw a big shark just licking his chops a moment ago.
Take it easy, Eustace. We'll pick our way through this stretch of water. We've gained enough to afford it.
Right, so.
Lamont, look. Those fires on the shore of the island.
I see them.
Oh, they seem to be moving.
Your fires are natives holding torches, Margot.
Yes, and some of the evenings are coming out from the island shore in canoes.
Well, a reception committee.
More than that, Cranston. That's the fire ceremonial. The death dance.
So, the hunters become the prey.
Well, let's turn back quickly, Lamont.
Those canoes are filled with savages. You know what that means.
I guess you're right, Eustace. Back it is.
Yes, and let's see if we can't get a little more speed out of this launch.
Right, so.
Eustace, they're coming at us fast.
Can't get any more out of this boat. I'm trying.
Uh-oh.
Well, Eustace, we couldn't have picked a better time for the motor to go dead.
It's quite an appropriate word at the moment.
And the native's only about 50 yards away from that prey of yours, Lamont.
Well, we still have a gun.
No, don't shoot at them, Cranston. You haven't enough bullets to do any good. With those blowguns and poison darts, we wouldn't have a chance.
I guess you're right, Eustace.
Lamont.
Yes, Margot.
Any ideas?
Not a glimmer.
Well, we've been in tight places before.
Yes, but this one is a prize winner. Looks like we're in for it, Margot. Here they come.
In just a moment, we'll continue with Act 2 of Altar of Death. First, here's something that concerns your health, your comfort, and your pocketbook, all three. What is it? It's simply the advice to heat your home with blue coal. You see, blue coal is tailor-made for your home. That is to say, it's carefully sized and graded to fit the special requirements of your furnace. That's why it gives you even, comfortable, dependable warmth throughout the house in every room. That's why it's also such a money saver. It burns so efficiently that you enjoy real economy with blue coal. When, on top of all this, your home is equipped with the new Blue Coal automatic heat regulator, then you certainly have a modern home heating combination that's mighty hard to beat. The Blue Coal heat regulator is easily and quickly installed. Quickly removed, too, in case you move. And it's easy to operate. You'll be amazed to discover the thousands of steps, yes, literally thousands, this regulator will save you in the course of a season. Ask your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer to tell you all about it. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Now, back to the shadow.
They're the most savage crew I've ever seen.
The native in the lead boat wants to talk, Lamont.
Huh?
You no fight.
What did he say?
He's asking us to surrender without fighting. They evidently mean to take us alive.
They could kill us in a minute if they wanted to. We still have a chance this way.
Mr. Eustace is right, Lamont. We still have a chance.
You no fight.
Okay. We won't fight. At least temporarily.
I take you to chief. Katomo, Kanamosak.
Largest hut in the village. Must be the chief.
I hope he likes us. Where's Mr. Eustace? He was right behind us a moment ago.
He was hauled off in another direction, Margot.
Lamont, you don't think that...
No. Let's not cross bridges before we come to them, Margot.
Talamura! This is chief house. Go in.
Pushing the back is hardly a formal invitation.
Guess we haven't much choice, Lamont.
I bring prisoners. This.
Good evening. I've been expecting you.
But
you're not surprised to see a white man here, huh? But we turn up everywhere, I suppose. We'll introduce ourselves later. Meanwhile, I imagine you're rather hungry after your little ocean voyage. We'll fix that immediately. Aluba!
Siva. Yeah, now, look, all we want
No trouble at all. Aluba, Kauto, Congo. I've told them to take your friend into the village to bring food.
Why have you done all this?
Why? My subjects think you are man and wife. That is why your friend has been separated from you. You'll find the Kulti a very peculiar people, with many strange customs. They're idolaters, all of them. Worship a thing called Mulhava.
Mulhava? Then...
Aye. A rather savage deity that the natives feel requires human sacrifice. Beastly chat, Mulhava.
I don't think we're going to like it here.
The lady needn't fear. I'm on the very best of terms with the Kulti. As a matter of fact, I shall go on ahead now and have the natives prepare for you.
You're very kind.
I'm happy to oblige.
Lamont.
Yes, Margot.
Did you see the initials on the silver belt buckle he was wearing?
No, I didn't notice.
They were capital M, A-C, capital B.
Capital M-A-C, capital B.
Yes. Didn't Oni tell us that the first two people to vanish from Port St. Luce were a Mr. McBaird and his wife?
Yes, Margot. I'm afraid he did.
Well, you don't seem to mind our little adventure, Mr. Eustace.
Yes, I noticed that too, Margot.
Well, Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston, this supper our absent host has given us is enough to bring a dead man back to health.
You're very gracious, Mr. Eustace. Now, as you were saying while I was gone, Mr. Cranston, this man, Oni, I believe his name was, told you of two people who disappeared from Port St. Luce every year on this night. And shortly after telling you this, he was found murdered.
Why do you put that in the form of a question? It's evident that you've been listening to every word we've said.
Aye, Mr. Cranston. A bad habit of mine. Very bad.
Oni also mentioned a man named McBaird.
I see. Are you quite finished your meal?
Why, yes, thank you. And now, if you could let us have some fuel for our boat...
No. You must accept my hospitality and stay the night. Or at least part of the night. The natives are well prepared for you.
What's that?
I use this gong to summon my servants.
The natives are coming for the stream.
Oh, thank you, my dear. This is my wife. The natives took rather a fancy to her and made her a priestess. We are both devout worshippers, as a matter of fact.
Hey, What's going on here?
Your friend Oni told you about the man and woman who disappear every year from Port St. Lucie, the name is Cranston?
Yes?
It is my pleasure to inform you, sir, that you and Miss Lane are the two who disappeared this year.
No!
What? Aye. The native in the canoe rather lured you on, I believe. He was the witch doctor of the Kulti tribe who went to Port St. Lucie to murder Oni because poor Oni, he knew too much.
Oh, I see. You were behind that, too.
Aye. He had fallen away from the tribal laws. As for you see, a man and a woman must be killed in Mulhava's honor on this night. Gilmet, as it is called on Port St. Lucie.
What is your part in all this, McBain?
For 10 years, I have engineered the disappearances of a man and a woman for the purpose of the Mulhava sacrifice.
But why? Why?
This volcanic island is some of the richest diamond territory in the world, Miss Lane.
So that's it.
Aye. I'm paid for my trouble in diamonds, which are worth more to me than to the savages, since I can reach the American and European market. You see, it's a perfect system.
Not quite so perfect as it seems, though, you know.
No?
No. Because you've overlooked the fact that I have Mr. Eustace's revolver.
Oh.
Now, you take it to our boat and see that we...
Oh, yes, Cranston. I forgot to tell you.
What, Eustace?
The gun is only loaded with blanks. You see, I'd never have given it to you if it were actually loaded.
You're in on it, too.
Of course, Miss Lane.
I happened to be Mr. McBain's contact with his markets abroad. It was an excellent deception, don't you think? Your coming here was playing very carefully.
Oh, the mob.
Don't worry, Margot.
The natives are here.
I will speak to them, my dear.
Agato! Escanto gori, sofa grani, ulumo, mulhava!
I have just told my subjects to take you to the Temple of the Altar of Death on the rim of the volcano. There, after due ceremony, you will be cast into its bottomless pit in flames as a sacrifice to our idol, Mulhava.
Oh, no, McBain. It's not going to be as easy.
Let go of me, you fool.
Lamont, look out! Lamont! Mr. McMahon, your native is killed.
Not yet. I couldn't deprive my people of their innocent little fun. No, I am saving you both for the fire sacrifice.
Any luck, Lamont?
Afraid not, Margot. This temple's dungeon seems to be hewn out of lava formation.
Will they come for us soon?
Can't say, Margot. I don't know how they run these things.
Oh, Lamont.
Oh, now, Margot. Mustn't let that lunatic McBad enjoy himself over our feet.
No, you're right. Is this it, Lamont?
Looks like it, Margot. I don't see how we can possibly get out.
Someone at the door. Have they come?
A little sliding panel. There's a face peering in, Margot.
It is I, Mrs. McBear.
Mrs. McBain?
I want to help you. As I've tried to help all the other poor souls who've fallen into my husband's power. Oh, I hate him. He's evil.
You hate him?
Aye.
Will you help us escape?
Oh, no. I want to, but they'd kill me if I did that. All I can do is to tell you the weak place in my husband's armor. For what you can make out of it.
Yes, Mrs. McBain.
The natives fear him. They think he's Mulhava's disciple. They fall on their knees before him. They even made me serve as priestess to keep up the pretense. But if they ever should discover that he uses them and their God for his own selfish ends, they turn on him.
I understand you, Mrs. McBain, and I think I see a chance.
What do you mean, Lamont?
Margot, perhaps the shadow can find a way out. Mrs. McBain, there's nothing I can do unless you open that door.
Oh, they'd kill me.
You must, I tell you, if we're all to have a chance.
If I open it, I warn you I'm armed, and if you attempt to escape, I'll have to kill you in self-defense.
I agree to those terms, Mrs. McBain.
Very well. Just a moment.
I'd better make a break for it, Margot. I'll be looking out for you.
Good luck, Shadow.
Did you feel it, Lane?
Nothing.
Yes, you're nervous. Mr. Cranston. Mr. Cranston.
Where is he? He's gone, Mrs. McBain.
Gone? Oh, no. I'll be killed for this. They're coming.
I'll help you, Mrs. McBain. I'll do my best to help you. Here comes my husband.
Well, Miss Lane, Mr. Where's Cranston? Where is he? Ah, my dear. It is some of your gentle work.
Oh, she couldn't help it. He escaped. She couldn't have stopped him.
What is it, McBain?
Cranston is gone.
Oh, then we're done for. The natives won't take just the woman.
No, they will not. They insist on a man, too. But I think we can work out of that emergency. Don't you, Eustace?
What do you mean, McBain?
We have Miss Lane, have we not?
But that's no man.
You forget me. We have you.
Oh, you're joking. You would do a thing like that. Besides, you need this too much.
I need the nickels more, Eustace. Bullhava, Coro, Jungo!
No, McBain, no, please. No,
take that man, take him. He and Miss Lane will make up our sacrifice to the mighty Bullhava. Oh, Mulhava, we bring this man and woman before your awful presence. Send us good fortune and plentiful food and the shining stones buried in the earth. Apply the torch to the man. Now, send his soul to Mulhava and cast him into the crater of Kulumo, the flaming sacrifice.
Jungo! No, McBain, no, have mercy, have mercy. No, McBain!
Mulhava, receive this offering. Now the woman, light the human torch.
Hold on, Jungo.
Help me! Help me!
Drop that brand. Drop it, I say.
What's that? I heard the voice.
So, McBain, you would set yourself up as a king?
It's coming from the idol.
Your evil reign is at an end, McBain.
Magato, Mulhava, speak.
You, priest of Mulhava, you understand me. Let there be no more human sacrifices.
Siba! No more sacrifice.
Release that woman and set her free. Free the man who came to this island with her. And send them both from Kulumo in safety.
Yes, Mulhava. We do as you say. We obey Mulhava. Aloha! Mulhava has spoken.
No, you will not do as he says. If those who get back to Port San Luce alive, they'll come for me and take me away.
Mulhava has spoken. We obey. Aloha!
You do as I say. I'm ruler here.
Don't heed this man. Send the prisoners back to Port St. Luce. And let there never be a human sacrifice in Kulumo again.
We hear. We do the will of Mulhava.
You listen to me, ignorant savage dog. There's no such thing as Mulhava. That's just a lump of painted clay. I'm Mulhava. I built that fool idol. It's me you'll obey. Do you hear me?
You will not obey him. You will do as I have said.
Yes, we obey you.
Aluma, I'll show you that the idol's made of clay. I'll show you who's more powerful. What's this? There, it's cracked and broken, your idol, Mulhava. I guess that'll quiet your almighty highness. Well, don't stand there staring at me.
You break, Mulhava. You die.
Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. It was only a joke. A joke. I'll build you another idol, another one. And don't come no closer to me now.
Die.
Back! Get back, I say! I got a gun here! Stop or I'll shoot! Stop! No!
And as they say in the travelogue pictures, there, fading into the setting sun, we take our last look at the beautiful and... terrible island of Port St. Luce and Kulumo.
And it was pretty terrible, Lamont. I'll never believe another travel folder. Peace and quiet, huh?
Well, you can believe them from now on, Margot. The government is going to civilize and educate those natives. And as for McBain, well, I can't help thinking that he got a sort of poetic justice.
What do you mean?
His own death came in the form of a sacrifice to the clay idol that he had created as a weapon to hold over the heads of the natives. The god he created destroyed him.
In just a moment, we'll bring you a special feature of America at War. But first, we present John Barclay, Blue Coal's home heating expert. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. At this time of the year, with rapidly changing temperatures, it's very important to know how to bank your fire properly to ensure the utmost comfort. Now, there's no magic about banking your fire, but there is a right way and a wrong way of doing it. For example, many people still cling to the old-fashioned practice of banking the fire with ashes. Of course, this is wrong. It only smothers the fire, and it often causes clinkers. On the other hand, if you bank the fire correctly, you'll not only save fuel, but you'll get quick heat in the morning as soon as you open the draft. Now, if by any chance you're not quite sure of the right method of banking the fire, or if you have any other questions on the operation of your furnace, take my advice. Call your neighborhood blue coal dealer and tell him your trouble. He'll be only too glad to send his John Barclay service man to help you. This man is a graduate of our training school. He'll show you how to bank the fire properly. And he can give you many other hints on how to run your furnace so you'll get more and better heat and save fuel besides. This is an exclusive blue coal dealer service. Thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. We bring you now a dramatic episode that might happen to you.
Hello, Ed. How are you? What's new?
Hiya, Mac. What are you so happy about?
Boy, I'm having a good time these days, Ed. Making good money and spending it, too.
Yeah, listen, fella. This country's at war. No time to throw your dough around.
Oh, come on. Don't be a sourpuss. What do you want me to do with my money?
Buy defense bonds and stamps. And listen, buy them regularly, every payday.
Right.
Friends, now is no time for extravagance. Now is the time to put your money to work for your country. Buy defense bonds and stamps regularly every payday. Urge your friends to buy. Talk it up among your fellow employees. Many firms already are represented 100%. For example, every single employee of the DL&W Coal Company, producers of blue coal, has subscribed to buy defense bonds regularly. Let's show the Axis that for nations as well as for men,
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. And be sure to phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with blue coal. This story was produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of blue coal. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. No need to worry about heat this winter. Blue coal dealers everywhere are delivering anthracite as fast as wartime transportation facilities will permit. There'll be some coal in every bin, enough for immediate needs. That's the goal of your friendly blue coal dealer. You can help him by being patient and cooperative, by permitting your dealer to deliver just the amount of coal that you require for immediate comfort. Don't insist that a full winter supply be delivered at once. There's enough coal to go around. But at present, the supply must be equally shared by everyone. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Mystery of Madman's Deep.
Far, far down in the icy waters of the sea lay the end of a quest for a secret by which men might make the dead live again. Moving slowly through a deep fog, we follow the narrow road that is to lead to the answer to the mystery of the Madman's Deep.
Well, it seems to me the road should have made a left turn here. Only this heavy fog would lift.
Oh,
Oh, Lamont, now don't tell me you're lost.
Lost? Why? I know every foot of this country around here.
Oh, look out!
Huh? See? I was right. The road did make a left turn. If we kept down this way, we'd have gone right over the cliff and into the ocean.
How jolly.
You know, Margot, we must be rather close to Madman's Deep.
Well, whatever Madman's Deep is, I'm sure it must be something quite delightful to stay away from.
Years ago, a madman leaped into it from the cliffs there. As his body was never recovered, the legend arose that the waters go down to the center of the earth. Let's get out and have a look around.
All right.
Yeah, this is the spot, all right. Madman's Deep is somewhere down there in the fog.
What was that?
It was queer, wasn't it? Sound?
Well, Lamont.
Yeah, it sounds as if it's down there someplace. Can't see a thing, though. The fog's getting thicker every second.
Yes, if you ask me, I'm staying right here until it clears, too. I'm not taking any more chances on you turning right when the road turns left.
Oh, say, come to think of it, I know a man who has a home near here.
Oh, really?
Suppose while we're waiting, we drop in on him. Should be a path leading to the place over this way. Oh, no, wait. I guess it's over this way.
Now, look. You sure it isn't over that way?
Oh, no. That way would lead down to the beach. Come along. I know this bit of the country perfectly.
Who in the world would have a home out here in this bleak place anyway?
Oh, he's quite famous. Used to be head of a big perfumery concern in France. Maybe you've heard of him, Pierre Lemaire.
Pierre Lemaire? No. The name leaves me colder than this fog.
I presume he built his house out here to be close to the sea. May find it a bit gloomy.
And what does Mr. Lemaire do? Live in a bat-infested attic and come out only at night?
No. He lives with his daughter and a Dr. Pace. Dr. Pace and Lemaire are engaged in biological research. Remember reading in the papers a year or so ago about protozoic extract? That's Lemaire's discovery.
Well, not those crazy articles about the stuff that keeps you living forever.
Oh, no, they weren't so crazy as they seemed.
Oh, Lamont.
Lemaire has a rather sound foundation for his theory. Hello? Say, this was the path to the beach after all.
Yes, so I see. You can't run the car into the ocean. You're going to walk into it. And you know every foot of this country.
Well,
Lamont. Look, someone's coming.
Yeah. Why, Miss Lemaire.
Oh, it's Mr. Cranston, isn't it?
Yes, what's wrong?
My father, he's been drowned.
Oh, no.
Drowned?
His yacht was wrecked here in Madman's Deep.
But when did it happen?
I don't know when it happened. My father spent a great deal of time on the boat. He kept it moored here. There was a laboratory.
Yes, I know, but what...
He'd been working there for about 6 days. This morning when I came down for a walk on the beach, I saw a wreckage floating on the water. Big furniture.
But that doesn't necessarily mean...
And the yacht was gone. Setting off depth charges now to see what they can bring up to the surface.
Oh, dear, I am so sorry.
Miss Lemaire. Miss Lemaire, Sheriff Cunningham and the men of...
Oh, my name is Cranston. I'm a friend of Mr. Lemaire. I'm Grover Teague.
Mr. Teague was also a friend of my father's. He's a director of the Biological Foundation.
Oh, yes.
Miss Lemaire, they've found the body. Here they are.
Let me see. Let me see him.
I wouldn't if I was you, miss. He's been in the water for quite a
But
spell.
I must.
I think she's right. You better let her.
Oh. No. No, it isn't my father. It's the servant who was with him, Whitley.
You might as well take him along, Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
And the boat did go down. My father's dead.
Miss Lemaire, there's nothing anyone can say at a time like this, but your father, during his life, contributed a great deal to science.
And his work will go on. The large endowment he made to the Biological Foundation.
Endowment? I'm not aware of any endowment he made to the Biological Foundation.
Well, I'm simply assuming. I mean, he often mentioned that he intended...
No one will know what my father intended until his will has been read.
Naturally. I shouldn't even have suggested the matter. May I take you home now?
No, I can go by myself.
You don't want to go back to that empty house?
Dr. Pace is there, and I'd rather walk back alone.
Yes, Miss Lemaire, I know how you feel.
I don't suppose any of us can do anything. Really?
No, nothing. My father's gone down to the bottom of Madman's Deep. And no one ever returns from there.
Who is it?
Sorry, Dr. Pace, Judith.
Oh, you're back. What happened?
We found Whitley's body, that's all.
And Mr. Lemaire?
They'll never find him. Why are you so interested, anyway?
If the wreck didn't occur too long ago, there might still be a chance of saving him.
Don't talk like a fool. Mr. Lemaire is dead.
So were those tadpoles when we injected the protozoic extract into them. But they're alive now.
You can't overcome death.
Science can overcome anything. But stupidity.
Oh, I'm stupid, am I?
Very.
If your stuff's so good, why didn't it bring the guinea pig to life?
We made a slight mistake with the guinea pig. We used the same solution that we used for the tadpoles. And tadpoles are cold-blooded animals. They live in water. The guinea pig turned into an underwater creature which couldn't live in the air. We didn't find it out until it had died.
Too bad you didn't find that Mr. Lemaire could be turned into an underwater creature before his boat went down.
However, I have corrected the solution. It'll work very nicely now. It'll even work with Mr. Lemaire. When they find him, I shall inject the solution into his heart.
Oh, rubbish.
I have the apparatus all set up in the laboratory, ready to begin the moment they bring his body home. The final test. The supreme test. The dead. Made to live.
Oh, you're insane. So was Lemaire. Spending all that money to scoop up stuff out of the ocean, trying to make an elixir of life out of it. Completely insane.
Oh, don't worry about the money. He had plenty left. Not that you'll get any of it.
Why, what do you mean? Who else would he leave it to? I'm his daughter.
Are you indeed, Miss Dawson?
Dawson?
You recognize your own name, don't you? In case you've forgotten your family history, your real father's name was Henri Velson.
My father?
After he died, your mother married Mr. Lemaire. At that time, you were 5 years old.
Pierre Lemaire adopted me.
Oh, yes? When?
When I was a little girl, in Paris.
How odd. Because I looked into your adoption records. There aren't any.
Why, you...
So all these years you put in scheming to get your fingers on Lemaire's fortune have come to nothing.
I'd like to kill you for this.
Yes?
And I would. Except I can think of something better. Yes, much better.
Wait. Where are you going? Come out of that laboratory.
So all the years I've spent here have been wasted, have they?
Get out of this laboratory.
Well, so have all the years you've spent here. So have all your crazy experiments.
Let that equipment alone.
There'll be nothing but broken glass, filled chemicals.
Don't, for the love of...
Bring the dead to life, Hayes. Now.
Protozoic extract. Spilled. Destroyed.
No doubt you think you'll get his money. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Commissioner Weston speaking. Oh, yes. Tell Mr. Cranston to come on in.
Cranston?
As a friend of mine, Mr. Teague. I have an appointment with him, if you don't mind.
Not in the least, Commissioner. As a matter of fact, I know Mr. Cranston. I met him 4 years ago.
Ah.
Hello, Mr. Cranston. Remember me?
Why, yes, of course. How are you, Mr. Teague?
Very well, thank you.
It's been some time since we've seen each other.
Exactly 4 years. Lemaire was drowned on the 16th of October, 1938. Night his yacht was wrecked in a bad storm.
The 16th of October, 1938. Well, it has been a long time.
All right, Cranston, what do you know about Lemaire?
Oh, nothing except he went down aboard his yacht and his body never has been recovered.
I've been telling the Commissioner there have been some new developments. You may recall Dr. Pace. Well, he has produced a letter signed by Lemaire and dated October 1939.
October 1939? Well, that's a year after Lemaire's death.
Yes. And Pace claims that Lemaire is still alive.
What became of him after the boat was wrecked in the storm? Where's he been?
Well, perhaps the letter was written before the wreck and simply misdated.
Have you yourself seen the letter, Mr. Teague?
Oh, yes. Dr. Pace even allowed me to make a photostatic copy of it. I have it right here.
Yeah. October 10th, 1939, my dear Dr. Pace. I'm feeling somewhat better now, although the wreck was a dreadful experience.
Why, he mentions this wreck.
Yes. So you see, the letter couldn't have been written before the wreck and misdated. Pardon me, Commissioner.
I'm leaving for France in a few days. Whatever is left of my fortune is yours to proceed with our experiments. That is an obvious forgery. Pace is trying to get hold of Lemaire's estate.
Who inherited Lemaire's estate, anyway?
No one as yet. As his body was never found, the will won't be read until the court declares Lemaire legally dead. But his only direct heir is his daughter. However, I'm not interested in the will.
No, Cranston. Mr. Teague is a trustee of the Biological Institute. Lemaire was an officer, and some of the Institute's funds are tied up with his estate.
And I'm trying to find some way of getting them released. If we can prove that Lemaire really drowned...
Of course he was drowned.
I'm not so sure he was drowned.
Well, that stands to reason. Well, I'll settle the question. I'll send a diver down into Madman's Deep.
Good, Commissioner, but the first thing I'd do would be to have a talk with this Dr. Pace. He might prove interesting.
Fellow must be down and out to live in a place like this. I'm beginning to put this case together already. After Lemaire's death, Dr. Pace couldn't find another job, so he schemed up a way to get hold of Lemaire's money. He framed that fake letter and...
Yes?
Dr. Pace?
Yes?
I'm Police Commissioner Weston. This is Mr. Cranston. I'd like to talk to you.
Why should the police want to talk to me?
Merely to get some information, Doctor. About Pierre Lemaire.
Oh. Well, come in, please. This is my laboratory. I live here, too. I've been a little pressed for cash lately.
I understand you were Mr. Lemaire's assistant, Dr. Pace.
15 years we worked together. We were on the brink of a tremendous discovery. We would have abolished death. Come here, let me show you. There's tadpoles. See them swimming about?
Yes.
Once they were dead. We restored them to life. That was more than 5 years ago. It's true they never became frogs, but they're still alive. The dead, made to live.
In your opinion, Doctor, what happened?
The same experiment with the dead guinea pig, but the solution was wrong. The guinea pig turned into an underwater creature.
An underwater creature?
Yes, we didn't realize it could only remain in the air for short periods. So it died. Then I corrected the solution. But before I could try it, Judith Lemaire spilled the protozoic extract we'd been years in preparing. I could kill her.
Dr. Pace.
I'm sorry. 15 years of research wasted. I haven't the money to go on with it now.
Dr. Pace, when was the last time you saw Pierre Lemaire alive?
Mr. Lemaire is still alive. Judith Valson tried to murder him, wrecked his boat.
Judith Valson?
That's her real name. Valson, not Lemaire.
Dr. Pace, we're sending down a diver into Madman's Deep to look for Lemaire's body.
But Lemaire didn't drown. He isn't there. He's alive.
Well, we'll find out about that anyway.
Even if he had drowned, it's been 4 years. There'll be nothing left of him.
There'll be enough to determine whether or not he did drown. I thought you might like to cooperate with us.
I don't know anything about it. Talk to Judith. She's the one who wrecked the yacht. Ask her.
That's an excellent suggestion. We shall ask her. Good evening, Dr. Pace.
Evening, Doctor. And thank you.
Before we're through with this, I wouldn't be surprised if we had a killer to deal with.
Judith Lemaire?
Oh, don't be naive. How would a woman wreck a boat? Something a man would figure out. I suspect the man was Dr. Pace.
And the motive?
He wanted the old man's fortune. He assumed the money would be left to carry on the experiments. Then after he'd killed Lemaire, he became afraid the estate would go to Judith. So he trumped up that fake letter, naming himself as the beneficiary.
A perfectly logical deduction. Even brilliant.
Well, thanks.
Except that it's 100% wrong.
Wrong?
I don't think either Judith Lemaire or Dr. Pace wrecked the boat. I don't think either one of them were killers. I'm not even certain Lemaire was drowned.
The servant was drowned, wasn't he? If Lemaire was aboard that yacht, he must have been drowned, too.
Oh, I feel certain Lemaire was aboard the yacht, all right. In fact, I feel certain that he's still there.
What on earth are you talking about? If Lemaire's on the boat, he's dead. A man can't live underwater for 4 years. Cranston, don't tell me you believe that this protozoic stuff could keep a man alive underwater.
Well, I might be able to tell you more about that when I come up from the bottom of Madman's Deep.
When you come up?
Yes. You see, I'm going down with the diver.
In just a moment, we'll return to the shadow. But right now, here are some answers to the letters that so many of you have sent John Barclay. Mr. Barclay, here's a question asked by many people. I have an 8-room house and only 2 tons of anthracite in my bin. My dealer has assured me that this is ample for immediate requirements. How long can I expect this coal to last under normal weather conditions?
The answer to that question, Ken, is that in the average 8-room house with normal construction, a ton of coal should last from 4 to 5 weeks.
And by sharing equally, everyone can be comfortably warm this winter. And now, back to the shadow. Sure, I've been diving for 7 years, Mr. Cranston. This job will be a cinch. And you don't feel we'll have any trouble finding her? We'll find what's left of her, and what's left of Mr. Lemaire. But after 4 years, it won't be much. You all ready? Yep. There's a telephone in your diving helmet, so you and me can talk back and forth to each other, and the pump crew here. Fine. Well, let's get going. Okay, Jerry. You can fasten on our headgear. Right. We're going down. You okay, Mr. Cranston? Yeah. Every kind of pounding in my ears. That's just the air pressure. A little while, you won't even notice it. Better switch on your flash. Right. I'll go ahead and you follow along. But don't get too close to me or our lines might foul. Mr. Cranston, yes? Swing the beam in your light over to the left. See anything? Yes, I see something. Sort of a dark shape. Might be a rock. Anyhow, we'll have a look. Come on. Take it easy. I won't be moving any too rapidly in this outfit. Mr. Cranston, it's her. It's the boat. Look. She went straight down. Hardly any lift to her at all. Hello up there. Hello? We found her. She stood it out quite a bit in the mud. Almost up to her deck. Watch the lines. We're going aboard. Okay. Mind your step, Mr. Cranston. Timbers this deck are pretty nearly rotted away. Not much left of the old tub. Won't be anything left of the man. Skeleton, maybe. Mr. Cranston, yes? Flash your light through the cabin window here while I see if I can... Hey, God, look, Lemaire. It's Lemaire, for good heavens, look at it. He's alive.
Hello down there. What's happened?
Lemaire is in the cabin sitting in a chair. Another skeleton is seemingly alive and perfectly healthy. The flesh looks smooth and firm. The eyes are open. He seems to be relaxing. He's moving. He's coming down the window. Get back. Let's go. Be careful. You're tangled the line. He's moving. He's coming towards us. Get back.
Hello down there. Hello? Cranston. Richard. Answer us. Hello? Hello, answer us.
Hurry up there.
Please hurry.
All right, you guys, get that helmet off.
Yes, for heaven's sake.
Here, let me. Cranston.
Oh, Lamar, you all right?
Yes. Yes, I'm quite all right. Well, where's Richard? Oh, right here, Mr. Cranston. I guess I sort of messed things up. Tangled the lines and busted one of the phone cables.
What on earth happened down there?
Well, Commissioner, it was one of the most curious sights I've ever witnessed.
But what happened?
Chemical reaction you probably wouldn't find occurring anyplace else on Earth.
Yes, but...
Well, then it might have been the extremely low temperature that caused it.
Will you please tell me...
Lemaire's body was completely preserved.
The guy actually walked.
What?
Well, not actually. When the water was agitated, it caused the body to move. But Lemaire is dead, all right. Shot in the back.
What did I tell you? It was murder.
And after Lemaire was shot and killed, the sea cocks were open and the boat was sunk.
And that letter which Dr. Pace had was a forgery.
Of course.
Yeah.
Just as you summarized. He was trying to get hold of Lemaire's fortune.
Well, in 1 hour from now, I'll have Dr. Pace under arrest for murder.
Oh, but it wasn't Dr. Pace who killed Lemaire.
Well, Lamar, then who did?
Say, you mean Lemaire's daughter?
No, it wasn't Judith Lemaire out there. Come now, Commissioner. You're guessing. Who's there? I'm certain I saw that door open. No one. Well, Teague? What? Why did you kill Pierre Lemaire? I must be losing my senses. Got to get a grip on myself. Seen the thing through this far. I must go to pieces now. Why did you kill him? That voice again. Who are you? Where are you? I am the Shadow.
I'm right here. You can't see me because I've clouded your mind. Why did you kill Pierre Lemaire?
I didn't kill him.
You went aboard his yacht at night. On the deck, you encountered Lemaire's servant.
No.
You killed him, knocked him overboard.
No.
Then, through the cabin window, you shot Lemaire.
I didn't. It's a lie.
And after that, you opened the Seacocks.
Oh.
Why did you do it? And after Madman's Deep had guarded your secret so carefully, why did you want a diver sent down?
I won't answer you.
You'll answer now, or you'll hear my voice talking to you the rest of your life.
No.
In the quiet of your room. When you mingle with crowds, when you turn out your lights to sleep, you'll never know any rest, any peace.
No.
You'll never escape me. Wherever you go, you'll hear me. You'll always hear me.
Wait, Alex. Yes, I did kill Lemaire. And his servant, too.
Why?
Because Lemaire had agreed to will me his fortune. All of it.
Will it to you?
Yes, I'm a trustee of the Biological Institute. I promised him I'd use the money only for research.
But you had other plans, is that it?
Not at first. I intended to carry out his wishes. I swear I did. And then I began thinking all that money could be mine. I could take it for my own and no one would be the wiser.
Go on.
Don't be half crazy. I couldn't wait for him to die a natural death.
So you killed him?
Yes. Expected to get the money right away. Then this fool, Dr. Pace, produced that letter. I was afraid he'd make the court believe Lemaire was still alive, afraid it would be years and years before the will was opened and the money turned over to me.
And that's why you wanted to establish Lemaire's death?
It was the only way I could get the money. I took a chance. I thought that in 4 years all traces of the crime would be obliterated. Nothing left of Lemaire but a few bones. Well, now you know why I did it. Now you know.
Hello. Yes, this is Commissioner Weston's office. The gentleman of the press, Margot.
Uh-oh.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to talk to Commissioner Weston about the Lemaire case. He solved it personally. Yeah, you're quite welcome. Bye.
So he solved the case personally.
Well, except for a few details. Oh, of course, he did make a slight mistake in suspecting Dr. Pace and Judith Lemaire, but...
Totally overlooked Mr. Teague. Lamont, what made you suspect him?
Well, Margot, Teague tripped himself up in several ways. He said Lemaire's yacht was wrecked on the evening of October 16th, 1938.
Well?
And yet Judith Lemaire, who discovered the wreck, didn't know herself when it had happened. Lemaire had been away from home aboard the yacht for 6 days.
But I don't see...
Well, the boat might have gone down any one of those 6 days, Margot. How would Teague have known which one? Yet he gave the exact date.
Oh, why, say.
He mentioned October 16th because it was indelibly written in his mind. It was the night he killed Pierre Lemaire. And even though no one even thought at the time of accusing him, his own feeling of guilt prompted him to manufacture an alibi.
An alibi?
Yes. He told Commissioner Weston a bad storm had wrecked the boat. Well, I checked back through the weather reports, and in that vicinity, during the week of October 16th, there were no bad storms.
And now here's Blue Coal's heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts. This afternoon, I have a hint for you ladies, and you'll find it very useful, I'm sure. You know how many colds your family suffers during the winter and early spring. But perhaps you don't realize how many of those colds are caused by the hot, dry air of an overheated house. That kind of heat, in addition to absorbing the natural moisture we need in the air, also dries out and damages furniture. Yet it's an extremely simple matter to remedy this condition and provide your home with the right amount of moisture. Just get one of those long, narrow hot water pans which attach right onto the backs of the radiators. They're designed to hang out of sight, and the water they contain is gradually evaporated by the radiator heat, and so provides the needed moisture in the room. You'll find that these pan humidifiers really do a wonderful job of keeping rooms far more comfortable with helpful moisture. And in this way, they reduce the chance of catching or spreading colds and illness. And friends, remember this. Your support of the great drive against infantile paralysis is urgently needed. So join the March of Dimes. Send your contributions to the White House, Washington, D.C., today.
Today's adventure is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Once again, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. There is a lot more coal being mined this year than last year, so there's absolutely no reason for anyone to worry about a coal shortage this winter. The only problem is one of distribution, and that can be solved with your cooperation. Blue Coal dealers right now are delivering anthracite as fast as they can. Some coal in every bin, enough for immediate needs, is the goal of your friendly Blue Coal dealer. Don't insist on a full winter supply at one time. Help your neighbors now by being patient, and you'll benefit in the long run. Remember, there's enough coal for everyone, but deliveries must be confined to immediate needs at present. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Keeps a Deadline.
Fear, awful, haunting fear, is the spur that drives many a criminal to horrible deeds. And it is such fear that drives the Shadow's enemy to murder when death meets the deadline. It is a balmy night in late autumn when Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane strolled toward Margot's home.
And here you are, Miss Lane. Safe and sound at the entrance to your apartment building.
You're very gallant, Mr. Cranston. Oh, even at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Tired, Margot?
Yes, deliciously tired.
Enjoy the evening?
Oh, Lamont, it was perfect. Everything was scrumptious from beginning to end. The dinner, the theater, the dancing, even the walk through the park just now.
And why shouldn't it be something special? After all, you don't have a birthday every day.
For which I am profoundly grateful. Good night, Lamont, and thanks again so much.
Good night, Margot. I'll see you
Hey,
tomorrow.
buddy. Got a match?
Why, yes, I think so.
Never mind. Get your dukes up.
Lamont, he's got a gun.
Say, what is this?
It's a stick-up, buddy. Come on, get your hands up before I let you have it. Okay, lady. I begin with you. Hand over that purse. Come on, give me that purse and no stolen.
Better do as he says, Margot.
All right.
All right. Your turn, buddy. Give me your wallet. Make it snappy.
Not tonight, Rabbit.
Wait a minute, wise guy. How come you know my name?
The car that just went by, Rabbit. Lit up your face for a moment with its headlights.
Hey, keep your hands up. Keep them up, I tell you, or I'll drill you.
You're afraid to pull that trigger, Rabbit. You haven't got the nerve.
You stay away from me, buddy. You take another step and I'll shoot.
Put down that gun, Rabbit.
Come on, get back. Get back, I'll blast you wide open.
Then why don't you, Rabbit? Go ahead. Go ahead and shoot. You can't miss me now.
Hold him on. No, he'll kill you.
You haven't got the nerve to kill me, have you, Rabbit? You're afraid to pull that trigger.
No, I ain't afraid. I ain't, I tell you.
Then what are you waiting for? Well, my friend, you're certainly too late now.
Oh, Lamont.
Well, there's nothing to worry about, Margot, except a few skin knuckles. Say, that wasn't a bad uppercut, if I do say so myself.
Yes, but you almost committed suicide. Walking straight into a hold-up man with a gun. Oh, Lamont.
I knew he wouldn't shoot.
You knew? How? But how did you know?
Margot, that gentleman sleeping blissfully on the sidewalk is Rabbit Eddie Burke, hanger-on of Tony Morello's, the gangster. You see, Margot, Rabbit here is frustrated. A psychological case.
What on earth do you mean?
Well, he always wanted to be a professional gunman, but he could never summon enough nerve to pull the trigger. He's never been able to reach that pitch of frenzy to take that last fatal step, to kill. The whole underworld holds him in contempt as a cheap crook who carries a gun just for show.
So that's where he got his nickname, Rabbit.
Exactly.
Whew, but still, Lamont, you took an awful chance. After all, there's always a first time, even for Rabbit Eddie Burke.
If there is, it hasn't happened yet. Oh, Margot, you go in and phone for the police. I'll stay here and keep an eye on our friend.
A whole year since that hold-up went wrong, Tony. A whole year I spent in a clink because of that rat Lamont Cranston.
Sure, Rabbit. I know how you feel. After all, when a guy takes your gun away, that makes you look like a chump, huh?
Yeah, he made me look like a chump, all right. But someday, Tony, I'm going to get him. I'm going to watch him squirm, hear him beg for mercy. I'll blast the life out of him if it's the last thing I do.
Sure you will, Rabbit. But take it easy, pal. There's plenty of time. You just got out of stir and you got yourself to worry about.
Well, what do you mean, Tony? I did my time, didn't I?
Sure you did. But the pen didn't do your health no good. You look kind of all in. Hey, Rabbit, you ain't sick, are you?
Well, me? No. Why, Tony? Why do you ask?
Well, I was kind of worried about you. Your face ain't got no color. You're breathing hard all the time.
Oh, I feel all right.
Well, you never can tell until the doc gives you going over with the x-rays.
Yeah. Say, Tony, maybe you're right. Maybe I ought to see a doctor.
Yeah, checkup wouldn't do you no harm. Tell you what I do, Rabbit.
Yeah?
Take you to my own doctor, Doc Bryan. He'd give you the once-over and he won't charge you a dime for it.
Oh, say, that's white of you, Tony.
Oh, not at all, Rabbit. After all, you're one of my boys, ain't you? If there's one thing Tony Morello does, that's take care of his boys.
See, Tony, I got the jitters. I wonder what's keeping the doc so long.
But there he is now.
Well, Mr. Burke, I've completed my examination.
Yeah, Doc. What'd you find?
Mr. Burke, I'm sorry, but I've got some bad news for you.
Bad?
Some very bad news.
Bad news? Oh, you mean I got something wrong in my chest?
It isn't your chest I'm worried about. It's your heart.
My heart?
Yes. The x-ray shows that you have a very bad heart condition. A severe aneurysm.
Oh, look, Doc, this aneurysm... what's it mean? I'll give it to me straight.
It means, Mr. Burke, that you have a serious weakness of the heart wall. To be brutally frank, you haven't more than 6 months to live.
You give me 6 months, Tony. 6 months to live. Gee, someday I'll be walking along the street and then it'll come.
Yeah, I know how you feel, Rabbit. That's tough.
Yeah. Like standing around in a death house, knowing just when you're going to burn and waiting for the hot seat.
Now, take it easy, pal. I know you're going through plenty, but maybe it wouldn't happen like the doc said.
Not a chance. You're hurting yourself, Tony. There's anything I can do but wait for it. Just sit around and wait to grow.
Here, Rabbit. Have a drink. It'll take the edge off.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I need.
Okay. Hey, Rabbit, I was just thinking.
Yeah?
You know what I'd do if I knew I only had 6 months to live?
No. What would you do?
I'd spend all my time painting the town red. Wine, dames, music. I'd have them all. Plenty. Yes, I'd do all the things I ever wanted to do, but didn't have the nerve to do before. I'd live a lifetime in those 6 months.
Yeah. Yeah, you got something there, Tony.
Take your case, for instance, Rabbit. You always wanted to be a first-class trigger man, didn't you?
Yeah, but I never had the nerve.
Oh, that's different now, Rabbit.
I don't get you.
Listen, pal. This is your chance to be a real killer. Hottest gunman in town, a big shot.
Who? Me?
Yeah, you. You don't have to be afraid of nothing now, Rabbit. You can go around blasting guys with a gun like you were shooting pigeons. How does that sound, pal?
Oh, it sounds swell. But, nah, Tony, I ain't got what it takes. Why, if the cop nailed me, it didn't mean a chair.
What do you care? You don't have to be afraid of the seat. You got nothing to lose anyway, have you? Your pump is bad, ain't it? You only got 6 months anyway, either way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Why, Rabbit, you can be terrific. Now, listen. I'll make you my number one trigger man, give you $1,000 a week to play with.
$1,000 a week?
Sure, and you can live like a king, Rabbit, while you last. And you can enjoy yourself knocking over guys you and me don't like. And that ain't all.
What else is there?
Lamont Cranston. This is your chance to get him the way you want it to.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have to worry about the chair now. I can blast his brains out. Oh, Lamont Cranston.
Hey, Rabbit, look through the window. Down there on the sidewalk. You know who that is coming along?
Yes, Donovan, the cop.
That's right. Donovan, the cop. The flatfoot who sent you up for your first stretch at the pen. The bull who kicks you off the street every time he sees you.
Yeah.
Now's your chance to know how it feels to put a slug through a guy. Here. Here's my gun, Rabbit. Now, let's see you knock that flatfoot off. Here, I open the window for you.
Tony,
That's the first one. It comes the hardest, Rabbit. The rest are easy. Now, look at him, pal. Right in the spot for you to draw a perfect bead. Go on. Let him have it, Rabbit. Go ahead. Pull the trigger. Blast him.
Okay. I ain't scared. Here goes.
You did it, Rabbit.
Yeah.
You're in. You put a slug right through that flatfoot's heart.
He's dead. I killed him. I did it.
We'll return to the shadow in just a moment. But here is important information. Blue coal dealers everywhere are delivering fuel as fast as wartime transportation facilities will permit. Yes, we want to make sure that everyone has enough coal on hand for immediate requirements. To help speed deliveries, Blue coal dealers have asked consumers to cooperate by following 2 important suggestions. First, advise your dealer now of the estimated quantity of fuel you will require for the entire heating season. This will enable him to work out a schedule of deliveries that will ensure a steady supply all winter long. There is no advantage in placing duplicate orders with more than one dealer. It only makes distribution more difficult. Next, when your dealer has arranged to deliver your coal, be sure that someone is at home or preparations have been made to receive it. Loads that have to return to the dealer's yard complicate distribution and cause needless waste of gasoline and rubber. Remember, your Blue coal dealer has to plan the routing of deliveries several days in advance. Help him to maintain a smooth working schedule. Be prepared to receive your coal when it arrives by having the cellar window unlocked and the bin boards in place. This will save valuable time. And now, back to the shadow.
Listen, Morello, I want to know who's responsible for all these killings.
How should I know, Commissioner?
Looks like your work. 4 men have been shot and killed. And every one of them was a mortal enemy of yours.
Ain't that too bad? That's kind of a coincidence, ain't it?
Coincidence, my eye. There's a crazy gunman loose in this town, and I've got good reason to believe it's you.
You ain't got a thing on me, Weston, and you know it. That plainclothes fly cop you put on my trail, that Lanigan, he knows it as well as you do. I had a perfect alibi every time, checked and double-checked.
That's just it, Morello. Your alibis have been too perfect.
If I was you, Cranston, I'd keep my nose out of this.
But you're not me.
And I like my nose just where it is.
Okay, but don't say I didn't tip you off. Commissioner Weston speaking. Yes, what is it? What? Detective Flanagan. Where? All right, stand by. We'll notify every squad car in the area right away.
What's up, Weston?
Tom Flanagan. Just shot, killed from a passing car.
Oh, now ain't that too bad, Commissioner?
Maybe you try to tell me I shot Flanagan while you wasn't looking from your office window here. Well, this is one alibi I wouldn't have to prove.
Where to, Mr. Cranston? Where to?
We'll drop Miss Lane at her apartment, Shrevey.
Okay.
You hear, Shrevey?
Well, it seems my bosom friend and companion, Big Charlie, overlistened to a couple of hoods he was hacking around. They was talking about Rabbit Eddie Burke, they was talking.
Yes?
Yeah. Anyway, it seems Big Charlie gathered from the conservation in the back seat that Rabbit Eddie is stuck with a bum ticker he is stuck. The doc give him the once-over, and he tells him that he ain't got but 6 months before he croaks he ain't got.
Shrevey, are you sure?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Cranston, positive. You know what I'd do if I had 6 months to live? You know what I'd do?
No, Shrevey, what would you do?
Well, Miss Lane, I'd park this hack of mine in front of every hydrant in town. I'd park it. And I'd spend all day bawling out traffic cops. I'd bawl. And I'd go up one-way streets the wrong way I'd go.
In other words, you'd do all the things that you've been afraid to do.
Yeah.
Oh, Shrevey.
Yeah, Mr. Cranston?
Did Big Charlie happen to hear the name of the doctor who examined Rabbit Eddie?
Yeah. It was Dr. Bryan up on the south side. He handles a lot of hoods, he handles.
Thanks, Shrevey. You drop Miss Lane at her apartment. I'll get off here.
Yes, sir.
There's somebody I've got to see. Alone, Margot.
Listen, Tony, this ticker of mine may go at any second. My 6 months are almost up.
So what, Rabbit?
So I'm going out and give it to Lamont Cranston, for it's too late.
Now, listen. Cranston can wait. I got a couple of more important rats for you to bump off first.
Next, Tony, I ain't taking no chances. I'm going to kill Cranston now. Oh, I can't wait to put a slug in that weasel's heart. Eat me alive.
You listen, Rabbit. You do as I say. I'm giving the orders.
Maybe, but I ain't taking them anymore.
Oh, you little...
Stop that gat, Tony. You're a little late, Tony. Just a little too late. You showed me how to use a gun, now I showed you. There's only one more thing I want before I hand in my chips. To get Lamont Cranston.
All right, nurse. You can go home now.
Thank you, Dr. Bryan.
Let's see. I'd better reserve a table at the club. What was that? Oh, I must be imagining things. I thought I heard a laugh.
You did, Dr. Bryan.
What?
You heard the laugh of the shadow.
A shadow?
Yes.
But where are you? I can't see you.
No man can see me, Dr. Bryan. It's useless to look around the room.
Why? Why are you here? What do you want, Shadow?
I want to know the true condition of a certain criminal's heart.
Who? Who do you mean?
I mean Rabbit Eddie Burke.
Rabbit Eddie? Well, I don't know. Why do you ask me?
Don't try to lie to me, my friend. You examined him. Told him he had a very bad heart.
All right. I'll admit it, Shadow. I did examine him. His heart was critically weak.
Strange, Dr. Bryan. Very strange. You examined Burke the day after he got out of prison, did you not?
Why, yes. What about it?
Just this, my friend. The day before he was released, he was examined by the prison doctor, a very competent physician. And Burke's heart was found to be in fine condition.
And
I want the truth, Dr. Bryan. Why did you render a false diagnosis?
You can't intimidate me. I don't have to answer that.
You'll have to answer before a court of justice as an accessory to murder.
But murder?
Yes. And it will not go easier with you, my friend, when they find that you have no legal right to practice medicine.
You know that?
Yes, Dr. Bryan. I investigated you. For years, you've been masquerading as a licensed physician, dealing in crime behind a veil of respectability. Well, my friend, are you going to tell me what I want to know now?
All right. All right, Shadow, I'll tell you. But it was Tony Morello who made me do it. He wanted Burke to be his personal gunman to do his killings. He knew he could talk Burke into it under the circumstances.
No, it was a cold-blooded frame-up, eh? And a perfect setup for Morello. He could sit back with an airtight alibi in each case while Rabbit Eddie did the dirty work and took all the chances.
Yes, that was it.
Why did you help Morello, Dr. Bryan?
I had to. Morello threatened to kill me if I didn't.
The law will judge you and pass sentence, Dr. Bryan. Meanwhile, I warn you not to leave town. Remember, the shadow is watching you.
Hello, Mr. Cranston.
Hello, Shrevey. Did you bring Margot with you?
No, Mr. Cranston. She was not there when I called for her. She was not.
Well, that's funny. We had a date this afternoon. She should have been home long before this. Oh, excuse me.
Certainly.
Hello?
Lamont Cranston?
I'm sorry, that noise in the background, I can't quite hear you.
Is this Lamont Cranston talking?
Yes?
That dame of yours, Margot Lane. She ain't gonna show up this afternoon or any other afternoon.
What do you mean?
I mean I nabbed her. In just 1 hour from now, I'm going to kill her, Cranston. And you won't be able to do a thing about it because you don't know where she is.
Who is this?
A friend, Cranston. Just a friend. How do you feel, pal? How's it feel to sit around and squirm and eat your heart out because you can't help your dame, eh? You're gonna suffer and suffer plenty.
If you hurt that girl, I'll hunt you down and kill you with my bare hands.
You got it the other way around, Cranston. Because after I get through with her, pal, I'm gonna hunt you down.
Hello. Hello.
Water Department.
My name is Lamont Cranston. I'd like to talk to Commissioner Murphy, please.
Just a minute, please.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cranston. What can I do for you? Commissioner, I need some information, and I need it fast.
Just 1 second more, Miss Lane. That's all you got. 1 second more. Well, where's your boyfriend now, eh? Where's Cranston? Oh, I can see him now, tearing his hair. Watching the time run out.
You'll get the chair for this.
What do I care about the chair? There's only one law I believe in. The law of this gun. Well, time's up, sweetheart. I wonder what Cranston's thinking about now, eh? Boy, I'd give my right arm to see him now. To see his face.
He'll never rest until he finds you.
It's me that'll find him, sister. Well, here goes. Now just sit tight and shut your eyes.
No.
It's gonna be quick and easy.
No.
You just hear a noise, sister, that's all. Just a noise.
My compliments on your courage, Rabbit.
What's that?
It takes a brave man to shoot a helpless woman.
Who's talking? Where are you?
The voice you hear is the voice of the Shadow, Rabbit.
What?
And I'm standing by your side.
The Shadow? I heard of you. You're the guy nobody can see.
Precisely, Rabbit. And wherever I go, I bring justice. Not the law of the gun, the law of the people.
Oh, why are you here, Shadow?
I have come as an avenger of society, Rabbit. You shall pay for your crimes. In the chair.
You're wasting your time, pal. I got a weak heart. It's due to go any time now. I'm going to cheat the chair.
No, Rabbit, your heart is in excellent condition.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Morello framed you, Rabbit. He forced Dr. Bryan to tell you that you were doomed. Morello knew that he could get you to kill to do his murders while he sat back and played safe.
No, you're lying, Shadow.
The Shadow never lies, my friend. Dr. Bryan has just confessed. The police have just picked him up. They'll be here for you at any moment.
Oh, no. They'll never take me to the death house. And neither will you. That's the end of you, Shadow.
You're mistaken, Rabbit. Your gun has failed you. You can't escape your punishment.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. There's still another way out. And this time I won't miss.
Rabbit!
Too late, Shadow. I'm going to cheat the hot seat after all. It's funny. They told me I wouldn't live more than 6 months. They meant to lie to me. And instead they gave it to me straight. It's just 6 months today that I walked out of Doc Bryant's office.
Too bad, Rabbit. You weren't really meant to be a killer. Who knows? Under different circumstances, you might have been a decent, honest citizen. But the law makes no distinction among criminals. It punishes them all, impartially.
It's the police.
Oh, Lamont, you have no idea what runs through your mind when you're waiting for the shock of a bullet. There I was with my eyes closed and saying every prayer I ever knew when the shadow came along.
Something to remember, eh?
Whew, as long as I live. You know, when I heard your voice, I could have kissed you.
Well, why didn't you, Margot?
Oh, for the very good reason that I couldn't see you. Say, Lamont.
Yeah?
How on earth did you know I was there at Morello's hideout?
Well, I got in touch with Commissioner Murphy over at the Water Department. He told me.
Commissioner Murphy?
Uh-huh.
But what's he got to do with all of this? How did he know?
Remember when Rabbit phoned me?
Yes.
Well, while Rabbit was talking to me over the phone, I heard what sounded like a big water pump through the phone receiver.
Well, but I still don't understand.
It's very simple, Margot. I called Commissioner Murphy at the Water Department and asked him whether he had a crew out somewhere in the city using one of those big emergency water pumps. And luck was with me. A water main had burst at Central and 6th, and they were pumping the water. I knew Morello had a hideout in the apartment building across the street, so I called Weston, and, well, the rest you know.
Now let me introduce Blue Coal's distinguished heating expert, John Barclay. Thank you, Ken Roberts. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight I would like to ask you a special kind of cooperation. Manpower, as you know, is important. Every able-bodied man is needed for some activity related to the war program. Now, there are thousands of young men who have attended the John Barclay Sales Service training schools, and they have helped many of you to solve difficult heating problems. In addition, they have shown countless Blue Coal customers the way to healthful and economical home heating. Today, very few of these men are available. Most of them are in key positions with our government. Naturally, it's not easy now for your Blue Coal dealer to handle requests for firing instructions and like services. So if you feel the need for information on how to operate your furnace, don't insist that a serviceman be sent to your home. Ask your Blue Coal dealer for our new illustrated firing chart. This easy-to-understand firing chart shows the proper method of firing anthracite and explains the correct operation of dampers. It contains all of the information needed for the easy and economical operation of your furnace. These charts are free, and your dealer will be glad to furnish you with a copy. I thank you.
Once again, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. We do not have to worry about coal this winter. The anthracite industry expects to produce several million tons more than it did last year. So you can be sure there will be enough coal for everyone. However, your fuel dealer needs your patriotic cooperation to aid in planning deliveries so that everyone will have enough coal for immediate needs. Remember, we must share and share alike. Don't demand delivery of more coal than is actually needed for your present heating requirements. There is no need to hoard. Cooperate with your fuel dealer. He can and will schedule deliveries so that your heating requirements will be taken care of this winter. The Shadow,
mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Wailing Corpse.
Mr. Van Dyke, as your lawyer, I protest against this fantastic idea.
Danforth, my mind is made up. You have your orders. Very well. I'm sending Joan to my place in Carolina. She will hear nothing of this. I will not have my daughter touched with sorrow. She is very dear to me. You understand? Stop here, please. This is the establishment. Shall I wait? No, thank you. Goodbye, Danforth.
Goodbye, Mr. Van Dyke.
Yes? There? Oh, didn't see you for a second. The light is dim.
We do keep it rather subdued in here.
I'm Ellsworth Van Dyke. I phoned you.
Yes, sir. Please sit down and we'll discuss the type of funeral you want. Casket?
That's it. Is it possible to have a special casket made?
Yes, but of course you realize that the price...
Money is no object.
Oh, I see. Well, now, what would you like?
The casket must be made of some material that will withstand decay. I prefer glass.
Glass?
Yes, I must have it. Now, how wide is the average coffin?
Approximately 3 feet.
I want this one 5 feet wide.
5 feet wide? But it will take time to have it made, Mr. Van Dyke.
It must be ready within 2 weeks.
At that time, you can have the body changed to the special casket. But naturally, you proceed with the funeral immediately.
There's not going to be any funeral. Yet.
No funeral? But surely you can't wait?
I can wait, Mr. Griswold.
Huh?
Yes. You see, I am to be the occupant of that coffin.
Mr. Cranston, in all my years as an undertaker, I've never seen anything like this coffin I've just delivered. You were interested in the strange and weird, so I came to you.
Oh, I'm very glad you did, Mr. Griswold.
A glass coffin?
That's not all, Miss Lane. He insisted that the coffin be ventilated.
Oh, not really.
Go on, sir. I can see there's more.
Mr. Van Dyke demanded some means of communicating with the living from his coffin.
A telephone?
Yes. It's connected with a speaker in his house. He's to be placed in a mausoleum on his estate.
Well, he must be afraid of being buried alive.
Well, there's another angle, Margot. I've heard that Ellsworth Van Dyke believes that the dead can communicate with the living. Mr. Griswold, I know he has a young daughter. Any other relatives?
His brother, Arthur, and his wife live with Mr. Van Dyke.
Excuse me.
I left this number. It may be...
Hello? Yes, he's here. What? Oh. Well, I'll tell him.
Come on, what's wrong?
Ellsworth Van Dyke has just died suddenly. He's being placed in his mausoleum immediately.
Confound these newspapers, making a sensation of Ellsworth's funeral. It was that fool coffin of his, Clara. Now everybody will be watching us, prying into things.
There's no need to break down, Arthur, and act like a nervous idiot.
Yes, you can talk. Thank heaven Joan isn't here to ask questions.
What sort of questions, Uncle Arthur?
Joan, darling. How did you get here?
By train, Aunt Clara. I came as soon as I heard that Father was dead.
But who told you? You weren't to hear.
Oh, it wasn't your fault, I heard. Someone phoned me about Father.
Who did that?
I don't know. They said it was a friend.
Oh, Joan, you poor darling.
Don't touch me, Aunt Clara. You think I can't see through you. You hated my father. Both you and Uncle Arthur.
Joan, how can you say that?
How? Because I know. You hovered over him like two vultures, waiting for him to die. Waiting for his money.
Joan, I realize you're not yourself.
My father wouldn't believe what I told him about you and Aunt Clara. And now he's dead. Mother's dead.
What are we going to do about her? She's our responsibility now. If she goes on like this, she'll cause a scandal. We've got to do something. Yes, people will talk. Quiet, Arthur.
Is that you, Sarah?
Yes, Mrs. Van Dyke. Did you ring for me?
It must have been Miss Jones, Sarah.
Miss Joan. Is she here?
She just came home.
Oh, poor child.
Sarah, you must help us.
What do you mean, sir?
Joan has her mind filled with all sorts of strange ideas.
Yes, I know.
You realize that they are ridiculous, don't you? That she's suffering from hallucinations.
Well, why don't you answer?
I'd better go to her, sir. She needs me.
Sarah. Oh, Sarah.
There now, child. I'm here.
Sarah, what would I do without you?
There, dear. There. You must rest. Perhaps if I turned the radio on low.
No, please.
No, I'd better not. Might keep you awake. It's late and you must sleep now.
Sarah, Father thought the dead could send messages to those they loved. Could it be?
You mustn't think, Joan. Just rest. Rest. There, dear.
Joan.
Oh. Yes, Father, did you call? It was Father's voice.
Joan.
Father, why don't you answer me? Father, where are you? Where are you? Answer me. And so I came to you, Commissioner Weston, to tell you what had happened.
Miss Van Dyke, you're sure you heard your father's voice?
Positive.
Lamont, suppose I take Miss Van Dyke into the other room for a minute.
Good idea, Miss Wayne. Good idea.
Come on, Miss Van Dyke. Come with me.
Well, what do you think, Cranston?
Sounds like a very strange business, Commissioner.
If it's true.
You think that the girl is unbalanced?
Perhaps.
I've got a hunch, Commissioner, that she did hear something.
Oh, now, Cranston. Not the voice of her dead father.
Commissioner, he was afraid of being buried alive. So he arranged to communicate with the people above and be rescued if he were.
You think it's possible he actually was? Good heavens, what a terrible idea.
Yes.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go to the Van Dyke estate and find out. Come on. Mr. Van Dyke, you understand that the police can exhume your brother's body if circumstances justify it.
Commissioner Weston, surely you don't take the ravings of a poor hysterical girl seriously enough to act on them?
Uncle Arthur, you must listen to me.
No, Joan, my brother is dead. He must be left in peace.
Well, if he's really dead, how do you explain the voice?
Voice? What voice?
Miss Van Dyke says that last night she heard her father calling to her.
She heard his voice?
Just after 2 o'clock, I was awakened by my father calling my name.
Oh, it was a dream.
No, I was fully awake. I know my father's voice.
Mr. Van Dyke, did you hear the voice?
No, I heard nothing. If it had been my brother speaking from his tomb, everybody would have heard it. The merest whisper there is magnified into a shout in that receiver he set up in the hall.
Mrs. Van Dyke, did you hear anything?
Nothing.
Sarah, you were with me until I fell asleep. Did you hear anything?
No, child. I heard nothing.
You're all looking at me as though I were out of my mind or something. I tell you, I heard my father crying. Oh, doesn't anyone believe me?
Joan, you must be calm. When you've had time to rest, you'll feel less excited.
I want an investigation. I demand it.
I won't have it, you hear?
Why not? Why are you afraid to have anyone examine him? I know why. Because you murdered him.
That's a lie.
She should be one moment, please. Murder, eh? Now we're getting somewhere.
He has no proof.
Maybe we'll find proof. We've got a motive.
Motive? What possible motive could I...
Money.
Right. Van Dyke, if you could get this girl shut up as insane, perhaps you could grab his money. That's motive for murder.
My brother died a natural death.
It was pretty sudden, wasn't it?
He slipped away in a coma.
What was the cause of death?
It was certified as heart failure.
There was nothing wrong with my father's heart.
We'll find out. I'm going to have an autopsy.
May I speak, Commissioner? I was Ellsworth's lawyer.
What is it, Mr. Danforth?
I have kept silent till now, but Mr. Van Dyke's will expressly forbids exhumation of his body.
Now what? Just a moment. If the police decide to exhume...
The heirs would lose their money. Under those conditions, any one of them could stop you by an injunction, Commissioner.
Then Mr. Danforth, you're against me, too.
Oh, now, Joan, dear.
You're all against me. All of you.
Joan, wait.
Margot, come here a moment.
What is it, Lamont?
Let's slip away. I want to pay a visit.
A visit?
Yes. I want to spend an hour tonight in the tomb of Ellsworth Van Dyke. Our government has asked everyone to work together on a plan which will permit delivery of some coal to every bin. Consumers who have large supplies of coal on hand have been asked to withhold orders for additional deliveries. Those who need coal at once should order only enough to take care of immediate needs. There is no shortage of coal, but your dealer has a real wartime delivery problem. You can help solve this problem by notifying your dealer of the approximate amount of fuel you will require for the entire winter. This will enable him to carefully plan deliveries so that everyone will be taken care of. Planned deliveries will also cut down on gasoline consumption as well as save wear on tires. Another thing, remember there is no advantage in placing duplicate orders with two dealers because this only complicates distribution. Your blue coal dealer has received hundreds of new orders for coal, and he is anxious to see that everyone is taken care of. Your friendly cooperation will make possible the delivery of enough coal so that no one need suffer from cold. And now, back to the shadow.
Lamont, this is spooky. I wish we'd brought Commissioner Weston.
Poor Weston. He's trying to find his way out of legal red tape.
But we can't wait.
No. Something dreadful is going to happen here. Come on. I want to see inside the tomb. It's a beautiful mausoleum, Margot.
Yes, if only we didn't have to go inside. Shall I turn on my flashlight?
No. Someone in the house might see it. And here we are. Well, it's unlocked.
Ooh, what a noise.
Step inside.
You go first.
All right. Yeah, shut the door. All right. Now the flashlight.
Why, it's just an empty room. Listen to the echo.
Speak low.
Where do they keep the bodies?
In the crypt below, I suppose. That big metal cover slides back. Must be a lever here somewhere.
Oh!
Look down into the crypt.
Oh, Lamont.
Turn the light that way. There it is.
Ellsworth and Dyke's coffin. Why, it's huge. But there aren't any stairs going down.
So it seems.
Well, no one could get down there without help.
Don't stumble, Margot.
Hush. 2 o'clock.
Joan.
That's it, Lamont. That's the voice she heard.
Joan.
Father, you've come back again. Father, speak to me.
Clara, you awake?
Yes, Arthur.
Did you hear it? That voice?
Voice? I didn't hear anything.
It was Ellsworth's voice calling. Joan was right.
No.
I heard it.
Then you're insane, too.
I've got to investigate. I've got to find out. Where did that voice come from? Oh, there's a light in that room. Who left the light on? Is anyone here? No one. Somebody left that phonograph turned on. This time of night? What? It's Ellsworth's voice. It's on that record. So that's what Joan heard, a record. Someone is using it to fool her. Poor child. Who? Who would do that? Who is it? What? It's you. You! To think how I've trusted you. And all the time you've been using this record to torture that poor child. Wait! Put down that gun! Put it down, I say!
Well, Cranston, I think somebody murdered Arthur and tried to make it look like suicide.
Not a very skillful job, either.
Yeah.
Weston, did you notice this phonograph? Somebody's been playing it.
Now, forget that stuff. I'm thinking about Ellsworth Van Dyke's will. Listen, it makes Arthur Van Dyke guardian of Joan until she's 21, with full control of her money. If he dies, the management passes to Clara.
I wonder if Ellsworth Van Dyke had a special reason for that.
Well, the point is, 5 years control of that fortune, and you could be sitting pretty. Cranston, I think our case is solved.
Where are you going, Commissioner?
Clara Van Dyke?
Yes, Commissioner.
Clara Van Dyke, I arrest you for the murder of your husband.
But Lamont, why come here to the Van Dykes in the middle of the night? Arthur's dead and Mrs. Van Dyke is in jail.
Yes. So the person behind this thinks that the coast is clear. Margot.
What?
There's a light in the tomb. Come on, quick.
Why, the door's open.
Yes. And candles burning.
Look, Lamont. You were right. There is a staircase going to the crypt.
That wall is a sliding panel. Someone opened it. Come along, Margot.
Down into the tomb? Well, what do you think we'll find?
The end of this mystery, Margot. And the criminal. Hurry. All right. Flash a torch around.
Oh, there's no one here. Lamont, what was that?
The panel's closed. We're locked in.
Oh, Lamont!
Say, I know that voice.
Yes. Yes, you know it.
Sarah! Why, it's Sarah speaking from overhead.
Yes, through that opening.
You'll pay for your meddling, you fool.
Sarah, it's you who killed Arthur Van Dyke.
Yes, I killed Arthur. And I made Ellsworth Van Dyke want to die.
Sarah, how did you do it?
I lied to them, all of them, about each other.
Well, what motive could you have?
To drive Ellsworth Van Dyke's daughter insane. Insane. And you can't stop me, for you're going to die, too. Die. Down there.
Lamont, we're locked in. What can we do?
I'm not sure, Margot. But I think that...
Listen. What's that? Lamont, that noise. There's someone here in this vault with us.
Steady, Margot. Turn your flash that way.
Lamont. Lamont. In the coffin. The body's moving.
He's tapping on the glass.
The coffin. It's open. He's sitting up.
Margot, stop. It's all right. He's alive. It's Ellsworth Van Dyke. Come here.
It was Sarah.
Mr. Van Dyke.
It was Sarah all the time.
You help me hold him up, Margot. He's very weak.
Yes, Lamont.
You've been drugged, haven't you, Mr. Van Dyke?
Oh, how horrible.
No, I did it myself. Had to.
To find out who in your house was plotting?
Yes. I nearly went crazy, wondering.
If you feigned death, you thought matters would come to a head.
Yes. Sent Joan away.
But Joan's here, and in danger.
Joan's here?
Yes. Look, Ellsworth, I must escape from here. How do I release the panel?
The carved wreath. Up there.
Yes?
Pull down. Pull down. It opens the panel.
Margot, he's fainted. You stay with him. The shadow has work to do.
Joan. Wake up, Joan.
What? What's there? I was dreaming. I had such bad dreams. I'm glad you're here.
Yes. I'm here, Joan.
Pains in my head are awful. You've told me how bad they are so many times. I've listened to you.
Listen to me now, Joan. What was that?
The door opened. Is someone there?
No, it must have been the wind. No, Joan.
Tell me that I'll get well, Sarah.
No. No, you'll never get well. Slowly you'll sink down, down, down into the quicksands of insanity.
No.
Your brain will turn soft.
No.
Your eyes will stare sightlessly from your head.
Sarah, don't say that.
You will pay for the pain you've caused me.
What have I done to you?
You stood in my way. Always.
Sarah, I didn't know.
No, Joan, my darling, you didn't. But you'll pay just the same. I swore I'd avenge myself on you all. And I have. Your father is dead. His death hastened by the worry I planted in his mind. And you, my dear, are going insane.
No, Sarah. No.
I murdered your Uncle Arthur, and your Aunt Clara will pay for it with her life. Now, there's only you.
I'll go to the police. I'll tell them.
No, you won't, Joan, my dear.
I will.
You'll do as I say, Joan.
Sarah.
Here. Sit down. Sit down, I say, at your desk. Now write this. I can't live without you.
Without
Father.
Father.
I am following you.
I'm following you.
Sign your name. Sign your name. All right. Everything's ready. Now, there's no reason for you to live, is there?
No reason.
Open the door of your desk.
A gun. Yes. A gun.
Place it against your heart.
Now I can go to my father.
Pull the trigger, Joan. It'll be very easy. Pull the trigger. Why did you throw the gun to the floor?
She didn't. The shadow did.
Shadow? Where are you? Where did you come from? I can't see you.
The shadow cannot be seen by mortal eyes. I've come to right a wrong, to save this girl from your evil plans, and to make you pay for your crimes.
You can't save her.
It isn't safe to defy the shadow. Tell the truth. Why did you commit these crimes? You said Joan stood in your way. How? Tell me.
Her father loved me.
Go on.
And he would have married me if his brother and that wife of his hadn't told him it was unfair to Joan.
So you plotted against his family?
I hated them. Ellsworth went away without a word to me. Then I hated him too.
That didn't give you the right to commit crime. You must pay.
I'll never be brought to justice. Never.
Drop that gun.
Oh, terrible.
Death is not as terrible as a crime like hers. Corroding hate drove her to it. And then to death.
Oh, Lamont. What a nightmare. But you say Joan's all right.
She's taking care of her father. And that'll help her to forget the horror she's been through. The doctor says he'll recover.
Why, Lamont, he must have been mad to do such a thing.
Well, half mad for the moment.
But did Joan really hear him calling from the tomb?
No, Margot. He was in a stupor for 60 hours from the drug he took. As for the voice, years ago Ellsworth made a phonograph record of his own voice calling Joan. Sarah played it.
But, Lamont, how could Joan hear the record?
Well, the phonograph was connected to Joan's radio with a wireless pickup from the other room. Every night as she left Joan, Sarah would fiddle with the radio, pretending to turn it off.
your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow. The hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Office of Defense Transportation has asked all coal dealers to reduce mileage of their delivery trucks 25% below the mileage of last year. This means fuel deliveries will have to be carefully planned. Duplicate trips into the same neighborhood eliminated whenever possible. Yes, every ounce of rubber, every gallon of gasoline, every transportation factor must be conserved. You can help by advising your fuel dealer of exactly what your fuel requirements are for the entire winter. This will enable him to work out a schedule of deliveries so that valuable time, rubber, and gasoline will be conserved. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Lady in Black.
Will not consider any motion picture offer for my new play until... Yeah? What is it? Oh, I see. Put it down over there.
Yes, Mr. Bryce.
Where are you going? Get away from that picture. How dare you draw the curtain that covers it? What? What's that you've got in your hand? Keep away from me. There's a gun in this drawer, and I'll use it.
I give you time. Let go of me. Take that away. There. There. Now we'll take this gun of yours, Mr. Bryce, and...
Lamont, look here.
Yes, Mom.
Did you notice this painting?
No. But it's certainly the strangest one in the whole picture gallery.
There's such an odd, morbid quality. Is it signed?
No. But judging by the odd hook-shaped brushstrokes, I'd guess it was painted by Albert Gerner.
Albert Gerner? I don't think I've ever heard of him.
Well, he wasn't widely known as a painter. He was really a chemist. Painting was a hobby.
Oh?
There aren't more than half a dozen of his pictures in existence.
What a shame. It's a great talent.
Yes, Gerner was a genius in a way. Poor fellow.
Why poor fellow?
Well, when he was young, Gerner married Diane Morrow. 15 years ago, she was one of the most beautiful young actresses on the stage. Gerner was madly in love with her. One evening, a servant standing outside her door heard him talking to his wife as he sketched her. He was saying,
I'll finish this drawing in a minute. I know it's almost time for dinner. Yes, you told me Norman Bryce is coming. Darling, he's done so much for your career. As much as a manager could, so you must make a good impression. I'm glad you decided to wear black. You're exquisite. Your eyes are such a deep blue, looking at me with that half smile on your face. I must do this picture in oils. Oh, my darling, I love you so much. So very much. Oh, that's Waldron, my dear. I rang for him a moment ago. I'll speak to him outside in the hall. Yes, Waldron. You rang, sir? Yes, those flowers in Mrs. Gerner's room. While we're at dinner, move them out onto the terrace. I'm afraid the heat of the room will wither them. Yes, sir. And there'll only be 3 of us for dinner. Mr. Bryce is coming along. What was that, sir? It sounded like a shot. In here. Oh. Diane. Good heavens.
Look. There's the revolver she did it with.
Killed herself. Killed herself. Oh, no.
I was talking to her only a moment ago. And now she's dead. Diane. Diane. Diane.
So that's the story, Margot.
I wonder why she would kill herself. A girl who had so much.
Well, there was some talk at the time of murder. But our room was on the second floor, and no one could have gotten in and out of the windows that quickly. The only other entrance was the door.
And Gerner himself and the servant were standing outside of it in the hall when they heard the shot.
Yes. Gerner went to pieces after that. Completely broken. He went to the Orient and died there. About 4 years ago.
Huh. Well, it seems so. Why, Commissioner Weston.
Hello, Margot. Hello, Lamont.
Hello, Commissioner. Fancy meeting you, of all places, in an art gallery.
I'm here on business. Not to look at a lot of silly pictures.
Oh?
Norman Bryce has been killed, and
Bryce? The theatrical producer?
Yeah.
Why, Lamont just mentioned him. And we saw his new show last night. A big hit.
Yeah, I know. I'm taking personal charge of the investigation.
Investigation? You mean he...
Suicide, or so the circumstances seem to point.
But, Commissioner, does a man kill himself after one of the biggest hits of his career?
This man did. I've just discovered something else. Bryce was here at the art gallery this morning. Bought a lot of stuff and ordered it delivered. Not to his home, but to an apartment downtown.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah. Well, I gotta be going. Things to attend to. See you soon.
Yes.
Goodbye, Commissioner. Well, Lamont, you can stand there all heaping staring at that painting.
Hmm? Oh, no. Come on. Let's get out of here.
Where are we going?
Out to the home of the late Norman Bryce.
Aren't you going to ring the bell, Lamont?
Oh, yes. Well, this tragedy ends the story, Margot.
You mean Mrs. Gerner killed herself? Gerner died and now Bryce.
Exactly. Oh, hello, Cardona.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cranston. And Miss Lane.
Hello, how are you?
Well, come on in. The commissioner's in the dining room making out papers. In this way. Look who's here, Commissioner. Wow. Hello, Lamont. Miss Lane.
Hello,
you two
Commissioner.
again, huh? Well, what do you want?
I was interested in Bryce's death, Commissioner.
Just plain case of suicide. Got these papers to fill out, and then we'll close the case.
The body's been taken away?
Yeah. Want to take a look at the room where it happened?
Oh, yes. Will you come, Margot?
Yes, I'd like to, Lamont.
You're welcome to go in that room.
Well, what do you mean by that, Cardona?
Cardona says he feels as if somebody was watching him in that room.
Really?
Well, there is something about the room. Go on, take a look. Here's the key, Margot.
Thanks.
Right down the hall, that way.
What's the matter? Doesn't the key work? Margot, what is it?
There's someone in there. There is. Somebody's holding the door shut.
Well, how could anyone get in there with the police guarding the house? Here, let me have the key.
Lamont, the door's unlocked. But there's someone inside putting his weight against it.
Here, I'll open it.
You see?
Well, yeah. Wait till I turn on the lights. You may come in now. We're quite alone.
Oh, just the same, there was something holding that door shut.
Margot.
Why, Lamont, look at the flowers. The room's filled with them.
Yes, so I see. They give off quite a fragrance. Careful, don't touch them.
Why?
All we're permitted to do is look. Uh-huh. That door, the only entrance to the room. Small window and alcove open, but too small for an intruder to crawl through. These other two windows, yeah, both locked and... Only the door, my dear.
But it closed all by itself. I think Cardona was right. You do feel that there's someone in here. Someone besides ourselves. Lamont, why should there be curtains on that wall? Let's see what's behind them.
All right.
Picture of a lady in black. How horrible. And yet it's beautiful, too.
Margot. It's a painting of Diane Morrow, Mrs. Gerner. Gerner must have painted it.
And I suppose Bryce bought it after Mrs. Gerner's death.
Evidently.
Lamont, it's this painting that gives you the feeling that someone's in this room. Ooh, it's creepy. The eyes seem to be watching you. with that queer half-smile on her face.
Margot, what else do you notice about the canvas?
The background. It's very dim, but it's filled with flowers.
Yes, so it is. But what I meant was this. Here in the lower corner, someone started to slash this canvas with a knife.
Why, yes.
A picture of Diane Morrow in black. I wonder when Gurner painted it. Just before she died? Or just after?
Lamont, what do you mean?
Well...
All right, Miss Lane. Cranston, are you through?
Not quite, Weston. Look, did you notice this picture?
I know. Sort of strange thing, isn't it?
Yes, especially the smile on her face.
Wait. The corpse. Mr. Bryce was smiling. Same sort of a smile.
I see. Commissioner, don't declare Bryce's death a suicide. Because it was murder.
In a moment, we'll return to the chateau. But first, here's a brief little drama that directly concerns you. Listen.
Hello? Hunter Coal Company.
This is Mrs. Smith, 202 Main Street. Will you please send over 10 tons of blue coal immediately?
Well, Mrs. Smith, I'm afraid we can't send you that much right now. How much do you have on hand?
Oh, I don't know, but it's not a very big pile.
Well, we want everyone to have enough coal for immediate needs, you know.
I need 10 tons. Cash deliver it to me now.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Smith, but the Robinsons next door to you also need coal. And the Joneses down the street are in need of coal, too. Now, we're making a delivery at both places soon. We'll stop at your place, too. But not 10 tons. You realize we must make sure that everyone has some coal in the bin. I know you won't want to deprive your neighbors of heat.
Oh, of course not. I just didn't realize, that's all. Well, do what you can then, will you? I certainly don't want my neighbors to be in valley without coal.
Let's all cooperate. Share and share alike, and we'll all be warm this winter. Now, back to the chateau.
I'm relying on this hunch of yours that it's murder, Cranston. Cardona's rounding up the 3 people who found Bryce dead.
Who are they, Commissioner?
Neighbor named Carter, the gardener, Muller, I think his name is, and the widow. Now, if you get any ideas, Lamont, speak up.
I will.
Tom? Oh, come in, Mr. Carter. Miss Lane, Mr. Carter, Cranston.
How do you do?
Down, please.
Oh, thank you.
You were with Mrs. Bryce when she found the body, I believe.
Why, she called him in, asked me to come over.
You live nearby?
Next door. I just happened to be standing talking over the hedge with Mr. Bryce's gardener when she called.
And you both ran to the house?
Yes. Mrs. Bryce said she'd heard something that sounded like a shot from the library.
Did you yourself hear that shot?
No, I can't say that I did.
All right, sir, that'll be all.
Just a moment, Mr. Carter.
Yeah.
Aren't you an actor?
Yes, I am.
Weren't you supposed to play the lead in Bryce's show, which opened Thursday night? Well, I read that you were in rehearsal, and then that Bryce had dropped you at the last moment.
Is that true?
I resigned. I wasn't fired.
That's all. You may go. But don't leave town, understand?
But
that's all.
Very well.
It could be a motive for murder, being fired.
It was a good part, and its successor made a hit.
I see. Tom? Come in, Muller. Where were you, Muller, when Mrs. Bryce called to you?
Why, in the garden, working, sir. And talking to Mr. Carter.
How far is the garden from the house, Mr. Muller?
It's different in different places. The lot is an odd shape. My cottage is at the back.
I see. I've just been sketching a ground plan of the house and gardens. Will you check on it and see if it's right, please?
May I see it, sir?
Yes.
No, that is wrong. It should go...
Here, take my pencil and correct it, if you will.
Thank you, sir. Now, it goes like this.
Uh-huh.
And,
Did you hear that shot, Muller?
Huh? Oh, the shot. Pardon me, I was absorbed in this drawing, and... No, I heard no shot. But I was some distance off, at this spot in the plan.
I see. Was there any difficulty about opening the library door?
Well, yes and no.
Yes and no, what do you mean?
Well, Mrs. Bryce was in the house when she heard the shot, and she ran to the library, but she couldn't get the door open,
And then she came and called to Mr. Carter and me.
Did you and Carter have any trouble opening it?
No, sir.
What time was it when Mrs. Bryce called to you and Carter?
About 4 o'clock. Because I noticed the clock in the library said 5 minutes after 4.
We have a common interest.
A common interest?
Flowers. Those from your garden are magnificent.
Oh, yes. This year the garden was particularly lovely. I don't think there's ever been a time when we've had such beautiful geraniums.
Yes, sir. Geraniums?
They're a common flower, but Muller grows such beautiful ones.
I see. Mrs. Bryce, how long has Muller been with you?
Since April.
Did Muller and Mr. Bryce get along well?
I doubt if they ever spoke 10 words to each other.
Mr. Bryce was away a good deal?
Yes.
Mrs. Bryce, I understand you've been away on a visit and returned this afternoon. What time did the train get in?
At 2:40.
You came directly home?
Yes, sir.
Now, when did you hear the shot?
Just as I opened the front door.
Mrs. Bryce, Muller told me that you didn't call him until a few minutes after 4 o'clock.
Well, I don't
It
see...
would take a taxi about 20 minutes to cover the distance from the station, so if your train arrived at 2:40, you'd be entering the house about 3 o'clock.
Yes, but I...
Why, after hearing the shot, did you wait an hour before you called to Carter?
I wasn't sure it was a shot. I thought it was a door slamming somewhere. I thought my husband was at home.
Oh, so you didn't pay much attention to it then?
No, sir. I decided it was just...
And then about an hour later, you went to the library.
Yes, I found the door was stuck, so I called to Mr. Carter.
Why didn't you call your husband?
I didn't know he was at home.
A moment ago, you said you thought he was home.
Yes, but
Mrs. Bryce, isn't it true that you and your husband have been separated for the past 6 months? Hasn't he been living in an apartment downtown?
Yes, but he does come home occasionally. He comes when I'm not around. He has a picture in the library. He comes to look at it.
A picture?
A painting of a woman. A woman all dressed in black. He used to sit there at his desk sometimes and stare at it for hours. He was in love with it. He was in love with that woman just the same as if she were a real flesh and blood person. That's what caused our quarrel.
Mrs. Bryce, you're nervous and upset, naturally. We'll postpone this talk till some other time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Well.
Goodbye.
Bye, Mrs. Bryce.
Goodbye.
Hey, what kind of a nitwit does she think I am? You were right, Lamont. It's murder. And she's the one who killed him.
No, Weston. She's telling the truth.
Lamont, Mrs. Bryce is really jealous of that painting. And yet she doesn't know that it's a picture of Diane Morrow.
Miss Lane, Diane Morrow and Albert Gurner, too, are dead.
Yes, the lady in black is dead, Commissioner. But sometimes the dead don't remain in their graves.
I hate this room now. The smell of the flowers. Oh, Norman. Norman, what made you kill yourself? If only the dead could speak to us. Norman. Norman, why did you marry me? And all the time you loved the woman in black. I hate her. Why, the canvas is cut already. Here at the bottom. Why, the frame moves. There's a space behind it. Sort of closet. And what's this? It looks like a gas mask with a tank attached. Who's there? What do you want?
Give that to me.
What are you doing here? Is this gas mask yours?
Give it to me.
I see now. Norman didn't kill himself. He was murdered, this mask. You killed him, didn't you?
I killed him.
Let go of me. What are you doing? Take that
What time is it anyway, Lamont?
2 o'clock, Mother.
2 o'clock in the morning. It's a fine hour for a country drive.
You didn't need to come out to Bryce's.
Well, I'm too curious to stay at home and be left out of it. Lamont, this case haunts me. There's something evil about it. That smile on the face of that painting.
What about the smile on Bryce's face? A smiling corpse, Margot. Yes. A horrible criminal is loose and doing murder. And the murderer may strike again. Oh, here we are. Quiet now. And don't talk. Let's walk in the grass beside the walk. Come on.
Who's there? What do you want?
It's Cranston, Cardona.
Oh, and Miss Lane. What in time are you doing here?
Has anything happened?
Perfectly quiet. The actor next door went up to bed at 11. Light in the library a few minutes ago. Mrs. Bryce, I guess.
But didn't you make sure?
She's the only one in the house. Must have been her.
How about Muller, the gardener?
Light's been out in his cottage for a couple of hours. Everything's serene. What was that?
A shot. From the library. Come on in there. Hurry.
Mrs. Bryce. Shot to death. Oh, and that smile on her face. It's the same smile as in the painting. Oh, it's horrible.
Suicide again. Hey, look, Mr. Cranston. This gun ain't no new kind. Must be 15 to 20 years old.
Yes, I know. Bryce's gun was at headquarters, so he had to use this one.
What do you mean, he? The woman shot it off.
I don't want to go phone Weston quickly.
Yeah, I'd better.
Mont, what does it mean?
Margot, don't leave the house. I won't be long.
Where are you going?
The Shadow has work to do.
Who's there? Who is it? I must have imagined someone knocked. My nerves are playing tricks on me. This won't do. When they come to tell me, I've got to be calm. I'll go to bed.
Wait a moment, Albert Gurner.
What? Who spoke? Where are you?
It's no use to try to locate me with your flashlight. I am the Shadow.
Huh?
You cannot see me, Gurner.
Why do you call me Gurner? My name is Muller. I work here. I'm the gardener.
Yes, a gardener with a remarkable knowledge of chemistry. You were a chemist, Gurner, as well as a painter, weren't you?
I'm no chemist or painter.
Then why did you slash the picture of the lady in black to pieces?
Mrs. Bryce did that. She was jealous of the lady in black.
How did you know that the picture was slashed, unless you were there?
I won't stay here and...
Get away from that door. No, you don't. Get back.
No. Let me alone. Let me alone.
That face in the picture has haunted you all the years. Albert Gurner, the lady in black, was your wife. You murdered her.
Yes, I am Gurner. But I didn't kill Diane. She committed suicide.
You murdered her with a poisonous gas that you invented. It leaves no trace except a horrible smile on the faces of its victims.
I tell you, she shot herself.
No, you shot her, Gurner. Then later, when you and the butler heard the explosion, it was a time bomb you had set. And someplace in this cottage, you have a mask for administering gas. You're very strong. You clasp it to the victim's face, and when they become unconscious, you shoot them and leave a pistol by them. And the murder is called suicide.
But I love Diane. Why would I kill her?
Because you suspected her of being in love with Bryce, her manager. You knew Bryce loved her, and you couldn't be sure of her any longer.
All right. It drove me mad, the uncertainty.
And you killed her.
Yes, I did kill her. Then Bryce saw the picture. I told him once about my experiments. He suspected me. He was going to the police. So I ran away.
Then, as years passed, you wanted to return and kill the man you thought had ruined your life. The man you were jealous of even after Diane Morrow was dead.
Yes. And I did kill him. No one can take that away from me.
But tell me, why did you kill Mrs. Bryce? She had done nothing.
She found the mask. I had to kill her.
Well, Gurner, Commissioner Weston will soon be here. You will take the mask and give yourself up to him.
Very well. I'll do as you say. I'll go...
Gurner, wait. Put that down, man. No, take off that mask. Take it off, I say. He's gone. Dead from the gas. With that same smile on his face.
This table suit you, Margot?
Very nicely, thanks.
All right, Louis. We'll order later.
Very good, sir.
Lamont, what I want to know is how you solved this case. Where did you get your first clue?
Why, you gave it to me.
I did?
Yes. You called my attention to the fact that the background of the painting was composed of flowers, of geraniums.
Well?
Well, When Diane Morrow died, her room was filled with geraniums.
Oh, and you thought that those and the geraniums in Bryce's library had some connection?
Precisely. And the ventilation of Bryce's library?
The ventilation?
Yes. It had been worked out so that quite a strong draft swept through the room.
Why, of course. It was the draft that held the door shut.
Yes. And it also caused the door to slam shut so violently that Mrs. Bryce thought it was a shot long after Bryce was dead.
Oh.
And the draft also cleared the room of the gas, which smelled like geraniums.
Well, then the geraniums were there to explain away whatever traces of the gas might be left.
Exactly.
Only, Lamont, how did you know that Muller was really Gerner?
That was the simplest part of the case. He helped draw a map of the house and gardens, and he used the same queer, hook-shaped strokes that identify Gerner's work anywhere.
Oh, here you are.
Oh, hello, Commissioner.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Well, there's no hurry. We've loads of time.
Well, we're merely going to drop in at the Pan American Art Exhibit this evening.
The art exhibit? Pictures? Oh, why don't you take up something practical?
Distinguished heating expert, John Barton.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. Today I want to say a word on behalf of your neighborhood blue coal dealer. You know, folks, there are 3 ways in which you can help yourself and help him. First, don't order more than enough coal to keep your home comfortably warm for 60 days in advance. Second, don't waste heat. Don't waste coal. Ask your blue coal dealer for the free John Barkley firing chart. This will give you many valuable hints on correct firing methods and how to save money on fuel bills. The third way you can help your dealer is to accept delivery of the available home sizes he recommends. You see, friends, tests have proven that any of the home sizes, egg, stove, chestnut, or pea, may often be interchanged with perfectly good results. In fact, it's a good plan to always order 1 ton of pea coal to 3 of your regular size and use the more economic pea coal for banking. This holds down the fire, helps save coal. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll cooperate with your blue coal dealer in these 3 ways, I'm sure you'll have enough coal to keep your home healthfully and comfortably warm all this winter. And so will your neighbors. I thank you.
Program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This story produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of blue coal.
This is Mutual.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. We all know the government is attempting to conserve rubber for the war effort. One way of accomplishing this important objective is by rationing gasoline. Another is the recommended 25% cut in truck mileage. The success of this plan depends greatly upon you. It means that as a consumer, you must cooperate with the man who delivers merchandise to your door. It means, in connection with coal deliveries, that you can get good service if you notify your blue coal dealer in advance so that he can set up a schedule to fulfill your heating requirements for the entire season. In this way, he'll be able to plan his trip. He can make one trip do for several homes, and everyone will be warm and comfortable this winter. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret: the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Shoots an Arrow.
All right for us to go on in, Cardona?
We have an appointment with the commissioner.
Go right ahead, Miss Lane. Mr. Cranston. Boss is alone.
Thank you. I'll be Margot.
You?
Pardon me, Commissioner, but my name is Cranston. Miss Lane and I thought we had a dinner engagement with you.
Yes, and don't look now, but it's almost 8:30.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I forgot. I've been studying this letter that just came by special delivery. It's anonymous.
Anonymous?
Yes, it worries me. It's about old Ben Marlowe and his family. You like to see it?
Yes, I certainly would.
Well, words cut out of newspapers and pasted on common stationery.
Well, read it, Lamont.
All right. Dear Commissioner, a great danger now hangs over the home of Benjamin Marlowe. The blow may fall at any moment. You can do nothing to stop it. A friend.
Probably some crank.
Or a criminal, tipping you off and defying you. You know, criminals like to feel wise and superior.
Who is Mr. Marlowe? I seem to know that name.
Oh, Marlowe's a grand old guy. Used to be rich, but he's broke now. Sick, too. Hasn't been able to walk for the last year. He lives in his old house with a grandson and granddaughter, I think.
Wow. He's had a lot of fun in his time anyway. Tried every hobby there is, from archery to yacht racing.
Well, it's late now. I'll go out and see him in the morning. Nothing will happen overnight.
I wouldn't be too sure, Commissioner.
Nonsense, Cranston. Well, come on, Miss Lane. Where shall we go for dinner?
Grandfather should be asleep instead of playing that silly flute. Oh, who's there? Who is it?
It is Ando, Miss Enid.
You startled me. What do you mean hiding there in the corner?
Ando, listen. Music.
You listen too much around here. Usually to something you're not meant to hear.
Not good to hate Ando.
That sounds like a threat. I don't know why my cousin ever brought you from Guatemala in the first place. Go along.
Ando, go, Miss Enid.
Well.
Come. Oh, come in, Enid. Was it you talking outside?
Ando was standing there listening to you play.
Huh. That savage would kill you as soon as look at you.
He gives me the shivers.
Yes. I've been practicing on my flute. Was getting a bit rusty.
Grandfather.
Now, what's the matter?
How did you get the flute? I left it on the mantelpiece. You can't walk. Who got it for you?
Why, no one. It's right here beside me.
I'm sure it wasn't, Grandfather.
Oh, nonsense, child.
Very well. I came to say good night, Grandfather.
Then it must be 8 o'clock. As you always come right on the dot.
I believe in doing things on schedule.
I suppose you have to when you do all the work in a huge house like this. How about your cousin lending you a hand?
Howard's busy hunting a job.
He should have held on to the one he had in Guatemala.
Oh, it wasn't his fault they let him out.
Maybe. Oh, are you and Howard having your usual game of chess tonight?
Yes, we are.
Like a couple of old fogies promptly at 8:30. In the library as usual?
I suppose so.
A young girl like you staying at home every night. Now you ought to be gay, having a good time. Well, my dear, perhaps we won't always be broke. No, you won't stay at home and play chess with Howard all your life. I still have a few tricks up my sleeve.
Howard?
What is it, Enid?
Did you give Grandfather his flute tonight?
No, I didn't. Why?
Oh, nothing. Are you ready to play, Howard? I have the chessmen all set up.
I suppose so, Enid. But would you think it's silly if I asked you to change seats with me?
Why, Howard, changing seats won't...
No, it's not that. It's just that with my back to the French windows, I can't get my mind on the game. Enid, I have a constant feeling that someone is standing behind me outside in the orchard.
Oh, how silly of you. Of course I'll change chairs if it'll make you feel any easier.
Thank you.
There. I don't know what's the matter with you, Howard, just because you lost your job in Guatemala.
Enid, I wasn't fired. I ran away.
Ran away?
To keep from being murdered.
That's ridiculous.
I don't expect you to believe it. Nobody up here would believe it.
Wouldn't believe what?
Enid, when you're down there, the jungle lies all about you, dark and slimy and full of evil. You hear faint voices, whispers, the barest echo of mocking laughter. But you never know where they come from. You never see the people who make them.
Howard, for goodness sake, try to talk sensibly. Now, what is all this about?
Have you ever heard of the Mariposas? They're a strange cult, strange and sinister. Like a fool, I wouldn't believe there were regions sacred to them. I sent men in there to cut mahogany. And then I received the death warning.
The death warning?
The mark of a cloven hoof in the earth just outside my window.
A cloven hoof? Oh, Howard. Honestly, you're funny. That was probably made by a cow.
One cloven hoof mark. Only one. No other marks around it.
All right. Then someone was playing a joke on you.
I wish it were a joke.
Well, and even if it were true, you're 1,000 miles away from there now.
1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, it would make no difference. They have their own way of tracking you down. Tracking you down and killing you.
Now,
I tell you, you can't escape them ever. Only this morning I saw it again. The mark of the cloven hoof outside my window.
Howard, don't talk like this, or people will think you're insane.
I know. I've tried to keep it to myself, but...
Now, let's start the game. It's 8:30.
Enid! Great heavens, look outside! Enid, look out!
Oh! Howard, what is it? It came through the window.
An arrow. Sticking in the wall. They're here, Enid. They're after me. They'll kill me.
Howard! Howard! Oh, he's fainted. Grandfather! Grandfather!
Ando, wait here. Someone must come to tree. This someone. Come now. Wait. Ando, no. You try to kill. You give Ando money, much money, or Ando tell. But put arrow down. No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Oh, die.
Well, Miss Lane, find anything on the menu you'd like for dessert?
Anything? Oh, goodness, I find too many things. And all fattening. Lamont, what are you having for dessert?
Well, nothing, thanks, sir. Black coffee, though.
Oh, what ails him, Miss Lane? He hasn't spoken for a half hour.
Well, if I know the signs, he's worried. Aren't you, Lamont?
Confounded, look who's coming.
Cardona.
Excuse me, Commissioner.
What's happened?
A nutty phone call. A Miss Marlowe called.
Marlowe?
Yeah, she said something awful had happened. Wouldn't tell me what it was.
Come on, Lamont. Let's go out there.
Coming, Margot?
Well, wild horses couldn't keep me here.
Let's hurry, Commissioner, or we may regret it.
Mr. Williams, you're not seriously suggesting that these, what do you call them?
Mariposas, Commissioner.
Yeah, you can't believe they followed you all the way from Central America to shoot an arrow through your library window.
They meant to kill me. And they will. I don't expect you to believe it.
Oh, some kid in the neighborhood has a bow and arrow, and a shot went wild.
I find that hard to believe, Commissioner.
Miss Marlowe, you two were playing chess when the arrow flew in?
Yes, Howard upset the chessman when he got up.
Yes, I see. From the direction they fell, I surmise Mr. Williams was facing the window.
Yes. Usually I sit there, but tonight we changed about.
Why?
I was nervous with my back to the window.
Mr. Williams, did you see anything outside the window?
Yes. I saw a moth out there.
A moth?
A giant white moth flutter there. And beyond it?
Yes, go on.
That dark face seemed to float just beyond the glass.
A man?
They're not really men, I tell you.
You mean the Mariposas, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Miss Marlowe, what did you do after the arrow appeared?
I went and phoned you, Commissioner.
What did Mr. Williams do?
Oh, he had...
If you must know, I fainted.
Yes. He regained consciousness just as your car came up the drive.
You went right to the phone?
No, first I went and knocked on Grandfather's door, but he didn't answer. I thought he was asleep. So I went to the extension phone in the upstairs hall and put in my call.
You didn't look in to see if your grandfather was sleeping?
The door was locked on the inside.
Miss Marlowe, if your grandfather can't walk, how can he lock his door on the inside?
I believe that he can walk a little, though he won't admit it.
I see. Then you can't swear that Mr. Marlowe was in his room.
Why, he must have been.
There's no one else in the house besides you three?
There's Hondo, an Indian servant I brought back from Guatemala.
He could have shot the arrow.
But he's always been so faithful.
I despise him, and so does Grandfather.
Oh, I see. Miss Marlowe, what's beyond the French windows?
The old orchard.
Let's go out by the window and take a look, Lamont. You coming, Margot?
Yes, indeed.
Now, be careful, Margot. It's dark out here.
All right. Whew, it's windy, too.
Storm coming up, Lamont.
Yes.
Well, I think we ought to round up that servant and ask him a few questions.
Right. But, let's take a look outside here first.
An Indian and arrows, they go together. But if you insist on wandering around an orchard, I'll humor you. Here, flash your light on the ground here.
There you are.
No footprints.
No human footprints, but what do you make of this?
Well, a couple of triangular marks. What is it?
The mark of a hoof, Weston. A cloven hoof.
Oh, cloven hoof, my eye. Next thing you'll be saying it's a death warning.
Perhaps it is.
Lamont, do you mean that Howard Williams is really in danger?
Grave danger, Margot.
Well, maybe that Hondo is stalking him. Hey, where are you two going?
Down into the orchard, Weston.
Oh, wonder. Lamont, this place gives me the creeps. What are you looking for, anyway?
A certain tree. Must be in this direction.
There's plenty of apple trees here, and the probably...
Margot, what is it?
Oh, I stumbled over a body.
Steady, Margot.
What's wrong? What have you found?
The Indian.
He's dead. Look at the arrow sticking in his chest.
Yes, Margot. He was stabbed with this arrow. Stabbed through the heart.
In a moment, we'll return to the shadow. Right now, let's consider the case of a typical householder who has solved his fuel problem for the winter. Just how did you go about that, Mr. Smith?
Well, first thing I did was figure out how much coal I need every month. I did that by looking up the bills for last year and working it out according to months.
That's fine. The coal dealers tell me that even if you can give them a fairly close idea without being absolutely accurate, it will help a lot.
Well, the closer the better, I figured. But I went down to the basement and estimated how much coal I had on hand. Had about half a ton at the time.
That's not a great deal. Were you worried about running out?
Yes, I was. But after I talked to my blue coal dealer, I felt a lot better. I gave him all the information, and he said he'd see that I was taken care of.
And how has it worked out, sir?
Fine, first rate. The blue coal dealer sees that I always have enough on hand to keep the furnace going, and that's good enough for me. The way I look at it, we're all in this together.
Back to the shadow.
Lamont, this case is crazy. Our only suspect killed.
I wonder. Margot, will you go and stay with Enid Marlowe? It's important.
Why, yes, of course, Lamont.
Come upstairs, Lamont. I want to check the location of the phone Enid used.
All right, Commissioner.
You see, Enid and Howard can't have done that killing. They were together when it happened. Afterwards, he was out cold and she was phoning.
So she says.
Yeah. Say, Lamont, could old Ben Marlowe be mixed up in this?
Well, since he can walk, he's a suspect.
Yeah. And why should he want to keep his being able to walk a secret?
I don't know. Oh, there's the phone Enid used.
Yeah, we've got a murder, but there's no sense to it.
I think Hondo knew something and was killed to silence him.
Let's have a talk with Mr. Marlowe.
All right. Which is his room?
Well, this is the only door that's closed. I'll knock.
Try the door.
It's not locked now.
Oh, come in. What's the matter? What in time ails... Why, Weston, what are you doing here? Lamont Cranston.
Mr. Marlowe, there's been a little scare here. Your granddaughter called me.
Have you been asleep, Mr. Marlowe?
Yes, for an hour at least. What's happened?
An arrow was shot through your library window. It nearly hit Enid Marlowe.
It's that Indian. I warned Howard and Harry he'd kill him as soon as look at them.
Mr. Marlowe, what's this? I just found it tucked between the wall and the head of your bed.
I don't know. It looks like a boot.
Yes. Look, Commissioner. A boot that leaves a print, like a cloven hoof.
Hondo must have stuck it there while I was sleeping.
How could he when your door was locked?
Why, it wasn't locked.
Marlowe, you hated this servant. What would you say if I told you we just found him in the orchard, stabbed to death?
I'd say good riddance. That's what I'd say.
Mr. Marlowe, we learned tonight that you can walk and are keeping it a secret.
That's my business.
Then, Marlowe, I'll have to arrest you.
Now, wait, Commissioner. Don't act yet. We need to know something else.
I of all the outrages. Send my niece to me. I want my lawyer.
Marlowe is busy now, sir. I'll tell her in a little while. Come along, Lamont.
Commissioner, I'll have your scalp for this.
Lamont, Ben Marlowe's lying about that locked door. He can walk. He knows archery. He hated the Indian, and he killed him. Why shouldn't I arrest him?
Because I want you to arrest Enid Marlowe at once.
Lamont, you're crazy. I'll do nothing of the sort.
The police are gone, Enid?
Yes, Howard.
All of them?
I believe so.
I'll go up to bed. I'm exhausted.
I'm going to sit here and read a while. I'm not sleepy.
Well, don't stay down too long.
Only another half hour.
That's long enough.
Good night.
Good night, Enid.
Now, where's my book? Oh, here it is. What's that? Oh, someone's at the French windows. Who's there?
Don't be frightened, Miss Marlowe. It's Lamont Cranston.
Oh, I couldn't imagine who it...
Sorry to break in on you like this, Miss Marlowe, but...
I thought you'd gone to the police.
No, Miss Marlowe, I was too uneasy about you to leave here.
Really, I'm able to take care of myself, Mr. Cranston.
Quite a storm we've had.
Yes.
Say, here's something unusual. You know what it is?
Well, it's some sort of tom-tom Mr. Williams brought back from Guatemala.
A very special kind of tom-tom. This, bowl-shaped thing is part of a human skull. The membrane is a serpent skin.
Well, what of it?
They say if you beat on it in the correct rhythm, you can reach the soul of the listener and control it.
Oh, what nonsense.
Yes. Well, it might be amusing to see what we can do with this skull and snakeskin drum. Let's try.
If you like.
Oh, it's all in fun. I'll snap off the ceiling lights and, there. One dim light to help create the mood. And, let's move your chair back a foot. Like that. Well, that's interesting. You're not in front of the window anymore, and yet your shadow falls in the same place. How strange. Listen. You're supposed to begin quite lightly, so as not to stir the soul of the hearer too deeply. Hear the tempo quicken?
I wish you'd stop. What's the idea of this farce?
Hush, don't get excited. Just listen. The idea is to lull the mind of the listener, to waken the soul, to bring both mind and soul under the power of the one who beats the drum.
It's so silly that it's what?
Of course, it's merely what we call hypnotism. Now, you're asleep, Enid Marlowe. You will sleep until I waken you. You'll not know that I've hypnotized you. You will sit here in this chair until the arrow breaks the window. Then you will rise. You will shriek in agony, and then faint. You will shriek and faint.
Shriek and faint.
You will lie unconscious for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And then you will rise and walk past the window. Walk past the window.
Past the window.
Now, wake up, Miss Marlowe. Wake up.
What? What are you saying?
You seem drowsy. I spoke to you.
I'm not the least drowsy.
Well, that's good. Now, will you please excuse me for a few minutes?
I've got to get up the street quickly. I'd like to show Cranston and that stupid policeman this death machine of mine. Using a crossbow in this day and age to commit murder. No one would believe it. There she is. Enid's in her chair.
I can see her shadow. My bow is aimed directly at it. Now, to wind up the bowstring. All ready. Now, go. I hit her. She fell. She's dead. What's that? I thought I heard... There's no one.
Oh, yes, Howard Williams. I am here. Right at the foot of the tree.
I can't see anything.
I am the Shadow.
The Shadow? I've heard of the Shadow.
Many criminals have. Criminals like you, Howard. Murderers. I saw you shoot that arrow that broke the window.
Oh, you saw me do it, Shadow? You stood and watched me kill Enid?
And you admit it?
Why not? There's nothing you can do, even if you are human and could testify in a court, because you're an accomplice.
True, I didn't try to stop you.
That's right. I didn't kill Enid. We killed Enid, you and I.
Why did you do it?
To get my grandfather's money.
I thought he was poor.
That's what everyone thinks. But he owns land in the tropics that's worth $100,000, and only I know it.
You killed Enid so that you could be the only heir?
Yes, of course.
And soon you plan to kill your grandfather?
Yes, but suspicion will never fall on me.
Why did you kill Amdo?
He tried to blackmail me and got what was coming to him. The police will think it was the Mariposas who got him, that they killed Enid trying to get at me. I've planned everything.
You even wrote the police anonymous warning, didn't you?
I wanted them to hear about the Mariposas, the boogeymen that I invented. I'm safe, I tell you perfectly. Enid's dead.
Is Enid dead, Howard? Are you sure?
What?
Look at the window. See?
It's Enid's ghost.
No, Enid's alive and well.
No, that's impossible.
It's the truth. Now am I your accomplice, or will I dare to give you up?
You think you've beaten me. I know where you must be standing, even if I can't see you. I'll shoot you.
you meddling... Look out! Howard, don't try to move.
I can't move. I slipped. The arrow's in my chest.
He's dead. Paid for his crime with death.
Well, yes, Lamont, but I don't see how Howard Williams could have fired that first arrow at Enid. He was right in the room with her.
Well, Margot, that arrow was fired from a crossbow Howard had fastened up in a tree. It had an automatic timer on it. He set the timer in advance, and the arrow was shot off automatically.
Well, I know, but that first arrow missed Enid.
He meant it to. Howard wanted to build up his strange legend about the Mariposas. Oh, incidentally, Mariposa is the Spanish word for moth or butterfly. That's all it means.
Oh. But, Lamont, Ando was killed when Howard was in a dead faint.
No, Margot, he was acting. As soon as Enid dashed upstairs, Howard ran for the orchard to remove his bow. He met Ando and killed him. Then he dashed back and fainted all over again. Ironic, isn't it?
What's ironic?
His own dodge gave me the idea of how to fool him. I knew Howard wouldn't use the automatic timer when he tried to kill Enid. He'd shoot the arrow himself. So I moved her chair from in front of the window without changing the position of her shadow. Then I hypnotized her so that she would scream and faint when Howard shot. He thought he'd killed her, and he confessed. And now, you explain the mystery of how old Mr. Marlowe's door got locked and then unlocked.
Well, Howard must have locked it just before the chess game.
Well, that's my own guess, but when was it unlocked?
Well, when you and I and the commissioner went into the orchard. And he must have hidden that boot there at the same time.
Right.
But why did Mr. Marlowe conceal the fact that he could walk?
Because of something you wouldn't understand, Margot. Masculine pride.
Really?
Yes, Margot. Ben Marlowe can walk. But it's a pretty wobbly sort of walk, and he's a proud old guy.
Do you mean that he was ashamed to be seen?
Yes. He wanted to wait until he could walk in on Eden straight and quick and strong as ever.
Well, I'll never understand men as long as I live.
Now let me introduce Blue Coal's distinguished heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. These wartime days, fuel conservation is so important that I feel we can't stress it too much. So I'm going to give you a few simple, easy-to-follow suggestions that will help you save a lot of coal. First of all, Avoid excessive temperatures. An overheated house is bad for your health and hard on your pocketbook. It takes a lot more coal to keep your home at 77 degrees than at 70 degrees. Another thing, don't keep your garage as warm as your home. As a matter of fact, a temperature of 40 degrees is better for your car and a lot easier on your checkbook. And friends, if you believe in plenty of fresh air in your bedroom and keep the windows wide open, close the bedroom door tight. You'll avoid chilling the rest of the house and wasting coal to heat it up again. And if you have a sunroom, don't try to heat it. The large window area makes it too expensive to heat. But if you must heat it, equip it with storm windows and weather stripping to conserve coal. Finally, always close outside doors promptly. A little gossip by an open door will chill your house and waste coal. Now, folks, these are easy precautions to take, and it's surprising how they do save valuable fuel. I thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This story produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal. This is Mutual.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men. The Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Friends, here's a very important way that you can help the war effort. You know, it's coal that keeps our war plants humming. Coal that keeps our trains moving. Coal that heats our soldiers in army camps. Yes, coal that supplies vital power and heat to countless wartime activities. So you can make an invaluable contribution to the war effort this winter by cutting your coal consumption to the absolute minimum. Start your personal coal conservation program this simple way. Hold your fire. Don't let the first chilly snap send you down to the furnace. Use the fireplace. Wear warmer clothing. Wait 2 or 3 weeks later than usual before starting your furnace. The coal you save now will help the home front and the war front. And it will help you keep warmer in the really bitter months to come. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Gibbering Things.
Well, nature puts on quite an autumn show up here, Margot.
Yes, doesn't it, Lamont?
Yeah. All New Hampshire's pretty country at any season, folks. Are we nearly at our destination, driver? Almost. About a mile and a half more, we'll be at the Haunted Woods.
Huh?
Haunted Woods? Yes, sir. The place you've hired me to drive you to is just this side of them.
Oh, Aunt Susan never told me that she lived near any haunted woods, Lamont.
Miss Susan Prentice, your aunt, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Krantz and I are going to spend the weekend with her.
Oh, that'll be a fine rest for you.
Well, those haunted woods don't sound quiet or restful.
Well, they won't bother you none. Leastwise, I've never been bothered in them. Neither was your aunt. Or Professor Surgoff, who lives smack in the center of them.
Why are they called the Haunted Woods?
Well, it's said that quite a few fellas have gone into them woods and completely disappeared. There was 2 lumberjacks and 4 or 5 harvest hands. Shucks, I figure they simply walked into the woods on one side and out the other.
Your logic is spoiling a nice mystery, driver.
Oh, I figured a natural explanation for the gibbering things, too.
The gibbering things?
Ever so often, the doggonedest noise is heard from them woods. A funny, squeaking, chattering kind of noise. Don't sound like it was made by either man or beast. The folks say it's made by things.
You figured that it's not made by things?
Mister, that gibbering noise is made by monkeys.
Monkeys?
In New Hampshire.
Yeah, Professor Surgoff's got a couple at his place that he's brought up from South America. I admit I don't know how their squeaky little voices can be heard so far away from the professor's house. But them monkeys is the only natural explanation.
Are those the haunted woods ahead of us now?
Yes, ma'am. That's them.
Heavens.
What's that?
Something screamed in those woods.
Yes, that was just an old screech owl. There it is again.
Well, screech owls don't make their home this far north. They must have been brought up here like the monkeys you mentioned.
That's right. It's another pet of Professor Surgoff's. Here's Miss Prentice's place.
Oh, Lamont, what a lovely little house.
I'll get your luggage out the back.
Here, let me help you, Margot.
Thank you.
Step directly on these flagstones. The ground's pretty wet.
Well, we had some thunderstorm today. Started early this morning and pulled down telephone wires and raised all kinds of nets.
That's so?
Yes. Why, I'd like to wait and say howdy to Miss Prentice, but as long as I'm out this way, I want to drop off a package at Professor Surgoff. Getting late, and I'd like to be in and out of them woods before dark.
Not because of the gibbering things?
Well, shucks, no. Just that the road through there is pretty terrible. A fellow wants daylight to get over it. I'll stop off on my way back from the professor's, see if your aunt wants anything fetched from the village, my next trip. So long.
So long.
You never told me your aunt was deaf, Margot.
Deaf? Well, she isn't.
Well, she can't be at home then after this noisy arrival in front of the door.
But it is funny that she hasn't... Aunt Susan! Aunt Sue!
You sure she expected us today?
Oh, of course. Oh, the door's unlocked. Let's go in, Lamont. She must have stepped out for a moment.
For a long moment. Let's have a look around. You take a peek at the kitchen.
All right.
Everything here's tidy, shipshape, and deserted.
Well, the kitchen door's been left unlocked.
Well, evidently your aunt didn't intend to be gone very long.
Well, what do you suppose has happened to her?
Oh, chances are your aunt left here this morning, pay a brief call to some neighbors, and she was forced to stay there by the storm.
I was beginning to think Aunt Sue had been swallowed by those gibbering things in the haunted woods.
We have Mr. Doremus' assurance those gibbering things are vastly overrated.
What's that?
Oh, listen.
It's the gibbering from those woods.
It's from deep in the woods. Doesn't sound like the chattering of any monkey that I've ever heard.
Lamont! Could that be the screech owl again?
That cry sounded human.
It's like a scream of mortal terror. Lamont, we've been waiting almost half an hour now for Aunt Sue. She'd be here by this time if she were all right.
Phone's still dead. The cab driver hasn't come back yet, and it's nearly dark. Let's go outside again and watch for him.
All right. He said he wanted to be out of those woods before dark. Not that gibbering again.
It's much closer than before.
Seems to come from just the edge of those woods.
And the professor who keeps monkeys lives nearly a mile from here.
It's growing fainter now. Traveling away.
Margot, look here.
What?
In the earth of this flower bed.
Tiny footprints. Why, they've been made by a barefoot child, a baby. Since the rain. How How did the baby get out here?
These prints were made since I was looking around this garden only a few minutes ago. And their sole resemblance to a baby's is their size. Look closer. No child could walk upright on feet that left these impressions. They're deformed.
Yes, I see now.
So whatever made the footprints didn't walk upright very far. Here it dropped on all fours.
Those are prints of little hands, but only 2 fingers are outlined. And what horrible thumbs. These tracks were left by some animal.
But what kind of an animal? I never saw a spoor like this before.
Oh, neither have I. Look, they disappear here in the grass.
Margot, someone's coming out of the woods.
A man? What's he got on his head? It's getting so dark I can hardly see.
I think it's a helmet of some sort. He's carrying a net.
A net?
It looks like it. Seems to be hunting for something.
Hello there. Hello. Who are you?
We're about to ask the same question.
My name is Sergov. Alexander Sergov.
Lamont, he may know. I'm Margot Lane, Miss Prentice's niece, Professor.
Miss Prentice's niece?
Yes, and this is Mr. Cranston. We just arrived to spend a few days with Aunt Susan, and she's not here.
I have not seen Miss Prentice for several days. Was she expecting you and Mr. Cranston?
Yes, she was.
Professor, if I'm not too inquisitive, what do you hunt with a net at this time of night?
I keep a small zoological collection, Mr. Cranston, and one of my little animals escaped this afternoon, and I was searching for it with my net.
Dangerous animal? I see you're wearing heavy gloves.
It was a small ape with sharp little teeth that can, what you call, nip very painfully. Perhaps you heard it chattering in the woods a while ago.
We heard something gibbering in there.
That was my little pet.
Is it malformed hands and feet, Professor? Does it leave tracks like this?
You did not see it leave those tracks?
No, we found them by accident a few minutes ago.
The creature I'm searching for is not a perfect specimen. These tracks are fresh, which means that it is close by, and I'm most anxious to recapture it, so if you will please excuse me. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, at least we've learned what's behind those footprints and that gibbering.
I'm still wondering if that was a screech owl we heard soon after Doremus left his house.
What for, Lamont?
I'm going to get a gun and flashlight out of my bag and do a little hunting of my own in these woods.
But...
where's the light switch?
Here.
Oh, thanks.
Lamont, the gibbering again.
It's just outside the house.
We know it's only a crippled ape that...
Margot, what?
His face at the window.
Where?
Gone now. But it was pressed close against the glass. It had no features, Lamont, except eyes. And a toothless mouth. It was the face of the gibbering thing. Lamont, turn your flashlight on those trees as well as on the road. That gibbering thing may be in these woods.
As I'm watching, Margot. There's only one set of tire tracks on this road, so Doremus traveled it only one way. You sure, Margot, that the face of the window had no features?
It was just pink, bald flesh with tiny pig-like eyes and grinning, toothless gums. What could it have been?
If you weren't having a nightmare, I don't know. Good Lord, look there.
Doremus's cab turned on its side.
Come on.
There's Doremus. Oh!
You've been thrown from his cab against that rock.
His head's all crushed. Oh, Lamont.
Strange. There's no blood around the wound.
No blood?
Someone or something has washed it absolutely clean. Look at his throat. Big bruise mark.
His fall from the cab didn't do that.
No. Looks as though some terrific suction had been applied by something like a giant leech.
That thing with the toothless mouth. Lamont, you've got to find out what that gibbering monster is. It may have killed Aunt Sue as well as Doremus.
Come on back to your aunt's house. After I see you locked safely inside, Professor Sergov is going to receive a visit from the Shadow.
Why are you so worried, Professor?
What? Who is speaking to me? I cannot see anyone.
I'm the Shadow.
The Shadow? An invisible man?
A little secret I learned in the Orient.
What do you want here?
I shall ask the questions. First, did you find the small ape you were hunting for?
You know that I was hunting...
The Shadow overheard your conversation with a Miss Lane and a Mr. Cranston a while ago. Did you find the ape?
Yes.
What did you do with it? I visited the cages where you keep your pets and found no crippled monkey there.
I was forced to shoot the animal. I buried it in the woods.
After it had gorged itself on the blood of Doremus?
Doremus?
You didn't know he was lying dead in the woods?
No, I swear I did not, Shadow. I had nothing to do with it.
But you know what killed him.
No.
Don't lie. You also know the reason for Susan Prentice's disappearance.
I do not.
Her absence will cause an intensive search.
She will not be found here. This is a small house. Nothing could be concealed in it. Search it yourself.
Luck has been with you so far, Professor. If telephone service hadn't been disrupted by the storm, the authorities would already have been notified and the search begun. The luck of criminals is never good for long. Your time is running out. The police will find the body of Doremus, and they'll be told about a squealing monster with a horrible toothless mouth.
What?
The gibbering thing has been seen tonight. Now you must think and act fast, Professor. You must think and act faster than the Shadow.
Friends, if you heat your home with coal, listen. Here's some important good news. Your friendly neighborhood blue coal dealer is happy to announce that he already has available, on a first-come, first-served basis, a small supply of automatic heat regulators to aid in the urgent coal conservation program. Now listen to what an automatic heat regulator does. It takes full charge of your furnace operation, giving you a constant, even temperature day and night. It eliminates those wide swings in temperature when it's always too hot or too cold. It saves you those incessant trips to the basement when you try to control the temperature yourself. It helps protect your family against winter colds, which many doctors agree result from overheating or unstable temperatures. And most important, it saves coal vital to the war effort and money for you. An automatic heat regulator costs little to begin with and soon pays for itself in fuel savings. Don't wait for the first freeze. There are just a few automatic heat regulators available. So act now. Call your friendly blue coal dealer and place your order tomorrow. And now, back to the Shadow.
Lamont, did Professor Seargolf tell you anything when you visited him as a Shadow?
I didn't expect him to, Margot. The Shadow's purpose was to force Sergoff into some revealing action. I'm confident that he'll make that action before morning, but I'm taking no chances. I'm going to leave you again now and go back into those woods.
Why?
Professor Seargolf doesn't confine his activities within the limits of his small home. I'm going to discover, if I can, where he carries on his major studies.
Let me go with you,
No,
Lamont.
I want you to stay here. Lock yourself in the house and don't leave it. I expect to be gone for some time.
Oh. I expect to be gone for some time. Fine. That screech owl. What's that? Back door. Who's there? What do you...
Good evening, Miss Lane.
Professor Seargolf.
When one locks a glass panel door, the key should never be left in the lock. It is so easy to break the glass, reach inside, and turn the key.
Why have you broken in here?
I just saw Mr. Cranston go into the woods, and I considered this an excellent opportunity to talk with you alone.
That gun.
This gun will do you no harm if you're obedient. You and I are going for a little walk, Miss Lane, and you are going quietly.
Where are you taking me through these woods?
You'll soon learn. Here's our stopping place.
There's nothing here but trees and that big rock.
Yes, watch that rock.
It's swinging out like a door.
It is a door to a very secret natural cave below. Ladies first, Miss Lane.
I won't go down to that darkness.
You need not go in darkness. We have electric light here. Step in, Miss Lane. I wish to close my bulky door.
No,
Do not try my patience. Go. Now, down these stairs. And you can see my little refuge.
Shivering cries.
A little welcome for you.
And hideous things that make them are behind that door.
Hideous things? So you saw the little creature that escaped tonight?
It pressed its awful face against the window. Don't make me look at it again.
You won't see anything to frighten you when I open the door. There's nothing in this chamber except those steel cabinets around the walls, that iron water pipe above, and this heavy rope that dangles from the pipe. You will find the rope of special interest. I call your attention to the snap hook on its loose end.
No, let me go.
As soon as I lock these handcuffs on your wrists behind your back like this,
No.
and hook the rope to your cuffs like this. Now, I let you go. Nicely tethered.
What are you going to do to me here?
I shall satisfy your curiosity about the gibbering things. You have seen but one. I have many such children.
Children?
Yes. I am their father, their creator. I am their God. I have discovered the secret of life.
Of life?
I have evolved a complex life form from the single cell. Nature required 1 billion years to do what I have done in 10. I am greater than nature.
You're a madman.
Am I? You shall see. The steel cabinets you see around these walls are really insulated soundproof covers for my children's cages. This lever opens the apparent cabinets. Watch. Before you saw the handsomest of my little beauties. Now you can look at them again and 30 of his brothers. Hear them squeal their greetings to you.
No, let me out of here.
Do not be afraid. Their cages are strong. They cannot get at you now.
Please, they're so horrible.
Well, I admit that I have not as yet achieved perfection in their appearance, but I progress. Now, here is my first experiment. It resembles a shapeless sponge, but it's alive. It moves and breathes.
Oh, please.
And here is a little creature that lacks arms and legs. See it bounce its way about? Its brother in the next cage has twice the usual number of limbs. This one has 8 hands. That one has no eyes or ears. And there's one with no head. And here's one without a body.
Stop it.
But they're all alive, Miss Lane. All can move and fast. All have mouths and appetites, Miss Lane. For human blood. Their only diet.
Human blood?
Yes, I keep human cows, Miss Lane, and you are to become a human cow and feed my children.
Oh, no.
That is why you're tethered here. This chamber is their dining room. I shall pull a lever that opens their cages as I go out this door to safety. They're very greedy, but I will not let them drink too much of your blood, Miss Lane, for now you're a cow and valuable to me. I leave you now to pull the lever. Ah! My throat!
You feel the shadow's hands upon you, Segoff.
The shadow?
Oh.
The shadow is a man would like to close his fingers tight about your neck. As a respecter of the law, he lets you live.
Oh, Shadow.
Unlike a handcuff, Segoff.
Don't touch me again, I will.
Be quick.
There.
Oh, I'm free. I'm free and I can leave this room. Go where I won't see and hear those awful things.
Yes, go.
And I'll go with you out that door.
Segoff!
The door is locked and closed upon you, Shadow. The lever that opens my children's cages is on this side of the door, and I release them now.
No!
My children do not have to see a man to find him, Shadow. Their greed for blood will lead them to you, and they are to have all your blood, Shadow. You will be dead before this door is opened. Dead! It is now half an hour since that door was closed upon our former friend, the Shadow. My children have killed strong men within 5 minutes, so I think it is time, Miss Lane, for us to view the remains, which will be visible, I imagine. But first, I shall reunite you with your aunt.
You're my aunt here?
Yes, unfortunately escaped and told me of her intention to notify the authorities. I was forced to add her to my herd of cows. That herd includes the itinerant lumberjacks and harvest hands who have disappeared in the haunted woods. When fools hear their screams of pain, they think they hear my little screech owl.
Oh, there's no word that fits you.
Before I can safely view the dead body of the Shadow, my children must be returned to their cages. And my cows take care of that. Your aunt's stall is behind this door.
Aunt Sue. Aunt Sue.
I will let her out.
Margot. Oh, Margot.
What a touching reunion. You shall see a great deal of each other from now on, for you will be stable together. My male cattle are in here. Come out, beasts. And don't forget that I hold the usual loaded revolver.
Oh, poor men.
Yes, my male cattle aren't as healthy-looking as you and your aunt, Miss Lane, but they have been here a long time.
They're walking skeletons.
They still manufacture blood. That's all that matters. Fall in line, beasts. You with them, female cattle.
No.
Fall in line.
Oh, come, Margot, come. There's nothing we can do.
You're learning fast, Miss Prentice. Now march, all of you, to the feeding room. You ought to have an easy time tonight. My children have been fed and well. You need only pick them up and return them to their cages.
Pick up those things?
Yes, Miss Lane, and tenderly. Unlock the door. Go in and do as I've told you. Now, you see how tame my cattle are, Miss Lane? You will soon be like them. Hurry in there. Get my pets behind their bars. I'm anxious to come in and pay my last respects.
Your children are in their cages, Master.
Now we shall see. I thought the shadow would be visible in death. His mental power is gone. But I do not see him.
Can you feel him, Sergov?
Ah! Shadow!
Yes, I'm not an easy victim, Sergov. Pick up that gun he dropped, Miss Lane.
Something we cannot see has got him. Give Sergov to us.
Keep back, you men. I know how you must hate this devil, but I promise you he'll get justice. Now, everyone leave this room. Everyone but Sergov.
Everyone but me.
You're going to be left alone here. Alone as you've left the others.
No, no. No, do not put those handcuffs on me.
Oh, yes. They're locked behind your back. Now.
No, not that tether rope. Do not hook me to that.
The way you fastened others.
Yes, we can do to him what he's done
Get out of
to us.
this room, you men. We're leaving Professor Sergov with his children.
We'll turn the vampires loose on him. No, do not open those cages. Do not turn them loose on me. Please, Shadow, please.
You're safe, Sergov. The cages won't be opened.
Did you say, Shadow, that those cages won't be opened? That Sergov is safe?
He's safe from those things he created. That room will be Sergov's prison until the police arrive to take him to another.
Police? Prison. Shadow, you promised us that devil would get justice.
He will. But the law must fix his punishment.
We've been Sergov's slaves. His cattle. Those things he made have fastened on our flesh. They drank our blood. We want no police. We want no law. We want no law. They have no punishment to fit that devil's crime. We'll attend to Sergov.
And where you are. You men have suffered here, but you're civilized men. You must abide by rules of order, not by instincts of revenge.
We're no longer men. We're cattle. Sergov has made us beasts. And there are many of us, Shadow. You are only one.
Keep away from that door.
We didn't want to open the door, Shadow. We only wanted to lock it. And we have locked it. We have the key. Pull the lever that opens those cages.
No.
You're too late, Shadow. Listen. Sergov's children move fast. They've already reached their father. We've given Sergov the justice he deserves.
Well, Margot, Sergov's cattle were too many and too quick. But Sergov won't put the state to any expense. Your aunt's safe in her home again. And his children...
Those men just trampled them after you finally forced that door. And I'm not sorry things happened as they did. Sergov was going to turn those gibbering things loose on me.
Well, he did turn them loose on the Shadow.
Lamont, you haven't told me why the Shadow wasn't killed by those monsters.
Well, Sergov made a serious mistake. When he left other victims in that room, their hands had been secured behind their backs and fastened to the tether rope. The Shadow was free. One end of the tether rope was attached to an iron pipe near the ceiling. Well, he took a moment to loop the other end with its heavy hook over the pipe and fasten it. And seated in that swing, the Shadow was well above the reach of the little vampires.
When you were locked in that room, I was sure it meant your death.
Well, one can never be sure of anything, Margot. You know, when I was invited to your Aunt Susan's, as I recall, I promised myself a quiet, restful weekend.
Yes, I remember.
Now let me introduce Blue Coal's distinguished heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. I'm glad to be back with you again. And this year, with fuel so vitally needed for the war effort, I hope to bring you special information that will help you to heat your home more efficiently and economically. Thousands of tons of coal can be conserved if everyone will give special thought to the efficient operation of their furnace. Operating a heating plant efficiently is easy. And if you will follow a few simple suggestions, you can not only save considerable fuel, but your home will be healthfully heated as well. A clean furnace is number one on the list of important things that will result in conserving fuel. So put your heating plant in good working order. It's easy to clean a furnace. For tools, all you need to do a good job is an inexpensive wire brush and a scraper. You can get these at any hardware store. Buy a small can of asbestos furnace cement. Add all soot and fly ash. Use the asbestos cement to seal up leaks around the smoke pipe where it enters into the chimney. Make sure that the dampers are in good working order and that all furnace doors fit tightly. Remember, a clean furnace conserves coal, gives you more heat for the fuel you burn, and will keep your family warm and healthful all winter long. I thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This is Ken Roberts saying, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Friends, I know you want to do all you can to bring victory closer. That's why you put 10% and more of your pay into war bonds. And that's why you'll all want to join a different kind of 10% club and pledge yourself to save 10% of your coal. You know, coal has the tremendous job of keeping our war plants up at peak production. And besides, coal must keep our railroads running, provide energy to produce electricity, and keep countless other indispensable wartime activities moving. You can start doing your share in conserving coal this simple way. Hold your fire. Hold off starting up your furnace as long as you can. Remember, if everyone will do this, thousands of tons will be saved. Normally, we burn about 250,000 tons of anthracite per day for heating. So if we all save, we will be well on the way towards that all-important 10% saving of wartime fuel. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Crystal Globe.
Look closely into the crystal globe, Neil Redmond. Look deep into its murky depths. What do you see?
But I see nothing of it.
Look deeper, my friend. Concentrate. The eyes are but the windows to the secret within. The picture is there to see, and it is plain.
Well, tell me, Ahmed, what do you see?
What I see is not good, Neil Redmond. What I see is misfortune.
Misfortune?
Yes.
Well, tell me, Ahmed, I've got to know.
I see a man. A tall man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He is holding your wife in his arms at this very moment.
It's Anderson. Charles Anderson, my lawyer.
The picture has faded, Redmond. But now, another has come in its place.
Another?
Yes. I cannot give you the details because the second picture is blurred. But this I can tell you, Redmond.
Yes, Ahmed.
You are going to kill yourself.
I am going to... Ahmed, what are you talking about?
I think I have made myself clear.
You're joking. There must be some mistake.
No, my friend. There is no mistake.
But how? What? Ahmed, listen. Try to see that picture clearly. Try to see.
It's too late, Redmond. The picture has faded. It is no use looking any further.
Well, you lie, Ahmed. Do you hear? You're a charlatan, a fake, I've a good mind to report you to the... Oh.
Yes, Redmond. You were saying?
That's nothing. Doesn't matter.
You're acting very strange, my friend.
Huh? Strange, yes. I'm on edge, I guess. Yes, I do hear it.
You hear what?
A voice.
Indeed?
Yes, a voice, I tell you. I've heard it 3 or 4 times now. There it goes again. And again it's sounding inside my head. It's beating against my brain. Why doesn't it stop? Why doesn't it stop?
Too late, my friend. Only death can stop it now.
So this cab driver hits this jaywalker, you see, and he gets out of his hack, and the jaywalker is stretched out in the road stiff. Well, so the cab driver says, too bad, buddy, you hadn't ought to been jaywalking. I'll be seeing you in the morgue. So the stiff, the dead guy, you understand, mister, he opens one eye and he says, okay, cabby, but don't kill yourself to get there.
What? What did you say?
Why, I guess, I don't get it. What was what I said?
Something about killing yourself.
Oh, sure, mister. That's the gag. More, kill yourself. You get it? The gag. Hey, mister, what's the matter? You don't look so good. Not so good. Kind of pale, like you had the pip.
Driver, if you'd pay more attention to the road and less to what I look like, there it goes again.
There what goes?
That voice.
Voice? What voice?
Driver.
Yeah?
Do you ever hear voices when there's no one else around?
Oh, sure. I hear them all the time. Hey, what am I saying? How can you hear a voice when you're alone? Unless you're talking to yourself, you're talking. Hey, look, mister, if I may presume to advise...
What?
If I may presume to advise, maybe you ought to see a psychiatrist. You know what I mean. Get your head examined.
Yes, I'll be all right, driver. I guess. It's gone now.
Well, here you are. Kensington Apartments.
Yes, here we are. Oh, how much do I owe you?
6 bits, 75 cents.
Just a moment, I'll see if I've got the change.
You better go in and take it easy, mister.
I think I'll be all right now, driver. I feel much better.
You're going to kill yourself.
Hey, mister, you forgot to pay me. Hey, come back here and pay off. 6 bits. I ain't hauling no deadbeats today, not today. Hey, come back and pay off.
Hello, darling. You're late.
Well, I'm sorry, Jane. I had an appointment. Downtown.
Oh, that's all right, Neil. Poor dear, you look tired. What you need is a little fresh air. Suppose we go out on the terrace.
All right, Jane.
There. Now, isn't it delightful out here?
Yes, it is, Jane. The air will clear my head.
You're going to kill yourself.
Jane.
What is it, Neil?
Was Charles Anderson here this afternoon?
Well, of course, Billy, don't you remember? You asked him to come up and check your stock transfers. He just left about 10 minutes ago.
I see.
Neil, what on earth's the matter with you?
Nothing.
You're acting strangely.
Am I?
Yes. Neil, if you'd only tell me what...
There it goes again, Jane.
What are you talking about?
That voice.
Voice?
Yes. Beating, pounding inside my head again and again.
Oh, dear, for heaven's sake.
Following me wherever I go. Driving me mad.
Neil.
I can't stand it. I've got to stop it. I've got to stop it. And there's only one way.
Neil, what are you going to do? Why are you walking toward the roof railing?
I'm going to silence that voice now.
Neil, stop!
It's the only way. The only way.
So I am standing here in front of the apartment waiting for this here deadbeat, Mr. Cranston. I'm waiting for this deadbeat, you see, to come out, when all of a sudden he does. But from the roof. Landed in the street right next to my hack, he landed.
Oh, Shrevey, how horrible.
Oh, to my dying day, I will not forget it, Miss Lane. To my dying day.
Oh, come on, let's have a look. Why, it's Neil Redmond, the banker.
Oh. Hey, Mr. Cranston, he ain't quite stiff yet.
Lamont, he's trying to say something.
Yes. What is it, Redmond? What is it?
Ahmed was right. He said I would kill myself. The voice beat in my head, tortured me. Now it's gone. Now it's gone.
I don't know why you and Miss Lane insisted on coming along, Cranston. This is a police job, not a social call.
Oh, come now, Weston. After all we brought you, this lead on Ahmed, you can't very well toss us aside like an old shoe.
2 old shoes, Lamont. After all, I'm here, too.
I'm painfully aware of that, Miss Lane. Now, if you'll just step aside, I'll ring the bell.
Yes?
We'd like to see Ahmed.
Do you have an appointment?
Tell him the police are here.
Police? If you prefer it here, I will see if Ahmed is in.
He'd better be in.
Exotic-looking place, isn't it, Margot?
Like something out of either the Arabian Nights or the movies. Intense burning, dim light, crystal globe, heavy drapes.
Sure. All the regular trappings of the phony.
Maybe, Commissioner, but I can tell you one thing. This stuff never came out of any bargain basement.
Well, he can well afford it, Margot. They say his fees are tremendous.
Here he comes now.
Good afternoon. I am Ahmed.
I am Police Commissioner Weston. It's Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I must say this is an honor. A visit from the police.
Never mind the heavy humor, Ahmed. Neil Redmond jumped from his penthouse terrace an hour ago. Committed suicide. Does that mean anything to you?
Why should it, Commissioner?
We have reason to believe you had something to do with this suicide.
Really? And what do you draw that conclusion?
The dead man had a slip of paper in his pocket with your name, address, and time of appointment.
Mr. Redmond did consult me this afternoon, but that proves nothing, my dear Mr. Cranston.
Well, maybe not. But it so happens that he mentioned your name and something about a voice just before he died.
Very interesting. But it proves nothing.
He also said that you knew he was going to kill himself.
Excuse me, Commissioner. Miss Lane.
Yes?
Does something interest you in that other room?
Why, no. I was just admiring your drapes.
Thank you. But I would rather you admire them another time, if you don't mind.
Why, no, I don't mind.
Now, Commissioner, you were saying...
I said you knew Redmond was going to kill himself.
Yes, that is true.
Just how did you know, Ahmed?
I have occult power, Mr. Cranston. I can foretell the future.
I suppose you saw Redmond's death in your crystal globe.
Precisely, Commissioner.
Well, I don't believe in this poppycock, precisely. You know more than you're telling us.
Every man is entitled to his own opinion. Now, if there is nothing else...
Not at the moment. But I warn you, don't try to leave town. We may want to see you again.
I will be here. Good day, Commissioner.
Phew. I've got shivers running up and down my back. Lamont, Commissioner, did you notice Ahmed's eyes?
Yes. They were dead. Lifeless.
Like the filmy eyes of a snake. No color or light. Whew. Commissioner, it gives me the creeps just to look at them.
Well, I'm not interested in the fellow's eyes, Miss Lane. I'd just like to know how he ties up with Redmond's suicide.
We really haven't got a thing on him.
That's true, Cranston. And I'm convinced that fellow's a phony.
Yes, he's clever, too, Commissioner. Clever and dangerous.
Ah, Mrs. Redmond, it was good of you to come.
Why did you insist on my coming down to your studio, Ahmed, on the very day of my husband's death?
I was so shocked to hear the news. Believe me, Mrs. Redmond. Here, please, sit down.
No, thank you.
Let's drop this act. You know very well why you're here. Now, did you bring the money?
Money?
Yes, $20,000. Remember, we made a bargain. I was to drive your husband to suicide so that you could inherit his fortune and marry another man. And the price was and is $20,000.
I'll give you $10,000, no more.
The price is $20,000, Mrs. Redmond.
Don't be a fool, Ahmed. You'd better take what I offer you or you'll get nothing. You have no way to collect and you don't dare go to the police.
I see. Well, Mrs. Redmond, you win. I might as well accept your offer in good grace.
I knew you'd be reasonable, Ahmed.
My dear lady, I have no choice.
Well, I must be going. I'll send you the money in the morning.
Oh, no, don't go yet, Mrs. Redmond. I want to make amends for my rather rude behavior. Let me read your future while you're here.
No, thank you.
It will take but a moment. The crystal globe is lighted. Here, Mrs. Redmond. Look into its depths.
No.
Look deep into its depths, Mrs. Redmond.
No, I won't look.
Oh, yes, you will. You cannot help yourself. Look now. Look deep into the globe. There is a picture there.
No, you're not going to do to me what you did to my husband.
Yes, there is a picture there, Jane Redmond. A picture of your death.
You're lying.
Your future is clear. You are going to kill yourself, Jane Redmond. You are going to kill yourself.
No!
Now, ain't that just like a woman right in the middle of rush hour traffic and she don't look left nor right?
Hey, lady, be careful. You want to get killed?
I've got to stop it. I've got to stop that boy.
Look out, lady. You're walking against the traffic light. There's a truck coming. Look
out! Friends, your patience and cooperation in ordering coal is so necessary this year. First, there are more deliveries to make now than ever before because many homeowners have converted from oil to coal. In addition, your coal dealer is facing an increasing labor shortage. Government regulations do not permit delivery of your full winter's supply at once. So do not ask or expect it. Rest assured your dealer will see to it that your immediate needs will be taken care of right through the season. And remember, when placing your order, our government urges you to be a 10%er and save at least 10% of your coal for victory. Here's a tip on how to do it. Install an automatic regulator. A number of automatic heat regulators have been released and are available now, without a priority, at your neighborhood blue coal dealer. The cost is low, and the saving in coal and money is substantial. And what a difference in comfort with the temperature at just the right level day and night. Yes, an automatic heat regulator will save you countless trips to the basement and protect your family against colds due to improper heating. Call your friendly blue coal dealer and order your automatic heat regulator tomorrow. Now, back to the shadow.
I don't get it, Cranston. First, Neil Redmond commits suicide, then his wife does the same thing a few hours later. A block from Ahmed's studio. You insisted on coming in on this case, and now all you can say is, Fine help you are. Haven't you got any ideas?
Oh, a few, but you wouldn't believe them, Commissioner.
I've got an idea, Commissioner.
Oh, you have?
Yes. Don't you think Ahmed might have murdered the Redmonds by some kind of hypnotic remote control?
Remote control? Oh, look, Miss Lane, I don't want any crackpot theories. I want evidence. Evidence that I can put before a jury.
Oh, wait a minute, Commissioner. Don't get excited. I think Margot here's on the right track.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do.
And I've got another idea.
Oh, you have? Well, what is it?
This one is my secret, Commissioner. I came back to look at the drapes you have here in the studio, Ahmed. They're beautiful.
Thank you, Miss Lane. Oh, I'm so sorry I spoke to you so sharply the last time you were here.
Oh, I didn't mind.
Now then, what can I do for you?
Well, I'm doing my house over, and I'd like to get a set of these drapes, if it's at all possible.
Well, Miss Lane, you see, these drapes are imported from Iran.
Oh.
Naturally, with the war, I'm sure you understand, Miss Lane.
Oh, of course. I knew there'd be a catch somewhere. Well, I must be going. You've been very kind.
Oh, just a moment, Miss Lane.
Yes.
While you're here, why not let me tell you your future?
I don't mind if you do. I don't know whether I could pay your fee, though.
For you, there will be no fee. Here. Sit here, Miss Lane.
Thank you.
Now, look into the light of the crystal globe. Look deep. What do you see?
Nothing. But you know, I have the strangest feeling. I see nothing, and yet I can't look away.
Look deep, Miss Lane. Look deep into the crystal globe.
This is the first time I've had my future told. I guess I'm a little nervous.
And with good reason, eh, Miss Lane?
What? What did you say?
Oh, come now, Miss Lane. Let us be frank. You came to spy on me.
No.
Yes. Mr. Cranston sent you, didn't he?
No, he had nothing to do with...
With what, Miss Lane?
With my visit here.
Now, my dear lady, there's no need to be frightened. I wouldn't harm you for the world. You see, it's Cranston who's going to get hurt.
Lamont?
Yes. You see, Miss Lane, you are going to kill Lamont Cranston.
No. Ahmed, no.
Yes, you are going to kill Lamont Cranston. Kill Lamont Cranston. Kill Lamont Cranston.
No, I can't. No, I can't! Goodness, what a crowd on this subway platform, Lamont.
Margot, what about Ahmed?
The subway idea of yours was a good one. For once, we'll get to the theater on time. Besides, I love subways.
Margot.
Yes, Lamont?
The last hour I've been trying to get you to tell me what happened at Ahmed's, and for the last hour you've been studiously avoiding the subject. Now then, my lady.
Well, the fact is nothing happened.
Nothing?
Nothing. Didn't find out a thing. That's why I didn't want to talk about it.
No, this man Ahmed's too clever to tip his hand. Oh, hello, here comes the Uptown Express.
Yes, we'll be lucky to get in. With this crowd.
Well, maybe little my old football training will come in handy now.
Lamont, voice again, the voice.
You say something, Margot?
No, nothing. Nothing.
Cranston. Kill Lamont Cranston. Kill.
Hey, the guy got off the platform in front of the train.
All right now, mister?
Yes, I'm all right, officer.
Oh, you sure had a narrow escape. That train stopped about 6 inches away from your body. Lucky the motorman jammed on his brakes in time.
Oh, Lamont, how did it happen?
Someone in that crowd pushed me off the edge of the platform, Margot. Someone tried to kill me.
Kill Lamont Cranston. Kill Lamont Cranston. Kill Lamont Cranston. Kill Lamont Cranston.
Who's there? The window. This is the second attempt on my life in 24 hours, Margot. Luckily, the would-be killer missed me completely this time.
Did you see him?
No, he got away down the fire escape.
Oh, Lamont, don't you think you ought to leave town for a while?
No, Margot, I'm staying right here.
But you're in terrible danger. You're just inviting your own murder.
Perhaps. I'll never catch the man who's gunning for me if I run away. As a matter of fact, I'm expecting Weston any minute. He's going to take that bullet back to headquarters for study by a ballistics expert.
Lamont,
Something wrong, Margot?
Why, no. No, I'm all right. Have you got the bullet that was fired at you?
You see, it's over here, buried in the wall. See, just above the table lamp.
Hello, Cranston. Miss Lane, what are you doing with that knife? Cranston, look out!
Margot. You gone mad? Here, give me that knife.
You turned around just in time, Cranston.
Margot. So it was you who tried to kill me. But why? Why?
I'll tell you why, Cranston. She's gone crazy. And we've got just the right place for people like that.
Dr. Chandler, how is she?
In all my years as a specialist, I've never seen a stranger case. It's evident that Miss Lane has gone mad. She babbles about hearing a voice constantly.
Well, Cranston, that settles that.
Doctor, did you say she keeps hearing a voice?
Yes, it seems to be an obsession with her.
See. Neil Redmond heard a voice, too.
What'd you say, Cranston?
Nothing, Commissioner. Nothing.
Well, wait a minute. Where are you going?
I'm going out, Commissioner, to take care of a little unfinished business.
Who's there? Strange. Sure, I heard someone in my studio, and yet when I switched on the light, the room's empty. What? What's that?
The shadow, Ahmed.
The voice. I heard a voice.
So did your victims, Ahmed. But now you hear the voice of the shadow.
I cannot see you.
No man has ever seen me. Only the guilty fear me. The voice of the shadow is the voice of justice, my occult friend.
What do you want from me, Shadow?
A confession of your crimes.
I will confess nothing. I know nothing.
Indeed, Ahmed. You have no knowledge, I suppose, of the little electric machine concealed under your crystal globe?
You know that?
Yes, Ahmed. I went over your whole establishment during your absence. What is that machine, Ahmed?
A little invention of my own, Shadow. That machine illuminates a crystal globe with a deadly light called theta light.
Theta light?
Yes, my invisible friend. This light paralyzes the onlooker's brain through the nerve centers of the eye.
I see.
From that point on, the brain will hold the last normal conscious impression of the onlooker, the last words I speak.
And the brain magnifies these words, makes them a driving impulse to the subject.
Yes. Clever, Shadow?
Fiendishly clever. Thus you drove Neil and Jane Redmond to suicide and drove Margot Lane to make several attempts on Lamont Cranston's life.
Yes, Shadow. And now I'm going to drive you to your death, invisible though you are.
It won't do you any good, Ahmed. That drawer is empty.
Empty?
Yes. It was thoughtful of you to protect your own eyes from the theta light by wearing polarized crystal lenses to which the deadly light could not penetrate. You could look on in perfect safety while your victim's brain was paralyzed.
Those lenses, where are they?
I'm wearing them now, Ahmed.
You wearing them? Shadow, what are you doing?
Look deep into the crystal globe, Ahmed. Look deep.
I can't take my eyes away. I can't. Shadow, turn off the machine, I beg of you. Turn off the machine.
Try to make a murderess of Margot Lane. You poisoned her brain with a theta light.
Turn it off, please.
Not until you give me the antidote, Ahmed.
I tell you...
The antidote, Ahmed.
All right, I tell you. There's only one cure. The subject must be kept in total darkness for at least a week.
And then?
Then the brain will rally and come back to normal. Shadow, now turn off the theta light.
In a moment, Ahmed. But first you're going to confess your crime to the police. You're going to confess your crime to the police.
Today.
Oh, I'm fine, Mama. Never better. Well, what's so funny?
Oh, it's Commissioner Weston, Margot. I've just come from headquarters. I haven't stopped laughing since.
Why? What about him?
He's a little baffled, you might say. He just can't figure it out. This fellow Ahmed walked right into his office and gave himself up. Spilled the whole story right in the commissioner's lap.
Just like that?
Just like that. Oh, poor Weston. Moves into the electric chair, and along comes one who practically insists on sitting down in it. I don't blame him for being upset.
Now let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating expert, John Bartlett.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friend. Most people want to conserve fuel. So this evening, I'm going to tell you 3 easy ways to save coal. First on the list, of course, is a clean furnace. That's most important. A clean furnace is usually an efficient furnace. As a matter of fact, you may save up to 25% of your fuel bill this year by cleaning your furnace now. So put your heating plant in good working order. Second, if you haven't storm doors and windows, by all means try to obtain them. The added insulation and protection from double doors and double windows will result in your saving a very substantial amount of heat that otherwise would escape. And that means saving coal and money, not only this winter, but in years to come, long after the storm sash has paid for itself. Third, be sure to weather strip around doors and windows. Felt weather stripping is available and is inexpensive. It's also very easy to tack on. Closing cracks and crevices with felt weather stripping will reduce your heating bill still further. Try these suggestions. You'll find they will help you conserve important fuel by reducing wasteful heat loss in your home. I thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This is Ken Roberts saying, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This story, E.L.N.W. Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Bubbling Death.
George, wake up quick.
What's the matter?
Somebody's in the garden.
Oh, who'll be down there this time of night?
Not today, Curly. The mist is coming up. Like your brother.
Bob? You sure?
Oh, look.
It's Bob, all right. Bob? Bob! Helen, he's walking toward the cauldron.
Oh, no, not him. Not him, too. He mustn't.
Bob, come back. Come back! Come back! Florette? Florette, where are you? Florette!
And that, Mr. Cranston, is the last we ever saw of my brother-in-law. By the time my husband got out to the cauldron, Bob had disappeared into that hideous sea of mud. Oh, how awful. You were a friend of Bob's, Mr. Cranston. There's no one else I can turn to. Tragedy's affected my husband's mind. You've got to help me, Mr. Cranston. I've got to know what terrible secret is wiping out the Legrand.
I'll do my best, Mrs. Legrand. There were 3 brothers, weren't there?
Yes. The oldest brother, Jonathan, went the same way a few months ago. Walked into the cauldron in the middle of the night.
Were you and your husband there at the time?
No. My husband's an engineer. We were in South America with our little boy, Tommy. When we got Bob's cable, we hurried back home. Where is your home, Mrs. Legrand? In the bayou country of Louisiana. When we got there, we found Bob gloomy and depressed. Couldn't get a word out of him for weeks. First Jonathan and Bob were sensitive and moved in. George is the same way.
This cauldron you spoke about, exactly what is it?
It's an old lye pit in the woods back of the estate. The lime has eaten away the soil around it. It's full of mud and decline now. The gas underneath it. The whole thing boils and bubbles all over. Tommy threw a ball out on it once, and his little dog tried to fetch it, and the mud swallowed it. Oh, how horrible. Cauldron's got Jonathan and Bob now. It'll be my husband's 10 next, and then Tommy. Oh, Mr. Cranston, you've got to come down to the estate and find out what's making the Legrands walk to their death.
Well, there it is, Margot. The Legrand ancestral estate. Dismal looking, isn't it?
Frightening is the word. You look at that house, Lamont. It's like a veil covering it.
That's the mist, Margot. It comes up out of the swamps.
Those windows look like eyes staring at you.
Yes, and that crack down the middle of the masonry doesn't look too reassuring.
It's like something out of Poe.
Well, here's the gate.
That gate could certainly use a little oil.
What's it set, Margaret?
Don't worry, I will.
we are.
Yes?
I'm Lamont Cranston. Miss Lane. Mrs. LeGrand is expecting us.
Yes, come in. My name is Keith. I'm the caretaker. Mrs. LeGrand told me to show you to your rooms. I'll take your things.
Thank you.
Right this way to the living room.
Even gloomier in here.
Caretaker, Margot, I seem to remember...
What, Lamont?
No, nothing, Margot.
Oh, Lamont, look. Look at that painting over the fireplace. Why, she's lovely.
Probably a family ancestor. Well, she is beautiful.
I see you're admiring the picture.
Yes. Who is she?
That's Florette LeGrand, the first owner of this house. You wouldn't think to look at her that she was a murderess.
A murderess? You mean that beautiful girl actually killed somebody?
Oh, I could tell you things about this family, but they're better left unsaid.
On the contrary, Keith, we'd like very much to hear them.
Well, Florette LeGrand was a singer in the days when this state still belonged to France. Oh, she was wild, undisciplined. She lured half a dozen men to their deaths in this house.
What happened to her?
Law finally caught up with her. She died on the gallows.
Why, that's an amazing story.
Her descendants have lived in this house over 200 years, and there's been violent death in these rooms in every generation. It's her curse on the house of LeGrand that's taken poor Mr. Bob and Mr. Jonathan.
Now, what do you mean by that?
It's her evil spirit that's lured them to their death.
I'm in here, Margot. The living room.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't leave me alone in this place.
Oh, sorry, Margot. Just outside having a look at the cauldron.
Did you find anything out there?
Go over here by the window, Margot. I want to show you something.
Well, what is it, Lamont?
I'll just pull back these drapes. Now, look over there, over that lye pit.
I don't see anything but a lot of mist.
Now, keep looking.
Why, that's the strangest thing. The mist seems to be taking shape.
Yes, Margot. Vague, unreal shapes.
Ooh, it's like a floating, headless body.
Illusion caused by the fog that hangs over the low swamp.
I've never seen a fog like this before, Lamont. That haze out there looks like it's crawling with evil. I almost get the feeling that it's alive.
It is alive. You shouldn't have opened those drapes. This house is in mourning.
Oh, we're terribly sorry.
I don't believe we've met you.
I'm Melinda, the house. Mrs. LeGrand said to tell you she and the doctor will be down soon.
Thank you, Melinda.
Hello. Hello.
Who are you?
I'm Margot Lynn. And this is Mr. Cranston.
Hello, son.
You must be Tommy LeGrand.
Uh-huh. Mommy told me you were coming. Do you know any games?
Well, I know a few.
Gee, that'll be swell. Melinda won't let me play with a pretty lady anymore. We had such fun together. The dress made a funny noise and she had bells on her.
That'll do, Tommy. Run along upstairs.
I won't. I want to stay down here.
That's your bedtime. Come along.
Don't touch me.
What, Tommy?
What's the matter, son?
She never lets me have any fun. I hate her. I hate her.
Oh. Tommy often go off into tantrums like that?
Nothing a LeGrand does would surprise me.
Who is this pretty lady Tommy was talking about?
Oh, you mustn't pay any attention to the child. Sometimes he talks about things that don't exist.
Melinda, did Jonathan and Bob LeGrand ever talk about things that didn't exist?
I'm not one to speak ill of the dead. If you'll excuse me, I'll get on with my work.
She's a strange woman.
Sorry to have kept her so
long, Miss Cranston, Miss Lane. This is Dr. Hanley. He's been attending my husband.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Doctor, do you mind if I ask you a few questions about George? That is, if you don't mind, Mrs. LeGrand.
Of course not.
Well, this ailment George is suffering from, mightn't it be just shock brought on by the loss of his two brothers?
It's more than shock, Mr. Cranston. The man seems to be constantly listening for something. Looking toward the door as though he were expecting something to happen.
That's what's so horrible. If only we knew what it was. If only we could get George to tell us.
Well, I'm afraid it will be a long time before your husband will be able to tell us anything, Mrs. LeGrand. He's either seen or heard something that has left a terrific impression on him.
Whatever it is, it's frozen him into a silence from which I can't move him.
One more question, Doctor. This thing that's affecting him, would you say he was afraid of it?
No. There's a strange part about it, Mr. Cranston. He doesn't show any symptoms of fear, only a terrific anxiety, as if he couldn't wait to see or hear this thing again.
Oh, it's you, Lamont. You came here scared.
What are you doing walking around the halls at this hour, Margot?
Well, I kept seeing things behind those heavy black drapes in my room. So just then the night curled up on this hall sofa, fully dressed and wide awake.
I don't blame you, Margot. This place isn't exactly conducive to sleep. I've just been reading a book I found downstairs in the library. A history of the Legrand family, Margot.
Must have been interesting reading. If what Keith told us about Florette Legrand is true.
Keith didn't exaggerate a bit. This house is a heritage of death. Violent death. I could almost remember.
Remember what, Lamont?
Well, I've seen Keith before.
It'd be hard to forget a face like this. It's more like a skull with eyes. Lamont, has it ever occurred to you that Jonathan and Robert Legrand might have committed suicide?
Yes, suicide would fit in with the brothers' gloomy temperament. Only one thing wrong with that theory.
What?
Well, drowning in mud isn't one of the accepted methods of suicide.
There's a sound at the other end of the hall.
Careful, don't make any.
Down the hall, there's the other one.
Some kind of shape rising from the floor. In front of George Legrand.
What can it be?
It's rolling away. I'm going to find out what that thing is.
I'm coming with you.
Careful down these steps, Margot. Here we are. Careful now, don't trip over anything. Move that light switch. Don't move, Margot. There's something in the room. Steady, Margot. Wait till I strike a match. Now, here's the light switch. All right. Looks like we're alone.
Oh, my. Oh, it was awful. Those things on my face. They felt like cobwebs.
Wrong. We heard a noise and came down to investigate.
Oh, you heard it too, eh? This swishing sound like the rustling of a woman's skirt and the tinkle of a charm bracelet?
Yes, those were the sounds, Lamont.
You say you've heard those sounds before?
Oh, yes, it's her. It's Florette Legrand.
What makes you so certain?
He walks these halls at night seeking revenge.
Revenge? For what?
It was her own brother, the Duke Henri Legrand, who convicted her. She won't stay dead till she's taken the last of the Legrands with her. It's a curse. Yes, it's a curse.
You believe in ghosts, Lamont?
I don't know, Margot.
But, Lamont! What are you staring at?
What kind of material would make a swishing sound like the one we heard?
Why, taffeta, I guess.
Take a good look at that painting, Margot. That one of Florette Legrand. It's an excellent job. You can even see the grain of the cloth in her gown.
Oh, Lamont. It's taffeta. Black taffeta.
Yes, Margot. And that ornament on her wrist is a charm bracelet.
Lamont, I don't mind telling you, this place gives me the creeps.
What's the matter now, Margot?
The picture over the fireplace, this living room, even the furniture seems to be hiding things.
I know, Margot, but we've got to stick it out. 2 members of the family have walked to their death in the cauldron. Until we find out what got them out there, George Legrand, his wife and child are in danger of being murdered, too.
Then you're certain it was murder?
Yes, Margot. Cunning, diabolic murder.
It's this ghost business that's got me on edge.
That thing we saw in the hall last night wasn't a ghost.
But...
Quiet, Margot.
There's a storm coming up. I'd better fasten the shutters. Oh, there's bad things brewing. I've seen many things in this house, heard things.
Why do you stay on if you don't like it here?
Well, they gave me a home. It's little enough I can do to stay on when all the other servants have left.
What about Melinda? She's still here?
It's one of the reasons I stayed. I wouldn't trust her alone in the house with Mrs. Legrand and the boys.
Good heavens!
What's the matter, Mr. Legrand?
It's George. He's out there walking towards it. Good heavens, no. He's going toward the cauldron. You've got to stop him.
Take care of Mr. Legrand, Margot. Going out.
Hold him on. Hold him on. Be careful.
There he goes, the way his brothers went out into the dark. It's her evil spirit that calls them.
Back the shadow. Now here is footprints. Right up to the edge of the cauldron. I'm afraid we're too late.
No one could have saved him. He was doomed to go.
How deep is this live pit?
It has no bottom. I've tried filling it in.
It's a murder spot to left open like this. Why wasn't it fenced off?
I tried that too, but the storms around here uproot the fencing.
We can't do anything out here. Let's go back to the house. A nasty job killing Mrs. Legrand.
I'd better close the storm doors around back.
Well, Lamont, my husband, is he?
Got to pull yourself together, Mrs. Legrand.
George!
I'm afraid we were too late.
Oh, George. George! I came to his room to say goodnight. The door was wide open. He was gone. Oh, Mr. Cranston, what horrible thing has taken them all?
My suspicions are correct, Mrs. Legrand. I can promise you we'll know before this night is over. Don't worry.
Lamont, there go the lights. Mr. Cranston, I'm afraid.
Some candles, Mrs. Legrand. I have the matches here. Margot! Margot, where are you?
There are 2 candles on the mantelpiece.
Oh, wait. There, I've got them. There, that's Margot! Margot's disappeared. We've made a circuit of the house, not a trace of Margot. We must find her.
Oh, I'm afraid I've drawn both of them into terrible danger, Mr. Cranston.
Margot must be somewhere in this house. Mrs. Legrand, do you know of any secret panels in this room?
No, maybe Keith would. I wonder where he is.
So do I. Been over the entire house and haven't seen the sign of either him or Melinda.
Someone's coming. Look, there's a candle glow on the stairs.
Don't make a sound. Hey, it's Margot. Are you all right, Margot?
There's something I have to do. Oh, yes, there it is on the desk. What's the matter with her?
I don't know. She's picking up the letter opener.
I've got to find Helen LeGrand.
Margot! Put that down! Oh, Margot, listen to me. Well, give me that letter opener.
Oh, Lamont. Oh, I'm so dizzy. My head is spinning.
Margot, can you tell us what happened?
I can't remember. Lamont, I was standing by the fireplace and the lights went out. Someone grabbed me.
Do you know who it was?
All I know is that I had a mad impulse to stab Helen LeGrand.
Yes, Margot. You've been a victim of post-hypnotic suggestion.
Oh, Lamont. I almost committed murder.
But not quite. We'll beat this thing, whatever it is, tonight. Somebody in this house has been on wholesale murder, Margot, and it's no ghost.
What do you mean?
I didn't want to tell you until Mrs. Legrand went up to her room. When Keith and I went out to the cauldron, I noticed another pair of footprints beside George's. Tiny footprints like those made by a woman's slipper.
Woman's slipper? I don't understand.
I found something else. Wasn't the storm that put out the lights.
How do you know?
While we were looking for you, I noticed the fuse box in the hall was ajar. One of the fuses has been removed.
Lamont, do you think Keith could have...
Keith, if I could only remember... Keith. Hypnotism. I've got it. I know where I've seen him before. Look, Margot, go on upstairs, stay in your room, and lock the door.
Well, what are you going to do, Lamont?
I think it's about time the Shadow took a hand in this game. I've got a hunch that old caretaker isn't the superstitious fool he seems.
Is that you, Keith?
Yes. Why did you ask me to meet you out here?
I was afraid to talk in the house with those 2 meddlers around.
We have nothing to fear from them.
I'm not. Miss Lane has been questioning me. What was that?
Nothing. You're just nervous.
I'm sure I heard someone. Sounded like a footstep.
No one's here. Let's get on with it. What do you want?
An understanding, Keith.
I've already told you there's nothing to share until we get rid of the whole family.
It's taking too long. There's only Mrs. Legrand and the child left.
Well, Mrs. Legrand should be dead by now. Murdered by Miss Lane.
Oh, that's good. That's rich. Only a Legrand could plan things so cleverly. Now, what about the child?
You'll have to wait.
I'm tired of waiting. Something may go wrong.
You want to spoil everything? Remember, Melinda, I've got a better claim on this estate than you, and if I wanted to be uncharitable, I needn't give you anything.
You wouldn't dare. I'd go to the police.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. You're what the law calls a partner in crime, Melinda. They'd find you just as guilty as I.
Maybe you're thinking of getting rid of me, too. But remember, Keith, I'm not a Legrand. Your ghost can't lure me into the cauldron. My mother was a servant in this house for 30 years. They promised her a share of the estate for her loyalty, and she never got it. But I want it, and I'll have it. Do you hear? I'll have this house or no one will.
Wait. What? Who's there?
It's I, Papa. Florette.
What are you doing out here?
Tommy. Poor little Tommy. I tiptoed into his room. Woke him ever so gently. He's the last of the Legrands, isn't he, Papa? Soon there'll be none left. Then I can have the house. You promised it would be mine again.
Fool, what have you done?
Only what you told me, Papa. I called to Tommy. He's coming out here.
No, not tonight, you idiot.
He must go. He's the last of them. He's coming to play a game with me.
Go back to the house.
That won't be necessary, Keith.
Who spoke?
It's the shadow.
Where are you?
Standing right in front of you.
I can't see you.
I've clouded your mind.
What do you want here?
I'm here to make you confess your crimes. You murdered the Legrand brothers.
You can't prove they were murdered. There are no bodies.
Yes, that was clever of you, Keith. Cauldron leaves little evidence. They were murdered, all right. Lured to their death by that mad woman over there.
I'm Florette Legrand. This house is mine. All mine.
Quiet, you fool.
No use, Keith. The shadow knows the truth. Years ago, you toured the country with a carnival, giving exhibitions of hypnosis. Tonight, you kidnapped Miss Lane, gave her the post-hypnotic suggestion to murder Mrs. Legrand.
It's not true.
That mad girl is your daughter. You persuaded her that she's the notorious Florette Legrand, that she has the power to lead men to their graves. She's the one who lured the Legrand brothers to the cauldron.
You have no proof?
Oh, yes, I have. I overheard your little talk with Melinda.
What? That footstep. That was you.
Yes. You knew all the brothers were sensitive, moody. You kept feeding their morbid imaginations with your ghost story. And you let your mad daughter loose. She bore an amazing resemblance to Florette Legrand's picture. That and the mist down here did the rest. They'd have followed her anywhere.
All right, yes, Shadow, it was my plan. I'm a Legrand, too. My brother cheated me out of this estate so that his sons could inherit it. They didn't know that I was their uncle. And I knew things about this house that they never knew. Secret doors, a hidden room where I concealed my lovely mad daughter. And with her help, I got rid of my nephews.
You committed your last crime, Heath. I'm going to turn you over to the police.
You'll have to catch me first. I know every inch of this land, Shadow. It's treacherous land. You wouldn't dare follow me through these swamps.
No, but I'm going to stop you. There, pin your arms behind you.
Papa, who's speaking?
You won't get me so easily. Florette!
Yes, Papa.
He's got my arms. I'm going to force him back toward the cauldron. You push him in.
Papa, I don't see anyone but you.
He's back of me, you fool. He's got my arms. There. I've got him at the edge of the cauldron. Now, push him in.
Like this, Papa.
Now, you fool. You're pushing me into the cauldron.
Well, Margot, I guess that solves the mystery of the Legrand ghost.
So it was Keith's daughter.
Yes. The costume and veil she wore belonged to the first Florette Legrand. They were family heirlooms. Keith and Melinda were in the scheme together. Now Melinda's in jail where she belongs.
Lamont, you never did tell me what happened out of the cauldron.
Well, that was a narrow escape. Keith almost succeeded in pushing the shadow into the cauldron. His daughter tried to help him, but naturally she couldn't see the shadow. She and Keith tangled. He fell back into the cauldron, pulled her in.
Oh, how horrible.
No more horrible than the crimes they committed.
Oh, by the way, Lamont, here's a little folder I thought you might be interested in.
Visit the historic Bayou country where old world charm and romance make for restful vacationing. Oh, Margot.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This is Ken Roberts saying, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This story produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
This program came to you from New York.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Club of Doom.
Helen. Helen. Good Lord. I've killed her.
I don't believe it, Nixon.
Sometimes I don't believe it myself, Cranston. Like some hideous nightmare. Any minute I expect to wake up and find I dreamed the whole thing. Then I see these bars.
Why? Why did you do it?
I wish I could tell you.
You mean you don't know why you killed your wife?
No, Cranston, I don't. That's the horrible part about it. I don't even remember killing her.
Yet
I know that I did.
Do you remember what you were talking about just before it happened?
Yes, I was telling her about having landed the Sherman account.
Well, I suppose you were feeling quite elated over it.
Elated isn't the word. I felt as if I could have licked the world. Next thing I knew, Helen was in my arms. Then no getting away from her, Cranston. I murdered my wife.
According to law, Blakeslee, the state has to prove intent to kill before they can make out a case of first-degree murder.
That just about tipped me in the electric chair, Cranston.
What do you mean?
You see, I wanted to kill her.
Well, I hope you didn't get a ticket, Treevy.
No, Mr. Cranston. But I gotta admit, I was worried, I gotta admit. Parking in front of a jail ain't too healthy.
Lamont, how'd you make out? Did Blakeslee tell you anything?
I'll say it looks pretty bad for him, Margot.
But Lamont, it doesn't make sense. A man like Blakeslee just doesn't murder his wife for any reason.
It just goes to show you. You can never tell a guy by his looks. Now, take what happened to me this morning. A guy tried to kill me, he tried.
Kill you? Why? Who'd want to kill you, Streevy?
I don't know who he was, Flame, but he sure didn't look like no killer. More like a lawyer he looked, or a businessman, maybe.
Tell us what happened, Streevy.
Well, it was like this, Mr. Cranston. I picked up this guy in front of the athletic club. The same one you and Commissioner Weston belong to.
Got you going to Chester? I'll be late for my appointment.
Gee, I'm going as fast as I can without getting a ticket, mister.
Well, what are you looking at me like that for? Anything wrong with me?
I wasn't looking at you. I was keeping my eye peeled out for cops.
I distinctly saw you looking at me through that mirror.
Now, look, mister. Hey, let go. What's up the guy to you? You're choking me. You almost wrecked the cab. Holy smoke.
I'm sorry, driver. I gotta get out here.
Yeah, Well, Mr. Cranston, I never was one to run away from a fight. But the look on this guy's face didn't make me happy. Anyway, he pays me off with a nice flat tip and gets out of the cab. So it just goes to show you never know.
Well, that's a strange story.
Where did you say this man hailed you?
Right in front of the athletic club. And boy, he was plenty athletic.
Yes, that's funny. The light's on in Mr. Randall's office. I'd better see who's in there. Oh, sorry, Mr. Randall. I didn't know you was working late.
Yes, I have to catch up on some work.
It looks like it might rain. I'd better close the windows if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead. I won't be long.
We've been getting a lot of rain lately, haven't we? Well, I won't be bothering you any longer. I've got to be making the rounds. Mr. Randall, what's the matter? Mr. Randall, you're choking.
You got a match, mister? Why, yes. Here you are. Oh, thanks. Huh. Hey, what are you telling me? I ain't done nothing. I only asked you for a match. I just wanted to... Hey, take your hands over me. What are you trying to do? What are you going to do with that pain? Yeah, no, don't.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to present our president, Gordon T. Shrewsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Friends, this is a big moment in my life, but it wouldn't be fair to let it pass without my giving credit to the man who has been the guiding hand behind our organization. I am referring to the gentleman seated on my right, my partner and best friend, Joe Osborne.
Thank you, Gordon.
Joe and I have been together for a long time.
Oh, look, Sid. You grabbed hold of
We've had our ups.
Why is he raising it?
Down.
What are you doing, Gordon? What are you doing?
I don't get it, Cranston. I went to school with these men. We're all members of the same club. All of them prominent, law-abiding citizens. Suddenly they go berserk. One of them murders his wife. Another kills a night watchman. Third one clubs a hobo to death with his cane. Last night, Shrewsbury splits open his partner's skull with a water pitcher. What's gotten into them?
Maybe it's an epidemic.
You can't be more helpful than that, Miss Lane.
Margot may have something there, Mr. Smith.
Are you serious? An epidemic of murder?
Not as fantastic as it sounds. Only that's not exactly what I have in mind.
Oh, then you have something in mind. Would you let a very much concerned friend in on it?
Gladly, Commissioner, as soon as I get a few more of the facts straight.
The facts are clear enough, Cranston. It's the motive for these crimes that's keeping me up nights.
You mean the lack of motive, don't you?
Yes, that's what I mean.
Special delivery for you, Commissioner.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's probably another headache.
No, there's some mistake with that omelet, Commissioner. I deduce that that's a wedding invitation.
Wonderful, Margot. The Commissioner ought to swear you in as one of his deputies.
I don't think he appreciates our sense of humor, Lamont. What do you say?
That me, Commissioner?
And I'd better take a look at this, Cranston.
You see. Your neck.
That doesn't sound like a wedding invitation.
No. More like an invitation to murder.
Since I've been police commissioner, I've gotten exactly 73 letters threatening my life. I'm not going to let this one bother me too much. What's got me buffaloed is my best friends turning into killers.
Did you say that all of these men were classmates of yours?
Yes, I've known them practically all my life. Now I've got to hold them for murder.
What makes you so sure they're guilty of murder? Well, what would you call it? I'd call it a plan for murder. A plan in which that warning note you just got may be a key part.
What are you talking about?
Just this. All of the most prominent citizens in this town have committed crimes of violence. None of them actually remember committing the crimes, yet all of them have a very positive feeling that they wanted to kill their victims.
Well, I'm sure of one thing. Those men aren't criminals. They could no more murder anybody than I could.
That's exactly what I've been trying to tell you.
Yeah. Well, you two will have to excuse me. I think I'm going to take the afternoon off. Go down to the club for a workout. The state beats anything I ever handled.
This is our exit to you, Margot.
Bye, Commissioner.
Bye, Miss Lane. Don't mind what I said.
Oh, that's all right.
Goodbye, Commissioner. If I were you, I wouldn't underestimate the importance of that warning note.
What's all right, Lamont?
I'm taking you home, Margot.
Where are you going?
Jail.
Jail? But you've already seen Blake.
One of the talk with Randall and the others.
Oh, in that case, I guess I'd better go home.
You gave me a theory, Margot, when you said those crimes may have been an epidemic. I think the same as the Commissioner does. Those men could no more commit deliberate murder than he could.
That straightens out the kinks, eh, Commissioner?
Yeah, that's fine, Joe. Thanks.
I'll get the towel.
Oh, never mind, Joe. Never mind. I'll get it.
You've been walking around too much on that leg of yours.
Ever thought of having an operated on?
I'm afraid I'll have to let it go. It's gone too long now. You look worried, Commissioner.
I am worried, Joe. Unless I can throw some light on these killings, I'm going to have to send 4 of my best friends to the electric chair.
Yes, I've been reading about it in the papers. What about those murders? They're all such fine men. What steam cabinet today, Commissioner?
Oh, yes. Yes, you may as well give me the work.
Yes.
Well, boy, that feels good.
Too bad about Mr. Blake and the others. I wonder what made them do it.
Yes, you and me both, Joe.
Wasn't a nicer, friendlier person than Mr. Randall. Always asked about my leg. Then he even offered to pay for an operation. He was kind to everybody. Yet he killed the wife, night watchman. So was Mr. Sousa and the others. All big-hearted, generous men. You see, Commissioner, I think there's a bit of madness in each of us, waiting for a chance to spring out. Don't you think so?
Oh, yes. Yes, Joe. Very interesting.
Hello, Winston.
Hello, Bob.
They told me you were down here in the steam room. You're giving you the work?
Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Evening, Joe. Weston, I just wanted to ask you if you want to take part in the wrestling matches tonight. The boys are putting on a little exhibition in the gym.
Sure.
Maybe it'll take my mind off other things, not so pleasant. Oh, yes. That was an awful shock, Commissioner. I still can't believe it. Well, there's no getting away from facts, Bob. I suppose you have to do your duty. So why don't you join me for dinner up in my rooms when you're through? Thanks. I don't mind if I do. And, Joe, will you tell the other boys about the matches, and while you're at it, suppose you pair them off?
All right, Mr. Chairman.
Just be sure and match me up with someone my size, Joe.
That's easy to witness. Mr. Chairman here is just about your way.
Yes. You care to take me on, Commissioner? Okay with me. That's good. I always did want to beat up a policeman. Suppose you tell me just how it happened, Commissioner.
Horrible, Cranston. Cameron and I have been on the mat a few seconds. First thing I know, he went limp. I said something to him. He didn't answer. He was dead.
Has the coroner been here yet?
Yeah. Don't do an autopsy, but it's a waste of time. I must have strangled.
This is important, Commissioner. Tell me where you were and what you did from the time you got to the club until you went on the mat with Cameron.
Yes. First thing I did when I got here was to go down to the steam room. Cameron joined me there, asked me if I wanted to take part in the wrestling matches. Then he invited me to have dinner with him in his room.
You spent the evening with Cameron until the time you both went down to the gym for the matches, is that right?
Yes.
That threatening note you got this afternoon, Commissioner, do you have it with you?
Yes, here it is. I had photostat copies made before I left the office. My men are trying to locate the typewriter on which it was written.
Have they checked all the machines here at the club?
Yes, doesn't check with any of them.
May I hold on to this note?
Oh, yes, sure, but you're wasting your time, Cranston. I've been at this game too long not to know when I'm licked.
It doesn't sound like you, Commissioner.
Facts are facts. I killed Cameron. I know I killed him.
What makes you so sure?
Because just a few seconds before it happened, I distinctly remember wanting to kill him. I killed anybody I got my hands on. I felt as if I could lick the world.
That's exactly how Blakesley described his feelings when he killed his wife.
Huh?
And the way Randall felt when he strangled the night watchman, and Shrewsbury when he split open his partner's skull. All of you had that same feeling.
That's right. They did tell me that. But why, Cranston? What's gotten into us all?
I'm not quite ready to answer that question, Commissioner.
Whatever it is, it doesn't change things much. I still killed Cameron.
Maybe you didn't.
What do you mean?
Smell this tube of toothpaste, Commissioner.
Funny odor, like burnt almonds. Where'd you get it?
I picked it up in Cameron's dressing room.
He brushed his teeth before he went down to the gym with you, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
I think you'd better phone the coroner. He might have something of interest to tell you. You didn't kill Cameron. He was poisoned. Hello.
Hello. Mr. Cranston?
Yes?
You know a young lady by the name of Margot Lane?
Yes, what's the matter? Has anything happened to her?
She's been hurt.
Where is she?
She's in a private hospital.
How much farther do we have to go, Shrevey?
We're almost there, Mr. Cranston. We're almost. Boy, this is the middle of nowhere if I ever saw it. Are you sure somebody isn't playing a joke on you? Getting you out here in the middle of the night?
There's no joke, Shrevey. I phoned Miss Lane's home. She's not there.
Sure hope she's all right, I hope.
Definitely.
Well, this is the place, Mr. Cranston. It don't look like no hospital to me.
You wait here, Shrevey.
Okay. But I hope you won't be too long, I hope. This ain't exactly a gay neighborhood.
Door's open. Lights are on. Margot! Margot!
Lamar. Oh, Lamar, are you all right?
Yes, but...
Well, a man phoned me and said that you've been hurt.
Oh, I just received a similar call telling me you've been hurt.
Somebody got us both out here on purpose. Oh, let's get out of here quickly before...
He's outside that window.
Where?
Don't turn around. Caught the glint of a gun.
Oh, Lamar.
He walked into a trap. We've got to act as if we didn't see him. It's our only chance. We're perfect targets with the lights on.
Not unfrightened.
Work your way over to that light switch, and I'll walk toward the spot. We'll pretend to be looking around. When I say the word good time, you turn out the light. Well, Margaret, this place is nicely furnished, isn't it?
Yes, it certainly is, you know.
Look at that old grandfather's clock.
Interesting looking antique, isn't it? Must be at least 100 years old.
Yes, but it probably keeps good time. He's down there! I'm going after him.
Oh, be careful, Lamar.
Getting into a car.
Mr. Cranston! Mr. Cranston!
In here, Sweetie. You all right, Margot?
Mr. Cranston! I heard shooting, I heard. What's going on?
Quick, Sugar, let's get out to the cab. Maybe we can still catch him.
I heard a car starting, but I didn't hang around to see which way it went when that gun started popping. I beat it right in here, I beat it.
Oh, no point going on a wild goose chase. See what we can find in here. Turn on the light, Margot.
Are you all right, Miss Lane?
Yes, Susie. I'm more than a little scared. Not you realize that we might both have been murdered just now?
I'm afraid I was the intended victim.
I don't...
You and Trudy wait for me in the cab, Margot. I'm going to have a look around this place.
All right, Lamar, but please be careful.
Our unknown friend didn't count on my coming out of this trap alive. That's an oversight likely to sit him right in the electric chair. Oh, good morning, Margot. I was just on my way out.
Have you seen the papers?
Well, not yet.
Oh, listen to this. Police Commissioner cleared in Cameron County.
Yes, Margot. Now, for a while, Commissioner Weston was in the very uncomfortable position of having to arrest himself for murder.
But he didn't kill Cameron.
No, they found traces of cyanide on Cameron's tongue. His toothpaste had been poisoned. He died a few seconds after he got on the mat.
You know, Lamont, I don't see the tie-up between what happened to us last night and the pipe killing.
A very definite tie-up. Remember the threatening note Commissioner Weston received?
Yes.
Last night, I found the typewriter on which it was written. I also found a completely equipped chemical laboratory.
Where?
In the cellar of the house next door to the one we were almost trapped in. Margot, doesn't it strike you odd that all of these killings were done by members of the same club? All classmates at college?
Well, what does that mean?
Only this. Someone is out to get these men, to get anyone who interferes with his plans. The man we're looking for is physically and probably mentally warped.
How do you know that?
I can't tell you just now, Margot. The Shadow has an appointment with a murderer.
That's fine, Joe. Now, massage my neck a little to the left, eh? That's the spot. Only not quite so hard. Sorry, Mr. Drake. That better? Yeah, that's fine. Hey, you've got a bit much steam on, Joe. Have I? Yes, I feel a little dizzy. I think I've had enough of the cabinet today. Oh, no, you haven't. Not half enough. Why, what are you talking about?
I've been waiting a long time to get you into this steam box.
Hey, what kind of a joke is this? Open the cabinet and let me out of here.
Still don't understand, do you? Take a good look at me. Don't you recognize me?
Why, no.
Then maybe this will help your memory. At college, they used to call me Acid Raymond.
Acid Raymond? The chemistry professor's prized pupil.
Yes. None of you recognize me. It's been a long time since the night of the initiation.
Well, why didn't you let us know what became of you? That whole affair was a terrible accident.
A very unfortunate accident. Did you think you could make amends for my broken leg? Did you think your sympathy would cure my spinal injury? The doctors told me long ago I could never be cured.
Ah, but money that you want...
I don't want your money. I want your life, Drake. And the life of every man who was in on that initiation.
Now, you must be insane.
Maybe I am. He said that spinal injury might affect my mind. But I don't think it has. My mind has never been clearer. I don't think it's hot enough for you in there, Drake, but I'll fix that.
Joe, listen to me,
Why do you think I took this job? Not for the glory of rubbing your thick hides? No. And every member of this club who was in on that initiation will pay with his life. Only you won't go the way the others will. You were the ringleader of the hazing. I've got a special way to take care of you.
You're crazy, Joe. You'll burn for this.
I'll burn. That's a good one. You'll burn, Drake. You'll roast alive in that steam box.
Oh, no, he won't, Acid Raymond.
Who's that? The steam. It went off by itself.
No, it didn't, Raymond. The shadow turned it off.
Oh, thank heaven. Somebody's coming.
Step out of there, Mr. Drake. Leave this room. I'll deal with Acid Raymond.
You won't get out of this room alive.
Quickly, Mr. Drake. Out that door. Now, Joe Raymond.
Who are you?
The shadow.
Shadow? What do you want with me?
Confession of your crime.
You can't prove anything. Nobody can. They did the killing. You can't get away from that.
You convict us yourself, Joe Raymond. Confess that you injected those club members with a powerful drug while they were in the steam cabinet. A drug that gave them bursts of terrific physical energy and caused them to commit murder.
Yes, I did. I did it. Killing them off was too easy. I wanted to pit one against the other, have them murder each other, kill their wives, everything they loved. At school, I majored in chemistry. I made good use of that knowledge. They never suspected when I rubbed the backs of their necks what I was massaging into their system.
You chose the wrong path, Joe Raymond. You tried to wipe out the accidental wrong that was done to you with crime, but you can't get away with it.
Oh, yes, I can. Because you won't live to tell any tales, Shadow. There, Shadow. I've locked you in. I'm going to open all the steam valves, Shadow. The heat will take the skin right off your body.
Well, Margot, luckily Drake came back with the police. They thought Joe Raymond found enough to get away.
But with all that steam, how did the shadow escape such a pit?
As steam rises, by hugging the floor, it was possible to remain conscious for a good while. The sleep came none too soon.
Lamont, what did the killer use?
The drugs, Margot. Powerful mental and muscular excitement made from acacia pods. South American Indians use it to excite them in battle.
But if Raymond wanted to get rid of Cameron, why did he poison the suitcase? Why didn't he just let the drug take its natural effect on Commissioner Wexler and let him kill Cameron during the wrestling match?
He wasn't taking any chances. He knew the commissioner had unusually strong powers of self-control. He doubted that whether a drug even as powerful as that one would make Weston commit murder.
You know, Lamont, I still can't figure out how this trail of crime pointed to Joe Raymond.
Footprints, Margot. Footprints of a man who limped. I found them outside that window last night. There were similar prints around the back of the adjoining house.
Oh, I see. He used the house next door as a trap.
Yes. Belonged to a friend of his who was aware. Raymond had the keys. He's become the homicidal maniac, Margot. He became...
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This is Ken Roberts saying, keep the home fire.
Brings you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The shells from the sinking Jap gunboat were blasting the water nearer and nearer the American submarine that had just rammed her. A few seconds more, and the Jap gunners would have the range. Commander Howard Gilmore, rushing to follow his men down the hatch, was cut down by Jap machine gun bullets. Badly wounded, he knew the time needed to rescue him might mean the loss of his ship. Without a moment's hesitation, he ordered, "Take her down." And down she went. The submarine to safety, a gallant commander to his death. Keep that picture in your mind, friend. And when you're asked to buy an extra $100 war bond now in the fourth war loan drive, buy it. Put every dollar not needed for absolute necessities into bonds now. Not just because they're sound, profitable investments, but because they'll bring victory sooner. Bring more men home. The Shadow, the serious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. A path to death. I'd like to leave that. Let me out. Let me out of this electric chair. No, wait. Don't touch the switch. No, don't. Don't! Don't! No!
Yeah, good morning.
Hello.
And right on time. Oh, it's the start of my cook no end. Come here.
Thanks, Margot. As we freeze and others are all to be kept waiting, but the cook, never. Besides, I'm hungry.
Well, we'll eat in a minute. First, I want you to meet someone. Right into the living room.
All right.
Peter? Peter, here's the gentleman you've been so anxious to meet. Is this Mr. Cranston? Yes. Don't you remember Alice Wentworth?
Yes, she is.
Well, this is his son, Peter.
Really? Well, hello, Peter. I knew your mother quite well before she moved south. She still talks a lot about you and Miss Lane. Oh, is that so? That's why I've been so anxious to meet you. What mother tells me, I've gathered you're quite something in the field of crime detection. Well, outside of being a headache to the police commissioner once in a while, Peter, I don't think you could call me more than an interested amateur.
That isn't what the commissioner calls you. Sit down, won't you?
Oh, thanks, Margot. Well, up north on a little vacation, Peter?
Well, no, Mr. Cranston. I'm up here on business. You have to be a part of that business.
I am?
Peter's taking up journalism in college, Lamont, and school set him up to do an article on prison management.
Well, that's interesting.
We want you to help him.
Of course, I'll be only too happy to help you, Peter. Prison management's a bit out of my line.
Well, all he wants is a pass to visit the state prison. I assured him that you could arrange that for him, Lamont.
Well, I don't want just the usual visitor's pass. I want to write about the whole work, especially the death chamber. Reckon that's about the most interesting place in the prison. For a budding journalist, I suppose it is. Well, I think you can count on the pass. I'll arrange it as soon as you want to go.
Oh, that's well, Mr. Cranston.
Thanks a lot. This is going to be a real thrill. I've never been in a death chamber before. All right, Peter, this is on your head. I don't think you'll find it a pretty place. Oh, this is your first visit to the state prison, young man? Well, this is my first visit to any prison. I see, and it should be doubly interesting. Oh, it is. Say, when do we see the death chamber? I especially want to see that. You'll be in the death chamber soon enough. I guess I must seem pretty anxious to you.
Well, you see, I'm studying journalism. Journalism? Did you say journalism? Yes, I'm preparing an article for the college paper. A student of journalism should know who I am. Take a good look at my face. Ever see me in the paper? No, I can't say that I have. Never mind, you're young. It was before your time. Well, I guess you've been working here in the prison a long time. Those drops on your feet, each of those stripes have been sewed on for every 5 years I've served the state. 5 years? Gosh, that's 5, 10, 52 to be exact. 52 years inside prison walls? Connor, doesn't it give you the willies to be on? I'm proud of my service. I only wish I could serve again as I have in the past. But I should say, hold on. Just a minute now. Oh, what's this? Step in, please. So it's dark in here. Yes, this is the death chamber. What? The death chamber? Switch on the light. There we are. There's nothing to be afraid of. No, of course not. Excuse me. Now, here's the room you've been so anxious to see. The last sight on your trip. See, it's kind of spooky in here. Spooky? Why, this is one of the best kept rooms in the institution. And that's electric chair over there. Yes, it's not quite as sinister looking as you expected, I suppose. That depends on the way you look at it. When I think of the men that have died in that shell... Why, my dear boy, death is nothing. Nothing? The most majestic experience of life. Nothing has greater nobility than death. Yeah, I suppose so. Say, it's getting warm in here. I guess we better be going, huh? Going? Why, I haven't told you anything about the death chamber yet. Oh, I know. You see that door over there? Well, the pre-execution cells are just beyond. There are 10 men in there now waiting to sit in the seat of the fallen. Seat of the electric chair, of course. When they're brought in, the executioner will stand here at this panel, his hand on the switch. The men are strapped in. The warden gives the signal. The switch is thrown in like this. Oh, don't be alarmed. The chair is quite harmless until those wires are plugged in. And they're the electrodes that carry the power through from the powerhouse. Oh, that's very interesting. Now, I guess I got more material than I need for mine. But you wouldn't go without sitting in the chair. What would I want to do a thing like that for? Why, every visitor sits in the chair. It's something to tell your friends. Come, sit down. If you don't mind, I'd rather know. This is an experience you'll never forget. Here, let me help you. Sit right down. Well, it's customary, of course. There you are. Now, I'll show you how it feels to be trapped in... That's the chest strap. Well, you certainly did that all the day. Now, the right arm. And the left. Oh, that's enough. You got this chest strap so tight, I can... Now, the right leg, like this. And the left. Well, look, listen. Maybe you didn't hear me, but... I said I had enough. Then we drop the hip piece down like this. And there you are. All snug and ready for the most noble, most majestic experience in life. What do you mean? You are now ready for death. Now look here. Hey, what are you doing with those electrodes? No, don't do that. Take your hand off that switch. No. Don't you see, Commissioner? No, I don't. Just a minute, Cranston. Hold it. Hello? Yes, Commissioner Weston. Who? Oh, yes, Nancy. How'd you make out? That's so. Well, that's just what I thought. I just banked the medical examiner report back here. There you are, Cranston. You're barking in your beard. That was Clancy. Down at the medical examiner's office now. Medical examiner got Peter Wentworth's body? Yeah, I had it picked up this morning. There's not a mark or a burn on it. No evidence whatever of violent death. Does he know the cause? He suspects heart failure, ready to release the body for burial. Without performing an autopsy? You going to let him do that? Oh, look, Cranston, I got to have a little more than your suspicions before I can put the state to the expense of an autopsy. The
I'll come in, Cardona. Thanks, Chief. How'd you make out? See the warden? Yeah, I noticed around the prison a bit everybody was very cooperative. But when I hinted that the Whitworth kid might have been given a skid, why, they just showed me a lot of teeth. See, Cranston, you're the only one that suspects foul play in this case. Talk to the warden, Cardona? Yeah. He was the one that laughed the loudest when I asked him if the kid might have gotten a nut. Then I talked with a guy named, Ardice. Who's Ardice? Oh, he was the last to see young Wentworth alive. He's an old codger, been in the prison long enough to be part of the foundation. They just bedded him down on account of he's too old to work anymore. So I had to troop out to his home. Where does he live? Far out on the coast as he could get. His shack is perched down on a rock ledge like somebody had dared to build it to see if he could balance his way up there. Yes, never mind about that. Just tell us what Ardice had to say about young Wentworth. Well, he says the death house is no place for people with bum hearts. Well, Cranston, I guess you ought to be satisfied by now. You have the word of it. I'm not satisfied. Now, look I'm thankful to you for what you've done, but I intend to do a little more digging before I'm satisfied. Oh, Miss Lane. Well, come on in. Make the party complete. How'd you make out, Margaret? Did you talk to Peter's mother?
Yes, I just talked to her on the phone.
What did she have to say?
There will be no autopsy.
What?
He did have a heart.
You don't say. What do you think of that, Cranston?
He was rejected for the Air Corps and last month.
So that settles it. Now let's go out and have a bite of lunch and fix it some. This brain, and I have a very personal stake in this case. Peter Wentworth's mother's an old friend of Margot's family, and I gave the boy his path to death. But hang it all, man, don't you see? I see only one thing. Peter Wentworth was murdered. Now, look, I want to straighten you out on one thing. If you think Peter Wentworth was electrocuted in that chair, I can wipe that idea out of your mind right this minute.
How, Commissioner?
Because there's no power flowing to the electric chair except during a legal execution. When a man is to be executed, the fuse has to be turned on in the main powerhouse. Then the electrodes are plugged in near the chair. In other words, the contact has to be made at both ends. Do you get that? Yes, we get that, Commissioner. Now, you get this. Did you know that a man died in that death chamber only a few weeks ago? Right. And under very similar circumstances? Well, that's news to me. Right, Commissioner. And it'll be news to you, too, when it's proven conclusively that Peter Wentworth was murdered. And there's the prison entrance down the bottom of the hill, Margot. You can park right here.
Oh, Lamont, you have to go through with it.
Yes, Margot, I do. The only way I can possibly find out what happened to Peter is by going through the prison just as he did, as a visitor.
Oh, I only hope you won't come out just as he did.
You're afraid, aren't you?
Well, why wouldn't I be? I've already lost the son of one of my best friends.
At least I know what I'm getting into.
Do you, Lamont?
Well, what do you mean?
A frightful feeling about all this. It's like there was something supernatural about it.
Maybe you're right, but I've got to find out.
Oh, you've got to. Do you have your pass?
It's right here. Laid out in the name of Prentice.
I hope Mr. Prentice will be very careful.
He will, Margot. You wait here for me. No matter what you see or hear, don't lose your courage.
Don't lose what? Lamont, what do you mean by that? Lamont!
This is the death chamber. Yes, Mr. Prentice. Of course. Excuse me a moment. There we are. Sure, he just needed this noise. I suppose this is the main point of interest for the visitors who take through the prison? Oh, they all want to see the death chamber. It has a strange fascination. Part of the prison seems to be completely deserted. Not many live ones around here. Very funny. Is this your regular job, taking visitors around? I've been doing it for several years. It's a poor substitute for the position that rightfully belongs to me. Position that rightfully belongs to you? What do you mean by that? Nothing at all. Come now, I'm a little nervous tonight. I understand. Suppose I'd be nervous too if I did the things you've done. The things I've done? Well, I'm just thinking how I feel if I spent the better part of my life behind prison walls. Just play on the nerves. Well, it was very interesting tour. You've been very patient. Oh, but your tour is not complete yet. Not complete? Why, you haven't sat in the chair. Oh, yes. Well, I'm afraid my curiosity doesn't go quite that far. But your tour won't be complete unless you can tell your friends you actually sat in the electric chair. Well, if you feel I'm spoiling your final touch, of course I'll sit in the chair. Good. Sit right down. Not a very comfortable seat, is it? Now, I've strapped you in. It won't take a minute. There. Chest straps on already, see? Very good. Sound like an expert. I am an expert. Now the leg straps. You ever seen an execution? Just a moment. The right leg and the left. It's tightly strapped. I don't think I can move the muscle if I try. Yes, quite so. There we are. Now, you asked me a question before. I asked if you'd ever seen an execution. Seen one? Did you ever hear of Martha Gomperson? Why, yes. She was the only woman ever executed in this chair. That's right. Well, I executed her. My last official act, the state executioner. They took my job away from me right after that. Said I was getting too old. Old? The fools. Nobody ever did as neat a job either before or since I was executioner. Surely you don't regret the fact you were redeemed for such a grisly job as that? It's a fine reward for faithful service. Just let it serve you so. They humiliated me by making me guide. But tomorrow... What about tomorrow? They're retiring me from the service entirely. But I'll have the last laugh on the whole pack. What are you talking about? I came to this institution as state executioner. I leave it as an executioner. Oh, very interesting. If you'll just unstrap me now. Have you? My dear man, you're going to have the honor of dying at the hands of the best executioner the state has ever had. The moment I'm going to attach those electrodes, pull the switch, and fling you into eternity. You'll die yourself in a chair. No, I won't. There won't be a mark on you. You die as only Fred Ardock can execute a man, and nobody will ever suspect you haven't died from a heart attack. Aren't I sure a fool if you think I'd followed your story? What do you mean? Well, I happen to know you can't kill a man unless the electrodes are plugged in on the main power line. My dear man, they are connected. Not to the main power line, but to the old dynamo that was once used for execution. It hasn't been used in years, except for the use I've made. Everybody's forgotten it but me. I haven't. You're a fiend, I certainly won't deprive me of my last chance to talk. You know, you're not only a fiend, all right, you're a fool as well. Be quiet. You'll never get away with it. I've heard enough. To cover your face with the death man. Now, shout all you wait. Take the tail off it. Now the electrodes. And the switch. Don't put the switch on it. And now eternity. How long do you expect to park here? I've got an hour and a half on you now.
Why, after I'm waiting for friends.
Well, now that explains everything.
Oh, it sounds well, that's good.
No, it don't explain anything, and I wouldn't go so far as to say it's good. Don't you know this is a restricted area?
No, I didn't know that.
Well, I'm telling you now, you'll have to move along.
But, Oscar, my friend should be back any minute.
Yeah, so will my friend the sergeant, giving me the old Harry for being so lenient with the traffic laws.
Oh, just let me wait 5 minutes longer.
Well, where is this friend of yours?
Well, he went to visit prison about an hour and a half ago. What's the matter, Oscar?
The visitor, did you say?
Yes.
And he went into the prison about an hour and a half ago?
Yes, that's right.
Was he a good friend of yours?
Was he? What do you mean by that?
Well, if it's the same man I'm thinking about, you're going to have a long wait, I'm afraid.
Why do you say that?
Because, lady, that poor fellow just died in the death chamber. To heard what the warden said. There won't be any pictures taken inside the prison. You gentlemen of the press might just as well scram out of here. Now, please, Miss Lane.
I told you I won't leave here until I see Lamont. You know you've got to let me see him.
I can't let you see him. The warden says nobody's to see him until the medical examiner gets
But
him.
I've got to. Don't you understand?
I do, Miss Lane. But don't you see, I haven't any jurisdiction within these prison walls. It's up to the warden.
Oh, where is Lamont? Where'd they go?
Right behind that door. His office.
Who's in there with him?
No one, just the body.
Well, I'm going to stay no matter what.
Oh, Miss Lane, wait. Don't go in there. Miss Lane, please. What is it, Miss Lane? What? Well, I'll be doggone. The body's disappeared. You Mr. Ardock! Mr. Ardock!
the night for? We're worried about you. It's all right. That hound dog of yours been yelling most all night. What's unusual about that? Don't see any reason for you wearing yourself out climbing up this cliff. Well, it ain't right when a hound dog yells like that. Folks say it means somebody died. Somebody's dying all the time. Now get on back to your cabin. Leave people alone. You hear that? Enough to make a buddy's skin creep. You reckon he sees something? What makes you think he's seeing something? Because I thought I saw something myself a while ago while I was setting out my lobster traps for the night. What did you see? A man climbing the rocks along the shore. He was coming this way. Well, then I heard the doggy yell. That's your imagination. Now go on home, go to bed. Well, all right, Mr. Aldice. I'll get along. I need to find out you're all right. Oh, what a soul-filling night this is, anyway. Well, good night, Mr. Aldice. Good night. Rex, here, come on, into your kennel with you now. Go on. Lie down now, lie down. Chicken-hearted old hound. Yowl like that every time I've executed somebody all through the years. And suppose he's yowling for the fool I sent to eternity tonight. He's afraid of death, just like a hue. Just like the one I sent away a few hours ago. He didn't want to die. None of them want to die. But he's gone. And once again I wielded the power to take life.
But not the power to give it, Aldice. You don't have that power.
What was that? Who said that? Who's out there? You back again, Mark?
No, Aldice. Mark is well down the cliff by this time. We're alone. Just the two of us.
Who are you? Where are you?
I'm right here in the room with you.
That's a lie. I know where you are. You're hiding in it. Huh?
You see, I'm not in the closet. I'm beside you. Very close to you, Aldice.
Who are you? What do you want?
You, Aldice. Your crimes have caught up with you. I've come for you.
Go away. Don't come near me.
Why do you cower in the corner like that? Surely you're not afraid of death?
Yes.
One who has the power to take life should not be afraid to die himself.
Get out. Get out, I say. Get out before I kill you. You hear? Get out, get out.
See, Aldice, it's useless. You can't kill what you can't see. Might as well put that knife away.
What have you come here for?
To end your criminal career, to bring you to justice.
I've committed no crime.
I'll admit you did your job with fiendish cleverness, but you'll not escape. The police are on the way here now.
I can't prove anything. Nobody knows what happened in the death chamber.
You're wrong, Aldice. I know what happened. Your victim sat in the chair just as you're sitting in that armchair now. You buckled the straps around them until they were held even more tightly than I hold you now.
You touched me. You had just a voice. What are you? Who are you?
You're at the end of your rope, Aldice. Your only hope is to confess and clear your soul.
I'll admit nothing.
Yes, you will. I'm going to make you confess.
Make me confess? How can you do that?
Look, Aldice. This corner of the room, right over here. That's it. Keep your eyes right where they are. Now I'm going to show you somebody you met only a few hours ago. Someone over whom you exercised your power of death. A man would kill in cold blood. Look, Aldice, what do you see? You recognize me now?
No, it can't be. You're dead. You're dead.
Then face, Aldice.
You're dead. Go away, go away.
Who killed me? Who killed me 2 hours ago? Who killed Peter Wentworth?
I don't know. Leave me alone.
Unface, Aldice.
I won't go away.
Unface.
No.
Unface.
All right. I did it. I killed him. But I'll never be taken alive. They'll never execute him. All right.
Aldice's body at the bottom of the cliff.
That's right.
Well, now look. Mr. West will be here in a minute, and before he comes, there are 2 angles of this case I'd like to get clear in my mind.
Okay, Margot, what are they?
Well, first I'd like to know how you found out about that old animal. Everybody in the prison had forgotten it, but Aldice.
Oh, that was easy, Margot. The Shadow just slipped into the prison and spent a few hours with Aldice while he tinkered with his secret death machine.
But couldn't Ardite tell that he wasn't getting any power to the chair when he sat on it?
No, he was getting power, Margot, but not enough to hurt me. The prison electrician and the warden helped me fix that.
Oh, I suppose the warden helped you carry out your hope of not being dead.
Correct, Margot. I suppose we had everybody fooled.
Oh, a little too well fooled. Mr. Weston still doesn't know you're alive.
Tell me, how did he take my death, Margot?
The Mark, believe it or not, he cried like a baby.
Don't believe that.
That's the one. I'm free. Yes, Mr. Weston now.
Open the door, Margot.
Oh, easy now, Lamont. Remember, you're supposed to be dead.
Yes, so I understand. Let's see how Commissioner Weston reacts to that slight exaggeration. Good evening, Commissioner.
Good evening. What? Oh, hey. Cranston, you're supposed to be dead. You were electrocuted.
Oh, wait. Let me get this straight. Yes, I'm supposed to be dead, and I'm very happy to know you cried over my demise.
That's a lie, Cranston. I never cried in my life. Besides, I knew in my heart that you were...
Say, how did you come back to life? I mean, we know what you mean. Now come on in and shake hands with a real live corpse. And now let me introduce Blue Coal's distinguished heating expert, John Bartlett.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. Some folks, especially you ladies who put a little coal in the furnace during the day, are apt to look on the fire as a sort of pancake batter. You said about mixing it thoroughly with the poker. Actually, friends, stirring up the fire with the poker is one of the worst things you can do. Because you mix ashes, live coals, and fresh coal all together, and that forms clinkers. And you know, I'm sure, what grave clinkers can cause. How they choke the fire, prevent coal from burning completely, and damn your furnace great. So, friends, take a tip and lay that poker down. When you want to loosen the fire bed, take the grate gently instead. And one more suggestion. Never burn refuse or garbage in your furnace. That also causes clinkers to form. And we've got to avoid clinkers to get the maximum heat out of our coal and make it last longer. I thank you. Based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plots are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows. Same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure from the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This is Ken Roberts saying, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This story produced by the DMW Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal. This is Mutual.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Friends, the war increased the demand for anthracite coal to an all-time peak overnight. Huge new emergency demand sprang up suddenly on all sides. For example, when coke was diverted from heating homes to making steel, steel vital for all our weapons, from battleships to blockbusters, homes cut off from coke had to have anthracite. A city twice the size of Buffalo might have frozen if anthracite hadn't been quickly supplied. Yes, 300,000 homes needed anthracite and got it. And this tremendous emergency heating job is just one of 5 big, extra wartime heating jobs anthracite has taken over since Pearl Harbor. These increased demands explain the restriction limiting you to 87.5% of last year's coal, friends. And of this you can be sure. By getting along with less anthracite, you're helping bring victory sooner. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death to the Shadow.
Well, Professor Petro, your new television apparatus doesn't seem to be living up to your boasts. In fact, it doesn't seem to be working at all.
But one moment, Mr. Crane. A little difficulty. There. It is fixed. Now, what shall my television machine show to you?
You really mean that with this radio device you can tune in on some place in the city and show it to me on that little screen?
Any place. Inside buildings, inside locked rooms, down in the subway. Wherever there is even a tiny bit of light, my new television rays will go. Name the place, Mr. Crane.
All right. You know the Gordon Trust Company building?
But yes, a few blocks from here.
Dan Gordon is an old pal of mine. Let's peek into his office.
Very well. I turn the dial. So. Now this dial. So. And on the screen.
By George, it is the Gordon building.
The office. Which is it?
The 5th floor, those big windows.
So. Adjust this dial.
Why, it's as if we were sailing right up to the window.
And now we see inside the office.
I'll say we do. There's Dan Gordon at his desk, talking to his confidential secretary.
Now you shall hear them speak. Listen.
Got all the bonds there, Wilson?
Yes, Mr. Gordon.
And let's get them in the safe fast. They're worth $500,000 and good as cash.
$500,000? Should I put them in the safe?
I wish you would. Sphinx is the combination word. S-P-H-I-N-X.
Yes, sir. S-P-H-I-N-X.
You and I are the only ones in the world who know it, so don't talk in your sleep.
No, not me. They're safe now.
Good. Well, that's all for now. I'll ring if I need you.
Yes, Mr. Gordon. I'll be outside, sir.
Okay, Professor. That's enough.
Well, Mr. Crane, now will your rich friends be interested in my machine?
Dan Gordon would be. But I'd like to see the machine work some more, Professor Petro.
As you wish.
Now, this time show me how you tune in on a place that you've never seen before. I'll just pick one from the phone book.
All places are the same to my machine.
Here's a name. Fenton.
Fenton.
The address, 1137 River Drive.
1137 River Drive. On my special map, it is about here.
I see.
I turn this dial to the distance marked. So. And this dial to the direction the map shows.
I'm right with you.
Then I switch on the screen, and you see.
I say, this is wonderful. We're looking at the front of a house, and there's the number, 1137.
2 men are just opening the front door. Let us look inside. Turn this control.
And we're looking into the living room.
Mr. Crane, look.
What is it?
The 2 men who have entered the room.
Yes, I see.
But there is a 3rd man in the room, and they do not see him.
Well, but how can they help but see him? He's right out in plain sight. Say, there's something queer going on. I recognize that 3rd fellow. Let's listen in.
Very well. We will hear.
Well, the old place sure looks good, Lefty.
After 3 years in Stirfinger, any place will look good to you.
Not a thing changed. Yeah, you took good care of the place.
Yeah, just like you ordered. Well, I'll be seeing you, boys.
Okay, Lefty. I got some nice jobs lined up for you guys.
So long, Finger.
It's good to be a free man again. was that? Lefty, was that you?
It was the Shadow. Welcome home, Finger.
The Shadow. Where are you? I can't see anyone.
Your brother could not see me either, Finger, for no man can see the Shadow.
My brother?
Yes, Finger. The murderer the world knew as Killer Fenton.
You, Shadow. It was you who sent him to the chair while I was up the river.
I helped the law bring him to the bar of justice. I'm here, Finger, to warn you not to follow in his footsteps.
You've got nothing on me.
No, your debt to society is paid for the moment. But you've been planning to resume your criminal career as leader of your brother's gang.
How do you know that?
The Shadow knows many things. So follow the path of law, Finger, or suffer the consequences.
You can't scare me, Shadow. I'm going to get you, do you hear? I'm going to get you and revenge my brother. Shadow, where are you? He's gone.
All right, Professor. Shut the machine off.
But I do not understand. This Shadow, the other could not see him, yet on the screen he was...
That's it. Fenton must have been hypnotized. That's why he couldn't see the Shadow. But you can't hypnotize a machine.
What do you say, Mr. Crane?
Forget it, Professor. Let's talk about this invention of yours.
Then you are satisfied. Your rich friends, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Jennings, Mr. Dexter, they will back me, no?
I'm afraid you're making a mistake. Gordon, Jennings, and Dexter are no friends of mine.
Not your friends, but...
In fact, I hate them. They ruined me once, and I'll never rest until I get revenge.
But, Mr. Crane, you make the joke, no?
Yes, Professor, I make the joke. Very funny joke, but only I will laugh.
I don't understand.
Why, you poor fool, you don't see the possibilities of your machine. Why, already your little gadget has not only shown me how to put my hands on a cool $500,000, but it's actually told me the true identity of the Shadow. A secret of fabulous value to the underworld.
You mean you would use my instrument for criminal purposes?
How discerning of you, Professor.
No, I won't allow it. You can't do it. You can't do it.
Can't I, Professor?
A gun?
Yes, Professor.
No!
A gun.
Extra paper. Read all about it. $500,000 robbery. Watchman killed. Confidential secretary held for murder. Extra. Read all about it.
Cranston, I don't care a thing about your hunches. The guy that knocked off the watchman was the old gent's secretary, this Wilson guy, and that's all there is to it.
But, Commissioner, I know Arthur Wilson didn't do it. I've known that family for years. I went to school with Arthur's sister.
Very nice, Miss Lane. That'll be Exhibit A for the defense.
All right, Commissioner, but don't say I didn't warn you.
Warn me?
Yes, Commissioner. Don't look surprised when Wilson is proven innocent.
Now, Cranston, if you got any ideas about snooping in this case, forget it. You're a nice guy, Cranston, for some of these screwy mysteries. But this is an open and shut case.
Yes, Commissioner, just as you say.
Cranston, I want you to promise you'll keep your nose out of this.
Yes, Commissioner.
But Lamont.
I promise, Commissioner.
But Lamont.
Well, Commissioner, we have to be getting along. Come on, Margot.
But Lamont.
Goodbye, Commissioner.
Goodbye.
Oh, Lamont. You know Arthur Wilson is as innocent as I am.
Of course, Margot.
Well, then why did you make that silly promise to Commissioner Weston?
Oh, I don't know, Margot. But you didn't hear the Shadow promise anything, did you?
Aren't you, Tom?
Yes. I stepped out to get the late newspapers. But the cops still think young Wilson is guilty.
I know. I was just watching a very interesting scene at headquarters.
At headquarters?
Yes. What would you say if I told you that just 5 minutes ago the Shadow decided to try to prove Wilson innocent?
The Shadow? Oh, no, you don't mean it.
Don't be alarmed. I have all my plans worked out. The Shadow won't bother us.
Yeah, I know, but...
Plans, Tom, that go far beyond my vengeance on Gordon, Jennings, and Dexter. I'll have that and millions besides. And I'll make you rich, too. But we're going to need help. A gang to do the actual work.
I don't follow you.
Well, you will. Any moment now, we should be having a caller who... Oh, there he is now. Come in. Mr. Fenton. Come in.
All right, I'm in. Which one of you is Crane?
I am, Mr. Fenton. This is Mr. Cogan, my associate.
How do you do?
Never mind the chatter. Your phone, you knew something interests me, so I'm here. Now talk and talk fast.
Very well. Yesterday, you received a warning from the individual known as the Shadow.
How do you know that?
And you want to revenge your brother's death by killing the Shadow, am I right?
I'll get him if it's the last thing I do.
I understand how you feel.
What do you know about the Shadow?
I know his true identity.
What? Who is he?
Oh, slowly, Mr. Fenton. I have a proposition to make.
If it's dough you want.
It's not money. I want you and your gang to join forces with us.
Join up with you? I don't get it.
I'll explain. I've perfected a machine by which I can watch every move made by the police, learn the combinations of safes, ferret out the most hidden secrets.
I don't believe it.
I'll prove it later on. Now, this is my proposition. You and your men will carry out our orders. We'll tell you whom to rob and how. We'll give you foolproof information. And in return, we get half the loot.
You almost make me believe you mean it.
I do. Join us and you'll be wealthy in a month. And, as a bonus, shall we say, I'll reveal to you the identity of the Shadow.
What have I got to lose? Okay, it's a deal.
Good. Now, your first action will be the removal of my enemies. Daniel Gordon of the Gordon Trust Company, Albert Jennings of Jennings Manufacturing, and John Dexter of Dexter and Company.
Rub 'em out, you mean?
Yes, like you, I put revenge before money.
Okay, it's still a deal.
Well, then I think a drink is called for. Tom, pour some drinks.
Yeah, of course, Howard. There you are.
Yes, and one for you, Mr. Fenton.
Thanks.
Now, what shall we drink to?
I'll tell you what we'll drink to. Death to the Shadow.
Whatever inconvenience the wartime coal situation has caused, give it credit, folks. It has also created an opportunity. Yes, the need for conserving coal presented homeowners with the opportunity of enjoying automatic heat regulation. Recognizing how effective heat regulators are, the government provided for their manufacture and sale without priority last fall. And many thousands of you folks, alert to the fuel economy, added comfort, and convenience of a regulator, have already installed one this season. You've dropped hit or miss hand control of furnace dampers for up-to-date automatic control. Yes, your regulator thermostat upstairs has been keeping the temperature in your home right where it belongs, at the proper healthful level day and night, and without your running up and downstairs constantly. But best of all, you folks who've installed a regulator have saved coal. You've stopped the inevitable waste of hand control, introduced real fuel economy for this season and next season when fuel conservation will be equally important. So be wise, friends. If you aren't enjoying all these advantages, now is the time to begin. Call your dealer. Order your automatic heat regulator tomorrow. And now, back to the Shadow.
Yes? Who is it?
Detective O'Grady to see Mr. Gordon.
All right, just a moment. Did something about the robbery?
Yeah. The commissioner wants to know if you can identify this knife.
Knife? Why, no. I never saw it before.
Well, take a closer look.
Yes, what is it?
Package for you, Mr. Jennings. Just came special delivery.
Package? Oh, let's see it.
Yes, sir.
Marked confidential. I wasn't expecting any packages. This string seems to be stuck inside the package. There. What? It's ticking. It must be a clock.
Good Lord, it's...
Well, here you are, Mr. Dexter.
Thanks, John. I'm glad to be home. Been a bad day. Reading about the deaths of poor Gordon and Jennings.
Now, Mr. Dexter, look out.
Hey, what's
that
the
car
matter?
across the street. A man with a machine gun. He's gonna...
Gordon, Jennings, and Dexter. Now we can get down to business. In a month, we'll own this town.
Extra, read all about it. Crime wave sweep city. Prominent men killed. Millions of dollars stolen. Police helpless. Extra, read all about
it. Lamont, you mean the police haven't any clues? They haven't any idea who's committing these crimes?
I'm afraid that's about the size of it, Margot.
And you haven't learned anything either?
I'm afraid I failed as utterly as the police.
Margot, it's as though some superhuman gang were at work in this city. They not only fail to leave clues, they also seem to have advance information on every move the police are going to make.
Oh, no wonder they've been so successful.
That's not all. There could be spies inside the police department. But the gang even knows in advance what I'm going to do.
Oh, Lamont, you're joking.
No, I'm not. Yesterday, I made a secret appointment with a petty crook who wanted to sell me some information. Before I ever saw him, he was murdered.
Oh, how horrible.
A dozen other similar incidents have happened. I'm checkmated at every turn.
Why, it's as if they were able to watch everything you do.
What?
I said it's as if they were able to watch everything you do.
Yes, I know. You just reminded me of something.
What, Lamont?
Seems impossible, and yet... Margot, some time ago, there was a foreign scientist, a Professor Petro, who tried to get me interested in a remarkable television machine he claimed he'd invented.
Television?
I wonder whatever became of him and his invention.
Oh, do you think...
I think it's something I ought to check on. I have something else to do first. You see, Margot, at 10 o'clock, I have an appointment at Apartment 9D, the Riverdale Arms. Someone there who claims to know the leader of the gang.
Oh, that's wonderful, Lamont.
It's only 8 now. You mind if I turned out the light, took a little nap in this chair?
Why... I know. Of course not.
Oh, that's fine. There. Margot, listen, we've got to speak in whispers.
I thought you were up to something,
I
Lamont.
have an idea I want to test. I am going to the Riverdale Apartments. I keep a room there for business purposes.
Then your appointment...
I made that up. But perhaps someone will meet me there after all. I'm going to slip out the back way.
What do you want me to do?
Stay here till I get back and leave the lights off.
Yes, of course.
Good girl. Oh, wake me at 9:30, will you, Margot?
Yes, of course, Lamont.
Yes?
This is Crane. Send Lefty to the Riverdale Apartments, number 9D. A man who knows something lives there. Have Lefty eliminate him.
Rub him out. Right.
Then go to the apartment of Miss Margot Lane. The address is in the phone book.
Margot Lane. What's the job there?
Bring her here. Bring along a man you'll find asleep in the living room, too. But be sure to knock him out before he can wake up. And bind them both tightly. There must be no slip-up.
Don't worry, there won't be. But listen, Crane.
What?
It's time you spilled the dope in the Shadow. I'm beginning to think you're bluffing.
I'm just as anxious to be rid of the Shadow as you are. He's becoming dangerous. But before the night is over, you'll have the pleasure of personally delivering him to the morgue.
This is the right joint. There ain't nobody here. The boss says to rub somebody out. There's nobody to rub. The room's empty.
Whom were you expecting to find, Lefty?
Who's that? Stick him up, yo. Hey, there's nobody here.
Nobody but the Shadow.
The Shadow. My gun is gone.
I have it now, Lefty. Now, who sent you here? Answer.
Nobody sent me here.
I want the truth, quickly.
I'm not saying nothing.
I have your gun in my hand, Lefty. Now talk fast.
You can't bluff me, Shadow. I know you won't shoot.
Won't I, Lefty?
Hey, that slug almost hit me.
Yes, this time I'll do better.
Oh, wait, Shadow, wait. I'll talk. Finger Fenton sent me.
You lie. He's not clever enough to plan these crimes.
No, he didn't.
Then who did?
I don't know. Only Finger knows who the brain guy is. Somebody big, with connections. He knows everything. Some kind of machine tells him.
As I thought. All right, get into that closet.
The closet?
It'll keep you safe of the police. Quickly now. The Shadow has other work to do.
Crane, I'm getting tired of this runaround. Now it's time you talked. Who is the Shadow?
You'll know very soon, Fenton.
I'm beginning to wonder. You slipped me 2 bump stairs tonight. I think you're trying to put over a third one.
Lefty's capture couldn't be helped.
Couldn't, huh? Now, what about the snatch? You said we'd find a guy and a girl in the apartment. There was just a girl in there. 2 mistakes in one evening ain't so good. Maybe that peekaboo machine of yours is slipping.
There'll be no more mistakes. Within an hour, the Shadow will be dead.
You better not be bluffing.
Why, you fool, don't you realize it's just as important to me to see the Shadow dead as it is to you? Now go send in Tom Cogan and that girl, Margot Lane. I have a phone call to make. A very important phone call.
Margot? Margot, where are you? Margot? She's not here. The apartment's empty, the rug crumpled. The lamp knocked over. There's been signs of a struggle. telephone. Hello?
I see you've discovered Miss Lane is missing.
Who's this calling?
That hardly matters, does it? I just want to tell you that if you hope to see Margot Lane alive, you'll obey very carefully the orders I'm about to give you.
Trying to make me believe you kidnapped her?
Do you doubt it?
No, I believe you. All right, what do you want me to do?
As soon as you hang up the telephone, walk straight out of the building and get into your car, which is parked at the curb.
Go on.
Drive by the most direct route to where Highway 19 crosses the city limits. Then park beneath a streetlight there and wait.
Park and wait. Then what?
Presently, 4 men will pull up beside you in another car. Get into that car and let yourself be bound. They'll drive you to where I'm waiting. Is that clear?
Perfectly.
If you stop for a moment on the way, speak to anyone, or try to phone the police, Margot Lane will die. Rather horribly.
I understand.
It's a bright moonlight night. I can watch every move you make. One single false move, and the girl dies.
I know your powers. All right, I'm starting now.
Ah, he's coming. He's almost reached the point where our boys are to pick him up.
I wish I knew if you were lying.
Well, this time I'll let you look for yourself. You see this small screen here in front of me? What does it show?
It's a car. A guy driving it. He's wearing a soft, dark hat. Now he's pulling up under the streetlight at the city limits and parking.
Now, you satisfied?
Yeah. Yeah, except that I can't see his face.
It's our man. I've watched him from the instant he put down the telephone. He's obeyed orders exactly.
You'll never capture him. He's too clever for you.
Oh, Miss Lane, I'd almost forgotten that you were with us. Your loyalty does you credit, but we're complete masters of the situation.
Well, you'll find out that you're wrong.
Well, suppose he tries some tricks after we get him here.
Tricks? What can he do? He'll be bound, you and I are armed, and Finger here even has the submachine gun he's so fond of. No, once our man steps into this room, his doom is sealed.
What was that?
Shadow, it's you.
It is a Shadow. I've heard that laugh before. He's in this room.
He can't be. He's still waiting in his car for our men. I can see him plainly.
Perhaps the Shadow can be in 2 places at once. Visible in one and unseen in the other.
That's him, I tell you. We can't see him, but he's here.
He's tricked us.
Fenton, bolt the door and guard it. He's doomed anyway.
Yeah. I got the door locked. Now tell me where he is and I'll blow him in half.
But we can't see him.
No man can see the Shadow unless the Shadow wishes to be seen.
You're wrong, Shadow. I can see you.
Where is he? Just tell me.
No, don't shoot yet. I want to find out how much the police may know about us. But cover the space just 1 foot to the left of the mantel. That's where he's standing.
You're very clever, Crane. I suppose you've now focused this television machine so that it shows you this room.
Exactly. And on the screen, you're perfectly visible. Make a move, Shadow, and you die.
I told you I'd get you, Shadow, for sending my brother to the chair. In a minute, you'll be saying hello to him.
Shadow, be careful.
You're all so sure of yourselves. Why don't you go ahead and shoot?
I'm gonna. We're wasting too much time. Crane, I'm gonna let him have it.
Of course, the police at the window might try to stop you.
Oh, the police? Where? Quick, shoot. It's just a trick.
Why, you dirty...
Hey, take that. You're dead now. You gotta be.
Quick, feel around on the floor for his body. He must be dead, but I can't see him. The screen doesn't show him anymore.
Because I'm directly behind you now, and it's time for me to disable that machine, I think.
No, stop him!
I'll get him. He's not gonna get away this time. Get him. We're gonna kill him. Hold on here.
You shot me.
I'll take that machine gun, Fenton.
What?
You've killed Crane, your partner in crime, not the Shadow. You wanted to follow in the footsteps of your brother. And as soon as the law has judged you, you're going to. Straight to the chair.
Lamont, if you don't tell me how the Shadow solved the case and escaped the trap those men set for him, I'll never speak to you again.
Well, it was really you who solved the case, Margot.
I did.
Of course. If you hadn't said that it was as if someone was watching every move I made, I'd never have remembered Professor Petro and the television machine he once made such great claims for.
Oh, and then when you slipped out of my apartment in the dark.
I was trying a little experiment which proved to me I was being watched. Then I knew some form of television had made all the recent crimes possible.
But after Crane phoned you at my apartment, he was watching you on the television screen every second. How was it possible to trick him then?
He wasn't watching me. He was watching a decoy. When you're being spied on, it's good strategy to have a double.
A double?
Before I returned to your apartment, I arranged with Commissioner Weston to have a detective who strongly resembles me stationed in the dark entranceway to your building.
Oh, and when you left the building?
It was my double Crane saw, not me. I stopped just an instant there in the dark hallway and whispered instructions to him.
Oh, I see.
My double got in the car and drove off. I went back in, traced the phone call, learned where the hideout was, and with the help of a fast car,
The shadow reached there long before anyone expected it.
Exactly. There's no time to make any elaborate plans beyond phoning Weston to raid the place. Luckily, Fenton was so keyed up that when he fired at the shadow, his aim with that machine gun was pretty bad.
And then he lost his head and killed Crane while trying to kill the shadow.
That's right.
And Crane never got a chance to reveal the shadow's real identity.
Luckily for the shadow, no. So it was easy when the police got there for the shadow to slip out unseen and for Lamont Cranston to come puffing in a minute later to be twitted by Commissioner Weston.
Oh, poor Commissioner Weston. Lamont, you know what he said when you arrived?
No, Margot, what?
He said that's just like Lamont. Always late when there's any excitement.
And now let me introduce Blue Coal's distinguished heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. Don't let a few days of mild weather fool you. You'll need a fire for a while, 6 to 8 weeks more, most likely. So, folks, in order to continue efficient firing right down to the last, give your furnace a cleaning now. And here's what I mean. Get the fly ash off the heating surfaces where it's been accumulating all season. That's the main thing. You know, fly ash gradually coats the heating surfaces and hampers them in carrying heat upstairs because it insulates them. Yes, even better than asbestos would. So get rid of all fly ash. It's the simplest thing in the world to do. Don't disturb the fire. Just open the clean-out door. Then with a wire brush or scraper, give the heating surfaces a light going over. Make sure you brush or scrape off all the fly ash or soot that's accumulated, and that's all you have to do. Cleaning your furnace is a small job, but it pays off big. Because with a clean furnace, you'll get more heat from less coal for the rest of the season. I thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the shadow.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Friends, war has driven the demand for anthracite coal to an all-time high. Yes, anthracite has pitched in to do 5 big extra wartime heating jobs, of which replacing wood is just one. That's right, friends. Wood, cordwood, was an important peacetime fuel. But suddenly it disappeared. All over rural America, wood piles vanished. The cutters were off to war, or to work in war plants in the cities. 544,000 homes faced bitter cold weather without fuel unless anthracite was immediately supplied. But you can bet it was supplied, friends. And not just to meet this missing wood emergency, but to meet other wartime demands, too. To fill Uncle Sam's huge new military coal bin. To replace oil shipped to Africa. And Coke now making steel in Pittsburgh mills. True, to meet these tremendously increased demands, you have been limited to 87.5% of last year's coal. But knowing how vital the coal thus made available is to victory, we know you are accepting this war limitation cheerfully. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Drums of Doom.
Lamont, have you ever seen such dancing? She's wonderful.
Unbelievable, Margot. She's all over the stage at once.
Oh, those tom-toms give me the shivers.
The most amazing bit of interpretive dancing I've ever seen. A high spot in Luis Ronaldo's career, all right.
This is the Macumba number, isn't it, Lamont?
Yes, based on a native sacrificial dance at Haiti. According to the program, no white man's ever seen it before.
Look, Lamont. She's actually frozen in the middle of the stage, staring up as though she were hypnotized. Heavens! Something's wrong, Lamont. The curtain's coming down.
Yes, I wonder what it...
Oh, Lamont, what could have happened?
Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to announce that due to a sudden indisposition, Miss Ronaldo will be unable to continue her performance.
Oh, what a pity.
Yes? Miss Lane? Yes, I'm Miss Lane. What? You're Luis Ronaldo, the dancer.
Yes. They told me I might find Mr. Cranston here. It is terribly important I see him.
Oh, well, I'm expecting him shortly. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Why, that was a brilliant performance you gave last night. I hope your sudden illness was nothing serious. Illness? There's that unfortunate interruption in your performance last night.
Oh, yes. Yes, it was most unfortunate. In the midst of life, there is always death.
What?
Oh, it is nothing. An old proverb.
Oh, that's probably Mr. Cranston now. Excuse. Will you excuse me?
Of course, Miss Lane.
Hello, Margot.
Lamont, Luis Ronaldo, the dancer's here to see you.
She wants me?
Yes, and she seems terribly frightened about something.
Well, let's go and find out what this is all about. Hello, Miss Ronaldo. Miss Lane tells me you wanted to see me.
Oh, yes, Mr. Cranston. It is very important. Could I speak to you alone?
Speak freely in front of Miss Lane.
Oh, very well. I wanted to show you this. I know you have made a study of these things, Mr. Cranston, and I hope you would be able to help me.
Where did you get this?
I found it in my dressing room last night. And then, during the performance, I happened to look up in the scenery loft. A larger one hung up there, suspended in midair, like an omen of the devil. And that's when I screamed. Oh, Mr. Cranston, you've got to help me. I'm in terrible danger.
Why, it's just a piece of black satin cut out in the shape of a little hand.
Do you have a scissors, Margot?
Why, yes. Just a minute, Lamont.
Oh, Mr. Cranston, I don't know what to do. They are after me.
Come now, Miss Ronaldo. You've got to pull yourself together. Oh, thanks, Margot. I will cut open this hand. Just as I thought. A bone and dust inside.
I'm afraid I don't follow all this. What is this queer-looking black hand?
Margot, it's a symbol of something that reaches into the heart of our most civilized places. In the black jungles of Haiti.
Sounds menacing.
It is. This little black hand is a voodoo.
Voodoo?
Yes, Margot, the black magic of Haiti. This little black hand is the calling card of the voodoo. Whoever receives it is marked for death.
Lamont, Miss Ronaldo found the black hand right on this dressing room table, didn't she?
Yes, Margot, and I... Shh, quiet.
Oh, I didn't know Mrs. Ronaldo had visitors.
Well, she asked us to wait in her dressing room until the performance was over.
I am Sarah Rinaldo. Come to get castanet for her next number.
Sarah, have you been with Miss Rinaldo long?
6 months. I must go. Miss Rinaldo waits for castanet.
Not very talkative, is she?
See the look on her face, Margot, when she saw this little black hand?
Yes, it was either fear or guilt.
Margot, I think we'd better watch the rest of this show from the wings. Come on.
Lamont, she's giving a magnificent performance. No one in the audience would ever suspect that poor girl's terror-stricken.
Mr. Cranston.
Yes?
I'm Ralph Henderson, Miss Rinaldo's manager.
Oh, how do you do? This is Miss May.
How do you do? Louise had told me that you consented to help her. Frankly, I'm afraid for her. She never was very strong, and this fear that's taken hold of her seems to be undermining her health completely.
Mr. Henderson, do you know anything about Miss Rinaldo's maid, Sarah? She's a native of Haiti, isn't she?
Yeah, she's a strange girl, full of native superstitions.
Do you have any idea who might have put that voodoo in Miss Rinaldo's dressing room last night?
Well, I've been trying to figure it out. You see, I know a bit about Haitian folklore myself. Perhaps Louise may have unwittingly antagonized the natives on her trip to Haiti. Well, the arm of the voodoo is long, Mr. Cranston.
Zara?
Well, she'd be the most likely suspect, but she seems so devoted to Louise. Good heavens, the sandbag's fallen.
He's been hit.
Get a doctor, quick.
Was it Miss Rinaldo?
I can't tell. There's so much confusion out there.
Bill, ring down the curtain.
How is Louise, Mr. Cranston?
She's not injured, Mr. Henderson. She just fainted when the sandbag fell so close to her. She's still unconscious. We'll need some water.
Oh, Zara, get some water.
Oh, yes, Miss Henderson.
That other dancing girl was killed, wasn't she, Lamont?
Yes, it was a terrible death.
I think she's coming out of it.
The water, miss.
Oh, thanks, Zara. Here, Miss Rinaldo. Try to swallow a little of this. There. That's fine.
The drum.
What is she talking about? Shh. I want to hear what she's saying.
Grave. Tombstone. Bracelet. It is them. It is them. Babaluba. Babaluba.
What are you gibbering about?
Babaluba there.
Listen to the drum.
A voice. It is zombie. A voice of walking dead. Zombie.
Yes?
It is zombie.
Miss Rinaldo needs quiet. Do you mind taking Zara outside with her?
Oh, all right.
It's zombie.
Come on, Zara.
Zombie. Oh, zombie.
I wanted to get them out of here, Margot. I think this may be a chance to find out some things we want to know.
Lamont, she seems to be in a trance.
Yes, I know. It'll help.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to try hypnotism. Louise Rinaldo, listen to me. You're going to tell me everything. Everything that has frightened you from the beginning.
Yes, from the beginning. It began in Haiti. We were walking through the woods one day.
Oh, Ralph, this Haitian countryside is beautiful.
It has been fun exploring it, but it's getting dark, Louise. I think we ought to be starting back.
Oh, Ralph, look over there. Those tombstones. Why, it is a native burial ground.
Louise, come back here.
Oh, Ralph, come and look at the exquisite trinkets on these graves.
Don't touch them, Louise. Those ornaments are put on the graves by the natives to ward off evil spirits. The natives are very superstitious. Listen. Tom-toms in the hills.
Oh, it is just a ceremonial dance, Ralph. Oh, look. Here's a curious-looking bracelet on this headstone here.
Hey. Why, that must be centuries old. A relic of the old slave trading days.
I want it.
No, Louise. I'd stir up trouble with the natives.
I don't care. I want it for my collection, and I'm going to take it.
Louise, we'd better get out of here quick. There's someone watching us from behind that tombstone.
All right. There is no one behind that tombstone, only under it. And he will never miss the bracelet.
What was the beginning? From the moment I took that bracelet from the grave, I had no
cease. I did not sleep. And always I hear the tom-tom throbbing. It almost drives me mad. Finally, my husband suggests we cut our visit short and return to the States.
Her husband. I didn't know she was married.
Margot. Your husband?
Yes, Ralph Henderson.
Ralph Henderson, why, that's her manager.
Let her go on, Margot.
The trip back was uneventful. The symptoms disappeared. I thought I was cured. After we got here, I began rehearsing for my recital. And then it started again.
What started again?
Visions in the night. I would wake and see a figure standing by my bed, pointing at me. And then the drums would begin. Oh!
She's coming out of it. Quiet, Margot.
Where am I? Oh, Mr. Cranston, Miss Lane.
Telling us a very interesting story, Miss Rinaldo.
What did I say?
A good deal. Why were you keeping your marriage to Ralph Henderson a secret?
Oh, did I tell you that? He thought it would interfere with my career if it were known. Please, do not let him know I told you.
No, we'll keep your secret.
One more question, Miss Rinaldo.
Yes.
That slave bracelet you took from the grave, you have it with you?
No. No, it has been missing for several days now.
Could you describe it to me?
I have a picture of it here in my bag.
Good.
I was going to sell the bracelet to a dealer. I had it photographed so he could distribute copies among his clients. Ah, here's the picture.
Thanks. Very unusual looking. Shouldn't be hard to identify.
Come on, do you think it's all right?
Later, Margot. Well, Miss Rinaldo, I think you'll be all right for tonight. Miss Lane and I have to be running along now.
Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston, I'm over here.
Oh, there's Shreve's cab, Lamont.
Hey, where have you two been? You said I should meet you here after the show, you said. It's been over for hours.
Get in, Margot. I'm sorry, Shrevey. We had a little business backstage. Hope you didn't mind waiting.
No, I didn't mind. I didn't. I had the meter running the whole time.
You know, Lamont, I'd say that Zara is the most likely suspect. Maybe one of her ancestors is buried in that
No,
grave.
Margot, I've got a hunch there's something more diabolic than that behind this case. You see, Margot, that sandbag didn't fall by accident. The rope holding it was cut.
You mean that someone meant to kill Louise Rinaldo tonight?
I'm not sure, Margot. Anyone might have been under that sandbag when it fell, and the person who cut the rope knew that.
But I don't understand.
That doesn't make much sense, does it?
Lamont, what about that bracelet? If we could find out who stole it.
Yes, Margot, I've been thinking about that. Maybe we'll locate that bracelet through Doc Bronson.
Doc Bronson? Who's he?
Someone in the shadow, sent to jail some years ago. He's a dealer in all sorts of strange curios, charms, bracelets, amulets, mostly stolen. If that bracelet was stolen from Miss Rinaldo, the chances are sooner or later it'll find its way to Doc's place.
And you think...
I think it's about time the shadow renewed Doc's acquaintance.
Yes? What can I do for you? Well, that's fine. There's no one here. I could have sworn I heard the door open. Who's that?
You forgotten your old friend, Doc?
That voice. It's the Shadow.
So you do remember me.
What do you want with me this time, Shadow? I ain't done nothing.
Little black hand I've just thrown on the counter. Do you recognize it?
No, I never saw it before.
Haven't you, Doc? What about that bracelet you're fingering so nervously? Where did you get it?
Oh, a friend gave it to me.
That bracelet was stolen from Louise Rinaldo, the dancer. It's a collector's item worth a fortune. Worth even murder.
I know what you're talking about.
You're lying, Doc. I remember receiving stolen goods is one thing, murder is another.
Murder? I ain't mixed up with no murder, Shadow.
Where did you get that bracelet?
All right, I'll tell you. Nobody's going to pin a murder rap on me. Some customer gave it to me as payment for a job I done.
What job?
That little black hand. This customer asked me to make him another one, just like the one I made for Gloria Nelson.
Gloria Nelson? Gloria Nelson died under mysterious circumstances a few years ago. Or maybe she was murdered, Doc.
Honest, I had nothing to do with it. All I did was...
Where'd you make those voodoos, Doc?
It was...
Doc! Dead.
March winds roaring around and over your home as they do, friends, have an effect on firing your furnace you don't want to overlook. Yes, high winds inevitably increase the pull of the draft in your chimney and accelerate the rate at which your fire burns. What can you do? Well, close the turn damper as far as possible, for one thing. But the best thing to do is install an automatic heat regulator now. Do it now for two reasons. First, to save precious coal. At this season particularly, hand control of furnace dampers is inefficient and wasteful. Trying to keep up with changes in wind velocity makes correct hand regulation practically impossible. So install a heat regulator and let it control those dampers for you efficiently, automatically. Your regulator will keep the temperature in your home right on the beam without any attention from you and protect your family from spring colds due to uneven heating. And remember, heat regulators are quickly available now. They may not be next fall. So be safe, friends. Call your dealer and order your automatic heat regulator tomorrow. And now, back to the shadows.
Commissioner Weston will see you now, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, thanks, officer.
Well, hello, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, Mr. Henderson. Were you just in talking to the commissioner?
Yes, that unfortunate accident at the theater. Police have been conducting an inquiry.
Oh, is that so?
I hope you're not one of the suspects.
No, I'm afraid my visit here is purely social. Commissioner's a good friend of mine. Well, how is Miss Ronaldo?
Well, Mr. Cranston, I'm afraid her health won't stand up under the strain. Her heart isn't too strong.
Why don't you get her to go away for a while?
I've suggested that, but she won't hear of it. Well, I've got to get back to the matinee. Goodbye, Mr. Cranston.
Goodbye, Mr. Henderson.
Oh, hello, Cranston. What's on your mind?
Hello, Commissioner. I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
What is it?
Remember the Nelson case about 2 years ago, I think it was?
Nelson? You mean Gloria Nelson, the heiress?
That's right.
That's one I won't forget. She was found dead in her home. Someone in the department got the bright idea it was murder. We investigated thoroughly, and there wasn't anything to that theory. Gloria Nelson died of a heart attack. But what's that favor you were going to ask?
Well, I'd like the name of Gloria Nelson's nearest living relative. You probably have it in the files.
What's on your mind, Cranston? You haven't found out anything, have you?
Oh, come, Commissioner. You know I have no interest in crime.
Pardon me, Commissioner. I just got this report from the 9th Precinct. Old Doc Bronson's been found dead in his curio shop.
Doc Bronson, huh? Looks like the underworld is settling accounts again. Well, think I'd better go down and have a look myself.
Well, but Commissioner.
Huh?
The file on Gloria Nelson, remember?
Now, Cranston, you can't have it. It's against regulations. Yeah, you'll find it in that first filing cabinet.
Good old Weston.
Lamont, we've got to do something. Louise Ronaldo just about got through her performance tonight. I never saw anyone so frightened.
Yes, I know, Margot.
Lamont. My door. It's open.
Margot, wait out here.
Be careful, Lamont.
There's no one here. It's all right. Come in, Margot.
Oh, now, what do you suppose? I'm sure I locked the door.
Look, Margot, on that chair.
What is it?
Little black satin doll with a dagger through its heart.
What does it mean?
Another sign of the voodoo, Margot. It means someone's going to die tonight.
Oh, Lamont.
Now, we've got to act fast. Go over to Louise Ronaldo's apartment. Don't alarm her, but get her out of there somehow. I've got a hunch we'll find the answer to some of our questions tonight in Louise Ronaldo's apartment. Good. Margot got on the way. Pick this lock. Someone's opening the door.
My hand. Hurt me.
Zara, what happened? You're hurt.
No, Miss Cranston. Hurry. Miss Ronaldo. Miss Lane in danger. Theater. Hurry.
Louise, I don't think we should have come. You heard the voice on the phone.
He said I must come here to the theater at once if I wanted to end this horror.
I'd like to know who made that call. There's nothing so menacing as a dark, empty theater. If only we could put on a few lights.
No. Well, the voice said, from darkness the terror came. In darkness, let's go. It said we must find the center of the stage and wait there.
I don't like this. Suppose it's a trap for me. I think we ought to leave at once.
The drums. They're back in my head again. They are following me.
I hear them, too. Louise, we're getting off the stage right now.
The light. Someone has turned a spotlight on us.
Don't move out of the circle of that light.
Who are you?
You die here tonight.
Must be coming from up in the scenery loft.
I can't see the spotlight's blinding me.
Fernando, you took the bracelet from the grave. You have violated the sleep of the dead. You must pay with your life.
No! Louise.
You will die with her, Miss Lane.
Oh, no.
I will come down. Down. You die now.
Light's gone out. Oh, Shadow. Oh, thank heaven you've come. Yes, Shadow, I will.
Why don't you come up and get me?
All right, I will.
You can't prove anything. Ruth? You've been talking to Ruth? She lied. Whatever she told you, she lied. Gloria's death was due to natural causes. The police said so. No, it's not true. You know too much. Who are you? You won't be a shadow when I get the spotlight focused on you. There. I've got the spotlight on. I'll just swing this beam around until I can see you. Then you'll be a perfect target for my knife. I hear you coming, but I can't see you. The light's right on you. But I can't see you. I can't see you. I can't see. Voodoo! Voodoo!
But, Lamont, I still don't understand what made him do it.
And you see, Margot, Henderson, alias Nelson, was a psychological murderer. Took fiendish delight in literally frightening his victims to death.
Oh, how horrible.
His plan was to marry into a wealthy family, get his wife to sign over her interests to him, and then proceed to terrorize her.
But where does the voodoo come into it?
When he and Louise took that trip to Haiti, it gave him an idea how to get rid of her. And when she took the amulet from the grave, she was playing right into his hands.
You mean he used her own conscience to frighten her?
Yes. Together with a recording of tom-toms, the witch doctor's costume, those voodoos he got from the doc. Henderson had Doc killed to seal his lips, just as he killed Zara when she refused to assist him further in his plans.
Oh. Then Zara was in the scheme, too.
Yes. She confessed just before she died.
But, Lamont, where does that falling sandbag fit into the picture?
All part of Henderson's campaign of fear, Margot.
Oh, I see. You know, you never did tell me what happened up there in the scenery loft with Henderson and the shadow.
Well, naturally, Henderson couldn't see the shadow coming. He must have fallen a victim of his own power of suggestion. Thought the shadow was some kind of black magic that had finally caught up with him. And as a result, he jumped to his death from the catwalk.
And now, friends, let me introduce Blue Coal's distinguished heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. Or perhaps I should say good afternoon, with the days so much longer. Spring is here, or will be shortly. And spring brings with it special conditions to keep in mind in heating your home. First, as we've noted, the day is longer. And the sun's rays are daily gaining in strength, too. So what you want to be sure to do is get all the good you can out of those solar rays. Let the sun help heat your home. Keep the shades up. Allow it to shine in all you can. That'll help quite a lot. You'll be surprised how much. Now, another thing is the problem of high winds. Watch out for them. They create a stronger draft in your chimney, cause your fire to burn too fast, and overheat your home. Offset high winds by closing the turn damper of your furnace just as far as you can. And I'd like to repeat an earlier warning about carrying a deep fire even in mild weather. Remember, another little trick of spring weather is the sudden drop in temperature. So for best results, even in mild weather, keep a deep fire. Then you're always prepared. I thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that